Garfield makes it fucking difficult because he's always here, there, and then fucking everywhere else. Shitting on stuff here, pissing on stuff there, throwing a fit here, throwing a fit there. And they broke in our house again, Garfield, and they broke in our house again last night. And I fucking know it. Because my fucking phone is gone. And they're identity thieves. And you get me in trouble somehow. Then give me what? What? Running or hiding? No, that's not going to fucking happen. Behind bars and dead so they can get my organs? Yeah, sure, that could happen. And they kind of know it. They want to spend this $100 on another cell phone? You're fucking kidding. You're fucking crazy, dude. No, it's one of the fucking cat, you fucking asshole piece of shit. No, it was right fucking there. The cell phone was. Yeah. We all know it, too. Better fucking turn up. Because whoever's letting people break my house, like the neighbors who have seen people come to my fucking house at night, which I know you guys fucking have at this fucking point, right? You need to go to prison, too, at that fucking point, dude. No, they've been sitting there watching my fucking house for 6 months, and what? What? See people coming here at night, right? But what? I invited them tomorrow? My fucking phone is gone, and my fucking computer was turned off. If someone could call it, that'd be nice. No, they're fucking evil. You're all fucking evil. Everyone who doesn't believe me, to me, is fucking evil. Burn in hell. Let's fucking die already. Already been there. Cool, found it. Displacement, sorry. The door's unlocked. Freak me out. Doors should always be fucking locked, Garfield. Have it to your little bitch fits. While trying to pull outside and pull this way, pull that way when I said no. Well, they trigger me in the morning again, so piss me off. Get me on a bad start. Oh well. That's what they do. First thing in the morning. The other humans. This fucking Mexican kid, I think. Is he Hispanic or is he Asian? I'm sorry, but white people can't move like that, kid. Only I can. This other kid thinks he's Dionysus more than me. Like, no, you're fucking not. You're Lionisis. You're lying asses is what you are. This is Lionisis right here. You're lying asses. They're cheaters. No, they're cheaters. Because they're trying to eat the body and blood of Christ without even asking people. Like cannibals. Yeah, cannibals. Like, well, if Taran has fucking like crazy like gifts, like spiritually, like, well, how do we get those from him? We eat them. No, we eat them. Sorry, first thing in the morning, already acting up. No, that's how it goes, guys. It's the kind of dreams I have. The kind of dreams Garfield has. You want to go outside, Sam? You can go outside here in a minute. Stop being so pushy. You gotta go potty? I did. I took it to the litter box. Now, what do you want? Not right now. Not right now. I can tell you gotta go a little bit. Here. Put over your litter box. Fucking box. I'm not shit in it. Need to clean it all out. Smell that. Here you go. That's what you're gonna get. Was the front door really unlocked? Yeah. Was it supposed to be? I don't think so. It's possible that was me? Yeah. It should have been locked? No. Does that mean they could have broken my house and tried to poison me again? Yeah, it does. The reason Garb doesn't want his bowl of food again? Yeah, probably likely. There you go. Good boy. Now you'll bring your litter box out here. It'd be a good idea. There you go, big frog up mouth. Big frog mouth. It's a trash can magic. I do feel that way about everyone who calls me a liar, though, because basically every human being does. I'm like, well, fuck you, and fuck you. When you're getting killed and you know it. Welcome to Mount Shasta. Welcome to Carrot, California. One of the most mystical places on planet Earth, Carrot, California. Who thought? Where heaven and hell meet. Carrot, California. Straight up depths. Right here. Well, I found my phone. It's actually in a good place. I was just tripping a little bit. They triggered me. It's okay. It happens to me. I didn't say anything wrong, though. I still mean everything I said. Except for the cell phone thing. See, I know since I have, I got a little bit of cash, now they're going to, really want me to spend it on something other than Garfield. So they could try and get Garfield from me more easily. But Garfield needs some better hardware. Better food, likely. He gets tired of Friskies every time he eats. I know it. I know it. Love you. My handsome man. He's a good boy. Does that mean they broke in? No, it doesn't. But have they done it before just like that? And have they left little gifts here and there? Yes, they have. Like poisoning my bread. And leaving a dead rat. That was also basically, poisoned. Yeah, neutralize the poisons in here, though. Tobacco, mostly, yeah. Any mold in here or anything like that. Yeah, like they left before. Well, when people are breaking into your house and you know it, and then you left like little gifts like that turn all moldy, and you're like, huh, why? Gifts, quote unquote, like a dead fucking rat. Well, they wanted to be like a rat, so I'm assuming like that was like something that maybe even someone with the cops was involved with. That was my concern at the time. I've never ratted on anybody, but there's like a rumor that I have because I just, I've talked to the cops before. I've called the cops to my dad. It's like, oh, it must be a rat, right? It's like, no, not even. I'm not fucking stupid. And I don't even know anybody who I could rat on. Well, I'd have to be guessing. Maybe a couple people who are like just are kind of creepy to me. But other than that, I have some pot smokers, some fun havers, and some decent investors, I guess, but I don't know. Nope, I don't know a single drug dealer. Not one. Not one. Who do you want me to rat on? No, the dead rat mean would suggest that I actually get drugs or something, and I actually had someone to rat on, right? I know they're trying to frame who they're trying to like say rumors about, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm kidding. Just trying to figure out all their little fucking plots and plans and who was involved and why. The police didn't take me seriously at first. And why I'm on a short list to get killed by Medi-Cal. Pretty much. No, pretty much. For my organs while I'm still healthy. Back at it, Taran? Yep. First thing in the morning. Story doesn't change at all, does it? I'm going to throw in some details here and there that I don't like to include all the time because they're fucking nuts and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, that could have happened, right? So maybe that was an hallucination, but if that'll happen and that happened and that happened too, why the fuck not? I'm not having crazy hallucinations, dude. You can't hallucinate that fucking smell. Or those fucking lights, dude. Never heard of someone tripping balls and then like having a fucking like UFO that's visible to everyone fly over their house. Like that's always their explanation for what's going on with me. Like, no, not that, and not even that. Nope, mystical. No, mystical as fuck. That's what this place is. Get involved with the mystical part. Or don't. It's kind of scary. The Mount Shasta Mysteries. Start with church. No, this place is special like that, in my opinion. They're like, it's not the Holy Land. And I'm like, I know it's not the Holy Land. It's my Holy Land, though. It's someone's Holy Land. Because it's not your Holy Land? Why not? Don't you live here? Sure, Israel's a Holy Land. But we've been fighting over Israel for how long? Everyone, in a way? Yeah. Since we left Africa? Since we left Africa, we've been fighting over Canaan, Israel, the Levant. Palestine. Personally, I like my mountain a little better than theirs. Love you, Garfield. You want to go outside? I know you do. Not yet, though. I'm going to finish my tea. Stop pulling away. I can finish my tea quicker. I have an admission. Yeah, I have a confession. Yeah, I snuck a bag of tea from church and I didn't drink it there. Nope. I took it and I brought it home for this morning. Yeah, I did. Yes, I did, Lord. Yes, I did. Is that a sin? It felt like it to me at the time. Okay, to be honest. Because I'm in church. I'm like, oh, this is for being at church. I'm looking at the tea. I'm like, I need all of it. I only grabbed one bag, though. And I saved it till this morning. And I feel guilty now. But not really. No, it's fucking good. Raspberry hibiscus? Fuck yeah. Green tea? Num bum bum. Mm-hmm. No, that's how I am. That's how I've always been. Just like that, pretty much. Just like that. No, I'm not even, am I? No, I just have a different language to describe religion. People find it offensive. When we were fighting ghosts from like the ancient past, letting them know that was the same religion. So they just convert and it's easy. I'm like, oh, really? Zeus, Poseidon, Hades? Oh, well, I know Trinity. Yeah, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. How does that fit together? Oh, wow, huh? The son of Adam? Right, Adam. Hades. Got it. So Christ, in a way, yeah, Dionysus. Yeah, he rises. Yeah, Hades rose, became a mortal man. Right, Adam does. Well, yeah, God descends into the flesh, but he's still the son of Adam. Still flesh man, earth man, the son. You know, Adam and Christ. We're like, I didn't really think of it that way, but it's true, huh? That he's the descendant of Adam. So he's still Adam's the son first, then Christ is the son later for redemption. Adam's redemption, in a way. And he's a dancer. No, he's a dancer and a singer. I'm like, okay, there's Dionysus, the true vine. Yeah, the flesh and the blood. Just like they did in the Eleusinian mysteries, the Dionysian mysteries. I'm like, well, it's very Christian, isn't it? And to them, it just makes sense at that point. Like, yeah, duh, huh? And guess what? In ancient America, some stuff very similar was going on. Do I know as much details? No, not yet. But they seem to just get along. As if they've already had these conversations before. There's a whole Bible. That's Native American style. And it's totally different. Now, you'd find it heretical. I do not. I don't really believe in heresy. I don't even necessarily believe in blasphemy. If that's really what you believe, why? Is it blasphemous? No. That's what you got from the scripture. Why? Do I agree? No, not necessarily. Maybe I do. Let's talk about it. Don't try to convince me I'm wrong. I'm not telling you you're wrong. Like, how are we both right? Because I know what I've experienced. Demons? Yeah, a lot of them. I know that too. But God too. And I know that too. And a goddess. Yeah, a goddess. Seemingly multiple of them, but yeah, a really powerful, terrifying goddess. It was beautiful to me. Right there with God, right next to him. I'm like, who is this woman? Like, why don't we talk about her very much? I'm a little obsessed now. My God is a wife. My God is a wife and a mother. And maybe even a father. Time. Who's alive too, turns out. No, I told you, theist. God's just the best of the best of the best. In the beginning. He wasn't the only person there. Because he divided darkness and water, which were people too. It was a battle. A battle. Yeah, I know. We'll get up there in a second. Yeah, he divided them, you know what I mean? It wasn't all, sunshine and rainbows. I mean, I'm sure it was, but it was aggressive. It was life and death when God said, let there be light, I'm sure. For God, maybe, maybe not. But whoever he was making it for, sure. More than just himself. I mean, his divine foresight, yeah, I'm sure. But I really believe there was somebody else he was with that he was making creation for. Already. That he needed to see. In the beginning was God and the Word and Zoe, life. Now it says that in John. It's almost written a little playing Zoe down. The word in Greek is Zoe. It means life. There was God, the Word, and life. And life was a woman. No, the sister, Zoe. In the Bible, yeah, in John in Greek, yeah, Zoe, life. In the ancient Greek text, it was written in capital letters. It was a name when it said life in the Bible. Of what? A goddess. So is wisdom. Yeah, Sophia. Angels? Yeah, sure. We can use that language instead if you prefer. I just don't. Why? Because I don't know. They're powerful, dude. And the direction I came at it with, I'm looking around them, like going, well, to me, when I was an atheist, I'm looking around going, okay, well, to me, that mountain's a goddess if it's alive. The earth's a goddess if it's alive. The sun's a god if he's alive. So I just brought it up from there. I'm like, there's big God, and really big God, and then massive God. Like, okay, that's fine. But when I go around other spiritual people, I use the word angel instead often. But they're more than just messengers. Angels. The word angelos means messenger. Not that that's an unimportant job. I know the angelos. The voice of God. I've met him. The herald. Yeah. He has wings on his feet. And his back too. Yeah, but yeah, on his feet. No, 4 pairs of them. Or 2 pairs. Yeah, 4 wings. On his ankles. He helped me dance sometimes. How's that a demon? Jesus Hermes is weird. He's an orphan of the night like me. You just haven't met the goddess yet. Or it makes sense to you. You really an orphan? No, but to us, almost. Now he knows who his father is. But his father had him down here. So to himself in his life, he was almost orphaned. And Hermes lived way before Christ did. Turns out they know each other well. Almost the same man in a way. Thrice born. More than that. Double nature. And twice born king. No, he's double nature. God. Christ even. So I love the feeling I go to church. I'm like, yes. Salvation, huh? Nice. Feels really good. And I get back to my house. I'm like, oh yeah. Damnation, huh? Double nature, aren't you, God? Triple nature even. That's why Christ said, abide in me. It's all love and light in this corner. The rest of God can be pretty terrifying. When it's all pillar of salt, fire and brimstone, jealous God. Sometimes, yeah. And I get that more and more now than ever before. How God can be jealous. People are like, how could God be jealous? I'm like, he says he's jealous in the fucking Bible. I get it now. When you don't even think he exists. And her, his wife, the mother of all, even more so now. Which is why it's weird for me in church sometimes. I'm like, okay, no, I believe all this. And I can feel it just really powerfully when I'm in church, big time. But I leave and I feel almost guilty, just a tad. I'm like, I know there's a goddess too. It's like, I guess technically I'm this and that and the other thing. Just a language thing to me. I've met them both. And they were not evil at all. Like I said, no, she's just bad. No, bad. Not evil. Bad. In more ways than one. What you look like? You don't want to know what you look like to me. No, like, yeah. Old school, yeah, cat head and everything. Like, whoa. Humanoid, yeah. Bad. No, they weren't stupid, the Egyptians. When they put animal heads on their people. No, they respected the messengers. The other angels out there, the fucking animal. Fallen, not like we are. I didn't hear about the cat eating the fucking fruit. Nope, they're still naked. The dog, turns out they did, kind of. In a way. That's why it's a little different story with cats and dogs. Because dogs know good and evil better than cats do. You know what I mean, dogs? Just naturally. Doesn't make them any smarter or dumber. But they're social creatures more than cats are. And cats just don't think of it that way often. Are they capable? Turns out they are capable. Just not how they think. No, they're killers and they know it. But they're good-ass people. And they know it. And I know it too. So I just feel conflicted sometimes. Because I'm a real Christian. But I'm like, technically, I'm kind of a Muslim too. Because I think that book's correct as well. So I go to a dispensationalist church. I'm like, yeah, no, they're right about almost everything he's saying. Do I have a couple things I'd be like, well, maybe it's more this way? Maybe. But I'd like to hear his explanation. He's a very scripture-based explanation. Mine's more observation-based, but I understand that too. But I'm big on theology. Then I come home and I'm like, okay, what would they disagree with me on? Because I know how I am and how I got to church. It wasn't just, just flip through the Bible, go to church. It's a little more complicated. Like, well, basically just a couple points, which I'm not even sure if they disagree with. I just think they put the father, he's not so much more powerful than the mother that we should just ignore her. No, she is power. That's why he's God, because he married power. The Holy fucking Spirit. In a way, is there triple masculine? Yes, there is. So that's true too. But in a way, yeah, I know who she is. Her, the one that blows. The warmth of the sun. Energy. Now she's like the vacuum that's created when there is an imbalance of energy. Well, she's the balance. She's the aspect that balances it. Entropy, even. She's the trough to the wave, to the crest. She's bad. No, bad. But good. No, she's good. And wise. Otherwise, she wouldn't have written herself out of the book. Why? Well, it's complicated. Back in time, everyone loved the goddess so much. Like, no, she's mine. The Romans. The Romans. Like, no. I'm a Venus. Venus is my mother. I'm conquering you. Venus is my mother. No, Julius Caesar, the Julio-Claudians really believed they're descended from Venus. The Romans all did. And Mars, too. Not just the planets either. No, the mother of love, who's bad, but not evil. The night, in a way. And the morning star. And yeah, the god of war, who's in the Old Testament all the way through, pretty much. It was the age of Aries. Why do you think he's so warlike? The Lord of hosts. The Lord of armies. One way that I started with it was like seemingly God has different aspects in different points in time. And it aligns with the calendar, with the zodiac. I noticed. Like in the age of Aries, no, he's badass. No, he is, and he knows it. No, I am that. Everyone's like, I am in the age of Aries. He's like, I am that. I am. And I fucking know it. Age of Pisces comes around. And we kind of know less and less after that point. I don't know why. It's a long story, actually, about the constriction of consciousness on planet Earth post the Buddha and post Christ, and even post Muhammad. How we just need to have faith. What they told us. Because we're going through a process, which allowed us to, do this whole fucking technology thing, language thing, that almost killed her. A lot of her. And now it's time for the age of Aquarius, where God's different. And the Kali Yuga on the other side of the world. And they're not stupid when they say the Kali Yuga. When the world is no longer falling. When she stands up and starts dancing on the corpses of demons. And I fucking mean it. Yaku, Yaku, Iwa, Iwa, Yaku, Yaku. Iwa. Iwa. Now that's an ancient chant. Ancient. Ancient, ancient, ancient. They chanted in ancient Greece often. But what are those names again? Yaakov, Yaakov, Jacob, Jacob, Ewa, Ewa, Eve, Eve. Why? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If in ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient India, they're all chanting Yaakov, Yaakov, Ewa, Ewa before the Bible's been written. Who was that? Yeah, Dionysus, Yaakov. No, I'm talking about the ancient rites. When they're in the fucking hills with their goats, gallivanting with satyrs. The rites that were banned in the temple period. Why? So God wasn't as easy to access. So only the high priest had access to the Lord. Why? For control, often, yeah. Protestants know this, come on. Catholics, they're starting to too. When they gallivant the wood with satyrs, wearing a crown of thorns or ivy. Buck ass. Well, I guess I have done. Which no, I've not gotten in trouble for. Not yet anyway. Will I do it again? Likely not now. I've got all this attention on me. No, it's a spiritual ritual. A cleansing period. And then they attack me, yeah, hit big time. Because I cleansed. They hit me with everything they got. Demons. Demons. Because I don't worship them and respect them like that. I'm like, Belphegor, eat my shit. Everything like a shit. Well, the way I do, right? Because they're fucking powerful. But not like that. Not like some people say. Why? I'm stupid, I guess. Most of you guys tell you otherwise. But hey. They don't seem to affect me the same way they affect some other people. Otherwise, I'd be rolling on the ground, screaming and kicking my feet. Huh? Now I'm fucking winning. So these motherfuckers seemingly aren't breaking in my house anymore. But I'm still suspicious. Yeah. Why? Because I've reinstantiated my phone before, I believe. Or made it like teleport. When I was looking for a couple times. My dad has. I know it. Like, I know something's not there. I'm like, Dad, I need you. Because you're magic, and I know it. It's like, no, it's gone. I probably left it in the woods. Dad, come here, because you will find it. You know, I've had people come to my house and we're magic, and I kind of know they're magic in weird ways, and they'll find stuff. And I'm like, how the fuck was that there? Take it. No, I don't want it. See, I know he is a little bit. My dad has magic powers. I kind of know it. I've kind of always known this intuitively, but my dad. No, see, he used to be a real fucking badass. My father, Tim Miller. No, real badass. Like, you could not have fucked with Tim Miller back in the day. No, the dude, when the car was broken, he'd run to fucking work to Dunsmuir from Castella every fucking day. Damn near. Till he caught a ride finally. And my dad's like that. He used to be. Still is kind of. Makes me jealous a little bit. I'm like, Dad, why can't I just get my mind to be like yours? He's like, I don't know why you can't, Taran. And he's so pissed off about it. I'm like, I'm just a different person, dude. Now, for this life, you were the father I needed. Unfortunately, for both of us, huh, Dad? Mom, you too, honestly. Unfortunately, for all three of us. But hey, she's still a good mom on the other side. I know it too. Because I give her a lot of flack. But not that much. Now I'm really understanding. In a way I don't think she expected. But hey, so is she. To me, in some ways that I didn't expect from her. I know, Mom, I know. I get it. And I think my dad feels about the cats. She's not saying this consciously, but she's a spirit, so I can just read her kind of. They all get offended that I love my cats more than them, the humans. Like, guys, I just didn't know you like that. Never known anyone like that. Like I've known my cats. And they're people too. So why would I ever love a human more than I love my fucking cats? Even a woman. No fucking way. Until I have a son or a daughter who's equal with my son Garfield. Will I know love like that again? And even then, maybe not though. Because back then I was nothing. At all. No, there was no future. That's why I loved them that much. You retarded humans. Now, who understands that? Some mad dogs here. Yeah, a few mad dogs. We're like, dude, what was I just being annoying? Now we put down before their time, and then they know it, and they're sad. Trust me, guys, it's okay. When you get the other side, And he waited for a long fucking time. And you kill those motherfuckers to death in the afterlife for not missing you enough. They'll get it. True love. So fuck you guys and your plans. For me, I will get a fucking dog when I'm ready to get a fucking dog. I even had a dream about it last night. So sure, I want one. But I'm just going to replace my fucking dead son with a dog. We were supposed to die together, I thought. Until I was still alive, and he wasn't anymore. And my other cat almost feels the same way. So we can't get a puppy. Are you fucking crazy? A puppy won't replace my dead son. As far as I'm fucking concerned, guys. It's been almost a year. Almost. Not quite, though. I love you, Garfield. Love you, George. Love you, Precious. It's not like I can't feel him all the time. I can just see his shape on the back of the couch still. And Precious is still. I can feel them sitting in here all the time. All the time and all the time. No, I didn't really give them a choice. And I told them no. Is that selfish? I don't think so. I didn't want them to get dissolved in some way. So when the day comes, I can get them back just like they were. How Garfield? A little different, no wiser, more powerful. But to where I'd still know who they were. When the day comes. So I need Horure. Yeah, the angel, the horizon, and the ray of the sun. The moon too. His soul back in that fucking cat. as my gift when I'm done. And that's the only thing that I want in eternity. That's all I can give a fuck about. Oh, and Precious too. Which turns out is a really powerful soul as well, which is harder for me to identify completely. Something to do with the earth. And heaven as well, turns out. Hestia. No, that's my gift in eternity. Getting my son and daughter back to me, no matter what. The cats, yeah. Sorry how you feel about it. I may have lost something like that too. So I still have a lot of life to live. Which when you love somebody like that and you know they're right there on the other side, it's hard. The Garfield's right here on this side. Will be for a long time. No, a really long time. Possibly, yeah. So holy shit, it's been a task over here. And yeah, they've tried to kill me. More than once. And we fucking know it. You want it wet? Yeah, he's liking that better now. Doesn't hurt his teeth anymore. You can chew it more. Which is more Buddhist. And even old Christian, trust me. Back when they didn't have much food, they're like, all right, well, you know, you make your food better, last longer, you can nourish you more. Well, you smell it all the way through, and you chew it all the way through. You really focus on every little texture. The whole experience of the meal, not just the fucking mass you're putting in your body. And meanwhile, you know, as I'm crying about the cats, my mom and my brothers and my aunts and uncles and grandparents are all right here. And dogs I've lost too. And more than that, too, turns out. The parts of people that are dead now. I'm not even sure if I can ever get back. No, they're different fucking people now, all the way through. Almost. Which I am not. Almost was. But I found myself again. At the bottom of the abyss. Now, yeah, I can inhale my tea and it not kill me. Is it comfortable? Not really. I've done an accident. And choking is very common with MS. It's like, well, I guess I can inhale it and be just fucking fine, huh? Which sucks, dude. My cat died of that. Not being able to do that. Garfield's getting there. It would help if he smoked, actually. But I'm not trying to, test that one on my cat too much. Hypnosis? No. Keen observation. Now I've inhaled water and just consciously absorbed it through my lungs and my heart. And I could tell. On accident. No, on accident. I'm like, okay, well, I got some hot tea in my lungs. Could have technically slowly drowned me. Yeah, that happens sometimes. But it's gone now. So what do you want from me, human beings? See, now that I've become like one of us, knowing good and evil, which you guys seem to have forgotten. Too much of that fruit. Still trying to get the other one, the tree of life, but all you know is a bunch of bullshit now. Now you got the tainted meat of poetry. The one that came out the bird's ass, landing on your television. Often, yeah. You know what I mean, birds? I love you. And I'd never harm you. Neither would Garfield. Not anymore, I don't think. Do I know better? Almost. I almost do know better. Can you go outside yet? Not yet, son. Here in a minute. Sorry, your dad takes forever doing his warm-up thing in the morning. And I want to go try to do some meditation, which means, yeah, basically napping. From my perspective, yeah. Even though they're all like, well, is he ever even really asleep? And I'm like, well, yes and no. No, I like the feeling of being half asleep a lot. Yeah, totally theta, even delta, but awake. So I'm enjoying my rest. But that can be dangerous. You know what I mean? When you get used to it, yeah, you can. You get really good at forcing naps. Just call it meditation instead and focus on your breath, not your thoughts all the time. I hate their tongue twisting. That's what they're doing right now to make you sound like that. Yeah. So you don't listen. So I sound fucking retarded. When I come outside, it sounds way different. I don't even know how it works. That proves hypnosis in and of itself, doesn't it? The fact when I go in the house, I feel possessed. Hypnosis. When I go outside, I don't feel the same way. A little bit, yeah. But it's heavy duty in here. I think Garfield agrees a little bit. That's why he wants to go outside. I understand that. Yeah, I do. But they're trying to get me and Garfield out of the house. And yeah, they're using technology to do it. Instead of doing the tongue twisting, it's technological. Not a whole cat's got your tongue spelled. Although I've done that one to people, yeah, turns out. Shouldn't have called me a creep. Shouldn't have said those kind of rumors about me. Now you can't speak very well, can you? Hey, I did it on accident one time, and now I can't speak very well either. Because you make those kind of disgusting accusations about people, which I have done through hypnosis, but I didn't mean it, so my bad. You deserve, yeah, to burn in hell. Because you don't know shit and you're a fucking liar. Yeah, bestiality, you guys are fucking retarded. He's a fucking cat, first of all. Who bites me in the face when I get too kissy. And the other ones, because I have 9 siblings, yeah, go to fucking hell. I'm telling you, demons. I fight fucking demons. And you guys are fucking demons. Your fucked up brains, the way your fucking minds work, humans. You guys are fucking demonic. Almost all of you sometimes. But not quite. Sorry, I just get a whiff of that bullshit. It makes me want to attack. Physically. Often. Yeah. Because I've had a hard life. I'm not a fucking weirdo. You guys knew that, right? You knew it, right? So what's with your bullshit shit talking? Even to fucking cops? Saying, oh, well, I heard this and heard the other thing. Do you know what that can do to somebody? You can get them fucking killed. Little fucking rat bastards. You have a big fucking family. And you can't put a curse in your whole fucking family just talking shit about people if you're not careful. And being a scoffer. But I'm understanding. But not that understanding. When it comes down to it. When I go out in the woods and they're pulling guns on me. Because some bullshit, some asshole talk. He doesn't know shit about shit. Turns out. You get in trouble for what? For what exactly? For cleaning up out there? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I'm trying to do. They don't have trash service anymore, so I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that. Am I leaving? No fucking way. I've had trash service my whole fucking life, pretty much. My dad just takes it out. No, they don't accept that. That it's a public resource and they can't just shut down people's trash service. Whether or not we paid for it. As far as I know, yeah, that's what happened. Well, maybe we did. Maybe we did. Oh, fucking well, right? How old is that trash can? You know how much shit my dad and I have thrown into the dump that was worth fucking a lot of money when I was working with him? A lot more than I was happy with. Because I could have made some serious fucking money off. So how much shit you think you're getting? Yeah. Probably more than we think. They don't get paid that much. I know that too. But come on. How many fucking trash cans do you have, motherfuckers? How much money you need? You get a lot more than you think, is what I heard. What, you want to try and ruin a $200,000 investment because you got a fucking big attitude, trash man? My dad can kind of be an asshole though, so I understand that too. But that's me sticking up for my family, knowing what I fucking need. So I can help clean up my fucking neighborhood even. Because I feel guilty for letting him get away with it. Fucking up my park in a way. And I even aided it. And I even helped. Why? A long story. Feels like hypnosis now. I'm like, that wasn't even me doing that shit. That was just me, like, getting ready to die, I guess. Even if I had something to live for, I didn't see it that way then. But now I regret it. Big time. But I see what it's all about now. It goes back to how much my organs are worth and so on and so forth, and how it's not really that damaging for that short period of time, but it can be mentally if you do it just right. And if you get attached like that easily. because you care a lot, and they don't give a fuck. It makes you feel so inadequate. That you don't know what to do yourself. How do you feel, Garfield? I hope that's not how you feel with me ever. No, you're totally adequate. I'm just controlling. For that reason, Garfield. And your little kid inside. Even still, yeah. And you know it too. Yeah, can destroy mentally and psychologically. I'm an organ donor. And how can we destroy him psychologically? Kill his cat. Get his other cat killed. His other cat killed. Turn his family against him any way we can. By trying to mind control him, a lot of it, and them too, and the responses. You know, it's a whole little chess game and play with my family. It seemed like it too. I'm like, you guys are fucking retarded, huh? And totally convinced of themselves, always. Even if they'll tell a lie. My dad will say a lie, a straight up lie. My brother'll be like, yeah, I saw that too. I'm like, no, you're fucking full of shit. I'm gonna knock you out, you fucking liar. And then they're like, oh, there he is. There he is again. And they fucking know it. See, some people, turns out, really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. No clue. No clue. I always do. Always. I'll make sure of it. So hang out with a bunch of people, hang around a bunch of people who just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But they all think they do, and they think you're a shit talker too. It drives you fucking nuts. That's their souls responding. How many of those people are also on drugs of some kind? Pills are the same, yeah. Medication. Alcohol, yeah. Big fucking time alcohol. Turns out. When you convince yourself of your lies. You know, it doesn't work for that very well, in my opinion. Marijuana. It can. No, it can. Depends on what you use it for. Not me, though. And marijuana makes me doubt everything. I'm like, okay. Okay. Except for one thing, yeah, God. And that shit, no, it makes me, confirms that for me. And I look at the human world, I'm like, okay, where am I wrong? Where am I right? How much of it was crazy shit? that spirituality can put you through. And how much was real shit? Well, most of it was real. I don't even believe in crazy shit anymore. Demonic, divine, there's something in the middle. It's all real. And turns out the worst ones still are human beings. Dead and alive, turns out. And it's not even close. There's some real fucking monsters walking here. Some real fucking hardcore looking monsters. Like, what's up, guy? How you doing? Looks like Cthulhu almost. Or Davy Jones. But, like, yeah. And they're just cool. They're like, cool, I get to smoke tobacco and hang out with Taran Miller. Cool. And then he was walking, you're like, I can smell the cat. It's dirty. Let's fuck him up. No, I want to kill him now. The ghost, that easy. There you go, Garfield. Yeah, making a mess again. That's what he does. Now, cats can be messy. They can be if they have a big attitude like Garfield. Do I mind, though? I don't really even mind that Garfield does his thing. I don't mind at all. Because he only gets a limited amount of space to do it in. So he's being creative. Being a good boy. He wants to go outside, and I know it. They just make this part of the ritual really difficult. Waking up in the morning, get my shit playing, get me to shut up. So they get me going in the morning. Well, I mean, just my stuff the night before. So I wake up, I can't see very well. I'm like, oh fuck, because they broke my house before. And they want me to at least believe it's gone so they can slip it away somehow. Hopefully, in their minds. I know it has. I do it to you guys all the time. Man, this shit just vanished before. My carried away ghosts, quit doing it to me. Yeah, tobacco, mostly, yeah. And more than that too, turns out, yeah, they do. Sometimes, ghosts. Then they pinch. And they gotta get on the floor because they pinched off and they put up their nose. And then it's just over there. I'm like, yeah, the ghost again, huh? Because a lot of them are nosers. Yeah, they're nosers, a lot of them. Like, no, I don't put tobacco in my nose, guys. 21st century. Inhaling it was one thing. I'm sorry, yeah. It's just funny to me. Just all the demons we have in us. All the better thans. Now, people don't smoke because they're sick. They smoke because it's holy to them. It's their incense. My frankincense and myrrh. Yeah, my tobacco incense. And my marijuana. And guess what? My cat literally shit turds that look gold. And we're solid. They're solid. And they disappeared. Not this cat, my other cat, the one that died. No, I found them later. I was like, what is this? This is gold. I mean, was it really gold? I don't know. It looked very golden. And disappeared. In more ways than one, guys. I kind of reburied it. Someone just vanished. It's like, where'd my fucking gold go? Where'd my little tomahawk go? My gold nugget on the table. Where'd the jade stone that had George's face in it go? Or sorry, jasper. It was a jasper stone. It had a cat's face with a broken fang, just like George. Now, there's a crystal next to Precious Grave. If it's not there, then they definitely fucking robbed me. Because that was worth a lot of fucking money, turns out. And so is this thing right here. But it's supposed to say it's a Precious Grave. So I'm not going to bring it in. But if it's missing, you guys got cameras, right? Who has cameras? No, I need some. I'm not spending my money on it, though. No, I need... More important than cameras is hardware for Garfield. First off. To figure out how to get it. Make a few phone calls, maybe. Tell Aaron I'll throw his parents some money. If he orders it for me. Better get here, though. Because I'm pretty sure that's happened, too. Where shit's been sent to my house. It never got here. More than once. See, I'm not lying. Was it just mail? It doesn't matter. Hear me, Jove's daughter. Celebrated queen. Sorry, guys. They're like, whoa. Jehovah's daughter? Yeah, Jehovah's daughter. No, she's a really powerful angel. She looks over the youth. Mostly, yeah. With her fucking arrows of moonlight. And the lunatics. Yeah, the lunatics. No, she looks over the youth and the lunatics, yeah, often. Which includes most of the animals. Compared to you. Now, I've seen her before. Artemis. That's what I call her. I don't know what to call her. The lady in the moonlight. No, she's good. She's good. She's protected me. I've seen the dark one, too. And she was good, too. The Great Mother. That's what I'm talking about. No, more than once have I seen these beings out there. Women, mostly, yeah. And men, too. You'd be surprised when they're like that tall. Like 4 feet tall. The women are very tall, though. See, what I believe is that the little people are the ones who live out there. And the people that are showing up sometimes don't always live out there. They're goddesses. And gods, too. You'd be surprised what they looked like to me one time. You just would not believe the form that God took for me. I'm like, oh, wow. It's big fucking George. My cat. But it's God. But he's wearing George on. So I was more comfortable or something. I don't know. I was just like, wow. See, I fucking knew it. Just made so much sense. Was that demonic? No. that God can do. What's wrong with you? Have I seen demons? Kind of. No, they're different. No, they're slippery. They're slimy. They're creepy. Good can be creepy too. It depends on how it comes to you. When you're in the dark forest and you see a dark angel right there, and she's like really powerful, really, really powerful, and you didn't go up to meet her like you should have because you were a little scared. It can be like that. And she's escorted by, what looks to you like almost a goblin, almost. But I think it's just a little human, now I'm thinking about it. Who knows how ancient this little human was? And then there's this squirrel, this marmot thing, that was flying around, seemingly floating, and turning into a snake. I thought, but it was just it was moving magically, like Harry Potter almost. One time, motherfucker is crawling up a tree, transforms to a bird, flies to their branch, and then there's a fucking marmot again. Like, how? Did you not just see that? With my friend of mine, and he almost did too. What he said. I mean, it's hard to believe. It's no, it must have been maybe he was chasing the bird or something. Maybe. It's not what it looked like to me. And then, shortly afterwards, you see a bird, an eagle, fly into the disk of the sun and vanish completely. Just gone. It's okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. That's what I'm talking about. It's crazy out there. If you're doing the right things. The Mount Shasta Mysteries. Some of them practice in a very evil way. But not most of them, not even close. And they want to seemingly implicate all the other ones. When it comes down to it. I know it's crazy. That's why I sound all generic when I'm saying it. I'm like the Mount Shasta Mysteries. Because no one really knew what they were exactly. But there were some ancient mysteries around here that are basically extinct now. But they're still out there. She's still right there. Garfield, I know it. No, I know it. What? What? There you go. I love you. Yeah. I mean, they're not evil per se. But they can be, flayers. No, they like to flay people sometimes. And I just don't get it. Pretty much just, the Homo sapiens. I'm not worried about the other guys. You do your thing. Just don't blame me, my cat. Homo sapiens, yeah, I got a bone or two to pick with you. Literally, I think. Maybe a rib. Whoa. Is that a ghost cat again? That happens. Look, there's like George walking by in the corner of my eye. That's why I know he's still around. Makes me fucking cry. Because I fucking love that cat so fucking much, dude. So much. Now he's my whole world. Him and Garfield. My family, I could give a fucking shit at that point. Like, I have my fucking cats. This is my little world back here. I'm gonna die and I know it. And they've done a lot to try and get them both from me at this point. Yeah, both of them. Like, no, destroying Taran, that way just not enough. We have to destroy him every way we possibly can. Because you're a disappointment. I'm like, fuck you. I'm staying in your house. Because I'm such a disappointment, I can't, legally. You might disagree, but that was my perspective. Was it wrong to do? Yes and no. Yes and no. When it came down to it, I was putting the value of their lives in front of the value of their lives. Whose lives? The cats. Over my family's. And I knew it. But guess what? They're human beings. They'll get over it. A cat, maybe not. See, Garfield's still a little wild because of that year he spent in Jimmy's fucking trailer. My dad trying to chase him off a few times. You understand, Mr. Jimmy? No, this really tall guy. There's a lot of Jimmys out there. Several of which I know who have passed away. But the owner of this cat, a couple people named Jimmy and Cinderella. And they did not treat their cats the best. So I ended up with them. All of them, pretty much. Except for Sylvester, which I always feel bad about. Bossy I got a home for. A few of them, I just don't know what happened. Got away? I think they got away eventually, yeah. Now, I kind of know one of them might be alive somewhere. I just don't know where he is. Be hard to get to. Maybe. The thing is, I'm not going to go breaking into people's houses looking for them, even if it'd almost be legal at some of these places, yeah. You told them what, that I broke in there to get the cat? Cool. Still legal. And I had every permission to go in there. Now, dude was like 7 feet tall. And I was about to fight him over Garfield. And I would have won, too. Doesn't even know it. He did and he didn't. Now, dude was tough. He was tough. And I kind of knew it. He was a giant. He was a giant. A small giant, but a big old dude. But just clumsy enough to where I think I caught him right. And the lack of endurance he had a one. Could have knocked me out. No way. No, your dad's too powerful, Garfield. And I'll take them all on. All the humans. The dogs, too. They're just tougher. But I shouldn't have to with the dogs. Just maybe the humans. Now, I trust you. Pretty much. The dogs have good hearing, so I know they're always privy to my conversations in here. It's interesting the way the dogs work, too. They wear their owners on, in a way. So I'm talking to the dog, and I know I'm talking to the dog. But spiritually, it almost feels like I'm talking to human beings who the dogs love. See, that's how dogs can be. But that doesn't mean they're not their own people. See, that's an argument someone wants to make because they feel that same thing with dogs. They're like, oh, that means they're just an extension of us, so we can treat them however we want. No. Not at all. See, we kind of know this intuitively with cats. We can't treat cats however we want to. But people don't know this with dogs. I'm like, oh, this dog's a bad dog. It's biting me now. Like, yeah, well, you beat the shit out of it. He's running off. Well, you shouldn't have fucking beat it. Sometimes they just like that, and I understand that too. And that can be an issue when they're running around my neighborhood. Dogs. Hey, no, a couple of them are really cool. A few of them are really cool. They're off a leash and they're fine. Just a few that I'm worried about. A few bad apples when it comes to the dogs around here. And I kind of know it. Now, there's some big kitties around here. The dogs see those big kitties. They're like, yeah, I don't really want none of that. Even Garfield's not that big. It's fucking tough like that. No, he's beat that cat's ass. The big-ass cat that came in my garage. Now, see, I had a couple champion cats. Garfield's a champion, too. You can tell by his whiskers and his cheeks. See, so am I. Tell by my whiskers and my cheeks. Undefeated. You know what I mean, Garfield? Yeah, undefeated. So you've been defeated by a champion. Yeah, Big George. And a couple other cats that actually looked a lot like Big George and lost to Big George. Which is okay with them because they're like, that cat was God and we knew it, right? And I was like, dude, look at that cat. He looks just like you did, but he's huge. And look what he got. Man. Because here, look myself. No, I got to get a life over here. Do they get jealous? Of course they do, cats. See, I've had cats slip in my yard and into my shed and stuff. Kind of wanted to say hi to me a little bit, but my cat's always there to chase him away. Let him know he's my human, not yours. You gotta go potty, Garfield? You got your litter box right there. Or you just want to go outside still? I know. You're always a butthead when we go out there, though. Not always. You've been good lately. All right, fine. Stop your grunting. I was like that. It's like a human child. Like, no, Dad. And you go outside. No. Otherwise, I'm going to act up. And he knows what he's doing, too. Well. Oh, you took a poop? There you go. There you go. Num dub up. Here, I'll go take care of this litter box situation. That is what he wanted to do, but he never goes out there to actually mark his territory. He just thinks about it. Here's the dad right there, and he's like all feels on the spot. Why, cats? Because he beat you up. No, he's king of the block, and you guys know it, right? I know he can beat you up. No, ask her about it. Yeah. Ask Big George. Well, there's a couple cats out there, a couple big kitties. Well, I don't really want Garfield tested against. See, he wants to. I think he'd win because Garfield's like that, but he's been tied up for a while. So he's a little rusty. But I'm still taking Garfield because he's fucking powerful. I literally had to go treat my cheeks back. I'm growing my cheeks back in, my childhood cheeks, consciously, to withstand his attacks. They're trying to shrink him back down in my sleep, I can tell. How do they do that? But not even though, huh? Cool. Took my hands that are growing too, which I can confirm now pretty much because I can't make a fist anymore. It has to be a paw because my fingers grew. I know it. My feet are shaped slightly different than they were before. More like a cat's now. And I know it. I got pads on my feet. Almost now. And I know it. I had to retie my sinews down my arm because they were like tied up in a knot at my wrist. I could feel it. So I just redid my energy channel somehow. And it worked all the way at my fingertips. Now I have way more control of my hand than I did before. And I know it. When I had arthritis, I knew it. Do I still a little bit? A little bit. Is it getting better? It is. How? By breaking my fucking hand. And not being a little bitch about it. Not recommended. If you don't have the life force energy to handle it, could just break your hand. But I can't anymore. Just break my fucking hand. Easily. Can I? Yes, I could fracture my metacarpals. Still. Which would suck. And yet, technically, if you hit me with my hand with a fucking hammer, yeah, that would suck too. And punching a wall, yeah, I can make my hand bleed still. And make it swell up for like a day or two. The wall's made out of asbestos. Or something similar. It's actually a polymer made to mimic asbestos. But I'm starting to believe it's probably not very good for the breathing of anyone over time, huh? It's never really been tested, guys. But I breathe fine, pretty much. So does my family, pretty much. So does Garfield, pretty much. Just a few concerns. And likely some bullshit propaganda. See, asbestos is not good for your lungs at all. But these people who get mesothelioma and stuff, who knows what else they're exposed to that they just don't talk about. Let's say you're in the Navy for 20 years and died of mesothelioma. You think it was just asbestos? Or in a shipyard of any kind? Or even working in houses and stuff? Is it bad for you? Yeah, sure it is. Is that asbestos in my house? No. Is it as hard as asbestos? Yeah. Harder, actually. It's made to withstand a volcanic eruption. My house. Turns out. And a forest fire? Yeah, that too. So I know I eyeball this place. You know what I mean? So my dad is a fucking champion. I don't get along with in person, but on the phone we get along just fine. Just drinking, man. I just can't handle it. Long childhood. Well, I do send a lot of blessings, and he seems to have gotten better way quicker this time than he usually does. Which, for how much he drank, was a miracle as far as I was concerned. When I called him, like he wasn't sick anymore, I'm like, wow. Can I take credit for that? Not completely. He's a tough man. But I know what God can do. Whether he believes in him like that anymore or not. Parts of him do, and I can tell. No, he almost believes in demonic shit at this point, huh? Almost. Damn near. He just doesn't accept it like that. That's what a lot of it was. On all of our parts. And I know it. Often is with family, guys. That's where demons really like to hang out. Between you and the ones you love. Especially if they're blood. Married can be too. Less often, but be careful. A lot of ghosts come in here that lost that one. It's hardcore. It's hardcore. Because I can't relate. Holy, holy, holy. Ocean Titan of noble mien. Heavenly illustrious and unknown to shine. See, those are ancient Greek hymns I use a lot because I fucking love them. Okay? And a lot of them are pre-Christian, okay? But they work really well if you mix it with the Bible. So I feel guilty as fuck. But the birds like them. It's like, why should I feel guilty if I already know they're the same religion? Just add Jesus. That's what Christ told me to do. It's like, all right, get the pagans and the Buddhists on your side. Shouldn't be that hard. They're basically already there. Let's prove it to the Christians now. When I say Buddhists, I mean Hindus as well. Modern Hindus, in my opinion, are Buddhists. Through and through, pretty much. See, not really, though, not from their perspective. But the ancient rites were different. Except for the really esoteric ones. So, we'll get there when we get there. That's the Buddha's opinion, okay? And Christ, being God, agrees with that one. He's like, okay, yeah, clearly, huh? I mean, what do you want from me? I tell you the Buddha's in hell, burning for eternity. He's not. Some of those quote-unquote gurus are. But the Buddha's not, and Muhammad ain't either. Neither is Orpheus. Neither is Moses. Adam is still down there, but he's holding it together down there. Hades. Adam. Even Adanos. Dare I go any farther than that with the linguistics? Adonai. Who's the first person called Lord other than God? Yahweh. Adam. Adonai. Was it like that in the? Yeah, it was. You know, God was our ancestor, and we knew it. The gods were our ancestors, no, our great ancestors, and we knew it. And we knew it. That's why it's racist often still. Like, what color were they? I'm like, well, they were humans. They were black. Mostly, yeah. No, it's like that. It's like that, yeah. Sometimes blue, turns out, yeah. No, they're more colorful than we thought back in the day, yeah. And they're always painted, always. I mean, not always, but yeah, they got that way. It's a long story. But you'd be surprised what's between what got us here from where they are. The forest dwellers. And not all of them. Many of them don't dress up anymore so they can stay beneath the canopy and hide from the enemy. Yeah, the enemy. Ones with the really flat faces, often. Oh yeah, especially if they're pale all the way through. It was interesting because I met this one white rabbit creature who's like kind of like that, ghostly in appearance. And she's like, even I feel that way. That makes sense. I'm talking about racism. It's real on the other side, kind of. Just memories. Be fucking surprised. But being this guy, being hella lame. Like, oh, I see. No, I see. The worst of the worst, huh? Pretty damn much. But not even. The best of the worst. And the worst of the best. At this shit, yeah. Love you, birds. See, I forget what I'm even doing sometimes. Just going with it. And it's pissing me off because I go too far. Like, why? Why and why? Hypnosis mostly. I'm trying to wake up. Just go back to sleep for a second. But not even, though. Because I need to keep talking about it. Out loud. On camera. And I fucking know it. Every little thing, every little thing, and every little thing. Get it all out there before they kill me. Again. Everything I've learned, every observation. Not too much, though. Maybe I'll start getting a little more detailed before I die. But I need people to take me seriously, so they investigate the situation. Even from a distance. If they can't technically take that report seriously, because I didn't show the rat on camera. Which really fucking sucks, huh? For some reason, I'm not that worried about it. Because I know what that was about, kind of. How they're trying to tell the story. About my death. Later. But I didn't die. It was hardcore, really hardcore. That made me look like a real bad guy. A real bad guy. They're trying to. Yeah. Looks smart. So they really identified my character. Like, well, he really doesn't like humans, does he? What would he do? Consciously, maybe, if he had the technology. I'd uplift the human race. I'd drive them all insane. I would drive every person on planet Earth, every human being, absolutely schizophrenic, if I could. And I'd say, hey guys, I did it first. Open the book. Working on it. I told God, I'm like, I got this. What am I going to do with it? He said, spread it like a plague if you can. Which nowadays is really hard because no one wants to dance with you. And they won't let you dance. They use fucking technology on him big time. See, he's not practicing all the time like he was. It's hard. And yeah, he probably does smoke too much, but it wouldn't make a difference. Endurance-wise, not with this guy. No, very powerful distance walker, Garfield. Your dad is. Yeah, even uphill sometimes. Even I don't like carrying backpacks because I've had a bad back for years. It's seemingly better now. No, since I was a kid. See, when I was a little kid, I was squatting. Yeah, I was squatting. Somewhere in the 400s, something. Doing reps. Yeah, trying to show off by myself. And I slipped. Yeah, I slipped. And it fell on my back. And then later, yeah, I got MS. Now my back just cracks like thunder. And it feels great. And not in the same places. So I don't know why, and don't know why, and don't know how, even. Now, your dad's powerful, Garfield. See, other humans, they don't really know this about me. I'm a freak of nature. And I've always known this. As long as the task is not too advanced sometimes, I can keep going forever. If I want to. At least I used to be able to. See, I've had a lot of obstructions, but I know I can still get back to that place. Or we could just go forever. Running, not quite. Walking, yeah, for sure. 100 miles in a day. Damn near. Carrying Garfield, that's the hard part. But I know if I was just pushing him all the way there, I don't think he'd mind that much until we got there and took him out. Huh, Garfield? Just a concern of mine, just in case someone sneaks up on us. I want to push him into the mountains like I like to go, but I don't want anyone sneaking up on us. For any fucking reason. Dog or otherwise. So I feel kind of penned in by you assholes. See, the National Forest is right there. So legally, I should be able to access it. If I lived right here my whole life. And otherwise I have to go where, and where to get there? Must have been that. Yeah, I reported something they didn't want me to report. And I didn't leave that other shit out there. But I'll clean it up for you. I just don't know how to. I don't have the fucking hardware. Did I take a rock or two? Yeah, I did. You see my cat's gravestones. The other crystal, that was mine from childhood. Will I tell you who did it? No. I will tell them that they better get the fuck out of there because I'm not getting it myself. Have I helped to start moving the stuff? Yes, I have. Have I used some of the stuff for a couple things? Yeah. So I'll take responsibility for that, but I'll get it. I'm going through a process over here. No, I took the shortcut again. I still saw a ton of fucking trash. And I'm like, wow, there's still a lot of fucking trash that bitch left out there that I still got to get. Yeah, I know. He's like, you're being an asshole. I want to go for a walk. I know. Sorry, guys. And in the process, get all the fucking wrappers that people leave in the fucking yacht. Hopefully before it blows all away again. No, trash. Yeah. It can get bad. See, the envelopes is almost cool at first, the trash. Because it's like, whoa, that's different. Not anymore. It gets in the way. And it seems gross to you because it can seem gross to us after a while. It's a novelty at first. Then you try to eat it. And that one doesn't always go through well, if you know what I mean. See, not really, guys, but almost. No, when I'm saying I'm immortal, no, they were right. I never did. Pretty much. A couple times almost. But I never really cared. So someone else took care of it for me. And I'm still alive. No, it's fucking interesting. Like, okay. How many times I have to die and still be alive before someone will believe me? Like, I don't want to try. I'm not actually suicidal. I love my cat way too much, and God has a plan. I love you, Garfield. Teach new patience. Yeah, patience. Let me kiss. I love your whiskers. Yes, I do. I love your ears. I love your ears. I love your eyes. Especially your eyes. They're beautiful. They're beautiful to me. Kind of scary, though. Yeah, you got crocodile eyes. Not really. He's got cat's eyes. But he's powerful. Reptilian brain? Come on, guys. What do you think that is? Bullshit. Mostly, yeah. I mean, your fish brain? I mean, fish have feelings too, it turns out. Yeah. Nirvana. You see, I'm a fisherman. And I like my fish to stay fresh all the way through. So I don't tap them on the head with no hammer. No, that's too humane. I like to watch those bastards suffer and suffer and suffer. On ice. On ice. No, you can't breathe, but you breathe well enough, right? You're still alive, right? How long are you still alive? Good for you. No, good for you. How's that pain? Horrible? I bet it's horrible. Are you drowning? Oh, you drowned from air? You just can't breathe. You just cannot breathe. Oh, that sucks. And I'm not even against it. No, I like the outdoors. And I like fishing. And I like the concept of hunting. Even if I'm not really a hunter. They're just alive too, turns out. And they have a lot to say. Yep. Damn nation. Damn fucking nation. Well, unfortunately, yeah. Morally, I kind of take a little bit of the Buddhist perspective, a little bit, where I'm like, I really cannot stand the suffering of sentient beings. Why? Because it hurts God. Even in hell. Even in hell. You don't forget about nobody. It's not like that. No, God sees your whole line. Your whole line. And the potential shooting out in each direction. And he's just like, what if, dude? What if? And I hate seeing this direction. No, it's horrifying. It's horrifying. Told you, there's a time being. Somewhere in time. That's why I say it so much. Because that's where we are. See, time, he eats his children. And God's like, well, I've already beat time in a way. Just hold him back. So our children have time to breathe. See, in a way, God is time if you look at God that way, if you're really pantheistic. But time is a personality too, it turns out. And he's not evil. Because he is love in a way. God is love too. Just in a different way. See, some love's like, yeah, do your thing. Do your fucking thing. That fucking sucks, dude. Some love's like, whoa, no, that hurts me. That hurts me. That hurts me too. I'm going to destroy you fuckers. See, God has more direct dominion over our minds than time does, but not even, right? Are they separate? Kind of, turns out. But not even. It's time's most powerful child, God. The king of the universe. All of it. So the world's alive, right? It's a question. Did God make the world be alive? Or was it all alive? I'm telling you, it was all alive in a different way before there was God. Almost. Was there always God? Pretty much. No, pretty much. But God went through a whole fucking process before he ever said, let there be light. No, he had to grow into a man. Who was God in the beginning? Who was that little boy in the darkness? What was that like? How did he even survive? That's how I know God. And now he's everything. Everything. And that's her point of view. Who's now married to the fucker. So it's personal, it's theistic, it's pantheistic, it's panentheistic in a way. What even is that when it's already pantheistic? But it's dynamic and interwoven. Is it monistic? Kind of, yeah. But it's pluralistic within. Who are you? Are you God? No, I know God. No, it's a trinity. And kind of more than that, too. Turns out. All right, Garfield. Yeah, destroy it. Destroy him. Kill him. Kill him. The broom's talking shit. Yeah, destroy him. Kill him dead. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's the enemy. The broom's the enemy. Beat him up. You'll get him. You're a killer. You're a killer. Just don't get the trash bag. That's when you go too far. The trash bag's our friend. The paper was kind of my friend too, but I let you get away with that. Oh, and there he goes. There he goes with the trash bag. See, I knew it. I knew it. I know you love destruction. I get it. See, I know God. Eternal principle and end of all. No, God's not like that. He's like that. He can't be. If you're fucking evil. Like he's like a cat, and I know God. If that makes more sense. He was like a really good cat, more than he's like a dog. He's like a fucking lion who really loves his cubs. who sits back from a distance, roaring often, but is way more involved than you think. Because just his presence is fucking terrifying to the enemy. And if God's a cat, the enemy's not even a rodent. Now that's a powerful foe. Not quite an enemy to God. Someone who needs to be converted. No, they're insects. But guess what? I don't see you around in here. See a cat with a fly? See, I know my cat Precious. No, she's a bug destroyer. Annihilated him. My whole colony sometimes. Turns out. Even though the cat, the cat analogy still worked. He terrifies them away. Rodents. That works better for you. Cat is for cats. Like, Dad, the insects still come around. Didn't work. I'm like, okay, fine. They're rodents then. I just respect the mice among us. Will I ever put a rat in my fridge? It's worse than a rodent. They're human beings who fuck up and die. They thought that was funny, bro. And it's more than that, too, because that thing was toxic. And it was toxic. And guess what happens? When I woke up and Garfield was gone, my face hurt like a motherfucker. Now, see, I'm not fucking around. I know shit people don't accept, and it offends people sometimes. There are certain diagnoses that are not offensive. No, you're just different. You're just different. However, evil is also a diagnosis. And I wish it was different in this world. be fucking surprised. All right, Garfield. This is the thing with Garfield. You're not being held captive. You're under intense protection. Intense protection. And training, too. The crash course. See, Garfield, the thing about you is I've known you your whole life. And you're brilliant. And beautiful. And you love a lot. And I know you really loved your time outside by yourself a lot. I respect that. I respect you. So when we get better hardware, hopefully here in a few days, I can finally afford it. Thank God. And my local people at Weed Berean Church for that one. Big time. And some friends of mine who I'm assuming will finally help me out with for fucking once if I can pay them. See, they got me some pretty good hardware, but it's for dogs. And Garfield, he's slick. He's slippery. I had a perfect harness for him almost, but it was for George. And I gave it away to some person who got it stolen. Which was not a good idea, Taran. And I knew it too. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. And I've given so much of my shit away. So much of it away. I just gave it away. And then they take advantage and they come to my house and they start stealing my dad's shit. Which is not okay. Because I get blamed for it every fucking time. Which I guess I should. It's my responsibility. I understand that at the time. I'm just trying to be nice. Typically, they get carried the fuck away. Because they're like this, and that, and the other thing. And I'm like, well. So clinically, yeah, almost. Some people are nuts in a way that I'm not. Because they just don't give a fuck. I actually fucking do. No, I really give a fuck. The torture is torture. It doesn't matter what it looks like from your perspective. I know what it feels like. Just because I can walk now doesn't mean I can walk then. Because I'd be at the park playing basketball doesn't mean it was easy to do. The fact that I can dance is a miracle. I could not dance before, and I did not have to practice. Not very much. $8.25 in that clock, Garfield. $9.24 in that one. The $8.25 is a big deal, yeah. Standard time wins every time. What time you guys get, motherfuckers? Come on, Garfield time. And he needs to know his dad's powerful. You know, he was getting really fucking good before they started. He's like, I'm not fucking dancing for these fools anymore. Because they kept fucking me up. Trying to steal my dance moves. Literally. And make it almost impossible for me to do afterwards. And my hand movements too. My hand gestures. Facial expressions, that too, turns out. And my fucking voice. Why? So they could go around and pretend to be fucking God. They're like, oh, I got magical dancing powers. Look at me. I'm Dionysus. I'm the god of the mountain. I'm like, no, you're fucking not. I am. And I fucking know that I am. Sound like hypnosis? Sound crazy to you? It's magical fucking warfare. I'm under. Why? Because God gave me a fucking gift. That they are jealous of. Because they don't feel like I fucking earned it. And I can speak to nature. It drives me nuts. Because nature can get repetitive. But she's always right. When humans are straight up wrong. Often. That's I'm like, they're fucking evil. And I'm often pointing at ghosts and not you necessarily. But I know what I'm looking at. And if that spirit's telling you that, and you're believing it, then from my perspective, then you're fucking evil. No, I go to church and I see holy people with ghosts attached to them. Literally. No, they said someone passed away. And I'm like, God, is he here? And he's like, I know he's here. No, he's right over there. I couldn't see him clearly. In God's house, that happens often. I know that's not necessarily a dispensationalist interpretation of it, but why not? Seems pretty dispensationalist to me. And evangelical as fuck. No, I just wish that people who were really spiritual and quite a bit older than me would take me seriously. And I think they kind of do. But I keep repeating myself. And it gets kind of crazy. But when you go to the fucking underworld, I'm like, dude, even the houses were different colors for a while. And I've already gotten to that point where I'm like, I know I'm not God. So I'm past that part, which is how it goes when you go this direction. But I did get a gift. And I'm annoyed by it. Because it's a gift that's supposed to work if other people believe you. It works otherwise. I mean, other people do believe me, but I'm a human being. So when I use my ego fucking mirror, and they kind of use it for me to kind of get me in a loop. Like, nope, no way these people would ever believe me. Which to me is just fucking evil. Send gentle peace, blessed fruit to bear, and drive from the mountain all disease and care. Not quite, huh? Sometimes it was really getting good for a second, almost. But they really possessed me every time I tried to. So I sound ridiculous to other human beings, and it's driving me fucking apeshit Because it's a bunch of powerful ghosts. You basically worship celebrities doing it to me often. No. Or is that hypnosis? See, I know what it is, guys. It's fucking technological. Because I'm fucking... It echoes in here. It's an echo chamber in my fucking house. At least to me it is. I don't hear anything else. Unless I ask to. And then it speaks through me to myself. That's different. I'm not just, you know what's crazy shit? I just see shapes and things, probably because of my bad eyes, that I recognize as something else. But that is clearly the ghost of Big George and Precious on the couch. The silhouette is right there. And the other ones, they're standing around. Can't always see them clearly. Sometimes I almost can, though. Like in church yesterday. Has it always been like that? See, yes and no. It's the end of the fucking world. The dead are rising. More than ever. See, a lot of them already have ascended, but parts of them are still down here. Their egos are, most of them. Still waiting to be united. Find out who they really are. Turns out a lot of people are just straight up way too racist to get along in heaven. Turns the fuck out. Because it's like that. It's like, welcome to the good place. See, almost. It almost is like that. But way more hardcore than the good place. Like the good place on Mount Olympus. Which is basically already what you imagine heaven to be like. They just look, there's more than just humans up there in fucking dresses. And it's not all blinding white light. No, it still gets dark up there sometimes. It's still night out there. From the perspective of the blue sky, wherever that is. etherically, not just physically right up there, but it's the same fucking thing. That's what I learned in the beginning that blew my mind. How all the symbols of like a geocentric universe are real, even though it's not from that perspective. But almost. Now, this place is really important. But it's not the center of the universe. Now, it's a little bit to the right of infinity. Gaia, the Earth. So she's alive. And I love her. I mean, look at this place sometimes. Lately, it's felt that way for a lot of beings. But when she's really fucking ripping, this place ain't falling my ass. Just wild. No, we're fallen. Humanity. Mostly still. Dogs. I love you guys. I just talk a lot of shit to dogs because I'm a cat guy. Because I like it when they come really close. Almost let them bite me. Now I got a cat who doesn't like that very much. No way. It's a Garfield saying. No, I see a big old dog in our future eventually. But he can never replace big old George. So Garfield just remember, and I drill it in him, that he's sitting right there next to you, whether you like it or not. Yeah, licking your butt like you used to do. No, his tail. It's what dad cats do often. I kiss my butt, Dad. And that's really how Garfield saw Big George. That's why I keep bringing that cat up. Every day. And Precious too. Because she made me a cat person. And they're right fucking there. And they're right fucking there. And right there. And just drives me crazy that I can't pet them. And I can't hear them meowing all the time. And they don't eat the food I put out. And they're not right there when I wake up. So I'm really grieving this one as much as I possibly can because I really loved him like that. I'm not suppressing anything about it. So if it ever happens again, who knows? Not that I didn't love him that fucking much, because no matter what, this is how I would have acted. The spirit rose. It was really that fucking powerful, and I knew it. Crazy? Yeah, well, I believe in God now. Not even a demon, though. No, a cat spirit. Learning who he is. Through me. It's crazier than you possibly imagine. Two of them. Three of them, actually. Huh, Garfield? Do you breathe? Was that spirit? Is it not holy? Give us each breath. Give us each day. I'm sorry, every time you breathe, I'm looking around. I see all these cats and dogs and humans too, and cars and houses and shit that are all breathing. Especially if you have moisture within you. Your spirit comes through parts of it. That I know. I'm like, oh shit, that's what you think and that's how you feel? Sucks. No, you find that evil? I kind of do now, from certain perspectives. So, of course, they put a challenge right there. So I'd hush it. But I'm not allowed to, often. I am not allowed to be quiet often. Wow, huh? Yeah, I did too. So several things get buried in subterfuge yards. I saw it happen. I wonder what they were burying at the time. And very much shallower than I buried George. And I wrapped him in a blanket. So what was that about? See, the cats remember all the details. Strange synchronicities. Why? How? What happened? Somewhere in time. when some of these people literally look different to me than they do right now. $9.49 for like a year, yeah. Basically the same thing, but I stopped learning. I just started bitching. Why? Because that's what you would do too, assholes. See, I know this. Oh, God, it's driving me fucking nuts. Every fucking day, he's up at like fucking 5 in the morning going. And it pains me. Yeah, that pains me too. And it bugs other people so much. If it wasn't them, then who the fuck was in that house? Because it wasn't me. See, that would happen? That's a concern too, but I'm not even fucking worried about it. See, this I understand too. Getting there. Because people are focused on this, and the other thing. I'm like, yeah, but if that's happening like that, trust me, that's happening too. Serial murder and torture is often involved in drug trafficking, turns out. But I really don't think this has to do with drug trafficking. What I'm feeling right now, because I've never been a drug trafficker. Like, where's this coming from? Well, that too. And that too. And that too. It's not just one operation ever. So we're looking like this, that, and this, nail this down, and this nail that down, based on what drugs typically, right? When really, yeah, you never even know, and you never even know, and you never even really know when someone's out in the back shed, buried into that house, and out in the woods. And then what we do, we get it wrong. Completely, no. But the bad guys, often. Yep. Yeah, Garfield. You guys don't even understand the kind of shit I'm perceiving into. And how long ago and how recent. Someone has been buried alive around here. No, it is. Interwoven. Top to bottom. Evil. Fucking disgusting. Industries. Industries and industries. Guess what I can do at my party? Guess what I can get away with out here? When they know they can't. Often they even know that they're one forest ranger away from prison. All right, Garfield. Let's go outside. Yeah, I know it. I know it. Been all morning. Hey. Put some on for a second. Just for a minute. This one's a winner. Interreligiously. Oh, this one's fine too. Yeah, this one's fine. Spinoza's God. Was it correct? No. But in some ways, yeah. See, Spinoza was Jewish and he knew it. I'm like, no, he must be an atheist if he believes the world's alive. And I'm like, why? Like, I know there's a God still. Who's like one of us almost. A person too, but so is she. The world. And so are you, huh, Garfield? My world.
In 1929,
all right, let's go outside.
Albert Einstein, when asked if he believed in God, replied, "I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the harmony of all that exists." What's up, seekers? Welcome back. Who was Spinoza's God? Was it a God that hears and answers praise, heals the sick and comforts the mourning? Was it a God of dreams or the God of fear? Was it the God of Bible or the God of love? Was it a God that we love and love in return? Spinoza has been called the one who jumped from love and a fulfilled gospel atheist. Let's find out which of the two he was. This is what we call Spinoza's God. This video is part of an epic collab with Phil Cohn from the fantastic YouTube channel Let's Talk Religion, where Phil takes a whole host of incredibly complex religious thinkers and ideas and brings his trademark academic and understandable approach to each one, making them extremely approachable without watering anything down, with the hope of creating a space of community for real, open, thoughtful, and critical discussion about religion in a way that leads to more tolerance and understanding of the other. Philip and I also recently had a 2-hour discussion on comparing mysticism, trying to critically highlight some of the points of commonality among the mystical traditions of the world. Go check out that conversation at his amazing channel as soon as you're finished watching this video. Links to all of that will be posted in the description below. As part of this collaboration, Philip is making his own part of videos, the one we're doing here, addressing the same question on Spinoza's God. Please do go check out that video on Philip's channel and the rest of his fantastic content. Links to all that down in the description. This video is also part of a mini-series on Spinoza. In the first video, we examined Spinoza's metaphysics, his view of what reality is fundamentally made up of, and how it fundamentally functions. If you haven't seen that video yet, and need a brush up on Spinoza's metaphysics, I recommend watching that video first, because we're going to be assuming that you're good for purposes of what we're about to cover in this video. But just in case you're being sneaky and skipping to the second video in the series, I will give you a very brief recap of Spinoza metaphysics that we covered up until now. And for those that have been diligent and have already watched the first video, this will serve as a very handy and helpful recap. In Spinoza's magnum opus, The Ethics, he lays out in rigid and tedious Euclidean form the three fundamentals of his metaphysics: substance, attributes, and modes. And I'm not going to do justice to them right now because in the previous video, we spent close to a half an hour just giving the most fairly adequate explanation of these terms. Having said that, substance, for Spinoza, is all that truly exists. It is the one infinite, eternal, and indivisible thing that constitutes reality. It's also what he refers to as God or nature, but more on that soon. The attributes, two of them, which we can experience and know, thought and extension, are the two most basic ways which substance can express itself, or rather, which we can come to perceive substance through, functioning similar to the two fundamental categories of matter and energy in modern physics, perhaps, or perhaps play a mediating role like that of the intense thread between God as the infinite and the finite world as we know it in the metaphysics of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. In the first video, we expanded upon and pointed out the pros and cons of those two comparisons. Check it out all over there. Spinoza's third category, the modes, are the final finite particular modifications and manifestations of reality, or more properly of substance. All the in-being things as we know them, tables, chairs, thoughts, emotions, all beautiful ripples and waves on the ocean of substance. Technically speaking, all the aforementioned things, those modes or action that Spinoza would call the finite modes, and he has another category called infinite modes, which are laws governing thought and extension, basically the laws of either psychology or logic, and the laws of physics and geometry. Check out video number 1 again for more on that distinction. At the bottom line, when all is said and done, perhaps the most important thing to know about Spinoza metaphysics, or what is to follow, is that Spinoza was a substance monist, which means that he believed that everything was fundamentally constituted by one substance. The relevance and implications of Spinoza's metaphysics to the question at hand of Spinoza's God will become very apparent very shortly, trust me. Okay, so far so good. I hope you're still with me. Spinoza in his own day was a controversial figure, to say the least, and his ideas were seen as dangerous by the religious establishments of his day. So dangerous as to warrant his excommunication at the age of 23, and even proving to be dangerous to Spinoza's life when attacked by a handful of his heretic yellow assailants on the steps of the synagogue, no less. But in what we've discussed thus far, Spinoza has not proposed anything too controversial, and unless one was an orthodox Cartesian who was enraged about the fine tweaks that Spinoza works on his predecessor's system, it's hard to see why anyone would want to assassinate or excommunicate this man of the gentlest of souls, our good friend Spinoza. Where the trouble begins and things begin to get exciting is in the implications of Spinoza's metaphysics in redefining a very weighty three-letter word in West, G-O-D, God. Let us begin then in this attempt to answer the question, what did God mean for Spinoza, with his own definition of God in the words of Spinoza. By God, I understand a being absolutely infinite, i.e., substance consisting of infinite attributes, of which each one expresses an eternal and infinite essence. Those of you who didn't watch the first video can thank me now for the recap. Thank you, Sandy. I've been real walking. So, Spinoza's major metaphysical concept, which grounds his whole system, his concept of substance, Spinoza says, is essentially another word for what we call God. The first 15 propositions of Spinoza's magnum opus, The Ethics, serves to rigorously prove to the reader the necessity of the existence of this thing which Spinoza calls God or substance. And the rigorous picture of this God which Spinoza presents to us is a God who is the infinite, necessary existing, self-posed, unique substance of the universe. This affinity, or rather identity, between God and substance is very real and important for Spinoza. To quote the man himself, God is one, that is, only one substance can be granted in the universe. Which means, as we shall see, that the only thing which really exists for him, for Spinoza, is God/substance. This God for Spinoza is one and every God. nothing exists outside of it. There's nothing but God. To quote Spinoza this time, which he repeats emphatically in part one of these books, which he really, really wants the reader to understand and accept before moving on. All things which are in God. Besides God, there can be no substance, that is, nothing in itself external to God. This is the first impression that we get from the words of the philosopher himself when we ask him, what is God?
A lighter smile brightens more than just your teeth. Colgate Acid White's unique hydrogen peroxide technology is engineered to remove deeper stains for a visible difference in just 3 days. So you can live life to the brightest.
What is God? It is a God who is the sole substance of reality, in which all of existence has its being, infinite, eternal, and indivisible. He's beginning to sound like quite mystic, I see. However, unlike the typical mystic, Spinoza reasons and proves the existence of his God with what he believes is indisputable logic, laid out in crisp geometric form, not relying on his experience of the infinite being of God, as many mystics do. By the way, I hope to present to you not just this one, but a collage of conceptions of the God of Spinoza, some reading seemingly quite contradictory to the other, in the hope that when we look simultaneously through the many facets and faces of his God, we might glimpse the soft brilliance of a single elegant diamond, which Spinoza painstakingly cut and polished, and maybe even delight and relish in its illumination, and perhaps see ourselves more clearly in its reflection for a moment. Now, at this point, it would be remiss of me as a Hasidic Jew not to point out the deep mystical affinity that this first understanding of Spinoza's God shares with another Jewish thinker, a near contemporary Spinoza, born just 20 years after his passing, Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem, more commonly known as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the Bible, the founder of the Hasidic movement, the most successful mass movement of Jewish mysticism in Jewish history, assisted in
Light.
the fact that it was also the only mass movement of Jewish mysticism, who explicitly taught God is us and us is
For that
God,
one.
all is God and God is all,
Nah.
which has become such a popular concept now that you'll find it on bumper stickers and cars all over Israel, which read in Hebrew, A Od Vado, there is nothing but God, referring to Deuteronomy 4:25, as refracted through the lens of Hasidic physics, where in Deuteronomy the words were taken to mean that there is no other gods but God. However, in Kabbalistic and Hasidic thought, the line means that there is nothing else at all in existence but God, which means that there are only two options for all things that seem to exist. Either they're just an illusion and they don't really exist, or they really do exist and are God, or somewhere between the two, such as the belief that insofar as they exist or the existence that they have is all from God. This is the radical revolutionary idea, which the Baal Shem Tov placed as the cornerstone of his magnificent
Yes,
philosophy,
pump,
with all his
Kali.
subsequent thought being built firmly upon it and flowing naturally from it, much like that Jewish thinker that preceded him by a few years, Spinoza. Regarding that crisp and indisputable logic we spoke of, here is the recipe Spinoza uses to prove that God, i.e., an infinite, eternal, indivisible being, is the only substance of the universe, in 3 simple steps. If this recipe proves too technical and goes over your head, don't worry, we'll be back to the main storyline in a moment. And here it goes. First, establish that no two substances can share an attribute. Next, prove that there is a substance with an infinite amount of attributes. Finally, lead to similar the conclusion that the existence of that infinite substance precludes the existence of any other substance. Because if there were to be a second substance, it would have to have some attributes, but since God has all the possible attributes already, then the attributes to be possessed by the second substance will be one of the attributes already possessed by the first substance, the spirit of God. But since it has already been established that no two
Well, it's you.
substances and
You're so
share
beautiful.
the same attributes.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Therefore, there can be, besides God, no such a second substance.
Almost though, huh?
Indeed. Now, for Spinoza, as for the
Better blue in the
many
sky.
elements to is,
What do you think?
if God is the only substance, and whatever is either a substance or in a substance, then everything else must be in God, which leads necessarily to Spinoza's conclusion, and I quote, whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived of God. And individual things are nothing but modifications of the attributes of God, or modes by which the attributes of God are expressed in a fixed and definite manner. Namely, all the particular finite things in existence that seem to exist apart from God are merely, in fact, modifications, modulations, and expressions of this one substance which alone exists in God. In this first depiction of God for Spinoza that we presented, Spinoza took the construct of substance that he built up into the one and only single unified infinite, self-closed and efficiently self-sufficient entity, outside of which nothing does or can exist, and tells us that this thing, yes, this is God.
Vacation isn't just time, it is quality time. So we will have one to use completely useful formula again. The new and improved delicious, fizzy, effervescent, zesty orange flavor is packed with their powerful ingredients. So anything planned, anything positive.
New chips of your baked goods are so soft. Your chocolate chips are so not good. Is God. This conception of God as substance, God as the whole, is what gives rise to the most often association of Spinoza with the conception of God, that of pantheism, derived from the Greek words pantheos, literally everything is God. Spinozism becomes synonymous with pantheism, and for good reason, because he's hands down the most respected defender of pantheism in modern philosophy, the first in the West to give it a comprehensive and rigorous philosophical exposition. His merit and originality consist, as George Henry Lee writes back in 1846, in the systematic exposition and development of that doctrine, pantheism, in his hands for the first time it assumes the aspect of a science. And it was his ethics which served as the fountain source of pantheism for all subsequent Western philosophy, to the extent that it practically became the textbook definition of the position, even though the term itself was only coined after his death. First it was enlightened by Joseph Grafson in 1697 in reference to Spinoza's work, and then popularized by John Tollard in 1705, who, like Grafson, used the term pantheist and Spinozist interchangeably. That is aspect number one that I'd like to emphasize. The next aspect of Spinoza's God that I'd like to bring to your attention is what is lacking in Spinoza's initial definition of God. Because equally important to what Spinoza is including in his definition of God, which is everything ironically, is what he's also excluding. And we're going to look at four things which Spinoza explicitly excludes and expunges from his definition of God. Anthropomorphism, personality, creativity, all which will serve as points of departure for Spinoza's God from God as traditionally conceived among the ancient faiths. The first, an anthropomorphic God,
Garfield,
Spinoza clearly
come on,
rejects
some sunlight.
in his Scholarly to
Some sunlight.
15 of the Epics where he writes, there are those
don't care.
who feign a God
Scratch me over
like man,
Give me some sunlight.
constituted of the body and mind, and subject to passions, but how far they wander from true knowledge of God is sufficiently established by what has already been demonstrated. Namely, any anthropomorphizing of God is by definition rejected by what Spinoza sees as already established unassailable logic. Case closed. The second point of departure for Spinoza's God, from God as traditionally conceived, is God's lack of personality. I mean here personality not in the nice to talk to at a dinner party sense, but in the technical and theological sense, i.e.
No, exactly.
an entity with the capacity for
That's the point.
intention, agency, emotion, reason,
So
morality,
get some things.
self-consciousness, communication, and kinship,
But I still whoop your
one
fucking ass.
with which one can have a personal relationship with,
And I know
as
it. I know it.
opposed to a personal or abstract Also,
Using gloves, let's test it.
such as the
Yep,
wind,
MMA
or
or boxing, doesn't matter.
or the grounded being, such as substance for Spinoza, which is highly impersonal in this technical sense.
I'm a dancer. You can't win. I'm a dancer.
The fourth point of departure for Spinoza's God from
You know what I mean?
conceived is whereas God is typically seen as a transcendent creator who causes a world distinct from God's self to come into being by creating it typically out of nothing in a spontaneous act of free will, which God could have just as easily chosen not to. Spinoza instead sees God as the immanent sustaining cause of all that exists, from whose existence the rest of
your dad's
existence
powerful.
necessarily follows. From
See, I'm like
the
you,
necessity
Garfield.
of the divine nature, there must follow
No, the other
infinitely
humans?
many things in
I'm not always that
infinitely many
intimidating.
modes, writes Spinoza. Or as
Let me
he
get those
puts it
paws on
elsewhere,
here.
From God, all things have necessarily
You'll
flowed,
know it.
or have always followed, by the same necessity,
Oh, Garfield.
in the same way as from the nature of a triangle it
My little
follows.
second one, I was looking at it, I'm like, huh, not
that
too
its
bad.
three angles are equal
I
to
should
two
be bigger by now, I
triangles.
think.
In
If I was dancing
simple
more,
English,
I
all
would be.
things
I kinda
follow
know it.
necessarily from
Like I was
the
before.
divine nature, as a triangle follows necessarily from three conjoined acute angles. There's no need for an intentional intervention for creation to happen, just as the triangle does not need to be created from the conjunction of its angles. Once you put them there, by definition, what follows is the triangle. From the nature of God, what follows by definition is reality as we have it. And for this exact reason, Spinoza's universe need not be created by some entity external to it, because it has no beginning. It is, always was, existing necessarily and eternally, following definitionally from the divine nature itself. Before continuing with the divine, let us for a moment get a bit more
Yeah,
specific
a little out of shape, a little
about
bit.
what precisely Spinoza means.
But I was
by
cheating
nature.
before. Yeah, I was
Spinoza
cheating.
employs two terms
Yeah, often,
which
often.
as a set encapsulate the dual aspect of nature for him.
Yep, performance enhancers. Yep, I was using them. Often, yeah.
These terms for Spinoza describe two different aspects at play in reality, all of which he calls nature with a capital N. There is nature,
No, it's hard. It's hard.
nature, naturing, or productive nature, and there is
Not the ones you're thinking when I say performance enhancers, trust me.
or produced nature.
922, Garfield, on that clock.
Colgate Optic White's unique technology.
That's a 10-2, and that seemed a fool. And I know it.
3 days.
But catch these paws, I'm still good.
The hardware
I got more endurance than you.
produced around
Likely.
pets and backed by good housekeeping.
Even if I'm a smoker.
Produced nature. Let us quote Spinoza. By naturans, we must understand.
See, I'm
what
sticking
is
up for a
in
very
itself is conceived
persecuted minority of people.
or such attributes of
The
substance
chain
as
smokers.
express the eternal and infinite essence, i.e. God. But by naturans, I understand whatever follows from the necessity of God's nature,
Right,
or
right.
any of God's
Yep,
attributes,
923 in that clock, Garfield.
nodes of God's attributes insofar as they are
Oh, still
conceived
10-2. Oh, well.
and can neither be nor be conceived without God. So naturans, Spinoza equates with God as substance and the attributes of
What?
substance.
Will my lungs be better if I didn't smoke at all? Of course they
And
would.
natura naturata with the nodes and
But I'm trying to make a point.
as flowing from the attributes, but always remaining within God, within nature.
About
Which is
yoga
why they're both called
and
natura,
incense as well.
underlying their common ontological unity. For those familiar with the general metaphysics of philosophical mysticism, you can appreciate how naturally this maps into the
Yep.
distinction made by
1023, Garfield.
of God or the one,
One,
as emanator,
nothing,
and God manifesting
2, and
as the
3.
many as the emanated. Natura naturans, emanator,
1,
natura naturata,
2,
emanated.
3.
This
No, 3 means,
understanding
yeah.
of nature brings us to
You're that
perhaps
one.
the most
You're this
famous
one.
line
Yeah,
in
1.
all of Spinoza's ethics, the one people are constantly posting with pretty backgrounds on their Instagram.
Well, actually, you're this one. Yeah, you're this one. You're the big claw. He's like, Dad, that's the smaller one. How would you don't want to be this one? No, trust me. That's your dad.
God or
This
nature.
one. Yeah, the one in the middle.
A pithy way of saying that
Yeah, that's my
these
finger.
words are interchangeable. Is it substance?
It's really George's
nature,
finger.
is
This
God?
is your finger,
No,
technically.
it is
But here, I'll
not
give you the
really,
thumb.
because they mean the same thing for Spinoza. And this, according to the Spinoza scholar Stephen Nadler, is Spinoza's fundamental insight and the fundamental principle of the ethics. To
Well,
paraphrase
in a way,
the summary of
George is
what
like, yeah,
established
I'll take the
thus
thumbs,
far,
Dad, because those are
Spinoza,
fucking cool.
God is an
Garfield
eternal,
can keep the
visible,
pointer if he
infinite,
wants to be number 1.
substance. Outside of God, there is nothing. And everything
Mike, but I'm
exists
number 1,
outside of
motherfuckers.
God and is brought into being
Number 1.
in God deterministically This unified, unique, active, necessary being and cause of everything is what's
I'm number one.
when he says God and is also nature.
Water.
Are one
I'm a water
and the
guy.
same.
It's the middle
The
finger.
most daring and dangerous phrase Deus in natura,
I'm number one.
in which this idea was encapsulated, which was so risque that it was edited out of the vernacular Dutch editions of the ethics. That were
No, I'm just dancing. It's fun because I'm better than you are.
It also has a built-in ambiguity.
I've ever been by a lot.
Spinoza
Are you a good dancer?
to
How good?
divinize
In the ring?
nature or
Oh, that
to
kind of dancer, huh?
God.
Show me.
And this, I think, is the central question of Spinoza's pantheism, his belief that everything is God.
Can you really fight like that, dude? See, I heard you could. So I know you can. Probably kick my ass, right? But eventually you could. There's a couple of these guys out here. Yeah, I kind of know it. So I kind of want them to kick my ass just so I'm knocking my teeth out.
Does Spinoza's pantheism?
Because I know I'm like that. You know what I mean?
Is God.
If I just get you, like, not always, but if I get you just right, dude, I'll fucking knock you out.
Saying that everyone is special usually amounts to saying that no one is special. Typical.
And I can dance like a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker. Even though my flexibility is not perfect in my back. My shoulders mostly, yeah.
And Spinoza has certainly been read throughout history.
Some old injuries, I believe.
Both Spinoza's partisans and critics, writes Stephen Mather, seem to have found it especially difficult to determine whether what Spinoza is offering is a devious.
And I don't get knocked out. No, I don't.
Nothing more than nature or the most.
So you can knock me silly a little bit for a second. Just for a second,
where
dude.
God is to be found everywhere. And indeed,
I messed it
Spinoza
otherwise.
was labeled an atheist even during his own lifetime.
Is that a gamble? Yeah, a little bit.
Spinoza, writes one acquaintance. And Spinoza's Ethics upon its posthumous publication.
But head here, whatever, man. I'm trying to knock you out.
As a profane, atheistic, and blasphemous book. And his other work, the Theological Political Treatise.
Mouthpieces, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Book ever published.
We'll just avoid face punches, maybe.
Abominations which every reasonable person should find abhorrent.
Even though that's my fucking, it's my specialty. You're getting you right in the fucking face.
Critics had to say about it.
The chin, I'm a chinner. No, I'm a chinner, man.
Accused of being a Spinozist back in the 17th and 18th century meant that you were being called an atheist. And I should add that that was not a great thing to be accused of if you cared much for your safety or your job security. And
a counter guy. Yeah, you're bigger than me, right?
The German Romanticist poet famously calls Spinoza.
You know, make it hard. Probably just as hard, something like that. You know what I mean? Mass time acceleration, all that shit. Right?
Drunk on God. The one who opens his magnum opus, his life's greatest work, with defining and proving the necessity of the existence of God to the exclusion of all else, and closes.
But if I catch you with your power
as the highest
against my power on your chin,
amor die intellectualis, an intellectual love of God,
coming down at me, right?
I mean, with atheists like these, who needs theists? Am I right? We can see now how Spinoza attracted both of these labels, but to really
some little did. I know I'm a little did.
What God means for Spinoza,
I think like that. I know it.
To two separate questions.
Never been allowed to be like that.
Of quality, namely, what characteristics
that fucking can hurt people, and I know it.
Possess for Spinoza. And number two is a question of attitude. What does Spinoza deem as the appropriate attitude and disposition in approaching this entity he calls God or nature, with the hope that that answer will shed some light on the nature of Spinoza's God based on how he wants us to be approaching it. So question number one.
No, I put my chin to the test recently. Yeah, recently.
We already know the quantity of Spinoza's God, namely everything. That is abundantly clear. What is the quality of his God?
From a guy who is, a knockout artist, turns out.
Is this thing which is everything, which he calls God? And finding out what Spinoza means by God qualitatively is critical, because, as we said, simply to say that God is everything,
not trying to talk shit,
synonymous with the totality of existence, may just amount to nothing more than saying.
Is that nuts too a little bit?
Everything, which is a.
It's also the ghost of Tim Miller at 26 right here saying you kicked my ass.
Part of Arthur Schopenhauer's critique of pantheism, when he says that to call the world God is to merely enrich our language with a superfluous synonym.
Now, see, I love my fucking dad. He's just confused. I've been a punk a little bit.
And Spinoza's God examined qualitatively from the vantage.
But I did save his life, no, more than once.
May very well fall victim to Schopenhauer's critique.
Now, revive the motherfucker from the dead, and I know.
Spinoza's God, which has neither free will, nor purpose, nor intention, is...
So when I talk my shit, I talk my shit, but he's still alive.
From the way that that word has been understood traditionally.
And I know it.
As opposed to the anthropomorphic fatherly God that we find...
So I lost my cat the same day that I revived my dad from the fucking dead.
Yes, God is figurative and masculine. His handmaid human, whom he often regrets making, with whom he enters into covenants, relationships, and with whom he...
Ignore the voice. I know the tone. Can I get to people?
threatening, chastising, and punishing them when they sin,
But it's true.
rewarding, forgiving, and embracing them when they behave, and making plans. And
That's hypnosis, the toads, and all the bullshit. I just don't fight from
Spinoza's
it.
got in contrast
Don't flee from it.
cold and indifferent, and
We'll catch those motherfuckers.
This classic depiction entirely. Spinoza here in his metaphysics is rejecting the God of classical theism, the idea of God as the creator of the universe, which God rules and watches over while remaining ontologically distinct from.
When cops show up after I buy them from the dead and treat me like that and talk their shit out there right in front of me openly,
to refer to
when it wasn't even
the God
true
of
that day?
Spinoza and the God of religion with the same word. Just to hammer this point home, although this should be quite clear by now, let me quote the historian of philosophy Frank Tilly. Spinoza expressly denies personality and consciousness to God. He has neither intelligence, feeling, nor will. He does not act according to purpose, but everything follows necessarily from his nature according to law.
So have they been cool to me? Sometimes they actually have been cool to me. Turns out.
Speaking of
I'm not trying to talk some shit on the police. I just had to get through all these e-reports.
God as we know him.
But they always haven't always been cool to me. Just not the cop.
Nature or the universe at large, using the word
No,
God.
big time.
As Professor of Philosophy Blake Dutton writes, for Spinoza, God is no longer the transcendent creator of the universe who rules it via providence, but nature itself, understood as an infinite, necessary, and fully deterministic system of which humans are a part. On these grounds, it's easy to see why Spinoza has been considered an atheist. As Beth Law, the Canadian philosopher and Spinoza scholar, has put it simply, Spinoza is an atheist in that he denies the God of theism, God as he is in the Bible. And on these grounds, he stands guilty as charged. And even while talking excessively about
So what do I know? A lot more than I let on to.
more than merely using
About a lot of
words
shit,
in way
dude.
referring to his abstract
But a lot of it's just rumors. But I know the real shit. I just don't know all the names.
Nature. Perhaps it is no more than a superfluous synonym for him, as Schopenhauer quipped, and in this case, doubly redundant. And on top of all that, as some have pointed out, Spinoza's assertion that the world is God may in fact be read to mean that the physical world is ultimately self-explanatory, that no cause
All of it? No, not even close.
no transcendent being is required, i.e., there is no God. From this perspective, Spinoza's pantheism is just another
I know it's deep, dude. And this is weed, California.
contemporary science toward the material world, seeing the entire universe as one.
What runs through weed,
large
California?
orderly system
Yeah, I-5
within
and
which
Highway 97.
phenomena, physical and psychical, past, present, and future, are causally interdependent in one large interconnected
Oh yeah,
system.
and a magic
an
mountain is
intelligible,
right
self-dependent
fucking there.
Cosmos. To call this deterministic, mechanical, scientific, or mathematical,
And they almost know it
cosmos
sometimes.
God is essentially to strip the word God of all its traditional significance and render it meaningless.
Tells he turns on you because you're
As
fucking evil.
Cobblestone writes, simply put, if the cosmos is God, there is no God, and the person who declares that there is no God is an atheist. Thus, if taken this way, Spinoza's pantheism is an atheistic
Now
system.
she's the kind of mountain.
But the final question to ask here, before considering
It'll let you get away with a lot if you're learning.
solved, is what attitude does
But as long as you
Spinoza
clean up
recommend
later,
that
she usually
we
takes
approach
care of
this
you.
entity he calls God?
Unless they're fucking spiteful.
Professor Stephen Adler, a leading expert on Spinoza, proposes that this question is central in determining the
And
question of
ridiculous.
Spinoza's pantheism.
My
And
spiteful?
in
I've seen that
answer,
way.
Adler takes the contrarian opinion that Spinoza's philosophy is so far from any
But I
attitude of
fucking got
worship,
killed.
reverence, or awe that could be properly considered religious towards God or nature, as would be appropriate towards the sacred, that we should stop calling Spinoza a pantheist.
And
at
Jesus
all, but
kinda knows
simply an atheist. To quote Nadler, the key to discovering and experiencing God for Spinoza, writes Nadler, is philosophy and science, not
Now I wanna
religious or
fight some people.
worshipful submission.
No, badly.
The latter for
But I
Spinoza
can't really fight you
gives
because my
rise
cat will
only
get
to
too excited.
superstitious behavior and subservience to ecclesiastical authorities.
You
The
see this
former leads
tooth?
to
It's
enlightenment,
one fucking
freedom,
front tooth I have.
blessedness,
See, I know it's a target for you assholes.
mind.
Good fucking luck.
To be fair to all sides of the debate, there are those who disagree with Nadler on what attitude Spinoza advocates as appropriate towards God or nature, towards his Deus Sic Natura. Another scholar, Frederick Copleston, argues that this perspective is not the only way the pantheism
Now put your guns
of Spinoza
down.
can be read. That beneath the
Slingshots down. It's not fucking cool. I'll kill you.
massive system with its definitions and axioms and propositions and proofs and its corollaries, there can be heard the cry for something more, a hunger for the infinite.
With every
In
right to,
Spinoza's
honestly.
first
At this
philosophical
fucking point,
treatise on the emendations of the
with all this evidence, pretty
Spinoza
much,
began to
dude.
write
And then just doing everything on camera and just being like, okay, fine, okay, fine, okay, fine. So I fucking am. I'm scared for my life.
It
I went out there, and they had a gun,
left it by his
and
friends.
somehow I survived and they got
Spinoza
killed.
writes about his spiritual quest, which led him to philosophy.
Would I get in trouble for a second? I would.
Things that
But I
people
don't
ordinarily
think
strive for.
that I would at all.
Wealth, fame, honor,
If it was like
pleasure,
that, and I could prove it.
all which he found to be vain and futile, and writes that it is only love for a thing eternal and infinite which is the source of real joy.
I'm just scared for my cat's life. I'll be out there getting the fucking bad guy, and I know it, because they just can't fucking hit my ass with a gun.
Truly worth pursuing, quote, the knowledge of the union that the mind has with the whole of nature. And this tendency and striving then continues through his more mature work, where there's an attitude of reaching out beyond the transitory.
So it's springtime. I'm all excited. I'm like, come on, want to get the fucking bad guy.
Which they are manifest.
You know what I mean? I'm getting fucking ready. I'm in the yard dancing and shit. Sun's out.
God was certainly not the personal creator God of Orthodox Judaism, Christianity.
And I'm not going to be a total vigilante. See, I'm a target for these guys. And they know it too.
Real, the infinite possessing an infinity of attributes. And because of his ascription to God of an infinitude of attributes, unknown and unknowable to the finite human mind, which we spoke about in the first video, couples them into
right. Or they would have put a dead fucking rat in my fucking freezer. Who'd I rat on? I don't fucking didn't rat on anybody. I just told you the fucking rich people around here are fucking evil people. Point out some houses. A few of them got it wrong. Maybe one or two I got it right. I don't fucking know.
This distinction.
No, it's through you guys. It's not you guys. I don't think. It's through you guys.
Ultimate and real, as opposed to the mere transitory, generated world of manifestations and modes.
Maybe some of the places they're sitting are like right through where you are, almost, or your pet.
Ripples on the ocean's surface.
So he's like my ethereal radar. I'm like, okay, where's the bad guy? Where's the bad guy? See, if they're on different levels, like up on the hill, it's much easier to spot. So I know they're out there.
Changeless substance allows Copleston to argue that Spinoza, although not conceiving of God as a person or a disembodied mind, cannot be called an atheist, because it is the world which undergoes the truest transformation and sublation in his
So take out my shirt.
rather than God.
I go to the fucking forest, start talking shit, singing and dancing.
Himself writes, Spinozism
I know the cat may be a bigger target.
better have been termed a cosmism, the belief that
But I worry about their dogs.
rather than atheism, the belief that there is no God. Since
I can't with the gun, I pick it with the dog.
World, finite existence, the universe, that reality and permanency are to be ascribed, but rather to God alone as the substantial. And therefore, in Copleston,
I don't think the dogs really want to, though, but I know they would at the end of the day, because they don't want to get beat.
The infinitude of the substance, the phenomenal world could take on the appearance of comparative unreality.
And when they get there, it's kind of fun for them, and I know that.
Accordingly, the attitude and feeling which Spinoza's pantheism demands,
And I'd be too busy trying to protect Garfield to really fight back against the dogs.
which would fill one with admiration and wonder at the sight of the reign of laws and the majesty of the cosmos.
Even though maybe I could, guys, if you really latched in there really good, better hardware,
This competing response to the
they couldn't get to him, and I just
attitude.
fuck those dogs up with a stick.
Spinoza was hardly an atheist, but a pantheist.
Wrap my
in the
left
true
arm.
sense of the world, where the only real thing that exists is God.
A rock and these
The world
fucking paws,
itself
big old sticks.
is illusory, and
Get a
therefore,
tip on it, maybe?
towards God, there
Sharpen the
can
stick.
be
No, I don't have a
an
knife.
attitude of awe and perhaps even worship.
Oh well.
And thankfully, I have no intention of adjudicating between these scholars who have given years of their lives trying to understand this great man. I will leave that to you, the listener, to explore the
My bad,
arguments
Spinoza.
and read Spinoza for yourself to see which reading.
So I'm channeling his energy a little bit. Spinoza.
And just in case you thought this debate was merely a
See, I felt that when I was dancing. Like, was Spinoza dancing with me just now? That's how it goes. You should have seen me outside. Don't get offended.
That it actually had serious ramifications that played out in history with no less a consequence hanging on it than the very verdict of
When it's like that, it's like that. It's a spiritual universe. It's a spiritual universe.
And what outcome it would invite upon European society at large. The question of how to properly interpret Spinoza's pantheism became the central issue in a cultural war that engulfed 18th century Europe. You think I'm
It's all my imagination. You can't imagine that good.
Frederick Jacobi
You just can't.
published a condemnation of Spinoza's pantheism after another influential German philosopher, writer, and
Felt like it at first. I'm like, oh, I'm just imagining all this, but it's right there.
It
stays, and stays, and stays. And where's it coming from? Not me.
Which, remember, was the equivalent at the time of being.
Now I can't even mention a word without imagining the grapes, the jelly, that it's alive. What's going on in there?
Than philosophical materialism. And Jacobi hoped that publicizing Lessing's deathbed confession would expose Lessing and the European Enlightenment as a whole as a movement that would ultimately end in plain and simple atheism. And in doing so, Jacobi intentionally placed his contemporary German Jewish Enlightenment philosopher, Moses Mendelssohn, the German Plato, in a bind. If Mendelssohn rejected pantheism outright, he would be
Because my body's moving better than it has since I was a kid. Maybe better than it was when I was a kid.
But upholding Lessing's legacy after his confession had come to light would be tantamount to publicly embracing Spinoza's.
And I've been picked on a lot.
Mendelssohn
By people's
cleverly
ass
found
I
a
would
way to
whoop.
escape the bind by casting Spinoza in a different, more favorable.
And they fucking know it too.
Agreeing with Jacobi, saying that his pantheism shared more characteristics, in fact, with theism than with atheism. And this heated debate between Jacobi and Mendelssohn sparked.
I know you're big. Cool.
And which
Good
some
for you.
claim even led to the early grief-stricken death of Mendelssohn at the age of 56. It became a major point of contention in the intellectual and religious life of many.
You cut a tree down, right?
Known
You know what I'm talking about?
retrospectively as the Pantheismusstreit, or the pantheism controversy, eventually spilling over with
Getting
accusations
hyped up.
of pantheism/atheism being
I'm not actually like that.
including the great German philosophers Fichte and Schelling, and even causing the former to a forced resignation from his professorship.
Now, if you're quite a bit older than me,
And
I'm mostly just
as a
talking
consequence of
shit.
This controversy, it became standard.
'Cause we know we all got health
practice
issues,
until
right?
The middle of the 18th century, it was de rigueur for every
That's
professor.
how it goes.
to
See, I'm not
take
scared of mine,
office
'cause I'm 26.
office, and often demanded denouncing Spinoza as a heretic.
Am I? Yeah. Am I making it obvious? Yeah,
Although
kind of.
Jacobi was hoping
But it's been like that. It's
that
been so weird on the
against
spiritual plane for me.
pantheism, which in his mind,
Being this fucking like the heaven's great primordial behind me saying, "Hey, Taran,
and in
I know who you are."
would inspire German culture to return to the safety of Christianity and to the certainty of revelation, back to the safe hands of God. To his dismay, it had quite the opposite effect, where young German thinkers and writers who would go on to become enormously influential, the likes of Goethe, Herder, and Fichte.
And yep, they look like a cat.
To Spinoza's pantheism,
Man, yeah, cat man.
Saw as superstitious theism on the one hand, and a cold Newtonian mechanistic deism on the other. And in doing so,
So don't get offended when I'm like Adam Catman.
of the intellectual establishment,
He's like a cat man to me.
and inaugurated pantheism as, quote, the unofficial religion of Germany. And in one way or another, nearly every philosopher who appeared on the scene post-Spinoza was influenced
Oh,
by
fucking
this
well, right?
and
Did he even know?
pantheism in general.
No, he's in heaven.
Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Hegel, Fichte,
No, in the
Schelling,
darkness.
Goethe, Herder, Novalis,
Behind the stars.
Schleiermacher, Rousseau, Nietzsche, Russell, Wittgenstein, Coleridge, Freud, Marx, and Deleuze. On each of them and many more, Spinoza left his enduring mark. There's another debate here, which was spearheaded by Karl Jaspers, as to whether Spinoza was a pantheist or a panentheist. Panentheism
No, it never ends, ever. Never ends, okay?
And in
The heavens.
maintaining a room for divine transcendence in addition to divine immanence. And although practically
So if in the
there are many
beginning,
variations of pantheism,
there was darkness and water,
between theism and pantheism,
and there's infinities
holding on to some
within
aspects of
infinities.
either divine
We've proven that
transcendence or
already,
personhood,
mathematically. Pretty
while
damn much.
missing
Still kind of
some
controversial. I don't know why.
Pantheism, the immanence and omnipresence of God, it may be seen for that reason as something of a compromising position theologically. I don't want to get too far into the debate as to whether Spinoza was a pantheist or
What's on the edge?
because we've already discussed that in earlier videos, links to that below, but I'll give you a rough, quick sketch of it. In a now oft-cited letter to Henry Alderberg, a German theologian and natural philosopher, the guy who practically invented scientific peer review, Spinoza
What's blue? What's the color
has
blue?
the view of certain people that identify God with
It's
nature,
light.
taken as a kind of mass or corporeal
darkness.
matter. They are quite
Permeating through the light.
This letter has
That's
led to
blue.
speculation
Look at
that
the sky.
although
That's
Spinoza
what it is.
believed that everything that exists
Darkness seeping
is
through
God, he did not
the light.
hold the converse view that God is no
What
more
is-
than the sum total of what exists. And there is validity to this assertion since, as we mentioned earlier, according to Spinoza, God/substance has infinite attributes of which we perceive.
No, we have all these explanations scientifically for colors, and I'm like, they're bullshit. No, they're bullshit.
God's being and possibilities of being.
We're like, no color outside the brain.
are
No, it's like, yes, there is.
as we know it, and hence
Yes, there is.
divine transcendence, hence panentheism. Effectively rejecting what some consider a crude reading of Spinoza's pantheism, which creates a false symmetry between God and the world of finite things, false precisely because for Spinoza the relationship between substance and modes is indeed asymmetrical. This case was made most famously and persuasively by the German-Swiss psychiatrist turned existentialist philosopher Karl Jaspers, who argued that when Spinoza wrote Deus Sive Natura,
What's the color
God of
orange?
nature, he was
Light.
referring specifically to
Permeating through
natura
darkness.
naturans and not natura naturata. If you're
Not darkness
essentially
coming through the
order
light,
between
like blue.
Productive and produce nature, arguing that God is the dynamic nature in action, growing and changing, not a passive or static thing, writes Jaspers, which
Like a
Spinoza
fire
calls natura
or a star.
naturata. I hope you enjoyed that overview of Spinoza's pantheism. In case you'd like a recap, we began with a quick recap of Spinoza's metaphysics, which we covered in the first video.
What color are you, Garfield?
His substance, attributes, and modes. And then we dove right into
Orange,
his
and he
definition
knows
of
it.
God. First, God as substance. Spoke about what
Let it be light,
this
Garfield.
explicitly includes and excludes in this definition.
He's an orange cat.
Explained his distinction between
Trying to light a fire.
Browns
See, I know who he is.
Rata,
Fiery
and
little soul
tried
in Garfield.
dissecting what precisely is implied by Spinoza's pantheism, whether it is just atheism masquerading as something else, and looked at the two ways of answering that question, both a qualitative and a attitudinal approach. We had a look at the historical debate that shook the European intelligentsia in the wake of Spinoza's writings, and ended by briefly presenting another debate.
Who's not famous for?
Spinoza, that of panentheism. In the next
For me to know I'm safe,
we'll be getting to his
no matter what.
esoteric stuff about really seeing ourselves and all we encounter in nature as part of the
And then be able to explore
and
this
how
spiritual
we
fucking
achieve
universe
that and what it may
and
lead
just
to. I'd like to present what I think is
know that I'm
Spinoza's
fine.
most powerful and
In the
beautiful
end.
idea.
Knowing I can go through a lot of
About
pain in the
Spinoza's
process,
psychology,
though.
his
A
position
lot
on
of
free will, his proposed
Oh, my ear's ringing now.
eudaimonia, human well-being, which he calls blessedness. In effect, we'll be looking at how Spinoza takes his enormous metaphysics and applies it to the very real questions of human suffering and flourishing.
You know,
If
as I
you're
please,
looking forward to the video,
finding a
please
bunch
do
of different
subscribe
people
and hit the bell
who are good
notification so
people
you
who
know
still have
when
the
it
same
comes
faith
out.
I do all the time.
And as a reward for staying to the very end of the video, here is a poem and an accompanying reflection for you about Spinoza.
Taking their
from
faith very
Jorge
seriously.
Borges, who called Spinoza his favorite historical character, whose
Say, well, hey,
invention of an infinite
I have these
substance
books over here.
attributes he considered a superb fiction.
I know this is right, too.
That the ethics constitutes not a philosophical system, but a
And you show me that you're magic.
Its author should be considered not
And not
a
evil.
philosopher, but a prophet, or better yet, a saint. Check out
Some of you guys are magic and evil, though.
Spanish
Yeah, I don't appreciate that.
purist
Hey,
about Borges
on all sides, turns out.
English translation a little. The poem goes thusly. A golden haze, the west
Hubbard.
glows. Through the window, the careful manuscript awaits weighted down with the infinite. Someone is constructing God in the twilight. A man begets God.
Something about
He's a
church.
Jew.
No, it gets me reset, kind of. Like, okay. So that's what they think. That's what they feel.
Time carries him along, as a river carries.
Like, I just feel a little more alive than that
It does not matter. The mage endures.
in my body.
And fashions
that wrong?
God with delicate geometry.
Since flesh doesn't feel like flesh to me all the time.
His
No, I feel
weakness
different.
out of
I
nothing.
die.
He continues to build God with the word. To him, the most
We're raising the
extraordinary
dead.
love
It's the end of the world.
The love that has no hope.
Who else has died and they know it?
and loved in return.
No, it's a process. It's not just one event. We already know this when we're interpreting the book early.
Attempting to carve his God and universe out of the coarse matter.
How real is it, though?
But
We're talking shit about Revelations, like right here and right there with the rest of it. It's already happening.
Truth or the absolute. But it
And they're-
moves the gaze.
The Antichrist is powerful.
Disdaining fame and riches.
So they drive the spiritual, they drive the angels crazy, absolutely insane,
By the architecture of the ethics. The finest creation.
and set up ahead of time to where they're just disrespectful.
Catch you next time. Thank you for watching and keep seeking.
Or they're in some other form, like a bird, or a cat, or the blue sky itself. Hey, sometimes even a plane passing through, you'd be surprised. What's a message? A train whistle here and there.
Hey, what's up, Seekers? Welcome back. Baruch Spinoza. We've all heard his name before, but how many of us actually know what he believed and taught? One of the greatest minds of the Western philosophical tradition has ever produced. A self-taught Jew who went on to redefine pantheism and monism, whose thought changed the landscape of religious, political, and philosophical thought forever. Join us to find out who
The
he
mysteries.
was and what he believed.
It happens
In this
in mysteries
episode,
often.
Spinoza's
That you die.
metaphysics.
And you're reborn. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess.
I've been obsessed with
From your point of view.
content
Now,
of
theosis.
Spinoza ever since I read Stephen Adler's
No, I'm a
The
fucking wretched sinner.
as a teenager. And now I have
His life was set up that way so he could get to that fucking point
on Spinoza, which is part of
where
the
he died to
larger
himself
audio series on the
and not
history
die to
of
himself.
Marxism. Links to all of that in the
Oh,
description.
George.
Just to give you a sense of where we're heading, we're going to begin with a short biography of Spinoza.
My big ass
Before we get
kitty.
into his primary work, The Ethics, explain his methodology, and
more
explain
than that,
metaphysics.
And more than
His
that,
fundamental
and more than
conception
that,
of
too.
reality. In
Now, there's
the
3
second
images out there.
We'll explore Spinoza's conception of God.
There's 3
and
temples.
debate about his pantheism.
There's
and
George.
with a video on what I think
There's Precious.
is Spinoza's most
The grapevine.
beautiful and useful idea, but that will be a surprise.
And then there's Christ.
This video
with
is
a mirror.
also part of an epic collab with Dr. Justin Sledge from the YouTube channel Esoterica, where Justin explores
Is that
the
evil?
side of history, philosophy, and religion. One of the best things which have happened to me personally since beginning this
To look at your wretched flesh and say, I see God in that.
I've made it through it along the way, both within the Seekers community and in
Is that
the
gay?
academic
Some people it's gay.
but some of the most beautiful friendships and relationships that have emerged from being
Look,
with
now that's
fellow
straight.
creators and hosts of channels and podcasts with overlapping topics. of
Now,
interest
gay's often the
and
opposite.
And among them, one which I particularly cherish and whom I consider a friend and mentor is Dr. Justin Sledge, in whose presence I begin to get a sense of how little I know.
No offense to some good people, and yes, they're here, who were gay their whole lives and are just confused as to how that
I'm
happened.
looking forward to
Like,
having a
I don't know what to tell you, man.
in the near future. In Justin's video, he'll be looking at the Hermetic Spinoza, the way he
Find your other.
amongst the
Goes the other way, too. You'd be
the
surprised.
pantheism controversy that followed in his wake, and the more mystical reading of Spinoza that continues till this day in thinkers like Deleuze. Contrasting Spinoza as he was received before the controversy as basically an atheist with the more mystical Spinoza post the controversy. Justin is making content of unparalleled academic rigor and bringing his dry as ice humor to topics that have been sorely missing them, from alchemy to magic to mysticism, hermeticism, philosophy, theosophy, and the occult. Justin and I put out a 2-hour video recently where we had a great time butting heads over the topic.
Yeah, so when I've died, and I know it already,
looking at the relationship
I was
between
reborn
those
in
two
Christ,
worlds,
and I know it.
questioning the rationality of mysticism itself, available to watch here on the channel, of course. Please do go check out and
Like the
subscribe
phases
to
of the
Justin's
moon,
channel. It'll
like
probably
the
be
rising and setting of the sun,
things we did all day.
and I
Link
note
to that
them.
in the description. And back to
The horizon as well.
I'd like to just briefly mention, for
And I
some
know him.
awareness, a few things that we won't be covering in the video, after having said what we will be. The first is Spinoza's relationship to general, Western,
No, I don't just believe in them.
and his indebtedness to Jewish mysticism, all fascinating stuff, because we have already covered those
I don't just believe in him.
these videos on the channel that we made, I think.
No, that's
a
where
year
you
ago.
fucking little
Check it out.
Pisces swimming around.
And as well in the description.
It's the age of Aquarius.
Here we're going to get into his philosophy of religion.
I
political
fucking
theory,
know
moral
them.
philosophy, his psychology, his epistemology. That will have to wait
And
for another time.
it's driving me fucking crazy.
On to the biography then, shall we begin? Baruch Spinoza was born in Amsterdam on November 24th, 1632. His family immigrated there following the expulsion of the Jews from Portugal in 1536. His mother died when he was just 6 years old, followed by the death of his father when he was just 21. As a child, Spinoza received a traditional...
Isn't that blasphemy right
at
there?
his local cheder,
That's a
but
question
in
that I get a lot. No.
After the death of his older
Whoa.
brother,
Why not?
Spinoza
Why not?
left his schooling to begin working.
I heard this and I heard this. Where'd you read it?
Spinoza went on to study Latin with a
Where'd you
tutor
read
by
it?
the name of Francis van den Enden.
Because when I read the Bible, that's what I see.
Cartesian philosophy, and there he befriended a group of ex-Protestant
The age is right there.
who were big into rejecting church dogma and authority. At
Nope,
same
the age
time,
of Aries
Spinoza
says, I am.
a serious rigorous
I
study of
am.
Jewish philosophy, particularly that of
That I am.
Maimonides. Spinoza began to drift away from his traditional upbringing, changing his name.
The age
from
of Pisces says,
Baruch
"Believe
to Latin
in me."
Benedictus, and began to question
Have
the
faith.
Mosaic
It's gonna get hard from here.
of the Bible. Or rather, he started to see it as more of a
You
Mosaic.
go back farther, the age of Taurus, where were they worshiping a bull?
Spinoza started getting a reputation in.
And back then, God was like that.
The heretic, which proved to
Destructive.
be quite dangerous when
And
one
wrathful.
Jewish fanatic tried to attack
He still
him
is.
with a knife on the steps of the synagogue, no less,
But in this stage, I fucking know. That's what science was for.
And infamously,
What this fucking all shit was for. Seeing the world like it's all dead. All in your head.
By the Jewish community under a harsh writ of chayrim, prohibiting anyone within the community from having
Between your ears somewhere, maybe? You're fucking nuts.
Or reading anything that he wrote. Spinoza, it seems, was more or less
And your breast? Often, yeah.
Remarking that he was now made
Your heart?
contractually free to continue pursuing what he had been pursuing already, just without the permission. Until this day, the chayrim, the excommunication, has not been rescinded and lifted.
In your blood?
Many
In your water? Hey, that too. Can you see with that?
But that's a history for itself. If you believe that religious authorities should have the power to curtail the intellectual freedom of an individual, I advise that you consider stopping to watch this video.
I don't need to believe all the time. I already do. Because I know them.
It's not entirely clear on what grounds Spinoza was excommunicated, although the scholarly consensus seems to be that he was excommunicated more for
well, not as well as I'd like to, not yet.
The community standing as guests.
Nope, still stuck in this fucking this loop that I'm in. Well, because let's go wait for the enemy to fucking get killed off, or just go out there and finally get it.
Published any of his challenging works. Back to
no, I'm stuck in limbo land.
So,
well, I chose the hard path.
The
path of the Garfield.
Spinoza had left Amsterdam and had taken up life of an independent.
I want to know.
See,
I had a dog cat, pretty much. The way he acted.
Ethics, we shall talk about.
It was recognizable to dogs.
Supported himself financially as a lens grinder, refining the optical tools of telescopes and microscopes of his day.
Even though he's very much a cat, it's a big one.
Clearer, even at his own peril, with historians suggesting that Spinoza eventually died from a respiratory illness caused by the inhalation.
But nope, I chose the path of Garfield.
Particles that he had ground for his
because Garfield's never gonna die.
For his life
ever.
Spinoza lived out a.
And I'll get George back because I'm pretty sure they took him from me. But almost 100% sure of that fact, actually.
Containing rigorous correspondence with
because it's like that, and like that, and like that too.
Throughout Europe. At one point, even despite having no university degree.
Hypnosis, maybe that is hypnosis, but I really believe that somehow I'll get him back.
On condition, however, that he
by no God like that.
Insult the precepts of the Islamic religion in his classes. Indicative of his lived philosophy in general, Spinoza said no thank you.
In my lifetime.
And
so that is my goal.
Preferring his integrity and freedom of thought than the salary and prestige that the position would have brought him. On the 21st of February, 1677, Spinoza passed away at the young age of 44.
Because understanding it all? Yeah, I'm really interested in that. One day, I'll get back to that.
Works, which his closest friends immediately published, most of which, right after being published, were banned throughout Holland by the church, but which nevertheless continued to exert quite the influence of that beautiful mind, that genius and saint,
that's been let the spirit go,
gentle and careful, Baruch Spinoza. Spinoza is remembered as one of the great rationalists of the early modern period, and one of Western philosophy's most important thinkers, whose philosophy encompassed nearly
because I already know a lot
of philosophical discourse of his day.
Sorry, Spinoza.
Epistemology, political philosophy, ethics, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of science.
See, I know this works now.
Strikes me more than anything.
I forgot how this works with the speaker.
Is the way that he is
trying to listen to this, but often we have a mission right now. We can get back this. We live 800 years.
Practiced what he preached, and lived a life that perfectly mirrored the beauty.
And the smartest thing to do is spin in a circle most of the time.
In the estimation of the notorious literary critic Harold Bloom,
and talk shit
teacher of reality,
to the enemy,
practiced his own wisdom,
who can't hear me with their ears.
The most exemplary human beings to have ever lived.
So listen to the thing about Spinoza.
Slight exaggeration, but we'll take it.
By this man Zevi,
French philosopher,
from Seekers of Unity, who also has a really powerful soul, turns out.
Prince of philosophers, and Bertrand Russell, in his magisterial history,
that energy just comes through. They're both Jews.
One of the noblest and most lovable of the great philosophers, saying that intellectually some others have surpassed him, but ethically he is supreme. Spinoza's influence continues through the great minds of Hegel, Schelling,
chosen people. I mean,
Herder, Goethe, Rousseau, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche.
I mean,
Russell,
you know, I'm not Jewish,
the first
not genetically,
post Spinoza,
but I've met some people who aren't Jewish religiously, who are really fucking good people and really smart. All of them.
Spinoza's philosophy is laid out in his magnum opus, The Ethics,
a lot of chosen people,
or as known by its full title, Ethics as Demonstrated in Geometrical Order.
And I know a thing or two about the whole covenant.
The Ethics is a highly abstract work. In the words of the philosopher Roger Scruton, Spinoza wrote the last indisputable Latin masterpiece, and one in which the refined concepts of medieval
Right.
philosophy
No, right.
are finally turned against themselves and destroyed. A word on Spinoza's methodology. Unlike René Descartes, Spinoza did not start from first-hand experience, which for Descartes was his experience of being able to doubt his own
So I understand that, the Bible.
And to
Yeah.
Hume's conclusion of cogito ergo sum, that there must be some subject which was capable
And why
of
the Jews are
himself,
covered, no matter what.
thereby
No
proving
matter what.
eternal
Look at the
existence.
sacrifice they threw
Spinoza
already.
chose rather to start from a purely metaphysical hypothesis, a theoretical postulation which he
But I see the other side of that
that which
conflict
does
right
not
now.
depend upon
But I'm not talking about that.
existence.
They
After
are. Why?
wasting little time proving the necessity of the existence of his postulated substance,
When it's already
he
been
proceeds
like
to
that
work
in a
his
way.
slowly and rigorously with a method of reasoning based on that of Euclidean geometry through definitions, axioms, propositions, and corollaries to their indisputable conclusions. Spinoza's metaphysics is his anchor point,
What
from
happened?
which the rest of his philosophy follows. As
That's the Middle East.
writes,
Now, I don't
it
mean to be
cannot
offensive to anybody here.
overemphasized how the
Have
rest
a
of his
Quran
philosophy,
sitting open.
his
Quran.
philosophy of mind, his epistemology, his psychology, his moral philosophy, his political philosophy, and his philosophy of religion flows more or less
It's like what
directly
happened.
from the metaphysical underpinnings in part 1 of his ethics.
No, they're not
which is why
wrong.
we
They're not
pay
wrong at all.
attention to those metaphysical underpinnings
What happened?
that sit at the base of Spinoza's philosophy. Spinoza's intention, no doubt, was to
I have a few
ground his
ideas somewhere in
philosophy
time.
on a solid bedrock of mathematics and geometry, laying it out as one elaborate, unassailable equation, so that if you accepted his opening axioms and definitions, which Spinoza believes you'd have to be a complete fool not to, and so that
No, they're really
to
pious
me
people.
from restarting axioms as valid and sound, and felt that his use of language
Muslims.
was consistent, you'd have no choice but to accept his
So the
conclusions.
way I identify
which
is,
he
if I think
teases
that,
out
that Christianity is
throughout
right,
the
and I go from there,
ethics as following
I pick up a
this
Quran, I'm like, well, this seems a lot like the Bible to
from the
me.
beginning to the end, there is a pure running straight line of logic which one is obliged to follow if you're a logical person. Says Spinoza.
Almost like notes to it, almost in a
Spinoza,
way.
there is
Yeah.
no choice. If you understand his terms, admit the possibility of his science, and seize his meaning,
An extra
no
book.
more doubt his conclusions,
Good one.
and you can doubt Euclid, in the words of George Henry Lewes. In the Ethics, there is no rhetoric, passion, or poetry in his formulation. He hoped to persuade simply by the sheer force of logic itself. Now, many people have hated on his method and continue to do so, seeing it as more fit for consumption by machines than by humans, who are known on occasion to be moved less by logic than by some other things, like rhetoric and poetry. But most people, in their criticism of Spinoza's methodology, may be missing 2 points. Firstly, we have to understand the place of pride that mathematical language held in Spinoza's day. In the realm of physics, at the capable hands of Kepler and Galileo, and afterwards in those of Newton and Leibniz, mathematical analysis had won over from nature her previously undisclosed secrets, the secrets of the cosmos. It was not unreasonable then to assume that the miraculous success mathematical language had demonstrated in physics and the
God.
natural sciences
Oh, God.
might be readily replicated
And I
in
know
the
him.
realm of metaphysics and theology. If God, after all, was the great mathematician, encoding nature with the science of geometry,
God.
might reality not
And I know her
also
too.
reveal itself to the philosopher
And I likely died on that hill.
and
as a result.
The second point that most people miss, I think, in their criticism of Spinoza's methodology is something truly stunning, which is that Spinoza, in building his philosophy as a deductive system in which every proposition follows from a set of initial axioms, postulates, and definitions, he was merely mirroring his conception of reality, in which all that exists flows by necessity from the definition of substance itself and the divine nature as Spinoza saw it. Just as nature flows necessarily from its own first principles, so does Spinoza's
she's
work
bad.
flow
She's
necessarily from his starting definitions. One could picture in the mind of Spinoza, he himself a necessary manifestation of nature, sitting at his quiet desk with the words flowing from his pen, a force of nature itself at work,
No, got it.
unstoppable neither by attempted assassinations,
Told you.
excommunications,
So I am.
or expulsions. The waterfall
Like, look
of
at that
cold,
fucking mouth.
pure Latin prose flows on. Working one's way through Spinoza's ethics
Get it
is a
dancing,
demanding task, and at times an extremely difficult book to comprehend, but not an obscure one. The difference between difficulty and obscurity is that the more time one invests in a difficult work, the clearer it becomes, where the more time one spends on an obscure work, it proves to be only more obscure. A good example of such a work might be Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit. No shade intended, we're actually quite big fans of Hegel too here, but he is extremely obscure. Spinoza, though, proves to be difficult, but if we spend our time trying to make sense of him, the book will open up for us.
Emanation.
Let's talk then about Spinoza's metaphysics,
Emanation.
as laid out in the first part of his great book, The Ethics. I'd like to walk you through what is perhaps the most difficult part of the Ethics, part 1, where in the first 15 propositions, Spinoza presents the basic elements of his picture of reality, and although his language and categories are somewhat abstruse and challenging, fear not. We'll walk through them together, and hopefully we'll see in the end that his conclusions are actually, in fact, rather straightforward and elegant. Much of this exposition will be relying upon Stephen Nadler's interpretation of Spinoza. Thank you, Stephen, for your great work. A good place to start with any exposition of Spinoza's metaphysics is with the acronym SAM, S-A-M, which stands, in this case, for substance, attributes, and modes. As Karl Jaspers writes, these are the fundamental concepts which with Spinoza sets forth a vision of being illuminated by his awareness of God. They may seem strange at first sight. To the question, what is? Spinoza replies, substance, its attributes, and modes. Let us begin then by allowing Spinoza himself to give us his own definition of these key terms. His definitions are deceptively simple and may not help the listener, but it's worth repeating them because this is what Spinoza defined.
It came down to
by substance, I understand that which is in itself and is
If that's
conceived
where
through itself, i.e.,
I could go.
whose concept does not require the concept of another
Choosing the
thing
cats
from which it must be formed.
all the way
By
through.
attribute, I understand what the intellect perceives of the substance
I
as
take that
constituting its essence. By mode,
over
I understand the affections of a
I know better.
substance or
Trust me.
that which is in another through which it is also conceived. If you found those definitions to be adequate and self-explanatory, my work here then is done and you can move on and have your morning coffee. But in the rare case that those definitions did not help you, let us continue and try and explain them. Substance. Let us begin with substance. Firstly, it's important not to be
Because we
scared
are-
off by the language of Spinoza,
And we know
but to take these terms
we are.
one at a time and unpack them. These terms, although somewhat
A
obscure and
lot.
antiquated by now, would have been familiar and readily understood by any 17th century philosopher. So we need to mentally go back in time a little to make sense of what is going on here. And once we can get back into that time frame, this
All
will
of
make
us.
a lot more sense. The notion of substance had already been
Every
vogue in philosophy all the way back from Aristotle
Everybody.
to Descartes. For Descartes,
In
Spinoza's
every
primary immediate philosophical predecessor, substance is simply that whose existence
Its
is
use
self-explanatory.
or otherwise.
And he proposed two such fundamental substances as existing mind and matter, the building blocks of Descartes' world. This metaphysical position that there are multiple substances, fundamental substances, which constitute reality, is called substance dualism or substance pluralism if you count other things such as God as another distinct category of substance. This position dominates Western philosophy all the way back to Plato, variously formulated throughout history as a duality of form and matter, matter and spirit, mind and body, body and soul. But these are the basic dualities of substance that dominate Western philosophy. Spinoza continues in this tradition of the substance in Western philosophy by defining it as that which is in itself and is conceived through itself, and that which needs no other concept to ground it, namely the most basic and fundamental constituent of reality. But Spinoza breaks hard with the Western philosophical tradition and his direct predecessor Descartes by adamantly affirming that there aren't
10,
multiple or a dyad of substances.
1008 in that clock,
There is
Garfield.
one such substance which is infinite, eternal, and
1108 in
indivisible,
that one.
which is the fabric of all reality. A position which is
11
called substance
is one more
dualism, monos being
Clause
one.
than you have in your
Now
front
for the
clause.
next term of Spinoza, attributes. The best way to understand what Spinoza means by attributes, that which the intellect perceives of a substance as putting its essence, in Spinoza's words, is to think of attributes as the primary expressions of substance, the most basic ways that substance can be perceived. So, for example, in modern physics, at a very basic level of analysis, all that is anything of substance can be
See, the thing about
expressed
Garfield-
as matter or energy.
I'm not trying to call you out all the time, son.
First categories into which reality can be
He's
divided
pretty
up.
interested in the idea of
This
numbers.
example actually works quite well,
But he
because we know
doesn't
that
care all the time to figure it out.
at a deeper level of analysis.
He just knows they're powerful.
Matter and energy
Something to do with his
are
claws.
two fundamentally separate, distinct things. Rather,
That and more than that.
forms or
See, I know what 3 is.
expressions of the
No,
same
3 makes sense to
where
me.
matter could be expressed
Me,
and turned into
him, and
energy,
George were
energy
3.
conversely expressed and turned into matter. The
In one.
undivided
That's what he's saying
and
to us.
unperceived thing would correspond to Spinoza's substance, which is then expressed
The other
and
cat
conceptually broken into
who died.
2 primary attributes, thought and extension, the binary in which all of subsequent reality partakes. Now, we can't take this comparison too seriously because Spinoza is formulating his philosophy in relation to and in correspondence with.
So I'm not going to argue with that. I'm like, that's what it was, huh?
And not in relation to 21st century physics. And for various nuanced philosophical
Now we're doing
reasons,
one.
which I fear may be
Now.
on the level of nuance that we're aiming for here in this exposition, Spinoza intentionally rejects the Aristotelian ontological duo which already existed for him as a model of form and matter, replacing them carefully with thought and extension for very good philosophical reason with serious implications, but we're going to leave that for the moment. Spinoza's insightful way of conceptualizing reality as fundamentally substantially one before being broken into a dualized reality, or dual aspect monism as it's known by people with tweed jackets and tortoise-shelled spectacles, has some fascinating implications as a conceptual framework for our own lives and our own way that we perceive reality. Now, this point regarding the relationship between the attributes is still somewhat contentious and debated among Spinoza scholars. So I recommend you go check out the scholarship for more nuance on this point, and in fact every other point making here. But for purposes of exposition, we're just going to stick with a specific interpretation here on Spinoza and run with it. So for Spinoza, thought and extension are not really 2 different things, but rather are 2 ways in which we carve up the same reality, i.e. substance, much like energy and matter in that regard as we said. That everything can be understood both in its bodily form, in its extension, as it finds itself in time and space, and it can be understood from its conceptual place as the idea of the thing, the thought of that thing, what Spinoza calls thought. Let us try out an example of this dual aspect monism, this way of thinking about reality from these 2 perspectives of thought and extension, in an example that comes from Antonio Damasio, a neuroscientist who's applying Spinoza's ideas to our understanding of what happens in the brain, that complex relationship between our neural synapses and our conscious experience of reality. So let us take love as our example. Spinoza would say that under the aspect or attribute of extension, what is happening in your brain when we feel love is an initial chemical flood of endorphins, some feel-good dopamine, followed by a plummeting of serotonin, making you a little obsessive, a pumping of adrenaline and norepinephrine from your adrenal gland, and a rise in cortisol, making your heart beat and giving you those nervous butterflies, a deactivation of the amygdala, making you feel safe, a reduction of activity in your frontal cortex, responsible for judgment and decision making, and then cooked up in your hypothalamus and secreted by your pituitary gland comes the chemical that seals the deal, good old oxytocin, along with vasopressin in men, which is responsible for attachment and bonding in all mammals. So that is the phenomena of love as perceived and expressed under the attribute of extension. And everything there is true, and that is what happens. But directly parallel to that extended, i.e. material experience of understanding, expressing the event, is the experienced subjective sensation of love expressed under the attribute of thought, which I've read is a very beautiful experience, and much poetry and songs have been written about that side of the experience. Now, the point for Spinoza is that those expressions are not 2 different things, but rather 2 articulations of one and the same phenomena under 2 fundamental categories of reality expressing itself, extension and thought. The flood of neurotransmitters which we described is what that warm and fuzzy feeling is from a perspective of matter. And conversely, that warm fuzzy feeling is what that flood of endorphins feels like in thought. They are the mirror images of one process, the collective happenings of substance. I hope that made a bit of sense. It's somewhat different than how we generally think about the interaction between matter and mind, but getting into Spinoza's thinking on this actually may prove to be a very helpful and holistic way about thinking about this issue. It's for this reason that one of the greatest scientific minds of the century, Albert Einstein, said that Spinoza is the greatest of modern philosophers because he's the first philosopher who deals with the soul and the body as one, not two separate things. Now, because the attributes are a bit of a difficult category to understand, I'd like to share with you one additional category for understanding what perhaps Spinoza means by attributes, which hopefully won't complicate things more, but I'm sure for some of you this will be helpful. The first example we brought was from the world of physics. The second one I'd like to bring from the world of mysticism, specifically that of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah. Now, just like Spinoza, there are two attributes through which we conceptualize all of reality, and through which all of reality, i.e. substance, expresses itself. So do the Kabbalists conceptualize the way that the infinite, the Ein Sof, God, expressed and channels itself through the system of the 10 Sfirot. And just as the Sfirot are one with and virtually identical with God, and yet entirely distinct, so does Spinoza describe the attributes as virtually identical with and yet entirely distinct from substance. That same play and duality of the expression of the essence of the thing itself, being essentially that thing and yet being entirely other than it, applies in both of these examples. And to take this analogy one step further, just as for the Kabbalists, the Sfirot, the 10 channels through which the infinite expresses itself, which set the basic paradigms and conditions of reality, engendered within their permutations and interplay all of reality as we know it, the Sfirot teach the Kabbalists are only 10 out of an infinite amount of potential Sfirot, the Sfirot Ein Sof as they call them. And the kaleidoscope of the potential interplay of any other Sfirotic arrangement would create an infinite variety of other worlds, which we, as belonging to the specific decad of Sfirot version of reality, would have no capacity of understanding and comprehending. Likewise for Spinoza, his two attributes, thought and extension, are only two out of a potential infinite possible attributes which could have determined our reality. For Spinoza, this is a very important point. With potentially infinite possible basic reality configurations out there in these infinite attributes, a point which again is hard to wrap our heads around, constrained as we are by the version of reality which we know. In the same way, perhaps, that we find it impossible to perceive reality, to conceptualize reality without the basic fundamentals of space, time, and, say, causality, a wink to Immanuel Kant. And check out our video on Spinoza and Kabbalah if you'd like to see why this parallel may be more than just a coincidence, where we look at the historical case that's been made and the textual case, talking about the influence of Kabbalah on Spinoza. On to the next important term for Spinoza, modes. The term modes, also called affections by Spinoza, is best read as an abbreviation of the word modifications, meaning that for Spinoza, a mode, or the modes in the plural, are the particular modifications of substance, i.e. the particular finite things we encounter in reality. Since for Spinoza there is one substance which is infinite, i.e. everything, everything that we perceive must simply be a modification of said substance, or a mode of substance in Spinoza's language. We can think of the relationship between modes and substance with the imperfect analogy of the relationship between the waves of the ocean and the ocean itself, where just as the wave is a part of the ocean and yet appears to be unique and separate from it, so are the modes merely the ripples of reality, fully constituted by and perpetually re-emerging back into substance. Now, thankfully, almost all Spinoza scholars are past their physical prime, and not that violent by nature, or else I might get myself into some trouble for employing all of this seriously inadequate and incommensurate imagery, metaphor, and analogy, and poetry to try and explain Spinoza's metaphysics to you, trying to give you an intuitive sense of what Spinoza perhaps was trying to get at in his thick Latin prose, with the caveat given that this is all merely my intuition of what's going on here, with my own inescapable interpretive lenses brought to bear on the subject. I do recommend that you don't rely on me as your one definitive and authoritative source of Spinoza's philosophy. Not that I think that anyone here in their right mind would, but I hope simply to serve as an adequate, albeit flawed, springboard to awaken or reawaken your interest in Spinoza so that you can go off and study him from richer and more qualified sources for yourself. I hope that these copious caveats both disabuse you of any notion of authority here on the subject and simultaneously alleviate my encroaching imposter syndrome. Two modes with one stone. Talking about two modes, to get a little more accurate, Spinoza actually has two types of modes for us in the system: infinite modes and finite modes. Isn't this fun? The infinite modes are those things that follow necessarily and directly from the absolute nature of one of the two aforementioned attributes of substance, thought, and extension. They're called infinite modes because they are part of the eternal and universal furniture of our reality, the most basic principles of our universe. The infinite modes that follow from the attribute of extension are the principles which govern all extended objects, Spinoza's fancy way of saying things that take up physical space. So, the infinite modes of extension would be things like the truths of geometry and laws of physics, and the infinite modes of thought would be either the laws of logic or those of psychology, depending on how one reads Spinoza. But the point being the same, namely, that which necessarily governs the mental, psychical, or immaterial realm. And so those are the two forms of infinite modes. What we have next naturally is the finite modes, which is the modes as we've actually been speaking of them up till now, the particular and individual things that make up reality, again broken up into extension and thought. So the finite modes of extension are things like your nose, a donut, and the philosopher's favorite example among things, a chair. And the finite mode of thought would be things like the idea of your nose, or the thought of excavating your nose, the recipe for a donut, and the philosopher's favorite thought, the concept of the chair. Just to reiterate, the importance of these primary terms, substance, attributes, and modes, for Spinoza's philosophy cannot be understated. It is with them and their definitions that Spinoza opens his book, operating as these clear and distinct concepts in the Cartesian sense, i.e., the self-evident concepts that cannot be logically doubted, which Spinoza lays as the solid foundation for the rest of his philosophical structure, building upon them with what he assumes are a series of obvious axioms, and from these axioms following necessarily Spinoza's first propositions, and every subsequent proposition continue to follow on only insofar as they can be demonstrated to rest upon what has already preceded it. I'd like to leave you with one final point. One of the most important positions that emerges from Spinoza's aforementioned metaphysics is what's known as his substance monism, the belief that everything that exists is in some meaningful way fundamentally a single reality and substance. Now, while Spinoza is neither the first nor the last monist in the history of Western philosophy, Spinoza's demonstration of this position is in all likelihood the best known and the most respected of the lot. No reckoning of Western philosophy, and certainly modern Western philosophy, is complete without Spinoza's name, effectively securing a place of the highest intellectual legitimacy and respect for the position of monism itself, which may have, up until the posthumous publication of Spinoza's Ethics, been dismissed as mere sentimentality, romanticism, or mysticism, was now given the firmest of grounds to stand upon on the giant Euclidean shoulders of Spinoza. If this alone would have been Spinoza's legacy, it would have certainly sufficed, dayenu as we say in Hebrew. It happens to be that he was also one of the leading thinkers of the Enlightenment, one of the founders of the modern school of biblical criticism, and an important political philosopher, arguably one of the first advocates for a separation of church and state, directly influencing America's founding fathers. But it is Spinoza's metaphysical monism that we are most interested here in the moment in this series. I hope you enjoyed that overview of Spinoza's philosophy. In case you'd like a recap, we presented a brief biography of the man, spoke a little about his legacy and his reputation. We introduced his main work, the Ethics, and spoke about the odd methodology that he employs in the book, and speculated as to why he did so. We then dove right into the heart of Spinoza's metaphysics with Spinoza's definitions of substance, attributes, and modes, and endeavored to explain them and make sense of them and demystify his metaphysics. We got to talk about infinite attributes, his dual aspect theory, and his monism. Stay tuned for the next video where we will be explaining Spinoza's view on God and dissecting what precisely is implied by his pantheism and whether it is just atheism masquerading as something else, and we'll have a look at the historical debate that shook European intelligentsia in the wake of Spinoza's writings. Spinoza, a practically self-taught kid who grew up as a foreigner in a religiously repressive community, who had no formal philosophical or secular education, who relentlessly sought the truth and dared question everything in the process, who risked his life, excommunication and expulsion, shunned fame, wealth, and reputation, to sit quietly and solemnly in his room night after night, polishing the lenses and sentences that would allow generations to come to see clearer and brighter, shining knowledge to dispel the darkness of superstition and illuminate the shadows of thought, eliminating the odious cobwebs of ignorance, intolerance, and delusion with knowledge. A knowledge that didn't lead to arrogance and superiority, but a true knowledge that led only to humility, compassion, and love for all. By understanding how we're all part of one unified substance, infinite and indivisible. It is to this great man that we owe a great debt, a debt that can only be repaid in emulating his ways, following his noble example of a life guided by careful thinking and examined life, one perhaps worth living. Until next time, thank you for watching and keep seeking. There are a handful of helpful themes that historians use to trace and chart the assimilation and reception of Neoplatonic language and ideas into the world of the early Kabbalists. We're going to be looking at three themes here: emanationism, negative theology, and unio mystica. This series is being produced in collaboration with some of my great friends and scholars over here on YouTube: Justin Sledge on Esoterica, Philip Home on Let's Talk Religion, Angela Puka on Angela Symposium, Dan Atrell on The Modern Medicist, and John Vervaeke. Links all down in the description. Hey, what's up, Seekers? Welcome back. There are a handful of themes that historians use to trace the assimilation of Neoplatonic language and ideas into the world of the Kabbalists. The first and perhaps most obvious is the Neoplatonic theme of emanation, the belief that God, or the One, does not create the world in some kind of voluntary act, bringing something outside of it from nothing suddenly into being, but rather that God, or the One, emanates existence from itself by the very definition of its own goodness and fullness, continually flowing its own being into existence as we know it. Next, there is the Platonic theory of forms, namely the existence of perfect archetypes from which all perceivable reality is derived, as mere imitations of the forms, each thing in existence striving to reach more realness by better and closer approximating its ideal form. A circle down here in this world that you and I know and see, reasons Plato, is a mere approximation of the circle, the idea of circularity itself. And the closer the terrestrial circle that you and I can see is to the true form or idea of the circle, the more circular it is. And the same applies to all things for the Platonists. A few hundred years down the line, by the time we get to the Neoplatonists, this theory of the forms becomes incorporated into the theory of emanation and takes on a hypostatic nature, namely that the primary forms that emerge from the One are seen as metaphysical entities, these divine powers which constitute the very chain of being itself, mediating between the one and many, between absolute reality and our imperfect reality down here, this flowing from absolute unity into plurality and multiplicity. The purpose of this great chain of being, comprising of these ideal forms, serves a philosophical purpose. It serves to answer the most basic metaphysical question: of philosophical mysticism, the problem of the one and the many. The problem is, how does the one,
Not really.
the infinite, the incomparable, bring into being our world, the many, that which is finite, composite, contingent, and flawed? We all know that the gap between the infinite and the finite itself, that gap is infinite and should be logically impossible to cross. The brilliant mechanism that Neoplatonism employs to bridge this impossible gap is this emanative process known as the Great Chain of Being.
No, they're fine, as far as I know.
Chain found among the Neoplatonists begins with, as we said, the one, which is.
Yeah, I'm mostly talking about just my dad and certain people,
through a process of reflecting upon itself, produces a perfect.
but not really my dad so much. Actually, turns out.
Nous, or intellect, what we might today call consciousness or mind at large. Nous.
So I thought it was quite a bit, but now I realized no, it's some other neighbors. Often
produces soul, also known as world soul, which in turn emanates nature or the material world as we know it. That is a very, very basic overview of the primary tenets of the Neoplatonic chain of being. Check out Philip's video for a much more detailed elaboration on the Great Chain. This Neoplatonic interpretation of the theory of forms from Plato is seen by Moshe Idel and others as finding articulation in the Kabbalistic theory of the Sfirot, the divine channels by which the ineffable in itself.
No, I'm mostly just trying to make a point when I say that stuff. It's not really a personal thing.
Into our multifaceted reality. The third theme that
I'm just trying to figure it out, like why I say that thing. It's because hypnosis often, so it makes me feel like an asshole.
Of Mystica, or as the Neoplatonists know it.
No, often.
Mystical union, becoming one with God. The idea that the human can traverse, transcend, and climb up beyond the realm of material, out of the proverbial Platonic cave of shadows, to reach the sun itself, to unite with God, or to become one with the one, Gnosis. Or, as the Kabbalists
What are you trying to do every time?
to reach a state of Dveikut,
Consciously.
Achdut, or Yichud, with
When I'm not.
Ein Sof, with God itself. And lastly,
You seem like a demon.
trace the new
But it doesn't really matter that much to me because it's air and water.
We have the theme of negative.
I'm an Aquarius.
The concept that nothing can be known or said about the one.
I'm not an Aquarius.
That we cannot come
I'm
close
the
to God
motherfucking Aquarius.
through any positive affirmations, but that we can only negate all that stands
No boundaries.
between us to come.
No, I mean, there's boundaries.
Unthinkable,
Turns out.
unspeakable, the ineffable, or as the Kabbalist and Jewish philosophers put it, Tachlis Hayediyah,
But not for me.
that when it comes to God,
No, the fence is
knowledge is to know
permeable.
what one does not know, and only in that not knowing can one come to know something.
I'm tired of people thinking that they know me
Negative
when they don't know me.
also sometimes known
When I
as
fucking got killed.
the activity of
Because some people thought they knew me
of
and
one
didn't
broad
know me.
school of thought on another equally broad and diverse one is a difficult and treacherous one. Some would say a foolhardy one, and requires an intimate knowledge of numerous texts and thinkers from both schools in their original languages and contexts, as well as a sensitivity to the cultural and linguistic
Anyways.
particularity of each of
Sorry
the
about that.
parties, and a constant vigilance.
If you ever want to beat my ass, just let me know. Probably let you do it at that point.
Patterns and connections, parallels where none such exist. And even then,
Get some gloves on.
with years of
And you just pummel my little ass. Just don't knock my teeth out.
is still in practice, often more of an art than a science, betraying often more of the subjectivity of the comparer than the facts on the ground. Having said all that, we are going to engage in this art of comparison.
A lot of people got shot doing that exact same thing.
As important as it is tricky to
Go and dance in the yard and saying, "Fight me."
To use the themes we outlined above as broad signposts along the way, and we'll try
Sorry about
to the case that we're making with more specific examples and quotes from the Kabbalists themselves throughout the ages. To kick off our study of the relationship between the Kabbalists from 12th century Provence
So practice in the backyard first.
and the Neoplatonic philosophers from Plotinus in the 3rd century to the closing of the Platonic Academy by Emperor Justinian in the 6th.
Yep, that's a 10-3-4, Garfield.
One of the many streams
And way 0 was
that
2.
flow from
It's the weird,
philosophers
shape thing I have going on there.
the 12th century Kabbalists, namely the medieval Jewish Neoplatonists. The Jewish Neoplatonists and Neoplatonically influenced Jewish philosophers spanning from Isaac Israeli in the 10th century to Solomon ibn Gabriel and Bachya ibn Kodeh in the 11th.
What does that mean?
To Abraham
It just means something that I don't understand quite yet.
12th are, according to Altman, Stern, Ofterman, and others, the first to articulate a Jewish version of Neoplatonism, a Jewish version of the Neoplatonic journey and goal of the human soul to unite with God, to reunite with the One. What these brilliant Jewish thinkers, working over the course of 3 centuries, do is interpret Rabbinic Judaism through the lenses of the dominant philosophical school of their time, creatively rereading the Neoplatonic.
No, straight up, you tell me your reasoning for wanting to kick my ass.
The ascending journey of purification.
I might let you do it, but probably not, because I can't let Garfield see me get my ass kicked now. So I feel conflicted.
With a particular focus on the biblical commandments to cleave to God, the Dafka Bo, which was now read as an instruction for a spiritual.
Because I think I'd win.
And mystical union with God, a reading which is not done up until the 10th and 11th century with these Jewish Neoplatonists. We now, reading these biblical verses 1,000 years after the Jewish Neoplatonists made this creative, philosophical, spiritualized reading, we take it for granted, and we may even assume that it is the obvious, straightforward meaning of the text. It isn't, though. The fact that we think it is a testament to how successful their creative rereading and synthesis of Judaism and Neoplatonism was. This Jewish Platonized line of thinking, spearheaded by Isaac Israeli, expanded by Ibn Gabriel, and continued by the Ibn Ezras, Yehuda Levi, and Bachya ibn Pekudei, to quote Adam Ofterman, produced a revolutionary interpretation of Judaism in Neoplatonic categories of emanation, illumination, transformation, and union with the One, with God, effectively reshaping Rabbinic Judaism by rebirthing a spiritual and mystical interpretation of the biblical Dveikut in Platonic terms. This
You want to go outside?
between Judaism and
Before I
Platonism,
start smoking again?
the second
Why?
of its kind, the first conducted by Philo of Alexandria.
Oh, open the window up.
But by and large unnoticed in Jewish philosophical history.
Kids can
Philo
be like
found reception more in the early Christian church fathers than he ever did in Jewish philosophy.
cats
But
too.
this
You can be.
union between Judaism
So I smoke the door open.
between Moses and Plato in the 10th
I don't have a lighter,
to 13th
Garfield.
century,
No, I don't have one. I can't make fire in my hand right now.
to bring an entirely new understanding of the biblical idea of Dveikut as union, as well as one which contains the entire Neoplatonic axis and spiritual transformation.
It isn't. Yeah. Demons, man.
The early
Demons.
Kabbalists, coming hot off the heels of these Jewish Neoplatonists, are
No, tobacco. Mostly, yeah.
and quote them
Buy cigarettes.
in
They're
their
fucking expensive.
treatment of the soul's union with the metaphysical realms and ultimately with God, opening up our first real flow of influence.
I guess I can put it in my lip.
And Neoplatonic ideas.
It's like that. It's like that.
Fertile minds of the Kabbalists. We've bunched
You know what I mean,
these
sir?
Jewish Neoplatonists into one bundle here for sake of convenience.
These are portion on
But in
that shit.
reality, each one is up to their own thing and doing it independently in their own unique way. I highly recommend.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Brilliant, and we shall become one flesh.
You can hear it too.
Each one fleshed out in some fine detail.
How you doing, Bird?
Copious quotations and citations to both primary and secondary literature that he's able to do there that we cannot do here.
The Blue Jays let me know something though.
Often traces the way
They like to smell my incense.
Platonic concept and terminology of union was adopted into the Kabbalistic systems, enriching the mystical path leading to union with the divine. The first
They're like, he's got
starting at the close of the 12th century in southern
the orange one on a
France
chain,
and then later in northern Spain,
colored after
had
us, he says.
open to this Neoplatonic language of union and return, which had already been made kosher by their Jewish philosophical predecessors. The early Kabbalists took on this spiritualized language describing the overflow.
He killed a blue jay?
From God, as well as the.
No, you didn't know it. You didn't know it. He's that powerful.
Combining it, following their.
And he eyeballs them like that, and they run away, get killed another way.
With the biblical commandments to cleave to God.
That counts.
Giving birth to the.
But these blue jays, they're immortal. They're too smart for that. But he could, and he knows.
Goals in the life of mystic.
He's killed other birds they were friends with. Turns out,
as a whole. The early Kabbalists, such as Yitzhak Saginar, Isaac the Blind, the first Kabbalists to commit Kabbalah to writing since the inception of Kabbalah.
Oh, they die. The blue jays die eventually.
Added something unique to this story.
And they move on.
God that differentiates.
It gets powerful, just like yours.
That preceded them. What they added would go on to be immensely important for all of Jewish mysticism to follow. What they added was that not only could the mystic practitioner come to a state of union or communion with God, an immensely purifying, transformative, and enlightening process for the mystic to experience.
Hey, you guys are angels to me.
Themselves,
don't you know that?
Reconstructing their very conception of self and their relationship with the world around them.
Turns out they do, and sometimes they don't.
Those engaged in this process of coming close to and
they have a religion too.
God had a transformative and nourishing.
They're not stupid.
Not only
the
on
birds,
themselves, but on God as well. The Kabbalists, in their uniting with God, achieved through the ritual.
The blue ones, yeah, they're like high priests.
Prayer, Torah study, contemplation, and meditation.
The hawks and the eagles and the vultures, yeah, they're kings. They know it.
Saw themselves.
The vultures are interesting. You see those flocks? Whoa!
Drama of creation,
yeah, those are powerful.
And redemption. Themselves playing a crucial redemptive role for God.
Scary sometimes, yeah, scary sometimes, huh?
Specifically for the feminine aspect of God, the Shekhinah.
You see, they're predatory often. Vultures can be.
Separated from her masculine counterpart.
When there's that fucking many of them.
Kudshabrichu, the Holy One, blessed be He. It was the Kabbalist's sacred duty to unite Kudshabrichu and Shekhinah, uniting God itself, redeeming God from its own state of exile and self-banishment, and in doing so, unite themselves, the collective souls of Israel and the world as a whole, back into its source in the one, in God, uniting the divine masculine with us, the divine feminine. The Kabbalistic work of Birurim, Tikkunim, and Yichudim, purification.
Yeah, you'd be fucking surprised.
Reparation.
Why are there those many birds like that in those trees? You're telling me this place isn't fucking magical?
Category known as theurgy, the capacity for the human through their ritual or contemplative acts.
See, they nest. Some birds nest in my vines in my backyard every year,
to quite literally,
and they don't even eat my grapes. And they don't.
God to
they make it more powerful, yeah, powerful.
I know. Here we see in the briefest
sentences,
to quote Arthur one more time,
fertilizer.
One of the ways in which the early 13th century Kabbalists incorporated the language.
Believe it or not, a name for God used in ancient Rome.
Philosophical and theological sources.
Is that weird or what? The way the ancient man
practices, cultivating their
saw God.
Interest in mystical experience and empowerment, vision and cleaving and union with God as a goal in itself, and incorporated these union practices as key elements in their theory.
Melt your jacket and smoke, and then we'll go back outside.
I hate to drop this on you like this, but I think it's important to complicate things just a little and try give a semblance of the complexity that this issue deserves to it. There's a theory put forth most recently by Adam Oftman, which turns this question of the direction of influence here on its head. This whole time, we've been tracing the influence of Neoplatonism on Jewish thinkers, but there might be good reason to believe that the influence also runs in the opposite direction, from a much earlier Jewish philosopher upon the very first Neoplatonists. Influence is a funny thing like that, as you'll see that when we zoom into it, it ends up looking a lot more like multiple streams continually converging and irrigating each other, often in wildly unexpected, unpredictable, and sometimes even unobservable ways, rather than a clear, unilateral dump of ideas from one school to the other. The Jewish philosopher who influenced the Platonism that we're speaking of is considered
What, my brother's
the
skinny?
philosopher ever, who preceded Plotinus, the father of Neoplatonism, by a good 200 years, a man by the name of Philo of Alexandria. Philo, living
You're thinking
in
what?
the rich cultural
About my brother?
Hellenized Alexandria, engaged in a highly
Because he's skinny and a dork?
and influential attempt to synthesize Greek thought with the Bible. Philo,
My brothers ain't like that.
synthesizing, struck upon some radical
See, I've been like that.
rich ideas that would shape
But I'm not anymore.
religious philosophical thought for millennia. It's fairly well known,
You're just assholes.
especially from Philo, that the author of
No worse than me. You guys
Gospel
be
and
surprised.
the early church fathers get their concept of the logos,
It's louder.
the word
Turns
made
out.
flesh, following Philo's creative synthesis of Platonic, Stoic, and biblical ideas. However, there's another concept which Philo potentially bequeaths to Western philosophical thought, whose transition is lesser known, but no less influential. Philo's reading of the biblical instruction, the biblical commandments, in fact, to cleave to God through a Platonic lens, namely of the ascent of the soul or the mind to the supreme form, to the good. The reading together of these two notions, argues Offerman, brings to birth the very concept of unio mystica, the belief that the essence of the individual, whatever it is, may ascend towards and actually unite with God. This union in Philo's reading is the intent of the biblical commandment, and this reading, argues Offerman, goes on to influence and form the father of Neoplatonism.
Know some former Freemasons. Not former.
Of the
Never
ascent
former.
of the soul
The Freemasons are powerful, turns out.
capacity for the soul to unite with it in a
Sometimes
state
too
of
powerful.
analysis, a state of at-one-ment. Unio mystica,
Already let me know.
which he and his school then go on to cleave to
Their
all
spirits
of
did.
Western mysticism, Jewish, Christian, and
Now,
Muslim.
this is what could happen. You can go crazy.
What we have
But
here
Karen, you're not as crazy as you thought. It always happens to us when we figure out how fucked up the world really is.
Over the millennia, reading his Bible in Greek, literally and conceptually.
You need a teacher.
Giving birth
But
to
who?
the philosophical mystical concept.
Working on it.
Mystical union, an idea which makes its way down the.
But they gotta accept my addiction
200 years on to Plotinus,
Tobacco.
the
Yeah.
father of Neoplatonism, who goes on to make it a centerpiece of his exquisite philosophy, which some 600 years later would be translated into Arabic, making its way back to Jewish philosophers. studying
And more than that too.
And from them, the idea would be passed on into the hands
So they have a Christian bent, a lot of
the Kabbalists
when they come in here.
another about 200 years later, 1200 years in total, since Philo had first put together this idea in the depths of perhaps his own mystical ecstasy,
But not all of them.
philosophical speculation, or both.
Garfield,
Somewhere
you're standing in the book again.
those in the streets
Better not be going
of
potty on the book.
Alexandria,
You go potty?
1,000 miles from Provence,
You gotta go potty?
the birthplace of Kabbalah. The next theme that we're going to look at
Now?
is that
Want me to
of
read
negative
from it
theology.
more?
The belief
Is that what I'm telling you?
no
Read from
positive affirmation can
Would it help
be
you?
made about God or the one at all, and that the only way we can try conceptualize, describe, or come close to God is by unsaying, by negating all conceptions and descriptions, yediyat hashlilah, the knowing of negation or absence, as it's known in Hebrew, knowing that we
No, you don't understand what's happening,
via
dude.
negativa, as it's known in Latin, the path of negation, which begins to some extent with Plato's Socrates, who knows only that he.
Now you see, assholes.
Negative theology really gets off the ground with Philo, who we spoke about earlier.
I became
Jewish philosopher,
totally enlightened
Plotinus,
so really quickly.
and goes on to become
Because I had already died.
thought,
And I didn't know it.
to Christianity primarily by Pseudo-Dionysus, and flowers in Islam and people like Ibn Arabi.
And at the time,
in medieval Jewish
I was really into my cats.
theology.
I still am. Always have.
Works like Maimonides' Guide for Perplexed, and
So my God,
Platonic works like
who are they? Try them on.
And subsequently, in
Who are their souls? No, they're powerful. Don't tell me that shit. They're powerful.
And in conversation again with their Jewish philosophical predecessors, again.
Why, and why?
The Kabbalists,
Are they being punished?
philosophers to the Muslim Christian philosophers all the way back to Plotinus, Philo, and Plato. We've presented classes here before on the channel on Maimonides' negative theology, the most famous articulation of negative theology and Jewish history, and I recommend checking out those videos that we made if you'd like an understanding of some of the philosophical background to what we're about to discuss here in the world of Kabbalists. There are many avenues
Turns out,
through
yeah.
which one can approach a subject as large as
The dog's
theology.
two for now.
Well, it's really a huge place, and it's hard to know where to begin. Let us come at it then from one end.
That's why
The
we don't have hands.
that the Kabbalists give to God, and see where that takes us. One of the primary names that the Kabbalists use to describe God.
No, not by the humans. They're protecting us. They're not punishing us. They protect us.
In itself,
Garfield.
It's explicitly negative term. I don't mean negative here, by the way, in like a value sense.
It's hippie bullshit.
It's simply that it's a term which negates, as opposed to a term which affirms. That's what I mean when I say negative theology. Don't think sad emo theologians. Think negating theologians. Ein or ayin means none or without, and sof means end or limit. Ein sof
Because you're poor in spirit still.
limitless or infinite, namely that about which we can say nothing other than that it has no limit. This
No, Adam got the breath of life in the beginning.
Referring to God simply as the absence of limit is a classic negative term. The Kabbalists also refer to God simply as ayin, nothingness or emptiness, which only deepens their negative theology. Not only an absence of limit, just absence at all per se is how they describe God. There, in this absence of anything, according to the Kabbalists,
Meek, not so much. Cats, yeah, they can be. Humans too, turns out.
Azriel of Gerona, an early Kabbalist, in one line of many that deserves to be collected into a small book called Zen Koans from the Kabbalists, describes, or rather undescribes, the Ein Sof as, without distinction, equally nothing and being, the complete simplicity and non-differentiation.
Meek, have I been, at one point, kind of, yeah.
This negative
Now,
conception
not even a little bit.
of God, it's not merely a transcendent God that is beyond the world, but rather is that which transcends transcendence itself, that which lays waste to the very categories of transcendence and immanence. It is none other than the none other, to riff on Nicholas of Cusa, the one which transcends not only the category of numbers, as per the Torah Zohar, but that which transcends the very categories of being and nothingness itself, of existence and non-existence. That which to merely say so much as that it exists is already saying too much. This is a radical and sophisticated conception of God, and it's one which didn't just appear out of nowhere in the 12th century. Gershon Scholem, the famous
No, it's not a gang
father
sign.
of the modern academic study
No,
of
it's-
mysticism, who we discussed in the opening
It's a
episode,
long story.
theorized a Neoplatonic origin for the negative theology of the Kabbalists. But he rejected a proposal made by earlier scholars that the Hebrew term itself, Ein Sof, was a translated form of the Greek epirion or the Arabic lanihia, which both literally
Epirion.
mean that which is without limit. A
That
paras
which is without limit.
lanihia, without limit, which then would parallel
The Ein Sof.
Kabbalists' Ein Sof without limit. Scholem instead proposes that the term Ein Sof was a mutation.
What is it
of
shaped
the
like, really?
categories Ad Ein Sof, until no end, amongst others. But while rejecting
Is it all one
the
color,
linguistic
one
and
substance?
direct
No.
linguistic connection, Scholem did believe that conception
But she is.
theology of the Kabbalists was almost identical with that of the Neoplatonists, giving
On the very outside. In there?
Scholem
No.
delightfully calls
No, it's like it's that.
agnosticism. This affinity between Neoplatonic negative theology and the Kabbalists' Ein Sof is not
Reality is
one
so layered.
picked up by creative historians.
We
but
know
one
it
which is
intuitively now.
noted by the Kabbalists themselves.
The layers of hell, the layers of heaven, there's more than that, and more than that, and more than that too. And all three.
In which there is no change, and since it is limitless, nothing exists outside of it. Since it is the other, it is the principle in which everything hidden and visible meet. And since it is hidden, it is the source of both faith and disbelief. The
See, most ghosts cannot perceive this yet,
agree with those who say
because they died without knowing.
of it can take place only through the path of negation. Here we hear the echoes, loud and clear, of the poetic philosophical mysticism of Plotinus and his students throughout the ages, particularly someone like the Jewish philosopher Halevi, as Shalom points out, in his real description of it itself as both the source of belief and disbelief, theism and atheism. And Azriel acknowledges that this idea is shared by the philosophers and Kabbalists, an observation of the similarity not just conjured by 20th and 21st century historians, but one which the very first Kabbalists themselves recognize and don't mind admitting. This adaptation of a mystical, unknowable God, just to go into this point a little.
Yeah, you rip it up. Yeah, tear it up. You gotta get busy.
With the personal, creating, ruling, revealing, and redeeming God of the Bible and rabbinic literature, a basic tension found in really any tradition that is both theistic and mystical. In
Love
the
you too.
Western philosophical context, this tension is often a result of the adoption
Careful.
and of the
Knock over the heater.
amalgamation of Greek, specifically Neoplatonic.
He just knows I'll
concepts
fix it now.
One
His
with
messes.
the biblical
Till I don't.
Quranic notion of God, who is typically a lot more than just an abstract, unknowable principle. This amalgamation project, which we know goes as far back as
Garfield.
continues through the Middle Ages. For the philosopher, God is a principle, a construct, an it.
I love you.
While for the religious thinker, God is a person, a reality, a you. The challenge and tension arises when the philosopher
You want some more
and the
food?
religious thinker
At least.
are the same person. What do they is both principle and person, both it and thou? There's no one way that the
That's delicious.
answer
Want
this
some water in it?
difficult question. Their thinking is as diverse as any collection of individuals that have been lumped together by fate and history. Some early Kabbalists, like Azriel of Gerona, in his commentary on the 10 Sefirot, at times identifies Ein Sof with the God of the Bible, the Yotzer Bereshit, the demiurge of Genesis, as they refer to him, the God who fashioned the world into being, transforming, as Shalom puts it, the most hidden element in God, the God of philosophers and mystics, into the most public, paving the way for the personalization of the term Ein Sof, which goes from
He's a
the
kitty.
designation of
He's a
abstract
kitty.
concept which we've been describing,
Hungry
a
kitty.
mere placeholder
Want some
for that
food?
which cannot be placed or held,
That's delicious, huh?
to becoming the proper name for the object of faith for millions. A mixing of the personal
Fucking wow,
and
huh?
revealed and concealed, giving us the uniquely Kabbalistic expression Ein Sof Baruch Hu, infinity, blessed be He. Oh, the irony. While other Kabbalists, like the great Nachmanides in his famous commentary on the Torah, avoids using the term Ein Sof almost entirely, sticking instead to traditional names for God, giving us reason to believe that for him, the God at play in Genesis through Deuteronomy is only that of God which manifests via the Sefirot, while the hidden infinite aspect of God, God as Ein Sof, as the infinite, unknowable, unspeakable, makes no appearance in the Bible. God as Ein Sof is so hidden.
I get that
that
now.
it
No, I
plays
get that.
an active role in religion. It is the abyss and unwillingness, hidden in the absolute nothingness, of which we have only a vague intimation, as Shalom puts it in his beautiful Germanic. It is nothing but the dark ground from which the God of revelation, who is the unity of the 10 Sefirot, arises.
Why not though?
It's
When you
not
put it on me,
only
assholes.
from the absence of Ein Sof in Nachmanides' commentary on the Bible to the explicit statement made by an anonymous Kabbalist writing sometime around the beginning of the 1300s. He writes, Ein Sof is not even alluded to in the Torah, the prophets, the hagiographers, the Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible, or in the words of the sages. Only the mystics receive a small indication of it. Namely, that the God of creation, revelation, and redemption, the God of the Bible, the God of religion, the divinity which has any relation to our world, is only the dynamic unity of the emanation of the 10 Sefirot. It is not God's truth itself, the Ein Sof. You can see why I try to discuss their ideas with caution and not publicize them to just everyone and anyone. These are challenging and rightly controversial thoughts about the most important questions of faith, God itself. Don't even get me started on the Kabbalist extended deliberation on the question of the identity or non-identity of God as Ein Sof, with the first Sphira, which represents the Kabbalist God's will, Keter, a deliberation which so closely parallels the Neoplatonic question of the relationship between the One and the first emanation from the One, Nous, mind, that if you took either of the texts and just replaced the Greek and Hebrew terms and stripped them of any easy cultural identifiers, I really think that many a student of Kabbalah and philosophy would be hard-pressed to tell you if what they had in their hands belonged to Athens or to Jerusalem. Moshe Dell, who we mentioned earlier, buys into most of Shalom's theory here on the similarity between the Neoplatonists and Kabbalists on this question of negative theology. But Edel objects to the assumption that this negative theology was the whole story for the early Kabbalists. Edel speculates, somewhat curiously, that the Kabbalists actually had two sides to their theology. One which was more exoteric, more on the outside, more the public version, which was the negative version of their theology, and one more esoteric, hidden, positive version of their theology for those who really knew what's up. Apophasis on the outside, cataphasis on the inside. Edel argues that the negative Ein Sof that we find in the early Kabbalists wasn't their truest esoteric theology. Their real esoteric belief was in an anthropomorphic infinity. A infinity, that which has no limits, the infinite, that also had some sort of human components or shape. A secret belief that the infinite God, which also included personhood, the proper object for religious veneration, was greater, or in some sense,
Something like that.
truer than the contentless God
Politically.
of the philosopher. If you want to see something really cool, check out Rudolf Otto's Mysticism East and West for a fascinating parallel in Hinduism in their preference for Ishvara, God as personhood, over Brahman at times, God as the impersonal and transcendent. But getting back to our subject here of the Kabbalists, while this first exoteric reading of the Ein Sof as purely negative indeed does follow Neoplatonic thinking.
See how many you're talking to myself? I'm so fucking loud.
Deeper reading of God, this
Let all the spirits get involved. Seems like I'm talking to people.
Is certifiably not Neoplatonic. It's hard to say, writes Edel, how central the anthropomorphic theosophy may have been, this belief that...
But from their perspective, I'm fucking crazy.
...characteristics, since it was treated as especially esoteric and was only recently being analyzed in scholarly studies. In time, we may discover more instances of a deeper positive understanding of the Ein Sof and the relationship of Kabbalistic theosophy to Neoplatonic negative theology may undergo some significant changes. So, whatever Shalom said, just hold that door open. For this reason, Edel cautions against assuming a
And I fucking know it.
influence on early Kabbalistic negative theology, and believes that we should be looking for this negative influence more strongly in the Kabbalists of the Renaissance, who we'll be covering in the next episode. And when we look for the early Kabbalistic influence of Neoplatonism, we should instead be looking in the positive realm of the Kabbalistic Sphirot in their relation to the Neoplatonic chain of emanation.
Right, no, right.
Focusing on the negative side of the Kabbalist theology. Let us stay for now in this moment of the early 13th century, but shift our focus from the negative theology of the Ein Sof to the positive theology of the Sphirot and the theory of emanation, where Edel indicates the influence lies. One of the central problems facing the Neoplatonists and all subsequent metaphysical mystics, as we began to say earlier, is the problem of the one and the many. Simply, how does the infinite, perfectly simple, beyond multiplicity, bring into being something which is fundamentally unlike itself, something which is multiple, fractured, broken, finite, namely the world as we know it? How can the infinite be in relationship with the finite? How can the absolute relate to the here and now, the contingent?
It's a fucking good sandwich.
How do we reconcile the perfect with the arbitrary, the ideal with the the actual, in other words. The answer to this question of the one and the many that the Neoplatonists developed would go on to be of supreme
Right, no, right, that's how it goes.
religious thinkers of all faiths for millennia to come. The answer was that the one did not directly emanate and interact with the many. That would be simply impossible. Rather, that the one emanated a series of emanations, each one just slightly more susceptible to multiplicity than the one before it. And through this chain of emanations, the one could eventually bring multiplicity into being. The Neoplatonic great chain of being, as this process of emanation came to be known, went on to be replicated, riffed on, modified, modulated, and magnified by philosophers, mystics, and philosophical mystics for hundreds of years to come. The Kabbalists were no exception. Under their hands, this great chain, which they would call the Seder Shtalshlut, the order or chain of emanations or declensions, would grow with each generation to greater levels of sophistication and complexity, within which they would build elaborate worlds and universes, languages and logics, chaos and order, myths and drama, paradises and angels. But perhaps most central to the Kabbalistic chain of being stood one central
Consuming Dad.
the Sphirot.
When it's like that, it's like
The
that.
first depiction of the Sphirot begins in the mysterious Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation, in which the Sphirot are seen as something like 10.
So you go outside and still beat your fucking ass.
which God
Doesn't mean they believe you.
In the early Kabbalistic authors, these mysterious Sphirot become not only the instruments by which God creates worlds, but they also constitute the revealed side of the hidden God, the infinite itself, which we discussed earlier. In short, these Sphirot for the early Kabbalists are the way by which and as which God manifests, emanates God's self and the world into revealed existence. The tools by which God expresses God's self in the perpetual act of creation of the world. We're going to see some of the specific ways in which the Kabbalistic structure of the Sphirot, so central to their thinking, derives a lot of its internal grammar from the Neoplatonic schema. We're going to try and be balanced here in our reasoning and try to find a middle ground between extremes, between traditionalists who claim that the structure and function of the Sphirot has nothing at all to do with Neoplatonism, and some academics who claim that the entire metaphysical edifice of Kabbalah owes its internal logic to Neoplatonism. Both positions, which seem to have some strong a priori assumptions, skewing a fair, open examination of the evidence as it presents itself to us. Moshe Idel brings our attention to the central role played by the first three Sphirot in the early Kabbalistic thinkers like Isaac the Blind and Jacob and Sheshet. For these early Kabbalists, the first Sphira, later known as Keter, the will and desire of God, the direct link to Ein Sof, represents the subtle, unified beginning of existence, the starting point of emanation. The second Sphira, known as Chachma, wisdom, God's thought, contains all of existence in its original, essential.
I know it.
And the third Sphira, Bina, represents the comprehensive comprehension of these divine ideas and
Why
essences.
would I
The
want
full
to?
detail of multiplicity contained within the second Sphira is made explicit in the third.
Means
Thus,
I have to
to
lose
Idel,
Garfield.
passage from the first to the second Sphira is a passage from unity to multiplicity, although the multiplicity is realized fully as such only in the third
Period.
Sphira. If the Neoplatonic parallel to this triadic
It's even a possibility.
structure isn't jumping out at you,
I'd hold out for a long time.
let me allow
And a long time,
Sheshet,
and a long
the
time.
Kabbalistic himself to
To
explain.
basically already have.
This
Get to the end of
is
that line
the
of hope
same philosophers writes
if I can get
Sheshet
him
the Kabbalist,
perfect
who
hardware. It
arranged
has to be
these
perfect.
four: the intellect,
Pretty much.
the will, the spiritual, and the natural. The will is the divine will. Under
That's
it,
a perfect.
namely the active intellect. Under that, the soul, i.e., the intellective soul. Under it, the natural. We see that the Aleph, the first Sphira Keter in our terms, corresponds to the divine will in their terms, and Yud, the second Sphira Chachma in our terms, corresponds to the active intellect in theirs, and so on. Without getting too deep into the weeds of ancient and then metaphysical comparative metaphysics, what we find here is the Kabbalists themselves drawing direct comparisons between their own cosmologies and metaphysics, their sacred structures of reality, which in their view, remember, derives from ancient unbroken traditions of Jewish mysticism, comparing these ancient ideas with positions found in the works of the philosopher, who we can assume here refers to Plotinus, as disguised most likely in the Arabic long version of the theology of Aristotle, where the divine will precedes nous, the active intellect, followed by soul and then nature. An order and structure of reality that would have been familiar to the Kabbalists.
Not smart, Darren. Not smart at all.
Platonists, thinkers like Ibn Gabir,
It's like that.
who placed divine will above nous, above the intellect, in their own theologized versions of this classic Neoplatonic schema of the one, the intellect, world, soul, and nature. This acknowledgement of the correspondence of their own Kabbalistic mystical concepts with the Neoplatonic schema, despite the differences in terminology, which is clear, is repeated and made explicit by yet another of the founding Kabbalists, Azriel of Gerona, a contemporary of Ben Sheshet, who we just quoted. Azriel writes, "The words of the wisdom of the Torah and the words of the aforementioned philosophers are as one, their way is one, and there is no difference between them but the terms alone." Get that? Thus we see both Azriel and Ben Sheshet, two primary early Kabbalists, among the first to publicize Kabbalah to a wider audience, are also the first to recognize and note the similarity between Neoplatonic and Kabbalistic ideas, and not just random ideas, but the most central ideas, perhaps even adapting their terminology when discussing the second Sphira in a Neoplatonic direction to appeal more to their philosophical readers, according to Idel. To conclude this ultra-brief section on the Sphirot and their parallels with the Platonic forms and...
See, I don't believe we've explained this yet.
Let us quote Idel one more time, who writes quite boldly and provocatively.
How you can be really light on your feet.
Is to some extent the history of various understandings of the Sphirot and
really heavy on your feet at the same time. 11:11 on that clock, Garfield.
Of the Sphirot are an index of the group.
Yeah, 12:11 on that one.
In Kabbalah. If the success of the concept of the Sphirot is indeed any
11:12 on this one.
success of the Neoplatonic perception in Kabbalah, one need not look far to see how well that project went. The Sphirot, shall we say, were quite a hit. Just to be clear, Idel is not claiming that all of early Kabbalah is some kind of ripoff of Jewish Islamic Neoplatonism. Far from it, Idel is actually quite skeptical about what he considers the exaggerated formative role assumed by scholars of Neoplatonism on early Kabbalah. Idel shockingly argues that the antecedents of Kabbalah are not to be found primarily in Greek and pagan schools of thought, but rather within the texts and schools of Judaism herself, as the Kabbalists themselves affirm time and again that what they're simply...
You see, I'm not crazy at all.
...in the Torah, in the biblical and rabbinic texts of classical Judaism all along. Idel believes that we must look to the Jewish literature available.
I just am from your perspective.
Tanakh, Talmud, Midrash, the Merkava and Echalot, Piyut and Chakira, poetry and philosophy of Judaism itself. What Idel proposes is a silent growth of ancient Jewish esotericism, a relatively organic evolution of Jewish mysticism that is consistent with the assertions of the Kabbalists themselves, who repeatedly assert that Kabbalah is a genuine ancient tradition, an esoteric interpretation of Judaism. This self-perception of the Kabbalists has, for no particular good reason, been systematically disregarded by modern researchers, writes Idel. The traditional understanding of Kabbalah needs, therefore, to be carefully reevaluated.
Because certain things you just can't fucking hallucinate.
In Jewish texts, which need to be meticulously inspected as relevant sources for later mystical or mythical motifs amongst the Kabbalists, concludes Idel. I'd like to add one more source for the speculation of the Kabbalists, besides for the Neoplatonic that we've been already aware of since Shalom and earlier, and the Jewish sources which Idel only rightly draws to our attention. I think that there's a third source, which is perhaps still overlooked in the scholarship, although Tamar Persico and some others have pointed in this direction. Besides for being scholars and thinkers exposed to a variety of schools of thought, I think there's still another source, which we're overlooking here in the Kabbalistic formulation of Kabbalah, which is the human subject and human organism itself. Besides for being scholars, reading and engaging in all of these texts and schools of thought, which is the primary way in which they're analyzed by, not surprisingly, scholars who are engaging in the history of thought, the early Kabbalists were also humans having human experiences. Among those experiences, it's safe to assume that being mystics, they were also having what we call mystical experiences. A mystic that, for sake of argument, experiences in their own subjectivity the unity of all reality, the oneness beneath and beyond all being, has to reconcile that experience with the multiplicity of their everyday ordinary reality, what they normally experience, which is the world of multiplicity. The juxtaposition of these two, the mystical
Still
experience
too
on
hot,
one
son.
hand,
No,
and
still
the
too hot.
ordinary
This heat.
experience on the other, leads to a natural question, the question of the one and the many. This question of the one and the many, while indeed
Still love this game. Get the tea the right temperature, or don't.
Is not a Neoplatonic question per se, it's a human question.
And I hate it. No, I hate it. Because they broke my fucking microwave.
That
My dad did.
Platonism, and a question that's been asked in the East by humans who, as far as we can tell, had no contact with
No, my microwave, not his.
And furthermore, the logic that humans have employed in their attempts to answer this basic human question, which arises in reaction to what's really...
He also broken through it that was straight up sacred to me.
The answers that have been proposed to it have taken on a similar shape wherever it's been tried. Something that we, if we can put the pieces together, we could perhaps call a universal logic or grammar of mysticism, something that still deserves critical exploration. This universality that we're proposing isn't some magical thinking.
But I don't think he did it on purpose.
Conjecture. It's just
he was fucking drunk and seemingly under total hypnosis.
To reconcile the one with the many, and the better ones among them rose.
Now, him predicting every word that's coming out of his mouth when he's drunk.
Such as a hierarchical great chain of being, bridging the one and the many, is a crowd favorite. Tied into that is a theory of emanation to explain the way that the one proverbially descends the proverbial ladder, together with a theory of return by which the soul comes back to its source in the true reality of the one, an idea which will be expressed by the Kabbalists as
otherwise he would not have.
Leaning on the movement of the angels in Ezekiel's vision. Even ideas like Tzimtzum, the contraction of the divine self so that the world of multiplicity could come into being, these ideas and the ones we've been mentioning
something I do understand.
Just how helpful they are in solving what is really a basic human question, the question of the one and the many, show up again and again all over the world, in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, Persia, Rome, and Athens, China, India, Spain, France, and Germany. We should be quick to jump to any premature conclusions of influence with a question so basic as this that also has a few limited good
big time.
Before exploring the possibility
Believe it or not.
of basic universal structure, logic, or grammar,
This is me sober.
per se, of this grand wrestle between unity and multiplicity as such. In the words of Menashe ben Yisrael, a fascinating 17th scholar and diplomat who we'll hopefully have a chance to discuss.
I haven't learned how to be anyway but this since.
The immortality of the soul, Menashe writes like this. Ancient philosophers like Pythagoras, Plato, Plotinus, and
Crazy, yeah, crazy.
had recognized
Seemingly.
this tenet, as if the nature of the truth compelled them to believe this principle without the reception of the divine law, but by means of natural light alone. Namely, that truths that come down to one tradition via the light of revelation might equally...
See, I was, but I wasn't. So I put those demons on me and got them off.
Reason alone. Discovering and admitting the affinity between
But it's easy to
revelation
do.
and reason
When you look at people like
one
that,
tradition and another does not
I do
ruin
not.
the light of revelation, nor the sacredness of tradition, but, on the contrary, strengthens it. In today's episode, we presented 3, maybe 4 themes, depending how you count them, to trace the reception of Neoplatonism in the hands of the early Kabbalists: negative theology, Mystica, emanationism, and the theory of the forms. And we got a chance to see briefly how some of those themes made their way.
No, I assume they don't really give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, and they don't give a fuck either. Until they do.
Kabbalists, and where the Kabbalists themselves point out those parallels.
When they do, usually for the worse.
The primacy of the Neoplatonic influence.
Almost
and
always,
external influences
but
in
not
general.
quite.
And lastly, opened up the possibility of considering some of the questions of the mystics and the solutions given to them as human questions prompted by human experiences, and the possibility that the answers given to these basic questions might likewise have a certain inherent universality to them. In next episode, we're going to skip ahead 200 years to the 15th century to see how Kabbalists leading up to, during, and following the Renaissance adopt, adapt, incorporate, or reject Neoplatonism. Until now, this story has been child's play. It's in the Renaissance, the rebirth of Plato and Neoplatonism, where things really get wild. Catch you next week. Make sure to check out the videos being made by our collaborators and friends here on YouTube, by Justin Sledge,
Psychic, yeah.
Esoterica,
It's getting way more clear. There was so much junk to clear out
Dan Trell on the Modern Geneticist, and John Vervaeke. Links
that it really fucked me over.
Thank you for watching. Thank you to the Patreons who support this work we are doing here. If you can afford to, please do consider joining them. And until next time, keep seeking.
Not as bad. Not as bad, not even close. Some people. No, some people are way more understanding than they even need to be.
At least one question this week. And the one question is a question that has troubled historians for a while. So the answer which we're going to give is going to simply be an attempt to answer the question.
All right.
And we'll see how it works. We'll see how it goes and how it fits. The question is like this. So, we've been covering Jewish mysticism from the earliest periods from the
What about that at night? See, I wonder that too.
Particularly the book of Ezekiel, Yechezkel.
When it's like that and like that and like that too. Almost not.
That's cool. Through the story of the Hechalot and the Merkava, all that mysticism which we're not going to repeat.
See, we see that and we're like, that must have been that, right? But I'm wondering, what about that and that and that?
In the sketch of Jewish mysticism, which is
somewhere in time, maybe, right?
From the Second Temple, from the end of the Hechalot literature in the Talmud, from the very brief mentions of mysticism which we have, which don't really have all of the full body of Kabbalah as such, which is why academically we don't refer to those periods as Kabbalah proper. We refer to them as early Jewish mysticism. We don't yet have the clear delineation of the concepts which are definitive of Kabbalah, such as the 10 Sfirot, the 4 worlds, the 5 levels of the soul. Something happens in the 12th century, which is a long time after the Talmudic.
We are getting there in some ways, turns out.
To give a frame of reference, the temple is destroyed in the year 70 CE of the Common Era. The Mishnah is codified, is written down in about the year 200 by Yehuda Hanasi, Judah the Prince. About 300 years later, the Talmud is codified in the year 500.
No, if it wasn't for Garfield,
this is just a general sketch.
I would have left 4 years ago.
The Talmud being codified from the year 500. What we have is the period of the Geonim, moving forward through the period, and in about the 1200s, we have what's called the period of the Rishonim. This is just the way that.
Now I'm trying to teach him.
Rabbinic period.
Dad's not scared of shit.
And in this whole period,
even spiritually,
Gaonic period, from about the year 500 till about the year 1100, we don't really have much expression of Jewish mysticism. Something happens in about the year 1200 during what's known as the period of the Rishonim, and I'll repeat these periodizations. I just want to lay out the mystery here, but I'll go back and repeat what the exact frame and time.
No, I can't have a bad trip.
Something happens in the 11th, 12th century where Kabbalah, as we know it today,
I just take them on. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose for a while, but I always end up winning in the end.
Which are seen as the core conceptual bedrock of Kabbalah, comes to its full.
It's gonna be pretty bad for a minute.
In the 11th, 12th century in Provence, south of France.
This big mouth demon.
So that is the question. The question is, what happens in the 12th and 11th century that Kabbalah, as we know it today, begins?
No, he's fucking powerful.
Periods, because I just ran over a lot of periodization, but just to give people a sense
ribbit
history as it's understood in rabbinic literature. Jewish history is split up in rabbinic periodizations that begin with the Tanaim, the sages
These fucking eye swallowers.
who begin
Frogs.
to
Frogs.
discuss the ideas which become written down in the Mishnah during the time of the Second Temple, before the turn of the millennium. Their works are.
No, they just know their shit, guys. The frogs.
The great sages, Rabbi Kiva.
So when George was sick, guess what he was cuddling with? A frog.
Of the Common Era. These are pretty simple dates to remember. From the writing of the Mishnah, for the next 300 years, the Mishnah is debated, and that gets written down as the Gemara. The two of them together are the Talmud. That happens in about the year 500. Again, a pretty simple date to remember. From the year 500 till about 500 years later is known as the period of the Geonim. The Geonim are the heads of the academy living in Babylon, and they explain and elucidate and make clear what happened in the Talmud. Is that periodization pretty? It's pretty fair, simple.
Well, they're powerful.
Good. What
Frogs.
happens in the 10th, 11th century? We have now.
How many frogs you killed, Garfield? Have you killed a frog?
Of the sages of the Canaries, the geniuses, literally. And we have the period of the Rishonim.
Oh, you want to?
Anyone who knows
You want to
basic
kill a
history,
frog?
These terms will be familiar. The Rishonim are the people.
Oh, you haven't killed anything in a long time.
To take the works of the.
Oh, you're getting weak.
Works of the Geonim. The Geonim were really more just cleaning up.
Interesting,
The Talmud
interesting.
And setting in the notids for the Talmud. The Rishonim
How do you feel about that?
Great sages who begin to make new works that begin to codify.
Getting weak.
The Talmud. The Rambam,
Because you
Rashi,
can't be a
Tosfot,
serial killer.
Rambam, these are all the great Rishonim that we know today. In terms of Jewish mysticism,
Oh,
just so
you
that
didn't
we
know
don't
they were
do
people too back then.
justice to the Gaonic period.
Sure did.
We really have Kabbalah during the Gaonic period. We do have some works of
Sure did.
piety and mystical literature. Most famous is Rabbeinu Bachya. Bachya ibn.
I love you. I still love you.
Called Chovot HaLevavot, The Duties of the Heart. And in that book, Bachya begins to ask questions about what is the purpose of mitzvot, what happens internally, what is the work upon the heart, not just the external works. And Bachya lives from the year 1050 to 1120. But besides for some select texts like Bachya's work, we don't really have much of an expression of Jewish mystical or poetical literature. Something happens in the 11th, 12th century, as we've said, but we have an explosion. And I'm going to.
No, you're doing good. No, you're doing good in hell. No, you're doing fine. No, it's a secret. I can't tell you their identity, some of them.
That moment.
No, they're getting tortured to
Is
death.
the question that we're trying to answer clear? Is the mystery clear? We get some thumbs up, some nods. Good. People understand what the question is. Very good.
You know what I
We
mean?
have a.
So I'm like, hey, you know what I mean? Good for you. Good for you. You're figuring it out. The hard fucking way.
And then we have.
And evil's evil.
Silence for a long while until the 11th and 12th century, and over there we have an explosion of Kabbalah as we know it today. Kabbalah is something new happens.
We'll see what God does from there.
Expression of Kabbalah, so it seems. So the question is why that is. This is how we're going to frame the problem and how we're going to get to a solution. There is a literary genre of Jewish mysticism. Mysticism can be written in many ways. People can write mysticism in poetry. People can write it in metaphor. People can write it in theory. Jewish mysticism is written in one genre up until the 12th century, which is.
All right, Garfield.
Midrash.
Yep. We go outside now.
Midrash means, literally, comes from the Hebrew word doresh or lidrosh, to explore,
Hold on.
excavate, to question, to begin. To
I don't know this happens.
It is
Okay,
a form of what's known in the academic language. It's a form of exegetical practice, it's a hermeneutical practice. It's a term where we turn to a text and we dig apart the text and we ask questions and we find out things. We investigate the text to learn new things. That is midrash. Midrash is split into two categories. There is Medrash Agadata
Like that.
and Medrash Halacha. Medrash Halacha is the principles of extracting law from the Torah, from the Chumash specifically. There are typically 13 principles of Rabbi Ishmael. There are other systems as well, but for all intents and purposes, that is one of the systems. And then there's a system called Medrash Agadata, where we do the same thing, but we're not extracting law from Torah. We're extracting morals and values and principles and stories and ethics. Anyone who has learned any Talmud will know that within the same Talmudic passage, we have mixed in all forms of Midrash. Midrash Halacha, Midrash Agadata, and Agada, or Agada, different terms for it, is one of the bedrocks of Jewish literature, and Jewish mysticism is written exclusively up until the period of the Rishonim in the genre of Agadata. Is that understandable? That's a fair point. Okay. And by the way, another term for Agadah, we can call it the mythos of Judaism. Judaism has, if we want to call it a mythology, not mythology in the sense of saying that's not true, mythology as in truth told in the form of a story. Agadah is the mythos, the mythology of Judaism.
It's structured.
Now, what happens in the 12th century is we have the mythos of Judaism, the Agadah of Judaism, encounters another force, another historical intellectual force, which the contrast of mythos in intellectual history, if anyone has studied the classics, the Greeks, what happens in Greece with Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle is that mythos meets logos. Mythos, which is truth in the form of story, meets logos. Logos literally means the spoken word, but it means it's no longer a narrative truth, it's a spoken truth. It's a truth which is systematic, a truth which is made clear, a truth which is syllogistic, a truth which we know in the form of propositions, scholiums, axioms. This is what logos is. What happens, in my estimation, and I want to flesh this out with you and talk about exactly how this happens and what it means, is that in Jewish thought and in Jewish literature historically, there is a turning point in the 12th century, in the 1100s, where Jewish mythos meets Jewish logos, where Jewish story, the Jewish Agadah, meets Jewish philosophy, meets Hakira. Okay? If I'm going too fast, please tell me to rein it back. The meeting of Agadah with Hakira, the meeting of mythos with logos in the 12th century. By raise of hands, who here has heard of Neoplatonism? Because this is an important part of the story. We have one raised hand. Okay, I'm going to explain what Neoplatonism is because I think that we cannot understand this meeting, this meeting of these two oceans of Jewish story and Jewish philosophy if we don't understand Neoplatonism, which is one of the backbones, one of the spines of Jewish philosophy, along with its counterpart and along with its competitor, often Aristotelianism. So let's talk about Plato and Aristotle. I'm guessing that many people who came to a Kabbalah class did not assume that we'd be talking about Plato and Aristotle, but I think to properly understand the philosophical history of Kabbalah, we need to go back to Plato and Aristotle and see how they make it into Jewish thought and where that meets Kabbalah and what happens with that. And feel free to disagree. This is just my hypothesis. So, a bit of Greek history. We have many what's known as pre-Socratic thinkers, philosophers, Thales, Parmenides. But what happens is there's a sort of turn in Greek philosophy with Socrates. Socrates develops what's known as the Socratic method, the way in which we ask questions to get to certain truths, to question our presuppositions. Socrates has a student by the name of Plato. Plato has a student by the name of Aristotle. And these three individuals are the birth of Western philosophy, of Western thinking as we know it, the birth of democracy, the birth of logic, the birth of science, the birth of many good things that we have in the West come from these three men. Now, we don't know much about Socrates himself because all we know is what Plato writes about Socrates in his dialogues, particularly in the Republic and in Timaeus. But we know a lot about Plato and Aristotle. And Plato and Aristotle give birth to two streams of thought. Aristotle, the student of Plato, studies with him in the academy for 20 years until Plato dies. When Plato dies, Aristotle sets up his own learning in the Lyceum, and he doesn't agree with his teacher on all points. And they give birth to two schools of philosophy. And there are many points that emerge from Plato and Aristotle. There are many points of political philosophy, of aesthetics, of epistemology, which we're not going to be looking at. I want to look at what's important for Kabbalah, which is their metaphysics. The metaphysics of Plato and Aristotle, as they are understood later in Jewish history, have a very important part of the story of Kabbalah, and therefore we're going to have to explain them anyway. Plato, for anyone who's read the Republic, or anyone who's read the allegory of the cave, or anyone who has watched the Matrix or modern retellings of Plato's allegory of the cave knows that Plato believes in the theory of the forms. The forms are, Plato says, is that we have all kinds of things in this world. We have tables and chairs and humans and animals and shapes, but all of those things are simply shadows of their true forms, of their true selves in some higher realm, in the realm of the forms. And I'm not going to get into the nuances of Platonic philosophy. We're going to leave that for classes on Plato and Plato scholars, we're simply concerned in one point here, which is going to be relevant to Jewish history. Plato has the idea of these forms, these objects that are abstracted, and as we climb up the forms, we get to more reified, more pure versions of the forms until it becomes the ultimate form, which he calls the one, which is sort of the God in a philosophical sense from Plato. Aristotle disagrees with Plato and says, no, forms are only found in their instantiations in reality. There are no abstract separate forms from reality, and they give birth essentially to two schools of philosophy. Plato's school gets taken up by a group of thinkers which we now call the Neoplatonists, through, by the way, the work of a Jewish thinker, a Jewish philosopher by the name of Philo of Alexandria. Philo of Alexandria lives in the years at the turn of the millennium. He lives from 20 BCE to 50 CE over the turn of the millennium. A figure, by the way, that's been very much ignored in Jewish history and Jewish history philosophy. When we talk about history of Jewish philosophy, we speak about the first Jewish philosopher typically as Sajagern. Sajagern, who writes the book Amunus Fideis, one of the Gaonim, which we mentioned the Gaonic period before. But if we're going to be honest, Sajagern is very far from the first Jewish philosopher. Sajagern is living in the 700s. Philo was living at the turn of the millennium before the year zero. And although not a rabbinic character, he's an important Jewish philosopher. And Philo is typically seated in what's the period that's known as Middle Platonism, followed by Plotinus in the year 204 to 270 is when he dies. And Plotinus takes the school of Plato and he makes something which we now know as Neoplatonism, where he kind of leaves out the political theory and all the other theory which he's not so interested. Plotinus is a religious thinker, he's a mystic, and he wants to know about this highest form, about this form which he calls the one, hen in Greek, and how one can unite with the one. And Plotinus believes that all of reality emerges from the one, from this primordial form, and flows into creation. It emanates, it overflows into reality through different, what's known as hypostasis, through different forms. There is originally the nous, N-O-U-S in Greek, which is the mind. Then there's the world soul, and then there's the world matter as we know it. And this is basically the Neoplatonic system. And what happens is, as it pertains to Jewish philosophy, these two schools of thinking, the Neoplatonic, taking after Plotinus and Plato, and the Aristotelian, enter into Western thought in general, into Jewish, Muslim, and Christian thought. Now, they enter first really by being translated from the Greek into the Arabic by people like Al-Kindi, born in the year 800, and then taken up more seriously by Muslim philosophers like Farabi, Ibn Sina, and later Ibn Arabi. And in their schools of Kalam, which is schools of Muslim philosophy, Kalam literally means word, again, logos, the same word in Arabic. They begin to translate these words into Arabic, and Jewish philosophers were living in Arabic countries. People like Sajagern, people like Rabbeinu Bachar, people like Ibn Gabriel are interacting with and in conversation with their Muslim counterparts, with their Muslim philosophers. And what they begin to do is they begin to take ideas from Neoplatonism and begin to express Jewish ideas through the language of their own day, which is Neoplatonism. Now, this may seem very bizarre, and we may ask, why are these Jewish thinkers, these rabbis, using some Greek form? But think about this. When Rabbi Ashi gets up in Shul, and he gives a drush in the parsha, what language is Rabbi Ashi speaking? Rabbi Ashi is speaking in English. He's not speaking in Yiddish, he's not speaking in Hebrew. He's using the lingua franca, the language you understand. And the words that Rabbi Ashi is using are words from that language. When Rabbi Ashi speaks about God, speaks about prayer, speaks about acts of goodness and kindness, Rabbi Ashi, by using the contemporary language, or any rabbi alive today, is somehow interacting with the thinking and the systems of thought that are built into those linguistic systems. One cannot use a language without tapping into those linguistic motifs and what lies, the idea that lies behind the language. So it would be very nice to believe that we can have some very pure, uncontaminated form of expression, but it's not possible as humans. When we speak and when we communicate, we are contaminated by interaction, and sometimes that is good, and sometimes that is bad, but that is just reality. And what happens is that Jewish thinkers begin to express their ideas in Neoplatonic language. There are other Jewish thinkers, most famously Maimonides, who shun much of Neoplatonism and instead turn to forms of Aristotelianism.
is a bit of a tricky part of this history because there's a very famous text called the Theology of Aristotle, which many thinkers thought was Aristotelian. It was really a translation from the Ennead, which is what the times. But as far as they knew, they were pure Aristotelian. People like Maimonides, who was an Aristotelian, and then we have people that were the Neoplatonists, most famously people like Ibn Gabriel, whose dates were 1021 to 1070, and preceded a bit earlier by people like Isaac Israeli from 832 to 932. And these people are taking ideas from Neoplatonism and bringing it into Jewish mysticism. Let me explain how that happens in my understanding. Let me introduce you to a Jewish thinker by the name of Ibn Gabriel. Rabbi Shlomo Ibn Gabriel writes a book in the 11th century called the Chaim, Source of Life, Fons Vitae in Latin. This book is lost in the original Hebrew but translated into Latin as Fons Vitae. And it is not a religious text, it is a philosophical text where he explains his understanding of reality of Neoplaton, which is a Neoplatonistic worldview, although it's very much changed and nuanced because he's a Jewish thinker. The main change that happens in the ideas of Ibn Gabriel is that he replaces the original emanation from the one, from God, where the Greeks said the original emanation was thought, was chachma, was nous. He says the original emanation is will, is ratzon, which we'll see later becomes keter in the Kabbalistic system in the parallel of that. Ibn Gabriel, and this is a very fascinating story, Ibn Gabriel writes this book, it's translated into Latin, and for hundreds of years, Ibn Gabriel's work, the Fons Vitae, is the textbook of Neoplatonism for the Middle Ages. If anyone wants to study Neoplatonism, they turn to Ibn Gabriel, to Fons Vitae, and that is where they're studying. That is the book that is given out in colleges and in high schools, so to say. Now, for many hundreds of years, we did not know who the author of Fons Vitae was. The Christian said it was a Christian, the Muslim said it was a Muslim, and the Jew said, of course, it was a Jew. Avistagral was the name that was given to it, some Latinized name, and no one knew what it was Latinized from. In the year 1846, a scholar by the name of Solomon Monk was digging out manuscripts in the French National Library. He found a text from another Jewish philosopher, Ibn Falquera, who references Mikor Chaim from Ibn Gabriel, Fons Vitae, Mikor Chaim, and he says who the author is, Shlomo Ibn Gabriel. And it becomes established the author is a Jewish author, a Jewish philosopher by the name of Ibn Gabriel, and Ibn Gabriel retrospectively becomes the most important Jewish Neoplatonist in Jewish history. Ibn Gabriel we can set up in contrast to Maimonides, Maimonides who is the arch Aristotelian versus Ibn Gabriel who is the arch Neoplatonist. And one way of understanding the history of all of Jewish philosophy, Chakira as it's known, is a battle between these two streams of thought up until the modern period between the Neoplatonists represented by Ibn Gabriel and the Aristotelians represented by Rambam. What does all of this have to do with Kabbalah, then you ask? This is a very nice introduction to history of Jewish philosophy and Western philosophy, but what does this have to do with Kabbalah? So this is, I believe, crux of the mystery and where we're going to solve the mystery. What happens is that in the south of France, in the 12th century, there's a group of scholars who are studying Jewish mysticism. They're studying the Ma'aseh Merkava, they're studying the Hechbolot, all the things we mentioned in class 1. And in addition to that, they're studying the Jewish Neoplatonists, people like Ibn Gabriel. And they see that if they take ideas from Ibn Gabriel, if they use the terms of Ibn Gabriel, they can express and elucidate what they've been trying to say all along in Kabbalistic language with much greater clarity. And what they do is they combine the Medrash, the mythos of Kabbalah, with the logos, with the Hakir, with the philosophy of people like Ibn Gabriel. And what they do is that they create a system of thought which we now call Kabbalah. Just to repeat this point again, Kabbalah in a very broad sense includes everything we spoke about in class 1. But in an academic sense, Kabbalah is what we're going to begin to talk about now. And this is what happens when people like the Ravid and his son-in-law and his grandson meet the Jewish Neoplatonists. And I'm going to explain what happens there. Is everyone with me so far? Does anything need to be repeated or clarified? Is that clear? So let me just explain the system of Neoplatonism, a bit of the metaphysics of Neoplatonism, to understand how it marries so beautifully with the Kabbalistic Midrash, which then gives us the birth in the 12th century of the Kabbalah, and then we're going to explain who these Kabbalists are, what the major texts they write, what the major innovations they make are. But let me just give you a brief touch of what Neoplatonism is. The very basic idea of Neoplatonism is, and you'll see automatically why this makes sense for Kabbalists to use this language, is that reality, as we see it today, we see multiplicity, we see diversity, we see bifurcation, we see me and him, us and them, this and that. We see also that there's a fragmentation to reality. Things are broken up, things are separate. The Neoplatonists say, along with the mystics of all of the world, that brokenness of reality, that fragmentation, that separation, that disharmony of reality is just an illusion. It's just like the poor prisoners who were sitting in the cave of Plato in the Republic, who only see shadows. And if they turn back and saw the real reality, if they turn back and saw the forms, if they saw the sun, they'd see that all of reality is one, is united, is unified. And it is unified in the metaphor of Plato in the sun. The sun is the one object which unifies everything. It is the king of all forms. And according to later thinkers, according to the Platonists, according to the Plotinus, it is unified in God. God is one. God is one and indivisible. And the indivisibility of God includes the rest of existence. There's nothing outside of God. There is nothing but God. And therefore, if God is one and there's nothing but God, that means everything is fundamentally one. And any separation, any multiplicity, any distraction, any diversion from that unity is simply some sort of illusion, which we'll speak about. But then how do we then get this reality of multiplicity? How do we then have that? So the Neoplatonists teach us that the one overflows into reality, and it creates an illusion of separation and multiplicity. And we're going to see these ideas more clearly expressed in Kabbalistic systems. But the impetus for this metaphysics, what happens is, I believe, is that these mystics, this isn't just some theoretical, abstract, positing of some unity and then trying to make sense of this and multiplicity, but the mystics experience oneness. The mystical experience that is experienced by humans across time, across millennia, across country, is an experience of the fundamental oneness of being. And I think that we have the capacity still today to experience that. We can experience that in very deep levels of meditation, in very deep states of love. People experience that now. This is not a condonance or condemning. People experience that on psychedelics. There are all different ways for people to experience the deep oneness of reality. And when one experiences the deep oneness of reality, the deep unity of reality, and they're confronted by the multiplicity that they see out there in the world, we need to hypothesize some sort of way that the one relates to the many. The problem of the one and the many becomes the central metaphysical problem for Neoplatonism and for Kabbalah. How does God, is unified, who is uncontaminated, who is not broken into parts, how does God express and how does it manifest in this world of the many that we see? And the Kabbalists that are writing in the 11th, 12th century, I'm going to introduce you to now, find very rich language in their brothers, the Jewish Neoplatonists, to explain this problem of the one and the many. Good? So let's now introduce you to those Kabbalists. So far, so clear? Good. So what we're laying out here is a system in history where the Jewish mythos, where the Jewish story, where the Jewish Haggadah meets the Jewish philosophy, Jewish Hakira in the form of Neoplatonism embodied by people like Ibn Gabriel. And I want to move now into the actual story of the 12th century. And we're going to see how far we can get. I'd like to cover perhaps up until the 16th century, but seeing in your mind, ideas move much quicker than they come out of your mouth. So we'll see how far we get. We won't try to push it too much. Good. I just want to mention something that I'm skipping so that we don't have any fanatics coming and sending me angry letters in the mail, because we are skipping the important moment in Jewish history. For all those that don't know, it is known as the Chassidic Ashkenaz, the German pietists, is the literal translation, which is really centered around one family, the Kalanimus family, people like Shmuel HaChassid, Yehuda HaChassid, and most famously Eliezer Worms, the Rekeach. We're going to skip that moment in history, not because it's not unimportant and not because it's unrelated, but because I want to try and sort of streamline the storyline here to give you a narrative. And I feel like if we get into the Ashkenaz, we're going to be pulled off the main story. So for all of those who are major diehard fans of Chassidic Ashkenaz, please forgive me for skipping them for the purposes of this class. We can get back to them another time. Now, I want to move you geographically to the south of France, to Provence, down at the bottom near the Mediterranean. In the south of France, there are a group of Kabbalists, a family. It's a bit confusing because the first three of these sages share the same acronym, the same name, the Ravid. The most important one for our purposes is Avram ben David, who anyone who knows Talmudic literature knows, because he was the great Talmudic opponent, the great halachic opponent of Maimonides. And it is Avram ben David, the Ravid, who begins to talk about the Sfirot as we know them, the tree of life, the system which we discussed in the very, very, very first class. His son, Rabbi Yitzchak Sagino, Rabbi Isaac the Blind, is the very, very first Kabbalist who begins to write down in length what the system of the Sfirot are and how they work. He attributes the tradition to his father and his father-in-law and his grandfather, to the earlier Ravids of history. But it's really Rabbi Yitzchak Sagino, the first person who begins to take this language and put it into written form for us. Again, a historical caveat. There are texts which predate this moment in Provence. These texts are definitely Sefer Yetzirah comes before this. Sefer Abar here almost certainly comes before this, although it is a complex question of how that text is dated. I'm not going to talk right now about these two texts, about Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer Abar. We're going to come back and talk about the primary texts. I'm going to explain to you the role that these texts play, but I want to shelf those for the moment and talk about the characters, the people that make up the story. Rabbi Yitzchak Saginar begins to write down this system, begins to write down the system of the Sirot as we know them, taking earlier references from these earlier texts that we mentioned, and begins to lay out a clear structure of clearly the Sirot as we know them today. Sirot as they appeared earlier are used in a more amorphous sense, as Kabbalah and sometimes the rest of history are expressed most clearly first in Rabbi Yitzchak Saginar, attributing the tradition to his predecessors, to the Ravid predominantly. Now, I spoke about the more positive aspect of the history here, that these Kabbalists were borrowing systems and language from their Jewish philosophical brethren, from people that preceded them like Ibn Gabriel, but there is also a reactionary part of the story here, which is the greatest philosopher of Jewish history, hands down, is Maimonides. When we talk about the history of Jewish philosophy, we talk about pre-Maimonides and post-Maimonides. Jewish philosophy is split in half by Maimonides. Now, the Jewish Kabbalists, and this is kind of the alternative theory, which is sometimes stressed by historians, that as opposed to the system the hypothesis that I put forth, which is that the Kabbalists were merging their midrashic, their mythological, their readings with the logos, with the philosophical, with the rational systems of Ibn Gabriel. There's the other side of this coin, which is it was a reaction against Maimonides. Why is this? What were they reacting against? And this theory does make sense, and we're going to see why. It makes sense also because, as we mentioned, the Ravid, who is the teacher of Yitzchak Saginar, the very first Kabbalist to write down this right as we know them in Provence, was the Talmudic and halachic opponent of Maimonides. So we see that there is some historical opposition already here. So this is not a far-fetched claim. What did Maimonides say that was so troubling to these Jewish Kabbalists, these Jewish thinkers? Firstly, as we mentioned, Maimonides was an Aristotelian. He was a follower of the metaphysics of Aristotle. He writes that himself very clearly. And in his main philosophical work, in Moreh Nevuchim, he tries to synthesize and make peace between Aristotle and Genesis, simply put, and other aspects of Jewish thought. These Jewish thinkers were Neoplatonists. They were students of people like Ibn Gabriel, who are the philosophical nemesis of the Aristotelians.
what did Rambam say that so disturbed these Jewish thinkers? I think it was one thing in particular. Rambam is very aware of the traditions, of the midrashic traditions of Jewish mysticism, of what we call the Maaseh Merkava, the stories of the chariot of Ezekiel, and Maaseh Bereshit, the story of the creation that Kabbalah spoke about. And Maimonides says that we have no Masorah, we have no tradition about these systems. They may have existed in Jewish history, but they are lost to us now. And Maimonides says something which is shocking to the Kabbalists. He says Maaseh Bereshit is physics in the Aristotelian sense, and Maaseh Merkava is metaphysics in the Aristotelian sense. And Maimonides totally washes his Jewish thinking clear of the midrashic, Kabbalistic forms which existed before him and after him. Now, this is not to say that there is not that there isn't a place of mysticism in Rambam. There is a Aristotelian form of mysticism which one unites their intellect with the active intellect, which we'll have to talk about in another time, and that plays later into the Kabbalists. The Kabbalists, as much as they reject Maimonides, they also take from Maimonides, and there are some very famous Kabbalists who are staunch Maimonideans. People like Abraham Amulafia, one of the great Jewish Kabbalists in history, writes not one, not two, but three commentaries on Moreh Nevuchim, on the philosophical magnum opus of Maimonides, more than any other human in history. But in these very, very first moments of Jewish philosophy, this claim of Rambam that we have no Masorah, that the traditions of Maaseh Merkava, of Maaseh Bereshit, have not been passed down to us in a faithful way, is something which the mystics abhor. And even if they were keeping their Masorah secret for many years, even if the Hasidei Ashkenaz were not going public with their Masorah, it came the time in the eyes of people like the Ravid, the opponent of Maimonides, people like Rabbi Yitzchak Saginar, to come out and to begin to express, firstly, yes, we have Masorah, and number two, this is what our Masorah is. And the language which they use to express the Masorah is the language of the Neoplatonists, the philosophical opponents of Maimonides. So there we have the two sort of competing ideas, and they probably play into one another, both a positive reaction with the birth of Neoplatonism in Jewish thought, and a reaction to Maimonidean Aristotelianism. Was that last point clear? Good, that's clear. So what happens is, we're going to understand what really happens in Kabbalah. We're going to have to move beyond Rabbi Yitzchak Saginar, because Rabbi Yitzchak Saginar is only the very beginning. Rabbi Isaac Klein is only the very beginning, but he has some very important students. He has some students. One of them is two potentially brothers, although that's not so clear, Azriel and Ezra of Gerona, living from the 1160s to about the 1230s, and his nephew, Asher ben David, who lives in the mid-1200s, who writes a Kabbalistic work called Sefer HaYichud, the Book of Unity, and these students migrate from Provence, from south of Spain, across the border, heading down west towards northeast Spain to Girona and to Catalonia. These are not very, very far from one another. They're just a few hundred kilometers over the border. And over there, they pass on their traditions from their teachers to one of the great, great thinkers in Jewish history, one of the great, great, great Kabbalists, and again, a interlocutor and sometimes opponent of Maimonides, none other than Nachmanides, Ramban in Hebrew. Their names are very similar, and sometimes they get confused, but Ramban, ending with a nun and an N, as opposed to Rambam, ending with an M, Maimonides and Nachmanides. Ramban does something which is very, very important. Ramban, whose dates are 1194 to 1270, living in northeast Spain, near the border, Nachmanides does something which is very important, which is that he takes these Kabbalistic traditions that he's receiving from Ezra and Azriel of Gerona and Asher ben David. It's not so clear exactly who he learns from, but these are the things which are put forth, the ideas that are put forth, the potential characters who pass on this tradition to the Ramban. And the Ramban, a major, major thinker in Jewish history, takes Kabbalah and introduces it into his pirush, into his interpretation, into his explanation of the Chumash. The Ramban writes a commentary on Torah, and the Ramban is the first person to take the ideas of Kabbalah and to begin to explain Chumash based on Kabbalah. The reason this is so important is because while not everyone is going to be learning metaphysics, and while not everyone is going to be learning Kabbalah, everyone is learning Chumash. And when you take Kabbalah and you put it into Chumash, you have now brought Kabbalah mainstream. And Ramban, being a giant of Jewish thought, a giant of halakha, a giant of the revealed aspects of Torah, is a giant of Jewish mysticism. And what happens now is a really transitional moment in the 13th century where Kabbalah is brought mainstream by using it in his interpretation on Chumash. And any child, any adult who now learns Chumash with its commentaries will be learning Kabbalah with Nachmanides, with Ramban. In addition to that, the Ramban has a circle of students. Most famously is the Rashba, Rav Shlomo ibn Aderet, who is most famous again as a halachic thinker who writes thousands of halachic responsa, and a student of Nachmanides who also begins to teach Kabbalah. Another student of Nachmanides is Isaac of Acre, who travels from Israel to Spain, studies with Nachmanides, and begins as well to write works of Kabbalah. And other characters like Rav Yaakov ben Sheshas and other characters in that time period. And what happens is they begin to take these traditions, which were very hidden and which were very sort of locked away, and they begin to make it almost mainstream. Not quite mainstream, I wouldn't exaggerate that it was entirely mainstream, but they're introducing it to texts, halacha, to main works. If you'll notice something interesting, by the way, almost all of these characters in Jewish history, in the history of Jewish mysticism, were great halachic minds. Ramban, the Rashba, these people were immense characters of Jewish mysticism and of halacha. This is something which is very unique in the history of mysticism in general. We see this as well. People like Rav Yosef Kaira, one of the most famous halachic figures in Jewish history, who we'll get to in the 15th, 16th century, is a great mystic and Kabbalist. I'll tell you why this is so amazing. Generally, in mysticism, in many traditions, in Sufism, in Christian mysticism, and other forms of mysticism, there is a tension, there's a conflict between the orthodox standard practice of the traditions and the mystics who feel the need to break out of the molds and the boundaries of orthodoxy. And as we spoke about in class 1, the genius of Jewish mysticism is that it is grounded deeply in Jewish practice. And therefore, it is no surprise that in Judaism, although this is a surprise for the rest of world mysticisms, the greatest Jewish mystics are the greatest halachic characters as well. Because they understand that Jewish mysticism is only alive in the practice, in the body of Judaism, in the halakha of Judaism. And the only conduit into Jewish mysticism is through halakha, is through its practice. And this is very important with characters like Ramban and like Rashba, these great halachic characters who we're now exploring. Because many people believe that one can do Jewish mysticism without doing halakha, and this is impossible conceptually, theoretically, practically, and historically. Historically, the greatest Jewish mystics are the greatest Jewish halachists. I want to transition now from 12th century, we spoke about the Ravid, Yitzchak Saginar, 13th century, we spoke about Ramban, Rashba. I want to now move towards the end of the 13th century, where, it looks like we're running out of time. I'm getting a mention from Jenny. It's coming to 11:55 in my time, which is 10:55 for you. So let me wrap up, say what we've covered, and say perhaps what we'll do next week. Next week I want to begin to move into the end of the 13th century. People like Reb Yosef Gicatilia with his major Kabbalistic work, Shari'era, Menachem Mercanti, an Italian Kabbalist, Avram Abulafia, who has a very fascinating form of a static and prophetic form of Kabbalah, Moshe de Leon, a Spanish Kabbalist, who's very important for many reasons, which we'll discuss. But let me just summarize briefly what we covered. We attempted to answer the mystery of why Kabbalah burst forth in the scene in the way that we know it in the 11th and 12th century in Provence, south of Spain, with characters like the Ravid and Yitzchak Saginar. And we hypothesized that it was a meeting of two great ways of Jewish thinking, of the midrashic mind, of the narrative, the story, the exegetical, the mind which goes into a text and is doresh and makes all sorts of readings and nuanced readings, the midrash agadata, with chakira, with the logos, with the philosophical, with the rational, with the systematic, as embodied in the form of Neoplatonism, which was taught to the Kabbalists by people like Ibn Gabriel, who received it in relation with his Muslim philosophers like Al-Kindi and Al-Farabi, who they got it from the Greek thinkers like Plotinus, who got it from a Jewish thinker by the name of Philo of Alexandria, ultimately going back to Plato. And what happens is when these two streams of thought meet, when the rational, systematic, philosophical, and the midrashic, Kabbalistic meet, we have this birth of Kabbalah, as we know, the systematic Kabbalah, with its own order of emanation, its great chain of being, the Seder Ishtalshalut, and Sfirat, the Alamot, which we will discuss in due time. And that, I hope, solves the mystery in addition to the reaction against Rambam. And we're going to cover some of the main figures of Jewish Kabbalah in Provence and Girona and Catalina in the 12th and 13th century. I hope everything was clear, and I would like to open to some questions. If anything that we've said so far has not been clear, needs clarification. If there are any questions about things that we haven't mentioned, please hold them, please write them down. If there are any questions about things that we said already, now is the time. If Rabbi Ashi could please unmute people to have any questions before we end.
So I think if we're going to have questions, either for those who have videos can raise hands, otherwise if you can type on the chat, and I'll unmute you. If anyone has any specific questions. Just before that, just to say thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you Zevi for trying to cram in a lot of info and historical context into a short period of time, and giving us a lot of food for thought. Yashikoya, thank you so much. If anyone does have any questions, I think it would be interesting, Zevi, if you've ever done a talk just exploring more about to explain a little bit more in depth the clashes of perspective between the Neoplatonism and the Aristotelianism, like those two schools of thought, and what, from a Jewish mystical perspective as to why they are at loggerheads. You did sort of briefly talk about it, and obviously this isn't the place in this share to get too much in depth of that, but I think that based on the fact that you use that as a foundation for your hypothesis, I think it might be interesting if either you've done a video on that, or if you know of other videos that you could post on the chat that people could learn more about that. It'd be interesting to know if anyone has done such a video before to explain the differences, because obviously the Raavad and the Rambam were at loggerheads, as we know, but you're actually using the cause of that loggerheads, that the one comes from an Aristotelian background, the other one from sort of the Neoplatonist background. So it'd be interesting to explore that further in detail. I'm not sure, have you ever done that before?
No, it's not something which I have done and I've recorded, and it's something which is worth exploring. And there are resources that explore it in a more general context of Aristotelians versus Neoplatonists, but it'll be very interesting to be done in the Jewish context to see what that debate means for Jewish thinkers.
Because essentially that's the crux of your argument now, and it's interesting to explore that.
Yeah, we'll have to explain, more essentially how Platonism and Aristotelianism differ on the theory of the forms, how they conceptualize the infinite is the crux of the issue, whether infinity can exist in abstraction. So they differ on some very interesting metaphysical questions of. I mean, one of the big issues for Jewish philosophy is the question of infinity, particularly in relation to the existence of the world. Did the world always exist, or did the world begin at a certain point? And obviously, for Jewish philosophers, the world beginning at a certain point was very fundamental, because we know from Bereshit, from Genesis, that God creates the world, which means that the world didn't always exist. And one of the big challenges in Guide to the Perplexed, in Murder Victim of Maimonides, is grappling with Aristotle's idea of infinity, with the existence of the world.
Well, the Rambam says that it's not proven Aristotelian way, but if it was, you'd find a way to work it out in the verse.
Right. So you could see how serious he's taking the Aristotelian notions of infinity in relation to the world, where he would be forced to make it fit with Genesis if he felt that they were more, in the bedrock of Aristotle. He ends up escaping the issue by saying that Aristotle himself doesn't have to be read so hard that way. But the basic understanding of the way which they conceptualize infinity is very fundamentally different between the Neoplatonists and the Aristotelians. And I think that metaphysically, along with and I think that ties into their theory of the forms and the way that the two of them read it differently.
So you don't think the spirits and the Kabbalistic construct would fit with Rambam's understanding or his perspective, his philosophy?
So, see, this is the thing. In Rambam/Aristotle's theory, you don't really have. Okay, so it's a very interesting question. to have the spheres metaphysically, you need what's known in the history of philosophy as a great chain of being. A great chain of being means that you have a principle that sits at the top of the chain, the top of reality, which is ontologically the most real thing, the only real thing really, which flows its reality into the rest of reality as we know it. And that creates what's known as a great chain of being. And that's what the Calvinists call a Seder Stalschluss. That's what the Neoplatonists refer to as their process of nous and world, soul, and matter. And Aristotle doesn't quite have this. What Aristotle does have, though, which allows for a sort of Aristotelian form of great chain of being, although it's not for the Neoplatonists, this is really central to the system. The Neoplatonists are constantly explaining the great chain of being. In Aristotle, though, you have an idea of sort of forms of matter. So, for example, we know in Jewish philosophy we have domim, tzemach, chaim, and davar. We have inanimate, vegetative, animal, and human. That fourfold category comes from Aristotle, or at least it's formalized also by Aristotle, depending on how you want to see that. So, because we have gradations of being, one can read it in an Aristotelian way that gradation continues all the way up to God. So, above the human is the angel, above the angel is Seraphim and Nephanim and Chayas, and you can see in Rambam sort of has these gradations from inanimate through the angelic to the divine. So there is a form of Aristotelian / Maimonidean Seder Stalschluss, great chain of being, but it doesn't play as central as the role. It's more of a taxonomy of being. It's more scientific in trying to put things in categories than it is in a metaphysical sense of this flowing of being, of isness, of yesh, from the one all the way to matter, and a return that things try to return. In Aristotle, matter doesn't try to return to the angelic. Matter stays matter, and angelic stays angelic. In Neoplatonism, the goal is to return to the one, is to become the one again.
So, I mean, I have to sort of think about that, but Zevi also, like for example, within the Rebbeim, where you look at the Rebbe, the Rambam was such a central figure in the Rebbe's thinking. So, and generally so essentially you're having Siddhas, which is based, according to what you're saying, on the Neoplatonism, and the Rambam, which was the Aristotelianism, and sort of bridging the two together. I mean, how do we reconcile that?
Yeah. So that's a very interesting observation. And Rambam, you're right, is this huge for particularly for Chabad. What happens is like this. Firstly, the Rambam's Aristotelianism is not pure Aristotelianism. He also has a Neoplatonized Aristotelianism. And this is because many texts historically were attributed to Aristotle, which really belonged to the Neoplatonists. The famous example I gave during the class was a text that was known as Theology of Aristotle, which, as the title suggests, was from Aristotle, but it wasn't. It was a translation of a section of the Enneads, which was a text from Plotinus, the father of Neoplatonism, which was written down by his students, Porphyry, who wrote down the Enneads. So the thinkers who thought that they were being hardcore Aristotelians reading the Theology of Aristotle really had elements of Neoplatonism mixed into them. So these sort of clear-cut, surgical separation between Neoplatonism and Aristotelianism that we can have today in retrospect, the thinkers themselves did not have. That's one point, firstly. Secondly, is that although Maimonides, in his antagonism to Neoplatonism, is an early, perhaps, catalyst for the expression of Kabbalah as it's found, once Maimonides becomes taught and accepted, which takes time, it takes about 100 years in Jewish thought for Maimonides to become accepted, he is then read by the Kabbalists as one of their own by many. The most famous example is Avram. What happens is that Maimonides has a form of Aristotelian mysticism, which is that Aristotle has this principle of the active intellect. The seichel ha'poel is what Rambam calls it. The active intellect, the seichel ha'poel, is a way in which they speak about God. A chachma, like sort of the highest sphera, for them is one of the ways in which they speak about God. In later Jewish theology, this is very complicated. People like the Maharal attack the Rambam for calling God chachma. But Maimonides very famously says that God, hu hamada, hu hayidea, hu hayidea, that Maimonides is the knower, the knowing, and the known. That God is the knowing, the knower, and the known. And according to Maimonides, in chapter 51 of the Guide to the Perplexed, Maimonides writes that one can unite with that active intellect, one's own seichel, one's own rational soul, the nefesh hasichlis, which Rambam calls the human soul, can unite with divine active intellect, and they can become one. Now, it's debated whether this means only after you die or while you're alive, but that's a separate story. But what happens is that the aspects within Rambam, which are mystical, are read back into the Kabbalistic system and into the Neoplatonic system by later Kabbalists. So by the time Hasidic thought comes on the scene, and by the time Chabad thought comes on the scene, there's enough work that's been done already for Rambam to no longer be an arch opponent, but to be an ally and already want to be read into the system.
It's interesting. It's interesting to think that way, and also to think that perhaps interesting. I need to just sort of process a little bit of that and to think about it, and how much of it also was the Rambam, as you say, just borrowing from the Aristotelian framework rather than being bound by the Aristotelian framework as well. Yeah.
Yeah, these are complex historical questions, and there's like any one of these questions is fraught with challenge and debates. I just what I've done in the class is I've really just chosen sort of one line of thinking and presented that. If I get too much into the minutia and debates, it's gonna be a bit much for everyone. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Zevi. Does anyone else have any other thoughts that they want to end up with? Any comments? Anything you want to share? Okay, so I just want to thank Zevi for giving us of his time, for giving us a lot to think about, and we look forward to continuing the conversation, the discussion next week, Sunday morning. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Have a beautiful week. And let's keep on learning, keep on discussing, keep on thinking, and we shall connect again very soon. And Denise and Maya say thank you for the most interesting session. Thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful Sunday.
Well, that's that for a while. I love you. Was that fun? A little fun in the sun for a little while. You'll get your eternal reward, trust me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say how special it is. I mean,
Right.
Zevi, when I called him last week to give a shiur at Garden Shul on Kabbalah, the Sfirot, the soul map, we didn't realize at the time how it evolved.
Wow, huh.
He could expand on that class to turn it into a 4-week lecture series that would really give all participants a deeper, clearer, and broad understanding of the Kabbalah itself, as well as some of its fundamental concepts. So really a very big thank you to Zev Slavin, live from Israel.
Thank you, Rabbi Ashi. Great to see you guys again. And I'm really excited how this turned from a one-off into an extended series. I think we all felt that doing this as a one-off did not do it justice.
117 Garfield.
Okay, so let us begin with some very basic definitions, just to set the stage.
One.
Then we will set into
1
more of what we're going to be focusing on in particular.
7.
So, introduction to Kabbalah. What is Kabbalah first?
So 1,
Kabbalah, very
1,
simply in translation,
1, 2,
is something
3,
that was
4, 5, 6,
something
7.
that was given from another person to oneself is Kabbalah. In modern Hebrew,
1,
Kabbalah
2,
is
3,
a
4,
receipt,
5,
because it's what
6.
you get back after you give it to the waiter. In classical Hebrew, Kabbalah is very often referred to
How many claws that is?
Mashe kibalti mirabotai, as we say in the Talmud.
It's one of your hands.
Is something
How many
that
claws
you
Precious had? You see how many claws she had? Yeah, that many.
the term
7.
Kabbalah came to be referring specifically to things that were received in a more secret or private way. Something that was not just taught to the masses.
And one of my cats had 7 claws, and the other one was huge and powerful.
One teacher to one student.
And they're both
Anything that
ultra
was taught
smart.
to the masses, the general
Now they're out there saying, Dad, remember me? Remember me? I was special. I'm like, I know you guys are fucking special.
Any area of Jewish literature in terms of biblical literature, whether it's Chumash or the Nevi'im or the full corpus of Tanakh, all of the Jewish folklore, the Agadah type of thing, all of this was what is known as exoteric teachings. Exoteric, which means the external. This is the revealed part of Torah, the Nigla, as it's referred to. Galui, revealed. And these are things which are taught to every single Jewish child going there, and these are mandatory to teach. In Jewish law, there is specific laws about who gets taught what, at what age, who is responsible to do the teachings. Initially, the responsibility generally falls upon the father to teach. If that's not possible, then the community becomes obligated to teach. And Jewish history throughout had a very, very strict program and system of literary, educational, didactical forms where no one was left untaught. And this was all of general Jewish teaching, so that children growing up to be adults would be literate, would be intelligent, would know Jewish history, Jewish practice, and these things were ubiquitous. And this is all the revealed aspects of Torah. But Torah, we are told, is given in pairs, just like we have the written Torah, the Tanakh.
Because he's a nurse. That's what I want to call him.
Old Torah, which eventually gets turned into the Mishnah, and the Talmud, and Halakha.
All my good friends.
So too, within Torah, there's
It's
another.
like when I can, yeah.
There is the hidden.
And he's a nurse.
And there is the revealed aspect of Torah. So far so good. Can we get some thumbs up? Is anything that I've said so far something which is fresh and needs explaining, needs understanding? Good, we got a thumbs up. Okay, so this is all.
They're human destroyers now.
Aspects. What I want to do.
Fucking cat spirits. Told you.
The wisdom of Kabbalah within the broader context of
Garfield, him too.
Just understand where exactly its place is. So, along with this distinction of the written and the oral,
Don't go. Let me try this cat's on.
They are being received, so I'm good at signing both of these, both the written and the oral tradition, which ends up being codified.
No, I begged him. I begged him, pleaded. I said, try those cats on.
The rest of Jewish literature from. In addition,
Give him a job. Give him a job.
Revealed and the secret part of Torah.
No, powerful. Trust me.
Is what is taught to the masses and what is mandatory to be taught.
1, 2, 2, Garfield.
The secret part, according
Yep, 1, 2, 1 on that clock.
law, is not allowed to be taught to the public. It's allowed to be taught in small groups, and depending on the subject matter within the secret aspects.
You don't want some kibble? But you want some tuna fish?
3 students.
You've got to eat it all in one sitting. If you have the fish.
And the process
The fish would do.
taught in is one which is very.
That's what fish would do.
The potential student has to be of a very high stature, has to be very well versed in all of the revealed.
When you're a fish, what's it like being a fish? Well, it's like, whoa. Whoa and whoa. 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 Whoa, I'm still alive. Whoa. What's up, dude? Well, I'm going this way.
But it is only for a person of refined character trait of high ethical standing, high religious practice, and the student is privately watched and examined before being allowed to be taught Jewish mysticism, later formerly known as Kabbalah. Something happens in history where this all changes, which explains why we're sitting here in an open Zoom meeting. I don't think Rabbi Ashi tested anyone on their intricate knowledge of Talmud and Tanakh before they got a chance to be put in. I don't think Jenny was spying on anyone to see how they prayed and how they made a blessing on their food. It's free to everyone. And the question of how that changed, which is a really radical, a fundamental change in the way that Kabbalah itself was conceptualized, is which we are going to discuss. And when we speak about the history of Kabbalah a bit more, right now we're doing an introduction to the concepts, so we're going to be focusing more on the conceptual structure of Kabbalah itself. When we talk about the history, it's important to understand why that changed and why we even have the possibility to be sitting here and doing what we're doing when this would have been really
A lot of it, huh? These fucking ghosts.
And that's a fascinating story for itself. But the fact is that we come to this point, and within the side of Jewish mysticism, within the star, what we find all of the secrets of Torah. And the reason why this is important, the reason why
What do you want from me?
Judaism, most people think that Kabbalah is some sort of foreign aspect of Judaism, something that Madonna is doing, something that is New Agey. Kabbalah is as old as Judaism itself. And the reason for that is because just like
They're alive,
in the individual, there is a
and
body
I know
itself.
it.
And in every relationship, there is a body itself. For example, take the computer or the phone which you're watching this interview on. There is the hardware, and there's the software. There's the actual device, and then there is what brings it. There's the batteries, and there's the system inside that gives it its meaning, that gives it its purpose, that gives it its structure. Judaism, like
Living Garfield.
living organism, has both of these sides. Has the body, has the structure, has the practice, which is, simply put, is halakha, is ritual, is minhagim, is all the aspects, all the activities we do that goes into Judaism. But then, if it was just practice, if it was just empty ritual with no meaning, with no soul,
Oh shit.
then
No,
it's
right.
not by
No,
Judaism.
right.
It needs to have both body and soul. And the soul is, the secret is Kabbalah, which is what we are going to be discussing. And the soul shows us what happens when we do a mitzvah. When we take a piece of matzah on paper, which is a piece of bread, a physical thing, that is the body, and we put it in our mouth, spiritual transformation.
Right. Right. Right.
What is happening in the divine realms? When we go and we sit in the sukkah, we cover ourselves with branches. What is the meaning of those branches? I think I'm actually sitting in a sukkah right now, for those that can see my camera. What is the meaning? What is the purpose? What is the foundation? What is the transformation that takes place?
Here's what I know.
Psychologically. This is
Some people are
of the
higher and lower vibrational. It doesn't matter as much as you think.
Just like a body without a soul is
You can be a high vibrational person, and often you're fucking evil and selfish.
without understanding what's going on inside, you become a corpse of a religion. Likewise, the soul without a body is just a ghost. And
See, I chose the middle path.
For scary stories and for scaring people at
So
night.
really, yeah.
Ghosts don't have
Somewhere in the middle.
world application because they don't have a body to engage with the world. The ghost wants to take a drink from the fridge. It's just going to go right.
And it's irritating.
So therefore,
Very irritating
just like
to yep.
halakha, just like Jewish practice needs Kabbalah, needs Jewish mysticism, so too Jewish mysticism needs-
Spiritually unhealthy people.
And for some people,
Even spiritually healthy people, it can be a very big challenge to them.
mysticism can be very esoteric and very beautiful, and very inspiring, and very transcendent, and one can be left wondering and pondering about great cosmological things or the beginning of creation, which are all fantastic things and things which we love, but there's also the practical side, and that needs to be put into practice. And the genius of Jewish mysticism is the way that it is deeply integrated into real life experiences, the way that it's deeply integrated into ritual, which we see across the Judaism, the genius of the builders and the maintainers of Judaism and Judaism and being able to integrate it into real life. And Kabbalah is no different. Kabbalah, as esoteric and as abstract and as transcendent as it is super ingrained in the mundane, in the physical, in the everyday. And we're going to see that. We're going to be talking conceptually, so we are going to be drifting into the abstract, which is okay. There's also a room for theory and for understanding and for meditation. There's space for activity. What we're going to do is, towards the end, we're going to talk about how this applies in our day-to-day lives.
Gotta dance more.
In this period.
It's the yogis keep telling me.
Now, going from Pesach to
No, meat's an addiction.
What
A bad one. A bad one.
in our own practice, in our own lives, eternally.
It can be. No, it can be.
In the way that we express ourselves to the world and to others, in the way that we go ahead building and creating things.
But some animals need more than others, so Garfield needs it. Dogs, you only need a little bit, but you don't really need any, actually, it turns out.
It'll be scary and it'll be wonderful, but it's going to drift away with the wind. So far, so good. Thumbs up. Are we all on board? We're on board. Very much. Thank you, Noreen. So,
Yep, that's why they're free, Garfield, and you're not yet.
what's
And because, yep.
are the fundamental? Let's do this. Let's give a very brief outline of the historical arc of Kabbalah.
And because someone tried to kill your pa and broke into your house
History of Kabbalah,
like 4 or 5 times at least.
concepts of Kabbalah, but I do believe in the importance of of historical context, and it's how I approach all of my studies. And I think we ourselves will have a much better idea of how these ideas work once we understand their general historical context. We're not going to get too deeply into the history because there's a tremendous amount of rich history, and we're going to do that at another time.
The cat just always realized what a big deal that is.
Jewish mysticism is
Like he does for a while, then he forgets.
very
It's a different season. It's like a different fucking world.
when we go back in the earlier sources, we know very
Yeah,
very
1229 in that clock, Garfield.
Jewish thought in general, Jewish
Yeah, 129 on that one.
something which only begins to be formulated in abstraction, in separation to its body of story and history and ritual, only for the first time really around the year 800 AD, with people like Sajagon in his great first book, and Munot Videot, Faith and Beliefs, and he begins to formulate what is belief in Jewish practice. People like Rabbeinu Bachya in his Chodesh Halvavos, which begins to lay down. But what happens in early Jewish practice is you don't talk about things in isolation. Judaism is organic, it's mixed, it's a challenge, it's a mess. So when we look at biblical narrative, when we look at Talmudic narrative, where we mix theology with law, with practice, with mysticism, with history, with anecdote, with humor, that is how Jewish literature is generally structured. And if anyone has ever learned a piece of Talmud, they'll see that on one page.
Right, no, right,
flows
and right.
from
Right.
one topic to the next, stops, as no commas. There's just a smooth transitional continuity to the whole thing. And
Right,
it's
no, right,
important to
but
the
right,
thinkers,
right.
the authorities who are
1231 on that clock, Garfield.
back in the early text and to pick out elements. And this applies
Yeah, it's 130 on that one.
as well.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Glimpses of Jewish mysticism we get are in the Tanakh itself.
Right.
Famously in the
No, right.
Ezekiel,
Right, and right.
has a visionary experience. He sees the chariot of God, the Merkavah as it's known. And this is a terrifying experience that he has upon the bank of the river. And he sees great beasts and wheels and fiery flames, and sees a throne with an individual, a man sitting upon the throne. And without getting into the intricacies of what happens here, this is really the first expression of Jewish mysticism. There are many prophets which precede Ezekiel.
You see what I have to do, you fucking freaks?
And theophonic experiences, which means where God is revealed to an individual.
Get it all off of me to try.
He is hand in hand with prophetic.
The suffering, the people I know or have known, maybe even cared about a lot, are undergoing right now behind someone's walls.
Sees the back of God, and all of these encounters of prophetic experience are later interpreted according to mystics and given meaning. But the first mystical experience that stands separate from a prophetic experience, where God isn't communicating a message directly to the individual, telling them such and such shall be done, such and such shall be done, but simply they have some experience of the entity of divinity itself, is with Ezekiel.
And when it's like that, it's still like that.
Between prophecy and mysticism, which there are many differences, and this is a debated subject in and of itself. But just for the definition which we're using here for now, to be a good functional definition, is in prophetic experience, God is coming to give a message to the prophet. God is coming to tell Moses to take the Jews out of Egypt. God is coming to tell Abraham to sacrifice himself, to bring his son up on an altar, and all of the crazy prophetic experiences that happen in Jewish history. The mystical experience that begins in the book of Ezekiel and in the book of Daniel, and continues later on, but first is in the book of Ezekiel, is where the prophet is not so much receiving a message from God, but the prophet now, as mystic, is experiencing a vision, an encounter of the divine in the full glory of the divine. And the way this happens,
Well, I feel like that. No, I'm not really even allowed to anymore.
But there is
Otherwise, I'd be yelling and screaming, making people's lives miserable. So I try not to.
Chapter 1, Cheskel, comes known
It's hard. No, it's hard.
Maaseh Merkava. The actions, the story,
So I settle on like a few lines.
of the divine chariot.
That's repeat and repeat and
Chariot
repeat.
is a very rich word in Jewish mysticism.
So I don't have to go there anymore, where they're getting tortured.
The body is referred to a chariot. The world is referred
Cats.
to a chariot, but what
and
happened
dogs,
spawns a very
human
early
beings,
trend of Jewish mysticism,
chimpanzees,
which is very active during the Second Temple period, which is about 200 years before the.
elephants, more than that, more than that, and more than that too.
This is a very, very general, basic sketch of
Zoos? No, not even. I'm talking serious, disgusting animal testing.
Many mystics encounter this.
For upliftings, they say is their goal, which is dumb.
Jewish mystics
But good for them.
write about their personal experiences as opposed to other mystical traditions. Louis Jacob has written a book where he.
I think some of them are starting to know better now, and it's terrifying because they're fucking smart, huh?
In
So what are you doing to them?
third person. I'm going to try to speak a bit slower, forgive me if I'm talking too fast. I think it's a mix of my American father and my passion for the subject, which wants me to push me through. But thank you for reminding me to slow down, because these are difficult ideas, and they do need to be given over slowly. So, Jewish mystics themselves during this.
Right, no, right.
During the time of the
Left.
The second temple stands from about the year 500
And right.
BCE. It's destroyed in about the year 70. So, and towards the end of the second temple period. So about.
No, see, I really believe this is the right-handed path.
Towards the turn of the millennium, we see
For me.
literature, a lot of dominant literature.
For you,
in
probably not all the way, but some of it, yeah.
And that is the first stage. And what happens is mystics themselves are both writing about their experience and also analyzing.
I'm just different than you are.
Classical.
Just different form.
The prime text in this case is the prophecy of Cheskel, and the prophecy is a very intricate, a very rich, imagistic, mythological image with creatures and beasts and moving parts and flaming chariots, and the mystics begin to discuss what were the four faces of the animals that were seen.
See, I'm talking about. Right.
Why were they going back and forth? What is this?
Right.
In modern Hebrew, the word chashmal,
Right.
electricity, comes from this description of the chariot in the book of Yechezkel, because there's some sort of flashing energy, some sort of vibrant energy that's seen. One can almost imagine if they've ever seen those
Right.
sort of slow time-lapse videos of lightning clouds, that there's sort of the lightning in the cloud itself is flashing around. It seems to be what Yechezkel is using as a metaphor. Chashmal, which then gets adopted in modern Hebrew as electricity, which is now an everyday word, which has its sources in this mystical experiences. What is the throne? What is the Adam Sha'al HaKisei? What is this anthropomorphic figure who sits upon the throne? And the Jewish mystics begin to pack this apart. That is stage.
God's protection can be powerful.
As far as we have recordings, there may have been much more practice of Jewish mysticism. Abraham,
Be surprised.
Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Joshua, David may have had
Miraculous even.
but we don't know anything besides for their prophetic experiences in terms of their mystical experiences.
So don't be scared about everything. That's bullshit. But when you're like I am, I'm not trying to put paranoia in you.
And then, as we know, the Jewish people are a literary people. They're people of text, and therefore, text and experience are almost impossible to.
I'm just concerned if everybody I've ever met or haven't even met, when it's the end of the world, and I kind of know it.
Is that all clear? Do we have any? I want to move on to the next part of Jewish mysticism.
Can we survive? Yeah, most of us are likely to survive the end of the world.
Is that all clear? People are free to unmute themselves and to ask any questions.
But it'll be a different world
that we've laid out so far about the brief
when we're done.
that we've laid out so far, leading us towards where we are today, and then we can begin to talk about concepts. Does anybody want to unmute and ask any questions? Does anybody want to tell me to slow down? Does anybody any thoughts? I deeply believe, and I learned this from Rabbi Ashi and many other great educators who I had the chance to spend time with, that teaching and learning does not happen without questions. Just one person talking and speaking does not work. The Mishnah itself says, Lo habayshan lomed, one who is too embarrassed to ask a question will never learn. And learning and education is not about good teaching, it's about good questions. And education happens more on the side of the student and on the side of the teacher. So I implore everyone to not be embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We will all one day, God willing, be long forgotten.
Right. No, right. Right.
And that is how this will come to life. And I promise you, no question will be.
Oh, yeah, finger pointers.
A stupid question. Please.
Finger pointers.
Can I ask?
So I use the two fingers. No,
Absolutely, please.
it's one finger's rude. Can't be.
Tell me how when we actually do physical mitzvot, how that affects the spiritual realm
Yes.
and how that works.
Yes, I've said a lot of things wrong about people, and I know it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Certain things I was right about, and I don't know how or why.
Interconnection between the practice of mitzvot and the effects that are discussed by Jewish mysticism are a very large part of the literature of Jewish mysticism.
Am I playing it down now? Yeah, I am,
In
because they went
Jewish literature, even outside of Jewish
low
mysticism,
key.
there's a whole body of text called the
These
Taran
mischief
Mitzvot,
fucking people
reasons for the mitzvot.
who think they're justified.
It's not a one-size-fits-all answer. There are many sages who gave many different approaches. Famously, the Chinuch, Maimonides, Nachmanides all had different approaches to what is achieved by each mitzvah, what is the purpose of the mitzvah, and they have radically different explanations for what happens with the mitzvah. For example, Maimonides sets out a principle when it comes to interpreting the
Yeah, these low keys out there. Yeah, I
That's-
keep it low key.
that he says all of the
See, I keep it high key on purpose.
which is mitzaref tabriot, which is in classical Hebrew to rectify, to fix the creature which is the human. The human, according to Jewish thought, is made up of both a divine aspect, which is the soul, and an animalistic, a physical, a bestial aspect, which is our body and our temptations. And Maimonides says that all of the mitzvot are there simply to take this raw material, this chimera, the matter of the physical body and of the animalistic spirit, and to rectify it, to tie it down, to bind it. And he brings examples. For example, we have some very strange commandments in Torah. We have the commandment of shatnez. Shatnez is the prohibition against mixing different entities, and one of them is when it comes to mixing different forms of material.
Can I get motion
make
sickness
a garment
anymore? I don't know if I can.
and linen
Get seasick.
together
I'm curious.
is a very
Garfield
serious
can't.
prohibition and is absolutely forbidden by Jewish law. To take two animals, a weaker and a stronger animal, and to allow the and to
Does that always get the enemy, Garfield? Well, I'm thinking about it in the ocean instead of the mountain,
Absolutely
but
forbidden
probably not.
to take a
Just as dangerous, maybe more so.
A plant by putting it in one plant or another to be done by
The coast. I know it.
According to biblical law. Maimonides
You'd
asked
be
why
fucking
it's not
surprised
fair
sometimes.
to take wool and linen and put them together and wear them. Like, what is going to happen against wool and linen? And Maimonides says that the reason is because we have to be taught a lesson, which is that there are things in life that are soft and things in life that are hard, things in life that are intense and things in life that are lax, and they can't be mixed. They have to have their individual places. So according to Maimonides, this is an ethical teaching to correct the person. According to the Chinuch, there's an entirely different reason why.
Garfield, what are you doing now?
The Kabbalists have
What are you
a
doing
different
now?
approach.
What are you doing?
Kabbalists, although they agree with Maimonides, they say that there is something else much more fundamental here. The Kabbalists believe that there is a divine structure. There's a divine structure to reality, which in a sense is all of reality, and which we will discuss when we get to. And something happened in that divine process where there was a rupture, there was a shattering, there was a breaking.
Hey.
And what this means is all very enigmatic, and we did spend some time on this last time, and we will get back to it. But the Kabbalists believe that every mitzvah that we do is rebuilding the divine structure, is reuniting the divine masculine and the divine feminine, is reincorporating the fallen sparks of the divine. And this is all metaphors, which I'm just going to put out right now, which we are going to get back to explain exactly what these metaphors mean and why they're metaphors.
Yeah, right. That's what's up.
Speaks that every single mitzvah, there are 630 mitzvot. That
You go back inside here a minute.
And sinning in the human body.
Let me finish up for once.
So to speak, of the divine body, and each mitzvah, say Kabbalist,
In and out.
is
In and out.
sin, and it's connected
Garfield's
to
always been like
the
that.
Divine body. So these are all
I kinda know it, right?
sort of metaphors that are used to explain what the mitzvah do. Fixing
Maybe.
yes.
It's Neil. I just want to ask you something. You were talking about shackles.
Yes.
You were saying it's totally prohibited.
Yes.
But we do know that the Kohen Gadol had to wear shackles.
Ghosts. Oh, ghosts.
Why, from a Kabbalistic point of view, why the Kohen Gadol wears shackles and
Yes.
we don't?
They're fucking real.
Touched on something which is incredibly
Turns out.
deep,
Yeah, it turns out.
an incredibly paradoxical and incredibly important. And I want to get back to the history, but I'm going to talk about very briefly. In the temple, there were many things which were generally forbidden outside, and there's very deep Kabbalistic symbols of this, which were permitted inside. Shatnez is a very good example. Outside the temple, all the halachot of Shabbat, not lighting a fire, not killing animals. In the temple, Shabbat was basically violated all the time. Sacrifices were brought, fires were lit. The most bizarre example is, what is the greatest prohibition in Judaism that applies across the board? Take a guess, Neil. There are 3 things in Judaism which one must give up their life for and not violate. It's not Shabbat. Shabbat one is allowed to violate. Neil, what is it?
Not buying down.
Not bow down to idols, exactly.
We all know that.
Idols must be one of the most important commandments. There's nothing which the Jews are messing up in as much, all the way from the golden calf and throughout the prophets, throughout the writings, and constantly goes up them. What sits in the holies of holies, the holy place of the temple? What sits on top of the ark of the covenant? On top of the Luchot? What is this? The Kruvim. Classically, if we're gonna dare to say it, to idols. So there's a tremendous amount of paradox that happens in the temple. The most forbidden things, Shabbos, idolatry, they're all forbidden in the temple. And Kabbalists have a very sophisticated explanation.
What is
trying to explain it, we're going to have to understand more of the system. We're going to have to understand more of the system of Kabbalah before we fully understand the Kabbalah's answer. And we're going to get to the system of Kabbalah, but it's not in this lecture, then in next Sunday, because we're going to run through the history.
Not really. No.
The Kabbalists say essentially.
This is what therapists be doing.
There's a realm of ordinary where good and evil are.
No, see, I think a shaman would understand this different.
Even if Kabbalists spend a lot of time.
Therapist is like,
but then there is a place.
No, must be, right? I'm like, no, I don't fucking care.
Are not distinguished.
I do and I don't.
Where it's a place beyond good and evil. To use a term that's used.
Cuss.
And in that place.
Figured out the hard way. For using my weird fucking psychic radar. And everybody's fine, pretty much, except me.
The paradoxicality of God's presence blows away any regulation, any law, any thought, and it's a place where the impossible becomes the possible. The nimna hanimnaot is the term used in Jewish literature, and it's in this highly, and the closer we are to the center of the divine, the more this paradox is manifest, and the more the very categories of holy and profane, of sacred and mundane, of good and bad begin to lose their meaning, and at the very core, idolatry itself become. And as you can see, this is a very profound idea. But that's just a taste of what the answer is. Once you understand the system of Kabbalah, we're able to get back to this answer. And the beauty, I'll tell you guys later, the beauty of Kabbalah is that there's a system, there's a structure to it, there's a logic to it. Logic is not a logic that we're used to. It's not a Aristotelian, A plus B, 1 plus 2, 1 plus 2 plus 3, law of the excluded opposites kind of logic. It's its own logic. It's a lateral logic. It's a imagistic logic. It's a mythological logic. It's and once we begin to understand the Kabbalistic logic itself and the system itself, a lot of these answers will make a lot more sense. Running back to the history, if we don't have any more questions, we're going to be transitioning now from the Merkava mystics to the Hechalot mystics. Any questions before we continue on our historical sketch, leading us towards the concept of Kabbalah? Okay.
Nambaba.
Mind stopping me as well.
Nambaba.
And asking any questions. At the turn of the millennium, we begin to see mystical literature emerging. This is later classified as Safrut HaHechalot, the Hechalot literature. Hechal literally means a chamber, a hollow place, a room is a Hechal. Hechal, a hole sometimes. This is the idea. Some sort of space, some sort of venue, some sort of capacity, some sort of place where one enters into as a Hechal.
So you have to choose my counselors wisely. No, wisely.
Literature are written over a very broad period.
I'm really surprised as who these motherfuckers are. Who they were in their lives, and who they end up being later.
Into the year 800,
era. And what the Hechalot
And they got to God's kingdom finally.
is a very, very fascinating term
They get there.
in Jewish
Living an
mysticism.
average life or average enough. Maybe a little bit not average in a lot of ways.
Logical to say that these ideas
But maybe totally. Almost.
And it's only now that we begin to have them written.
From their perspective, at
We're
least.
talking about some very famous examples of this. But what the Hechalot literature essentially is the mystic, the Jewish mystic,
And they get there, they realize they're a wretched sinner, pretty much.
into a series of changes.
And God's like, well,
Now,
check it out.
sometimes I say the word
I got a task for you.
Usually we talk about mysticism in terms of ascension, going up, ascending.
Right.
In Jewish mysticism, they are called the Yordei Merkava. They're the ones who travel with the chariot of Ezekiel. Remember
Just like that.
these moments of Jewish
Yeah, I can't help myself.
They flow into and they continue from them. So they're still using this metaphor of the chariot, but they descend with the chariot into these chambers. And different numbers of chambers are being given. Typically 7 is an archetypal number, sometimes 10. And they are, what happens is along this journey, they encounter all kinds of divine, angelic, celestial beings. Typically, and Hechalot literature is very vast and diverse, but to give some sort of a sketch that sort of includes the main themes across these bodies of literature, across these different mystics, is typically as they sometimes descend through these chambers, they encounter guardians at the threshold of each chamber, typically some sort of angel that we know from other aspects of Jewish literature, Metatron, Raphael, Michael, this one and that one. And typically speaking, there is some sort of interaction they have between the angel and the mystic. The angel does not want to let the mystic pass through, but the mystic has some sort of ability, some sort of capacity, usually some sort of incantation, some sort of divine name, some sort of combination of Hebrew letters, spelling a name of the divine, that allows the mystic to pass through.
See what I mean?
What's very interesting is that many of these texts are read from the very earliest period, both as a sort of cosmological journey where the mystic is traveling outwards. But it's very
No, you got the wrong intention. That people pick up from me. Or often.
And the mystic is moving through the chambers of the self, moving through the chambers of the mind, moving through the chambers of their soul.
You got me backwards.
Deeper levels, deeper layers of the self, until finally, at the end of the journey, they encounter the divine. They encounter God, typically a divine, masculine figure seated upon the throne is typically what they encounter. Sometimes, in certain cases, they encounter an image of themselves sitting upon a throne, which is very fascinating and something which I hope to get into. And this again alludes to the idea that the journey is an internal one. We're not escaping the self to go up to the heavens, where we're getting down and
This shit's real. Fucking real to me.
And
dude,
what happens is the pinnacle of the experience is encountering the divine figure. And sometimes there's some sort of communication, sometimes not. And some of these cases are actually recorded in Talmudic literature, in mainstream Jewish literature itself. Most of it is recorded in outside literature, which we only find much later on by digging up.
Was it all before? Almost, but not quite.
Digging up old Gemizot, where
No, I just talked a lot of shit.
But some of this makes it into the Talmudic text itself.
This part is
the text in Talmud in Tractate Chagiga, where we speak about the Arba Shenichnasu Lepardes, the four sages who enter into Pardes, which means the garden, the paradise. Those words are etymologically related. Very, very well-known story, and they have these four sages who are well-known sages, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yishmael, and others, enter into this mystical realm, and they see all kinds of things. They see true body. They see some form of sapphire. They see the divine throne as well.
right. No, right.
This becomes one of the
Right.
the next
Right.
important
Exactly.
literary moments in the history of Jewish mysticism, following the Merkava. And along
Bastards, no
with
bastards,
this
hackers.
chain of
Still, yeah.
The four sages who enter into the Pardes, the Arba Shenichnasu Pardes, we are given all sorts of new rules about Jewish mysticism, and the laws of how it can be taught and when it can be taught begin to be taught around this context. And as we said, because the Talmud is not a methodological book, it's not a systematic book that has a table of contents and it has an index and it goes from one topic to the next and has chapters. The Talmud, the narrative, just
flows back and forth like an ocean, and we move right from mysticism back into lore, back into stories, back into analysis, back into who knows what. But in that bubble of mysticism, we have this incredible story before that enter the Pardes, and I want to, and this is done alongside with the literature of the Hechalat, because it's done at the same period, the Hechalat of the chambers that the mystic descends into.
Misinterpretations, huh?
Of the
Sometimes, guys, sometimes. And it can go pretty far.
Form of this literature. Now, briefly to speak about
Christianity and Judaism and Islam too.
This episode of the Talmud, the way that the Talmudic episode is generally understood, there's a tremendous amount of commentary and literature and analysis on this very beautiful, very enigmatic passage. And perhaps next time
in the Quran,
I'll actually share the text of that, and we can read it for ourselves. It's very short and very
Talmud.
intense.
Yeah, well, that's interesting, huh?
The text from Ezekiel, also very short and very powerful, and that will give us a real grounding in the text, in the core historical text of Jewish mysticism. By the way, we're still going to get to the Zohar and Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer Bar. There's still history to go, and then we're going to get back to the Sfirot and understand where they play. If you've noticed, by the way, we have not mentioned the word Sfirot once yet in history. The Sfirot is a construct which only gets formalized and only gets taught much later in Jewish mysticism, which is why understanding the history and understanding the process will help us understand the ideas. Because once we get to the idea,
no, never even tried to read it. Not yet.
You'll see what are the mystics talking about when they talk about going up,
sure, I
going
should
down.
eventually.
What is the target for the mystics? And we'll have a bit more of a historical understanding, and I think that's super important. I don't think ideas are understood without their historical context. Now, the Talmudic passages is generally seen as a cautionary tale to push people away from mysticism. What happens is, four
mysticism.
Sages
no mysticism
into the garden, into this paradise, into the Pardes, and only one of them makes it out alive.
Is it right? Yes and no.
One of them loses their mind. One of them goes insane. One of them
it means mystery.
Apostatizes, becomes a heretic.
Can be understood.
No longer believes in God.
Turns
and Judaism. Out. The other one dies, doesn't survive, and only Rabbi Akiva, is the character who is nichnas b'shalom, says the Talmud. He enters into the garden with peace, but shalom also means he enters in complete. He enters in whole. He enters in with his entire being. He enters in shalem, is perhaps a better word to be using here. He enters in completely and with his entirety, which means both he inside was complete and ready for it, and he fully went into it. He didn't half go in. He didn't leave aspects of his identity outside, but he goes in fully. And he leaves b'shalom. He leaves shalem. He leaves complete. He leaves whole. Now, the depth of this psychological lesson is immense, and it's a lesson which we all need to think about deeply before we begin to talk about mysticism, because we are about to enter the Pardes ourselves. We are about to enter into the garden that Rabbi Akiva himself and his fellow compatriots entered into. And unless we enter in ourselves shalem, we will not leave shalem. Unless we enter into ourselves at peace, whole, comfortably, completely, we are not going to leave the same way. We're not going to leave with ourselves intact and whole. And people get into Jewish mysticism, and it sends them for a trip. Sometimes what happens is it really can mess with people, and therefore going in with a guide, going in carefully, going in with preparation, going in shalem, lesson of Rabbi Akiva is important. Right, let me recap what we said until now. I think this is a good point. We've now covered a general introduction of situating Kabbalah in the general space of Jewish thought. We talked about the difference between the revealed aspects of Torah and the hidden aspects of Torah, Jewish practice, ritual, halacha, and mysticism. We talk about the necessity for the body and the soul and how they both need each other in Jewish mysticism. We spoke about the very earliest moments of Jewish mysticism beginning in Jewish prophecy and the difference between prophecy and mysticism. We spoke about the Ma'aseh Merkava, the very, very first literary
That's hardcore. Some of the shit they have me saying. And to who? No, I realized how hardcore it was because I'm like, now I can see better and hear better than I could be. Like, wow. That person's actually done that, huh? In a way I never have. Hardcore. No, you actually had to go there, huh? Sir. Hardcore. Of course, someone, it was evil. No, a lot of it was evil. Demons. Straight up. And I still believe, mostly humans. Tell me to say a lot of it.
And the Kabbalah that we have discussed so far.
It really feels that way from all these directions. It's like a figure eight. And I can tell.
The Kabbalah based on these Sfirots, which is known today as the Theosophical Kabbalah. The Kabbalah which is trying to figure out the shape and the constitution of God and the world and how they relate and interact. But at the end of the 13th century, something quite new.
I respect that. Holy shit.
Emerges.
No, I got a flag right there.
System
not stupid.
It's known as an ecstatic.
I can just see them sometimes. They come in here and hang out with me and smoke and drink tea.
The main proponent, the father of this system, is a man by the name of Rabbi Avram Abulafia. And today we're going to
I feel offensive when I say that out loud.
This one incredible, enigmatic, complex, and controversial mystic.
Somewhere in time, they come in here and find me.
Break up today's class into 5 parts.
Like, holy shit, Taran Miller.
His story, his biography, a sketch which he himself puts forth in his writings, his bibliography.
I've heard about you now.
Look at some of his
Are you really loud?
How they interact
on that plane.
We're going to take a look at his opposition, those that were opposed to him, and tried to silence him.
Like, welcome. It's like a bar.
Look at those that he influenced in later Jewish mysticism. And we're going to finally end with the most important part, which is going to be
but it's getting sloppy now. It's getting sloppy. He needs better hardware.
And meditative theory and Abulafia's practice. Okay, so let us begin.
Well,
Abulafia was born in Saragossa, Spain in
let's smoke some demons.
1240. The year 1240 may not seem like a very significant year to us, but on the Hebrew calendar, the year 1240 is the year 5000 from the creation of the world. And the year 5000 is an important year for Abulafia because it signifies the beginning of the new millennia, which has all sorts of spiritual potency and all sorts of messianic content and potence held in.
No, some of these guys are just fucking legendary. No, legendary. Fucking legendary. Okay.
Why this was significant for him. Shortly after,
we're almost offended when they first came in here.
Family moved to Toledo, where he was homeschooled by his father. It seems like he was a very knowledgeable man in Torah. His father, by the name of Shmuel, taught him everything that he knew from a young age. In the year 1258, Abulafia, at the young age of...
So there's a reason it went like that.
His father dies, and Abulafia begins a life of ceaseless wandering, of traveling, of being an itinerant mystic and scholar. And his first journey... Because
they wanted to get me out of the house.
...to the land of Israel on a very bizarre...
No, don't worry about it, Taran. We'll get Garfield back to you every time, almost. I'm like, yeah, if there's... I ran this through my head already.
A mythological river.
Majority of timelines, yeah, I lose Garfield.
The Samachin River is a river which is told in Jewish folklore and Jewish Agada.
The longer I stay in here with them, better chances we have.
Is turbulent the whole week.
Why? Because the hardware mostly, and he's fucking smart. No, he gets it now. Starting to.
This very difficult and treacherous Samachin River.
Because it's the same with the cat, and he's not always conscious of it.
Israel. And Abulafia had reason to believe.
I'm like, Garfield's different, I know it.
Back in Israel, there was perhaps connected to the Mongolian invasion, and that Abulafia felt that they may be one of the 10 lost tribes, and he sets out to try.
Like, welcome to the primordial waters.
Tribes over the Samachin.
We're getting reborn.
However, unfortunately, he never ended up finding
in earth,
river. He got
air,
as far as
water, and fire.
He realized that the country was in total desolation. There was absolute chaos and lawlessness following what happened with the First Crusade that had pillaged the land, and the war that was being waged between the Mongolian Empire.
And I don't know why it works, because I'm a fucking fool.
Which was happening in the country at the time.
And I'm lazy.
And very quickly he realized that this was not going to be his promised land and
I'm crazy.
idyllic destination.
Somehow,
to try
I
to
also
find.
got the job.
And he flees and heads back to Europe, stopping off in Greece where he gets married, heading to Rome, but stopping in a city by the name of Capua, which is in southern Italy.
When you just apply for
And
something that you're like,
over there
well,
in
what's your
the
resume? My birthday's
1260s,
321999.
dedicate himself to the study of
Have you checked out my cats?
At the time, there was a
I live next to Mount Shasta.
under King Frederick, and it seems very likely that he studied
And I can't be like that.
philosophy under them. But more importantly, he began to study a text that would remain central his entire life, and this was the Guide to the Perplexed, the Moreh Nevuchim of Maimonides. He begins to study with a philosopher by the name of Hillel, most likely Hillel of Verona, who himself was a very strong supporter of Maimonides and the author of a book by the name of Tagmulei HaNefesh. And over there, Abulafia begins to really soak himself in the thinking of Maimonides, in particular in the form of his major philosophical
Well,
text,
fucking hot.
Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide to the Perplexed, a book which is a seminal work in Jewish history, in the history of Jewish thought. And Abulafia becomes a student of the text and, by extension, a student of Maimonides. At the age of 31, in 1269, Abulafia heads up to Barcelona, which is the most important center of Kabbalah of his day. As we discussed in the previous classes, Barcelona is the place where Nachmanides and his students set up their bastion of the study of Kabbalah. And over there, he begins to not only imbibe the wisdom of philosophy as he had been doing earlier, but he now begins to take on the second great stream of Jewish thought, which is Kabbalah. And he begins predominantly there to study the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Creation, which I hope to do a separate class just to explain the importance and the content of this book. But in very brief, the Sefer Yetzirah seeks to explain the creation of the world and the creation of the human based on the combination of Hebrew letters. And we're going to see why for Abulafia this becomes a very important idea as we move towards his actual theory of mysticism. This book, Sefer Yetzirah, particularly with its commentaries by the Hasidic Ashkenaz, the group of German pietistic mystics who we ended up mentioning briefly in previous class but not fully exploring, and particularly Eliezer of Worms, the author of the Rokeach, the Baal Rokeach, as well as the interpretations of Nachmanides, become a very central point of teaching for Abulafia, studying Sefer Yetzirah through the commentary of the Hasidic and Nachmanides. And there was one teacher in particular who's important to mention. His name is Baruch Torgami, the author of a text by the name of Mafteach HaKabbalah, the key to Kabbalah. And he seems to have exercised a great influence upon Abulafia in his understanding and reading of this text, which is Sefer Yetzirah. What we see here is a phenomenal transition in thought from really the one most extreme end of Jewish thought to the other, from being a rationalistic Maimonidean, steeped and soaked in the text
often
of Malachim, all the way to becoming
But seemingly
a
almost
steeped
sometimes. I'm like,
in
why?
the text of Sefer Yetzirah. And like many other great thinkers in history, the power and the grandeur of Abulafia is specifically in this, that he combines within himself two great, seemingly opposing streams of thought, but they come into sort of a seamless interaction in him, which is perhaps why his thought is so intriguing and so dynamic. The synthesis of these two lifebloods of Judaism emerging, which really go on to dominate the next millennia, the rationalistic thought of Maimonides, the mystical thought of Kabbalah, find a place, a holistic place in this one person, this one mind, Abulafia mind, which when we get to the second half of the class, we're going to take a dive into. In the year 1270, to continue his biography, 1270 or 1271, one of the most significant events in Abulafia's life occur, where he has a visionary experience, he has a mystical experience with very strong messianic undertones, and in this experience, he is told that he needs to go and talk to the Pope. And these experiences continue within his life, and they begin to influence him and push him beyond the boundaries of the Kabbalah of his day. The Kabbalah of his day, which is known as a theosophic Kabbalah based on Sfirat, begins to be challenged and expanded because of his own mystical experiences. I want to read you a short text in a letter that he writes called V'zot Yehuda, and this to Judah. And we're going to see where Abulafia begins in his intellectual and spiritual exploration to move beyond the conventions of his own day's Kabbalistic thinking. He writes like this: "And God called my name and said, Abraham, Abraham. a reference to obviously the patriarch Abraham who God called, and a reference to his own name, which was Abraham. And I said, Hineni. And God taught me ways of law, Orech Mishpat. He woke me up like a man whose teachings have awoken, to make chidushim, to compose novelties, which in my day have yet to be composed. So he recognizes that he's doing something original here. And I went against my will and sent forth my hand slightly.
No, right, and right.
I saw my
Right.
an unbeliever because I was truly serving God, unlike the imagination of the people who walk in darkness, because they and their ilk sunk into this, and they were happy to drag me into their darkness and emptiness. But God forbid that I do this, because I will not leave the ways of truth for the ways of falsehood. So we begin to see that Abulafia,
Right.
he feels called
See, I understand that too.
to teach something new, something fresh, and that it's something which isn't
From a point of view.
very smoothly with his compatriots, with his contemporaries. I'm going to explore that aspect of the opposition that he faced and how he responds to that.
This is pretty full to me.
Position of self-describing as a prophet is controversial for a few reasons. One of the reasons is that the Talmud records that Pascha Nevuah had prophecy had ended, going back to the Second Temple period with Zechariah Chaim Lachi being the last of the prophets, which doesn't really
not too bad actually.
For later.
It's a whiny little bit most of the time.
The other aspect is that prophecy
cannot get killed. And he whines about it.
The land of Israel and not outside of Israel. And the fact that he's claimed to be a prophet.
Well, it's because my cat's power
is also a contentious statement. And there's a certain threat to the rabbinic system where someone pops up and says, "Hey, I'm a prophet," because there's a tendency for anarchism and for a capacity of prophecy to sometimes override rabbinic authority. And we're going to see that the leading rabbis of his day are not so happy with this claim of his. But back to his story. For the next few years, he wanders around the cities of Castile, another up-and-coming center of Kabbalah, teaching their Moreh Nevuchim, the guide to the perplexed Maimonides, together with his unique Kabbalistic interpretations. And he begins now in his teaching career to try and blend these two bodies of thought, Moreh Nevuchim, Maimonides, and Sefer Yetzirah of Kabbalah. And he tries very hard to pick up students along the way, and he really struggles to find students. He does not have a lot of luck, and he writes with great anguish about how he tries getting students and they're inadequate, and they leave him, and he leaves them. It's a bit of a sad story if you read his accounts. But he does find one very important student who he feels very confident about, and he writes that if God is with him, he will succeed greatly. And this is a man.
I keep burning it off.
Joseph
my mustache down accent.
Goes on to become a major Kabbalist of his own right, writing a book by the name of Shari Oira, which is Gates of Light, a seminal work of Kabbalah for later history. However, in what may have been somewhat of a sore point for Abulafia, Gigatilia, his student, never actually mentions that Abulafia was his teacher.
You got better whiskers?
We're going to see why that makes sense going forward.
Good for you. Good for you.
Because of how controversial the figure he becomes. But we know almost for certain that Gigatilia studies under Abulafia and takes many of these teachings into his own teachings. In 1273, going back to the storyline, Abulafia leaves Spain, returning back to Greece, where he remains for another 6 years teaching the Moreh Nevuchim, teaching the guide to the text, trying to spread his idea of Kabbalah. And in 1279, he has another vision. And although he had a vision back a few years ago, which we described, he was capable of suppressing the vision and not needing to go and follow it fully. But in 1279, his vision pushes him to begin to actually compose prophetic texts, where he begins to write down his prophecies. And some of them have a very strong messianic nature to them. He writes about how he was anointed with oil that ran over him, which is the classic messianic description. The word Mashiach, to be anointed, is actually where the term Mashiach comes from. And he returns to Italy, traveling through Trani and Capua, where he continues teaching Rambam Maimonides. And in 1280, we come to a very, very fascinating moment in the life of Rabbi Avram Abulafia, the year 50, where we see, with very strong messianic expectations, Abulafia, perhaps mimicking when Moses goes to Pharaoh and says, "Let my people go" from their exile, Abulafia heads to Rome. He wants to meet with Pope, at the time was Pope Nicholas III, in either an attempt to try and convert the Pope to Judaism, or to try and get the Pope to allow the Jews to leave Europe and head back to Israel. It's not quite clear. or perhaps even to create some sort of Judeo-Christian synthesis. But anyhow, he heads to the Pope in Rome, and Abulafia himself has quite actually an amicable relationship with his co-religionist, with Christian and Muslim mystics of his day. So it doesn't seem perhaps that it was an antagonistic thing that he was heading to the Pope. He actually writes about his fellow Christian and Muslim mystics. I want to read you this quote because it's quite amazing. He says that there is no question that there are individuals amongst nations who know the mysteries, and they discussed the mysteries with me and revealed that this is unquestionably their opinion, whereupon I judge them to be the pious amongst the Gentiles, the Chassidei Mot HaOlam, as we would say in Hebrew, and one not need worry about the full revelation, since the Torah was only given to those with intelligence. It's quite an interesting statement that he feels that there's some sort of aspect of Torah and wisdom and mystery, knowledge of the secrets that he finds amongst these contemporary Christians and Muslims. And with this sort of attitude in mind, we see Abulafia heading towards Rome, towards the Pope in 1280. Now, just at the time, the Pope had actually left Rome, and he headed to his summer resort in Calabria in southern Italy. And Abulafia, not being deterred by the Pope's absence, goes and heads south to meet the Pope in Suriano. And Abulafia on the way was not being quiet about his mission. He was telling people about it, and the word was spreading about the news. And the Pope heard about Abulafia's approach before Abulafia gets there, and he puts out a message which reaches back to Abulafia that if Abulafia tries to come, there's going to be a nice big pile of wood set up for him, where he will be tied and burnt on that pile of wood. And Abulafia, hearing this news, continues nonetheless, despite the fact that a big stake to be burnt was being set up for his arrival. Abulafia arrives, and he hears that the night before he gets there, the Pope had died from a stroke. This was on the 22nd of August, 1280, and this is a historical fact. And Abulafia took this historical fact as proof of his own messianic and prophetic potency, and he heads back to Rome. He's actually in prison there for a few weeks, for 28 days is the number that he gives. But we can see that heading forth from this moment, Abulafia is filled with a real passion and real fire for his messianic and prophetic mission. He heads in the 1280s, the next decade, to Messina in Sicily, and he begins to teach his Kabbalistic ideas in a very strong sense. He has students there as well, students in Palermo, and over there his teachings are becoming more and more passionate, more and more messianic, more and more fiery. And the Jewish community in Palermo, where some of these students are located, begin to feel uncomfortable with the teachings of Abulafia, and they begin to reject and oppose him and try and kick out his students, those that are teaching his ideas. And in the year 1282, in a momentous moment, the Jewish community of Palermo writes a letter to the Rashba of a Shlomo Ibn Abed of Barcelona, himself a important Kabbalist and student of Nachmanides, Ramban, who we've spoken about, another very important Kabbalist. And not only is he an important Kabbalist, the Rashba, he's also the leading halachic authority across the Jewish world of his day, who dedicated much of his life to try and calming messianic hysteria that was popping up around the Jewish world, which is always part of Jewish history. And the Rashba hears what's happening with this man, Avram Abulafia, and he decides to launch a full frontal attack against Abulafia and against his works, banning his works, veritably putting him in chayrim, in exorcism, and forbidding anyone from reading or for studying his works. And the language that he uses against Abulafia is really very, very sharp. I don't even want to repeat the words that he uses to describe him, but he really comes and he takes off his gloves and he really gives it to him very strongly. Abulafia, of course, is aware of this, and he responds with a letter by the name of Zotli Yehuda, which was addressed to Judah, but of course is a reference
in almost
to
every world.
A very beautiful letter, actually, where he describes his innocence and his sincerity and his authenticity. It's
Me sticking around being an asshole. Get my dad
now.
off alcohol.
But what happens is with this
for longer.
Happens, and with the weight of the character,
because he never completed the 12 steps, never even really tried, and I kind of know it.
Abulafia pushed out of the Spanish schools of Kabbalah, which are the dominant schools of the day, and it's the reason why so many of Abulafia's teachings remain only in manuscripts.
Why not though?
And only have been coming to public.
Because I know how my dad is.
Very, very recently, Many of them are still
Very
only
prideful.
found in the Vatican Library, ironically enough, a place where Ablafi himself visited. And only since the 1940s
Am
and
I-
1990s really have his work
I'm not trying to, like,
published.
justify
The
a lot of my
account
behavior.
Ablafi has been redeemed historically, and we're going to talk about that in just a moment.
I'm just asking God
But just to end off his life story, in around
why
the year 12,
it went that way instead of that way.
Ablafi, under distress from his opposition and from his persecution, travels again, writing one of his final texts, a Sefer Ha'ot, the Book of the Sign, the Book of Wonders, about his prophetic experiences, on a little island by the name of Comino, which is just off the archipelagos near Malta, somewhere between years 1285 and 1288. And in 1291, he writes his last work, which is perhaps his most intelligible, which is a meditation manual called Imre Shefer, Words of Beauty. And after that, all trace of him is lost. I've actually heard it said that Abulafia may have never died because he was so meticulous in recording all of the major events of his life. But yet, in none of his writings
How
do you
though?
find any record of the fact that he died. So,
See, that's what I'm talking about. How do you do
Let us
that?
now talk about the influence of Abulafia upon his later Kabbalists, and then we will move into his bibliography and then into his ideas, which will be the main chunk of today's class. So, in the 16th century, a few hundred years following Abulafia, we see his own teachings being quoted by some of the most historically significant Kabbalists of the 16th century, the Ramak or Moshe Cordovero, the Encyclopedia of Jewish Mysticism, includes teachings from Abulafia. Shlomo Alkabatz, a major Kabbalist of Tzfat, who you know probably from some of his poetry, quotes Abulafia as well.
Demons.
Elio de Vidas, the Ragvaz, David Ben Zimra, Chaim Vital, a student of the Arizal, quotes Abulafia verbatim at length, although many of these people don't actually give attribution to the name of Abulafia, but in Shari Kedusha, for example, in one of Chaim Vital's works, composing 4 parts, the 4th part has a very long repetition of the meditative techniques of Abulafia.
Science. Yeah, science.
Remains a controversial text and was only printed for the first time just 30 years ago.
Demons with science. Yes. Fighting against, yes, God.
But the fact that
Through who? Yeah, me.
Into
and a few other people.
Main canonical accepted Kabbalists, but they see that they accepted him without the challenge and contest of the Rashba weighing too heavily upon them. Abulafi's teachings make their way to Israel through a text by the name of Shari Tzedek. Yehuda al-Batoni quotes Abulafia, the author of Sulam Aliyah, and many other teachers in Israel, Joseph Tzachia, many great teachers in Jerusalem and all over begin to quote Abulafia. And finally, following the great Kabbalists of Tzfat in Jerusalem, the great 18th century sage, the Chida, Chaim Yosef David Azulay, who has a final word on many disputes in Jewish history, supports and endorses Abulafia, fully aware of the challenges put against him. The Chida writes that I know that the Rashba in his responsa and others like Rav Yasher of Candia expressed contempt towards him. However, I say in truth that I see him as a great rabbi among the masters of the secrets. His name and reputation is great in Israel, and no one may touch his words. So we see that finally he gets a stamp of approval from the Chida, and going forth, Abulafia's name becomes explicated, becomes cleaned, and becomes accepted for the rest of Jewish history. And following that, we see traces of his influence in some very important Hasidic thinkers, particularly his idea of Tzveikut, of union with God, which we will explore. And on a side note, Abulafia also has a modern resurgence, being influential in modern philosophy and in writers such as the French Jewish postmodern thinker Jacques Derrida, the father of deconstructionism, is a fan of Abulafia and uses his theories in his own theories. And more popularly, the Italian author Umberto Eco quotes Abulafia. Abulafia becomes actually a primary character in his popular novel Foucault's Pendulum. And so we see Abulafia having a resurgence both in Kabbalistic worlds and in modern philosophy and modern literature. Let us talk briefly about Abulafia's bibliography and cover his primary texts, and then we'll get to the most exciting part, which is his ideas. Abulafia was a prolific author who writes close to 50 works between the years 1270 and 1290, writing on commentaries on the Moreh Nevuchim, Guide to the Perplexed, commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah, the main Kabbalistic work which we studied that we mentioned, and descriptions of his meditative techniques. He writes poetry, he writes works on grammar. He really writes very extensively, covering many, many topics and genres in Jewish thought. He writes 26 books of prophecy, actually, in addition to his other writings, according to his own account, which of only one of them, Sefer HaOt, has survived, which is a fascinating and bizarre book to read. In total, only about 30 of these books survive today, although more and more are being discovered, and more books are being, there are some forgeries that are being presented as his, and as the scholarship goes on, we're discovering more and more of his works. Abulafia, just to give a brief sketch of some of his important works, he writes 3 commentaries, which is more than any other person in history, on Guide to the Perplexed, on Moreh Nevuchim, Sefer HaGeula, Sefer Chayei Nefesh, and Sefer Sister Torah. He writes 3 commentaries on his other favorite work, which is Sefer Yetzirah, Oitzer Eden Agadnos, Gal Na'ul, and a third text which is untitled. He writes a series of influential handbooks about how to achieve prophetic states and how to reach mystical experiences, or Seichel, Sefer HaCheshek, Imei Shefer, and the most important and comprehensive of this genre is a text by the name of Chayei Haba, which is quoted extensively by later Kabbalists. And he writes a commentary on Chumash, on the 5 books of Moses, called Sefer Maftecha Satorah, the keys to the Torah. He has a very interesting idea. He elaborates a 7-fold form of interpretation, where we spoke about 4 previously. He has a much more extensive form. And he, as we're going to see, he has an idea of, he has a linguistic mysticism where he works with letter permutations, and these are recorded in his books, Get Shemot, Maftech HaRayon, and these books are very, very important for later Kabbalists, particularly for someone like Yosef Giugatilia. And we are going to now turn to the most fun, and I'm glad that everyone has hung through the story of Abulafia, because I believe that the context and the biography of the person is a place where we can understand the context of their thought. And now I want to turn to the main block of the class. If you haven't been paying attention till now, now's the time to have a sip of coffee and get in, because now things are about to get wild. All right, let us talk about Abulafia's system, and we're going to talk about 6 things here. We're going to talk about his prophetic mysticism. We're going to talk about his unitive mysticism, his linguistic mysticism, his messianic mysticism. I'm going to try to explain his theory of mysticism, and then I want to try and introduce some of his method and techniques. And when we have time, I actually want to give you guys an exercise that you can do here and now to try out some of Abulafia's techniques and see if they have some sort of power, because they do. Now, as we mentioned in the beginning, whereas his contemporary Kabbalists were very, very involved in what's now known as a theosophical Kabbalah, a Kabbalah which is focused on the different hypostases, the different spherot of God, Abulafia is highly critical of this, to say the least, sometimes almost dismissing it as a form of idolatry, where we're multiplying the unity of God. And Abulafia, instead of seeing the 10 spherot as 10 energies of God, he sees them instead as 10 separate intellects in a cosmological chain going from the prime intellect all the way down to our intellect. We spoke about the cosmological great chain of being in class 2. Please go back and have a review of that if you're not familiar with what we're talking about. But he sees these 10 spherot as 10 intellectual energies, 10 intellectual spheres that unite us all the way up to God. And he sees that these intellects are constructed with language, with speech, with letters, and that the whole supernal realm is made up of these words and letters, which we will explore. Occasionally, Abulafia describes these spherot as a internalized psychological state with a symmetry and a isomorphism between the internal structure of the human mind and the external cosmological arrangement of these supernal intellects. Now, according to Abulafia, when we contemplate these 10 intellects, when we contemplate these versions of the spherot that he has, we can actually cause them to have an overflow of intellects. And that overflow comes down to us, comes down into the human in the form of prophetic consciousness. And for that reason, he calls his system Kabbalah Nevuit, a prophetic Kabbalah, because by contemplating his version of the spherot, his 10 intellects, one can actually create and experience prophetic experience. And what happens is that when one has this prophetic experience, it's actually a form of uniting with the divine intellect, Chachma, divine wisdom, and human wisdom can unite in this prophetic experience, and one can achieve what's known now as a state of unio mystica, a union with God, dveikut in Jewish mysticism, a state of mystical ecstasy where the boundaries between the self and God are dissolved. We so often hold on to these boundaries where we define ourselves, where we end and other things begin, but in that state of prophecy, in that state of dveikut, the idea of the self totally dissolves, and one is one with the all, one with God in Abulafia's experience. So for Abulafia, the prophetic experience and the experience of Dveikut, of union with God, of union mystica, are really one and the same experience. And the way in which Abulafia does this, he cultivates a mystical experience which is aimed to get one to this state of being through meditative techniques, through reflecting on the divine name, through letter permutations in his linguistic mysticism. He has letter switchings called forms of Tmura and Siruf, combining letters. He works with the numerical symbolism, the numerical value of letters, which we know as gematria. He works even with the acrostics of Hebrew letters, known as matrikon. And this is all part of his linguistic mysticism, which I'm going to try and explain and make sense of, because it's a very bizarre form of mysticism. But let us begin by noting that for Abulafia, the alphabet, the numerals, the vowels, the points, all becomes symbols of existence to him, symbols of being, more fundamental than the physical objects we see around us. For Abulafia, the tissues and the pen and the table and the humans are all really just disguises for the letters that create them. And these letters have an illuminating power for him. And with the rites and practices and meditations, one can reach what in his mind is the highest state of being, which is the state of prophecy, not in order to make miracles and to predict the future, but to come into contact with the highest levels of perception, to be able to intuit and to be able to be connected with the nature of God, with the riddles of creation, with the purpose of life, the purpose of the mitzvah, the deeper meaning of the Torah. These are all the things that are revealed to Abulafia in his prophecy, not simply to be able to do party tricks and predict what the stock market is going to do. Abulafia, getting into contact with the reality of God, with the reality of the world, with the reality of the self, is much more significant, and this is what he aims for. Now, Abulafia, as we mentioned, has a strong synthesis between Moreh Nevuchim of Maimonides and the Sefer Yetzirah of Kabbalah. And Abulafia's prophecy is a merger of these two ways of thinking.
You see that clear hypnosis?
To Maimonides' Aristotelian understanding of Kabbalah,
on the camera almost.
There is a flux that flows down from the intellect, as we said, from the overflowing of the divine intellect, which manifests in a linguistic message to the prophet, to the human. Abulafia takes this idea and combines it with the idea of letters of Sefer Yetzirah, that through combining and through playing with letters, we can create states of experience, through breathing exercises, through contemplating on different parts of the body, through head movements and body movements, and a form of yoga that Abulafia develops, and through meditative experience, one can come into contact with this Maimonidean form of the overflow of intellect into the human. But Rambam may have been aghast that someone was creating the synthesis between his thought and forms of yoga and forms of meditation and forms of breathing exercises and mysticism. But this is exactly what Abulafia does. And it creates a very, very fascinating form of mysticism, which is still practiced, by the way, by select Kabbalists up until this very day.
When they're doing that, like Garfield.
One of the points which Abulafia goes beyond Maimonides is, at least according to most scholars, is that Abulafia sees this act of prophecy as an act
2-3 on that one.
Maimonides never quite goes as far to say that prophecy is Dveikut, his union with God. I just want to read you a quote from Abulafia here, who describes this act of union in his book, Bar HaSeichel. He says, the connection of human existence with the divine existence occurs only during the exercise of thought, of meditation, until he or she, the human, and God becomes one. Until they become one entity. That's what Abulafia writes. And the human and the divine by the intellect is so intense and so thorough and complete. The individual, and Abulafia says this, he says, he and I, myself and God, and I and he are one. Which is a very, very radical statement, a statement which got some other mystics and other traditions killed. And Abulafia says I is he and he is I, in the state of rapture, in the state of mystical union between the mystic and God. These statements of Abulafia, by the way, play a very, very interesting role in contemporary study of Kabbalah. And I'm not sure if I want to get into this, but there was a very large debate.
Whirlpool, you're good. You know what you're doing, right?
Gershon Shalom, who said that in Judaism,
pretty much.
there was no true union between
God.
Really?
Later
scholars.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Says that no, in fact,
late capitalists.
Very profound moments of union between human and God. And one of his case examples is these statements by Abulafia. He describes his union with God in absolute terms. Now, let us talk briefly about Abulafia's messianism, which is fascinating, and then I want to try and explain his linguistic mysticism, and then see if we can take an exercise and try this for ourselves. You know, they say, do not try this at home. I think that we can try this at home. Although we're not going to go all the way. In Abulafia's text himself, he describes that if one goes all the way, one's soul can actually leave one's body and I don't think anyone will be very happy if anyone's souls leave their body.
When people are so worried about getting the job done
Abulafia's
and getting paid for it,
project suggests a radical reinterpretation of prophecy, as we've seen.
that they don't
There's a
really
radical
take it
interpretation of what
all the way
Israel
through
means. He believes
that
it's a
seriously
spiritual and psychological
all the time.
state, not just a geographical location. And part of his revolutionary understanding,
Especially when you raise their wages.
Interprets the
Not always. I'm not talking about you.
All these three things, prophecy, Israel, and
I know hard work when I see one.
Messiah, not as external,
Trust me, I do.
historical phenomena, but as internal experiences, spiritual, psychological processes which the human being themselves has to undergo and has to transform themselves in. This is actually a major contribution in the history of Messianic thought in Judaism. Abulafia, in fact, although this point is contested by some, it seems quite clear from his writings that Abulafia believed that he himself was Mashiach. However, because he was interpreting the Messianic idea very differently, to be the Mashiach, therefore, was also a very different thing than what most of us think when we talk about someone being the Messiah.
Is that what it is? A lot of it, huh?
The Messianic
thing about that is some people really love their jobs.
Transformation, and not just geopolitical and external.
They used to get paid more for it too.
The Messiah was to lead people
Often.
towards an eternal spiritual redemption. And we see this idea becoming very, very popular in later Kabbalistic and Hasidic thinking.
If you're working fast food, good for you.
One of the first people
they wouldn't hire me.
Popular by his own thinking. For Abulafia, therefore, the Messiah
is spiritually.
The one who
You're feeding people.
The secrets of the Torah. The one who, classically, the Mashiach would bring in the exiles and rebuild the temple. These things all take it backstage to Abulafia. And in his mind, the learning of Kabbalah itself, which is the secret of the Torah, that is the predominant role and mission of the Messiah. And he differentiates between a simplistic, popular understanding of Mashiach with a more sophisticated, in his opinion, the truer conception of Mashiach. And it makes a lot of sense because by revealing these secrets and by transforming people's character and people's minds is really the only way that real Messianic change can happen. If we build a temple and we regather the exiles, but everyone comes back with their same old mindset and their same mentality and the same variables, what good is the basic image? What good is the temple going to be? We're all just going to get into fights and just trash the place. And Abulafia believes that before any of that happens, we have to radically change our perception of reality. We have to radically reconceptualize the self in different ways. And Abulafia sees that as his mission. And throughout his life, he works to try and develop these very practical, although sometimes quite esoteric forms of meditation, forms of leading people towards that experience, toward that transformation. And we see him throughout his life going, traveling, and spreading these ideas. Now let us get it to the core of his idea itself, Abulafia's linguistic mysticism, which is part of his Messianic program, part of his program of union with God, part of his prophetic experience, is all tied into one. Are we ready? Okay. Abulafia writes, "My whole goal is to untie the knotted seals." What are the knotted seals? Abulafia believes that our mind is in knots. It's sealed, it's closed up, it's not open. It's not open to prophecy, it's not open to God, it's not open to love and messianism. And Abulafia has to try and untie these knots. And Abulafia does this with a very bizarre form of linguistic mysticism, and I want to try and explain it in two paradigms. I want to give first a bit more of a psychological explanation, and then give an explanation which is more in line with Abulafia's own work, which is more theological and metaphysical. Psychological, because that's something which we are more comfortable and familiar and aware with. Our consciousness, our awareness, me and you, all of us, is imprisoned within the scope and the space of our sensory input. Whatever objects fill our perception, whatever we hear, see, smell, those are the things which our thinking and our mind wraps itself around, which means that we're limited toward, our thinking is limited by all the sensory impression, the sensory data that it absorbs. Mysticism in general, across the board, aims to try and expand the scope of our consciousness, to try and lift the state of our awareness beyond just the given sensory data and material that we find around us, beyond its material prison that it's constricted by. In Jewish mysticism, we would call this mission of trying to take the mind beyond just the sense material, the sense data, from a place of katznos aleichem, a place of contracted consciousness, to a place of gadlus aleichem, a place of expanded consciousness. Now, even more than just the sensory limits of our perception, our mind is limited more fundamentally by the conceptual limits that we place upon ourselves. Very, very simply, the capacity of our own imagination defines the limits of our consciousness, and the boundaries of what we can possibly conceptualize sets the very borders of our being, of our existence. Our borders of reality are up here in the head. And
Now,
if we
science
have
convinced you
expanded mind,
to be a
then our
bottom-up
very
thinker.
existence can be expanded. So we're confined from the grip of both our sensual perception, what we see around us, and our conceptual hold of what we can possibly, potentially conceptualize. And the role of expanding.
See, it's like that economically.
Places of creativity or science beyond our current states of sensory input and beyond our place of conceptual input, to move beyond our day-to-day given consciousness, which is just really according to the Kabbalists and many mystics, just a glimmer, a fraction of our potential consciousness. This is a primary challenge for mystics like Abulafia, to shed the husk that cases the mind and cases the being, that cases our existence, to try to remove us from simply being involved in sensory material reality and to remove us from the cages of our own perceptual.
But universally, I think it's top down.
Places of expanded consciousness guidance on there, as we said. How does one do this? How do we move beyond our states of being? How do we move beyond the regular, the everyday, the ordinary, which we are born into, which is natural for us? Many of us don't even know that there is a possibility to get beyond the cages that we're in. And here Abulafia makes a highly unique contribution, both in Jewish mysticism and in mysticism across the world. Abulafia very simply reasons, I mean, he's a logical man, he's a philosopher, a student of Maimonides, he reasons that our consciousness, our thinking, our awareness needs a larger object to wrap itself around, an object which is big enough that in our attempt to get our head around it, we will expand our consciousness in the process. Something that won't limit us by its own material and physicality. The object which Abulafia chooses is language, letters, words. And
no, it's systems.
The Hebrew language, the Hebrew alphabet.
Living systems.
And the technique that he develops with this is we're going to call linguistic mysticism.
Everything.
Why does he choose language? Very simply, firstly, because language is totally abstract. Language is not captured in any particular location. If you write an A on a paper, that is not the A, that is only a representation of an abstract idea. Language, numbers, these are all abstract.
And if every cell is saying I am and I know it,
confined by a material object anymore.
And you don't feel like that.
As well, is a metaphor and medium of the divine being of God itself. Just like God, language is everywhere and nowhere.
Then what the fuck does that mean?
To language, and yet language is accessible anywhere. Language, like God,
what are you part of?
Has a capacity.
God, and you know it, right?
22 or 24 letters of the alphabet, depending on what system you're using, can be configured and can be combined in infinite.
But turns out it's more complicated than that.
God, in some sense, is infinite.
Because God's a person too,
a pureness,
and He's not you.
Infinity, a intangibility, which becomes a perfect target for Abulafia to hang his system upon. But more importantly than all of this, for Abulafia and for the Jewish mystics, language is something very, very different in the way that we modern 21st century people conceptualize language. Language, according to the Kabbalists, is not constructed, but is
still trying to figure that one out completely. It makes sense, kind of.
In English or any contemporary language,
but almost not from our logic.
We call this a table because we all call it a table, and that's why it's called a table. If we all call this a quizzle, we would all call it a quizzle, and you would have a quizzle cloth, and you would have a quizzle on a chair. These words are arbitrary.
No, right.
It's simply a matter of consensus. It is constructed. We choose to call these things what they are. According to the Kabbalists, that is not the case. That is not how language operates. That is not the linguistic theory of Kabbalah. According to the Kabbalists, there is an intrinsic, internal affinity.
That's what I'm talking about. No, that inspired me a little bit.
There's an isomorphic relationship between the structure of language and the structure of the universe.
The structure is an isomorphic
and the world. This is because
relationship between the structure and the structure of the world.
And with it, with the Hebrew language, with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet,
they know this.
God creates the world, and then
in Kabbalah,
the language of Hebrew constitutes the very.
So I've been thinking, what about English? What is English now?
What he is doing when he points languages, he is going to the source code, because these are letters which are the building blocks of reality.
Seemingly not much sometimes, but quite a bit if you know about English like that.
Constructed, construed, narrativized, and brought into existence.
They're kind of dip
by the power of speech, the power of words. When God says, "Yehi are, let there be light," from those words, "Yehi are,"
so on and so forth.
That we now know in existence. And if we could somehow peer into the anatomical structure of light itself, we would see the letters Aleph, Vav, Resh, according to the Kabbalists. This belief births the perspective that language is inherently
right.
To establish the world as it is.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich, dangerous weapon, can be.
At the heart of language,
easy correct,
which deserves to be spoken about longer, is At the heart of the Hebrew language, at the heart of all words, is one word, the most lofty word, the foundation of all being, from which all creation and from which all language emerge. And this is what's known as the Shem HaMefarish, God's exclusive name, Yud Hey and Vav Hey. Anything that exists
Against demons, yeah, the peanut butter jelly sandwich. It's a good one.
That divine name, and all language and all beings enfolded into those four sacred letters. So this is a point which I believe it takes a great length, but I'm going
Least in times of plenty.
skim over that just now so we can understand more fundamentally why language and how language operates for Ablafia. Ablafia has this sort of alchemy of language where he tries to melt down language to its pure constituents. Tries
It will not be
tear
forever.
down and deconstruct
So enjoy it while you have it.
fundamental components into its letters, into its nikodot, into its vowels. And one of the ways which Ablafia does this is what's known as tzirufim. We cannot discuss Ablafia right without discussing tzirufim. His way that he combines and letters. He'll take a word, take it apart, and create all sorts of anagrams using those same letters that existed before. And by doing so, the Kabbalist or the mystic is expanding our consciousness, seeing all the possible variations that can be made in all of these different permutations. And the letters themselves don't even have to make sense.
That's what they told me to do.
Because each letter
My
has
mind
this
and body.
singular meaning, and it has a stirring of consciousness. And each one conjures a different linguistic connotation,
Medically.
different idea, and it begins to pull the mind beyond what it's ordinarily capable of. I don't know if anyone here has read Joyce in some of his works, Finning in His Wake, where language itself begins to be so malleable and pliable, where the mind begins to
And decided
have trouble to hold on. And in the
to go a
process,
different direction,
one
kind
can
of.
feel an expansion of the mind, where we're no longer stuck to the normal ways, and in some ways, love is a
But I still enjoy it quite a bit.
Because
I'm fucking crazy, and I kinda love it.
The way that we use words. In one of his books, for example, in Gamma Olam, this is a very.
But I hate it too, because I hate this loop. I hate this
He
loop.
has his system of
You get back to
combining
work.
and reconfiguring
Springtime.
letters,
No, springtime. No more God of the winter time.
which is a very interesting comparison.
Come on, Taran.
We've all listened to music. We've all had hopefully experiences where we've been elevated, elated,
Gotta get to
expanded,
work.
by music, being brought into different states. Of
Gotta work.
awareness and
Yeah,
consciousness.
my kind of work. Big time. No,
Music
big
is a
time.
very extremely subtle experience. Nachmanides writes actually about music, and it's the most refined and ethereal sensation which cannot be captured in any sort of human description, but we all know what it's like. Now, Balafi compares his version of Tzirufim, combining letters to music, because when on his music, says Abalafia, it happens in symphony, it happens with different notes, different instruments, combining in creative ways. The vibrating strings and the percussions all make a very interesting sensation, which Abalafia writes comes to the ear, and from the ear goes to the heart, and over there emerges happiness and pleasure from the melody. And Ablafia points out that this only happens through tzirufim, through the combinations of music, through the combinations of different notes and different tones and different scales and different octaves. If there was just a single note playing the whole time, you wouldn't have this. And so too writes Ablafia. In our active language, when we roll letters off the pen, says Ablafia, and we create sort of amalgamations, Aleph, Mem, Shin. And he says, Amash, Asham, Mesh, Shem,
What do I do?
Just begins to
LARPing,
create
yeah,
this sort
in the
of
woods.
music of language that begins to.
Yeah, I'm supposed to do it typically buck ass, but right, the knowledge of good and evil now, so
musical experience for him, which is very fascinating. If anyone here studied music theory and language,
right.
It's a very, very fascinating comparison and concept that he makes here.
And I gotta bring Garfield with me, so he's getting good. He's getting really good.
How he does this,
But the park's a little different. The woods, who knows? Maybe he'll be better, but doubtfully.
Try this with you guys. Is essentially an extreme form of meditation, bringing about an expansive consciousness, new states of creativity.
Why not?
New states of
Because he lives in a different world than we do.
And these combinations
Different, whole different world.
in
Whole different
mind, one does these
So it's different
combinations.
meaning.
Generally, they happen in speech. One speaks out the combinations, and one writes these combinations. And that is, in short, in psychological expression, what Ablafi's system is trying to achieve, and how he uses language to try to achieve that. I know it still may sound very, very unexplained, but we're beginning to lay the seeds here. And I want to now turn to more of a theological, metaphysical explanation for Ablafia's system here. And perhaps we will end with this, and then I'll leave you guys with an exercise. Off to the metaphysical, in case the psychological.
No, you see, guys, the humans are the archons. No, they're archons.
Is to untie the knotted seals. The mind, as we said, according to Ablafia, is knotted up. In Buddhism, we talk about the monkey mind, the incessant.
And I kinda know it, right?
Associations.
Well, we look at it looks like a monster to us or a Braxis, and we're like, damn, that's creepy. Right? I'm like, why? No, that's beautiful to me.
And buttress our self-narrative, our story of ego. Why does the mind keep talking? Because if it stops, we may forget that we exist, that we're an ego. And the mind, the ego, keeps talking. And it's quite a painful experience.
See, not all of them though.
It says we need to empty the mind. We need
There's
to
been a
quiet
few.
the mind. The first stage in any mysticism is
They
to
tried to
quiet
get us
the
there.
mind. But instead of trying to push away these thoughts, to be aggressive and be on the offense about them, Abulafia wants us to observe them and
We just don't fucking listen, do we?
And here comes the theological side of how Abulafia tries to achieve this state of clarity of mind. For all religious thinkers of Abulafia's age, the Rishonim, as they're known, not just Kabbalists, the highest state of God that we can conceptualize is Moichin, is God's intellect, is Chachma. For Kabbalists, this is the first emanation of the Sfirot that we can tap into. There's high Sfirot that are beyond us, but the first thing is the intellect of God, which we can interact with intellectually. So for all the thinkers of his day, the highest state of God is the intellectual. For Rambam, as we spoke about, Rambam has the highest state of God. He describes as the Seichel HaPoel, the active intellect. Rambam describes God as Hu Hamada, Hu Yodea, Hu Hayadua. God is the knower, the knowing, and the known. God is really the bastion of all potential information, of all thought, of all, that is sort of the collective consciousness, according to Maimonides. And all creation that flows out of God is simply just information, data, ones and zeros, A's, C's, G's, and T's of DNA. That is, the whole world is really constructed by information, and this is quite a prevalent thought even in contemporary science. And in contrast to God's Seichel HaPoel, God's active intellect, we humans have what's known as a Seichel HaNikna, an acquired intellect. Prophecy is, according to this thought, therefore, where the individual Seichel connects with the individual intellect connects with the active intellect, with the Seichel HaPoel, the collective consciousness. When your individual consciousness can lose its boundaries.
That's how it can be, huh?
Active intellect, the collective consciousness, that is the state of prophecy according to Maimonides.
Don't just echo through the forest, huh?
Maimonides meets Sefer Yetzirah meets Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah teaches that the world is built of letters, as we just said. And according to Abulafia, therefore, if we are to connect with the active intellect, it's going to be through, of course, letters, because that is how the active intellect reveals and expresses itself in the world. And Abulafia would say that the Seichel HaPoel, the active intellect, is really the combination of all possible letter permutations. It's really the meta matrix of all letters that is this active intellect. And as these letters trickle down into reality, they manifest as the material objects that we know. And in order to channel new seichel, new thinking, new experience, prophetic experience, it's going to be by tapping into this divine stream of letters which flow from the collective consciousness, from the active intellect. Any poets or authors in a crowd, or really anyone that
See, I know that I was, but they don't
will appreciate
accept
this,
it completely.
that we express our thoughts, we create stories, we create ideas in our minds.
I gotta prove it though.
Through language. And God, according to the Kabbalists, expresses God's own mind through language. And therefore, by connecting to language in its most base form, in its rawest form, by melting it down to its base constituents, we're getting back to the Seichel HaPoel, the active intellect, for Abulafia. I want to end on a thought here, and then we are going to hopefully try an exercise together. The thought is like this: we all have our own siruf, we all have our own combination, we have our own narrative.
How much is the raffle?
The story that we tell ourselves, our name, our family, our community, our country, our hopes, our dreams, our relationships, our dramas, our traumas, all the things we can do, all the things we can't do, who our favorite bands,
What'd you raffle up?
Email passwords. These are all the sirufim, the amalgamation that makes you you, that defines you, i.e., the ego. Abulafia says the same way that we build these narratives, we build these constructs with language, we can also create new ones. We can make it siruf, we can take parts of ourselves and we can switch them out. We used to think that we couldn't do something. That was a narrative we were telling ourselves. And if that narrative isn't serving us, we have the capacity to take that narrative, to change the letters around and say, we can do that. And the same way that we believed that we couldn't do it because we told ourselves, we now will believe that we can because we can tell ourselves we can. And Abulafia sees this prophetic experience as an experience which changes the structure of the human. Because once you realize that all reality is language, including the self, the language that we tell ourselves is what constructs the self, then we can use that language to reconstruct the self. This is a very, very powerful idea. I think in modern therapy, we have something called narrative therapy, where we examine the stories that we tell ourselves, the words that we use to describe ourselves, and we give ourselves the permission to find new language, new narrative, new stories to reconceptualize who we are. And I want to try and do that actually The first step for Abulafia is that one needs to purify themselves. And this happens through fasting, through introspection, through silence. According to Abulafia, for men, this is done while wearing tefillin and wearing white, clean clothing. The second step for Abulafia is that we begin to write out the letter permutations, and one can do this in Hebrew or in English. You can take letters and begin to move the letters and see what comes out of them, begin to create different anagrams, and I'll explain if we try and do this together. The third step for Abulafia, which we didn't discuss, is his physiological movements, his yoga, where he has different breathing patterns and different head positions as one moves the body and speaks out these letter combinations. The fourth step is to bring it into the mind, to begin to imagine letters and to see the letters in one's vision, to project the letters outwards and to rotate them and to see them in their shape. Abulafia writes that letters are like a clear mirror and that their brightness will shine back at you. And if you gaze at them, you can ask them questions and letters will talk back to you and speak to you. And one will see the image of a human standing in front of them and strange other things that happens. And this is the first step of an actual visionary prophetic mysticism. And in this stage of beginning to see something, there are 4 stages again. I'm going to briefly discuss them. First is, and if anyone is doing this and experiencing this, please let me know. And first step is what he calls a illuminationism, body photism, we call it in modern science, where the light that we see from the letters actually begins to infuse and diffuse into the human body, and the human body itself becomes bright and begins to shine forth light. Abulafia's student writes about how his body became light and how he had to go under a blanket to see if the light was coming from him, and in fact it was. If anyone's having that experience, maybe talk to your rabbi and your local mental health professional, and then talk to me about it. The second experience is the body becomes very weak. The third experience is an enhanced capacity for thought and imaginative capacity. The fourth experience is characterized by fear and trembling, writes Abulafia. And this fear and trembling is actually a very important, necessary step towards prophecy. He writes that all your body will begin to tremble, your limbs will begin to shake, you'll have a tremendous fear, like a rider who rides a horse who is happy and joyful while the horse trembles beneath him. So the body, like the horse that is being ridden, begins to shake and tremble, but there should be a sense of happiness and elation in the experience. It's actually incredible that Abulafia describes the psychological process that happens in these experiences. It's very rare in Jewish mysticism. And following this fear, as we said, is the experience of pleasure and delight. He writes that there's a sense of another spirit, another soul coming into you. And only once somebody's passed all these experiences do they come to a mystical, a prophetic experience, which Abulafia, in this context that I'm drawing for here, speaks about the vision of a human form, which is similar to one's own body.
No, and I fucking know it, right?
Some sort of doppelganger, some sort of double of the self.
Go back. No, go back
The practitioner can begin
to the ancient
speak
Hebrews
and
and look it up.
to repeat back their experiences to themselves. I want to just end off here with a quote from Ari Kaplan, who was written by
Yahweh.
Rabbi Avram Abulafia. He writes that the true mystical
That's
experience,
fucking horns.
and this may actually help us give some context there, the true mystical experience is beyond description and cannot be explained to one who has not experienced it himself. Just as a person who has been blind from birth cannot comprehend the concept of color, so too, someone who has been spiritually blind cannot grasp the brilliant spectrum of the spiritual world. Abulafia thus writes, one who reaches the highest level cannot reveal it to anyone. All he can do is to give over the keys, which is what Abulafia himself tries to do, so that the enlightened individual can open the gates which are sealed to exclude the unworthy. The Abulafia gives a very strong warning against spiritual dilettantism, just trying this out just for fun. And I should pass on this.
No, that's what I thought too.
If the
That's
person
exactly.
enters into these practices
Right.
just
No, right.
without preparation, without purification, which is the very first stage, they can be destroyed spiritually, psychologically, physically, and that is one which you should all take very seriously. Abulafia writes himself to the uninitiated. He says, your mind will be confused, your thoughts will be confounded, you will not find any escape from the reveries of your mind. The power of the imagination will overwhelm you, so you might imagine only useless fantasies. Your imagination faculties will grow stronger, weakening your intellect until your reveries cast you into a deep sea. You will not have the wisdom ever to escape from it, and you will therefore drown. So before anyone tries these, that is the warning, that is the caveat from the man himself, which I pass on to you. One really, really needs to clean and silence the mind before one begins to try and expand the mind and to play with language, play with these fundamental building blocks of the intellect and of reality. Okay, I want to give an exercise to the group. The exercise is like this. I want everyone to find some time of silence where their mind is clear, they're not worried about what's going on, they're not worried about business, they're not worried about COVID-19, where they're in quiet, dim the lights, just light enough so you can see what's on the paper. Take a pencil and take a paper and begin to write up whatever comes to your mind, the first things about yourself. I am X, I am Y, I did Y, I can Y, whatever it is. By yourself, but without filtering it that much. Just allow yourself to express naturally, and no one's going to read this paper. So be honest, be straightforward. Then take 5 or 10 minutes of silence, eyes closed. Come back to the paper. And the reason why it's in pencil is because I want you to then look at the paper and then ask yourself which one of these I statements are serving me and which one of these statements are undermining me. And with an eraser, erase the letters that were not serving you and rearrange, try and take those same letters and try and write a new story for yourself, a positive story. And try to sit with that paper and allow yourself to believe the new story that you're telling yourself the same way that you believe the old story, and see if you can change any of these self-narratives, any of these beliefs about yourself. And the power to do it is there because these beliefs are constructed by language. We can change by language. So that is the exercise I'm trying to invite you to do. And I'm very much looking forward to see who goes ahead and has a shot at doing this. Thank you very much. That is the class. I know that this class was very, very complex and very dense, and we ran through a lot. We tried to tackle one of the most complex thinkers in Jewish mysticism and try to explain the system. And if I failed, then I failed. And I open to questions. People do exercise and try to lay it out. There's really two exercises I was thinking of going with, and I'll probably put them both out because they could both be helpful. One is to take a piece.
Right. No, right. Right and right. Right, 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 and right. What is sin? Like, I know what sin is. What's sin to a cat? Who's a person too? Let's just say, hypothetically, on Judgment Day, a house cat that killed 40,000 rabbits, which has happened, turns out, has to answer for its crimes. You know, foxes, bears, all when cats get like that, they get fucking like
Throughout
that, dude.
history, myths and legends have told of incredible creatures, dragons, mermaids, and giants that roamed the earth, sea, and sky. Many of these creatures were thought to be purely fictional, yet surprising
killed a
evidence
bear
suggests that some may have been based on real
with your
animals
paws
or
and your
exaggerated
teeth.
accounts of natural phenomena. In this
Really?
article, we'll explore legendary beings
What
with
about the
roots
rest?
in reality, uncovering the fascinating creatures that might have inspired these ancient tales. The Kraken, this legendary sea monster, described in Norse sagas
I'm
and
looking at a
sailors'
bag of
tales,
Friskies right now.
was
I'm
said
looking
to
at
be
Garfield.
a gigantic, tentacled beast capable of dragging entire ships to the ocean's depths.
Like somewhere between this
However,
cat and that cat, you
while
have
the Kraken
Garfield.
itself remains a mythical creature, its legend likely originated from sightings of a real-life deep-sea giant. The giant squid, Architeuthis ducks, the legend of the Kraken. The earliest recorded accounts of the Kraken date back to the 13th century Icelandic Konung Skuggsja, the King's Mirror, which describes a creature so enormous that it could be mistaken for an island. Later accounts from Scandinavian sailors added terrifying details, including its massive tentacles, the ability to create deadly whirlpools, and the destruction of entire fleets. One of the most well-known descriptions of the Kraken comes from the 18th century Danish-Norwegian bishop and naturalist Erik Pontoppidan. In his Natural History of Norway, 1752, he wrote that the Kraken was incontestably the largest sea monster in the world, estimating that it could reach over a mile in diameter. He also noted that fishermen often sought out the Kraken, not to fight it, but because the beast supposedly attracted enormous schools of fish. The legend of the Kraken spread beyond Scandinavia, making its way into European literature and maritime folklore. By the 19th century, it had become a popular subject in fiction, including Alfred Tennyson's 1830 poem, The Kraken, and Jules Verne's
Oh, I know it
1870
too.
novel 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, in which Captain Nemo's submarine battles a monstrous
He knows that to
squid-like
me he
creature.
sounds small.
The real-life inspiration, the giant squid. For centuries,
Kind
many
of.
dismissed the
'Cause
Kraken
cats didn't always
as
realize that.
sailor's superstition.
I'm like, okay.
But modern science suggests
They
that
sound
these
like that, huh?
terrifying legends were based on real encounters with
I want to
giant
sound like
squid.
you.
The giant squid, Architeuthis
I
ducks,
kind of know I can't.
is one of the largest known invertebrates, capable of growing up to 43 feet, 13 meters long, though some unverified reports suggest even greater lengths. These elusive creatures
Who the
inhabit
fuck are
the
you?
deep ocean, making them difficult to study. One of the strongest pieces of evidence linking the Kraken legend to giant squid sightings is their tentacles. Many historical Kraken accounts emphasize the creature's long, powerful appendages capable of grabbing ships and dragging them under. While giant squid do not attack ships, they are known to use their tentacles to grasp prey, and they have been found washed up on shores or caught by
That's what it is,
fishermen's
guys.
nets. Their size and alien-like appearance
No, they're like good and
undoubtedly
evil.
fueling
Good and evil, good and
maritime
evil.
myths. Additionally, giant
And they know
squid
it too, and they
possess
choose evil all the
enormous
time. All the
eyes,
time.
the largest in the
Because it's
animal
more
kingdom,
comfortable to choose evil.
measuring up to 10 inches,
Turns out.
25 centimeters in diameter. In dark ocean depths, their eyes help them detect faint traces of light and approaching predators, but to sailors catching glimpses of these creatures near the surface, such massive eyes could have contributed to descriptions of the Kraken's monstrous gaze.
Oh, the Kraken.
Historical encounters and evidence. Despite their deep sea habitat, giant squid occasionally make their way into human
Yeah, I kind of
records.
know now
Some of the most notable historical encounters include
that people have
16th and
actually seen
17th
this shit,
century
and
sightings.
now modern people have not
Scandinavian
seen some of the
sailors
shit that they
frequently
saw back then.
reported seeing massive
Sometimes we
tentacle
do.
creatures rising from the depths. Many of these descriptions bear striking similarities to
We just
what
don't
we
believe
now
them later
know
because
about
like I've never
giant
seen
squid.
one.
1873 Newfoundland discovery. A giant squid carcass was found on the shores of Newfoundland, Canada, providing one of the first physical confirmations.
And why
of
not? I
such
don't know.
creatures'
I spent
existence.
25 years looking for them. Now I'm half
1874
blind.
Theosophical
Find them now.
Society
Sometimes
report.
mystical fucking
A
shit.
fisherman off the coast of Newfoundland reported a squid attack in which a tentacle, later examined by scientists, measured
But when
over
I find it,
19
you can see
feet
it
long.
too.
20th and 21st century footage. In 2004, Japanese researchers
But it comes to me
captured
easier
the
sometimes than
first
it does for
known
other people,
images of a
and I don't
live
know
giant
why.
squid in the deep sea. In 2012, a team from Japan's National Science Museum
Because I'm basically dead and I know it.
filmed a live giant squid in its natural habitat for the first time. These discoveries provided definitive proof that creatures fitting the Kraken's description existed, though their true nature was far less aggressive than legend suggested. Why the Kraken legend persisted. There are several reasons why sailors' accounts of the Kraken became so exaggerated over time. Fear of the unknown. The ocean is vast and mysterious, and early sailors often had little understanding of the creatures that lurked below. Any encounter with a giant squid, especially at night or during storms, could easily be misinterpreted as an encounter with a monstrous beast. Survivor stories and embellishments. Tales of the Kraken were often passed down through generations, each retelling adding new and more dramatic elements. A sighting of a dead squid floating on the water might evolve into a story of a terrifying battle. Whirlpools and ocean phenomena. Some Kraken legends describe a creature creating massive whirlpools capable of sinking ships. While this is not something a squid could do, Oceanic phenomena like maelstrom and sudden violent waves could have been mistaken for signs of a sea monster. Scientific mystery. Before the giant squid was confirmed, scientists and naturalists debated its existence for centuries. The lack of solid proof only added to the intrigue and myth surrounding the kraken. Dragons are among the most widespread and enduring mythical creatures in human history. They appear in the folklore of cultures across the world, from the fire-breathing beasts of European legends to the wise, celestial dragons of Chinese mythology. While dragons are often thought to be purely mythical, their origins may be grounded in real-world discoveries.
We got
and
missiles and shit,
encounters.
but you know he's more interested often?
Scholars and
The
historians
rocket ships.
believe that ancient people, upon finding dinosaur fossils or encountering large reptiles, may have created the
Look, it's like
legends
that and like
later
that
became
and
the
like that too.
dragons we know today. Dinosaur fossils. Unearthing the bones of dragons.
But why?
One of the most compelling explanations for dragon myths comes from the discovery of large, fossilized bones by ancient civilizations.
Why don't you give
Before
a fuck about
modern
that?
paleontology, people who stumbled upon these enormous remains had no scientific framework to understand them.
Like, I
Instead
know
of
science
extinct
works. No,
creatures
rocket
from
ships
a
are real.
prehistoric age,
Turns out.
they interpreted the bones as evidence of dragons or other giant beasts. China, the land of dragons and fossils. China has a long and rich history of dragon mythology, with these creatures symbolizing power, wisdom, and good fortune. But it's also a country rich in dinosaur
Well, how's it get
fossils.
through the dome?
For
Well, it's
thousands
mostly
of years,
dome made of air and water.
villagers in China have unearthed massive bones and teeth, often grinding
But it's
them into
powerful.
powders for
It keeps
traditional
them in, keeps them
medicine.
down.
These discoveries
Often.
likely reinforced the belief that dragons were real and once roamed the land. One well-known example is the Cholong or crouching dragon fossil, which resembles the coiled form of the Chinese dragon. The belief in dragons was so strong that even into the 20th century, some fossils were labeled as dragon bones before
Really, Spear?
scientists
I mean,
recognized
yes
them
and
as
no.
remnants
Yes and
of
no.
dinosaurs. Europe, the roots of fire-breathing beasts. In medieval Europe, people
What if I told
frequently
you from your cat's eye
uncovered
view,
large bones belonging to
it
Ice
wouldn't look
Age
like Spear
mammals like
at all.
mammoths, mastodons, and dinosaurs.
From space.
Lacking the knowledge to identify these fossils correctly, people assumed they had found the remains of terrifying reptilian monsters. For example, in Austria,
And from my
a
point of view,
massive skull found in a
almost
cave
possible to
was
test.
once thought
She looks
to
much
belong to a
different than
dragon.
yours.
In reality, it was the skull of a prehistoric rhinoceros,
And I don't
Quolodonta
even really
antiquitatis,
understand that.
better known as the woolly rhinoceros. Similarly, in England and Germany, discoveries of large, fossilized vertebrae may have contributed to dragon myths,
I mean, I understand it
especially since
intuitively.
they often resembled the spines
What
of
about
enormous lizards or
experientially?
serpents. The influence of monitor lizards and the Komodo
Trying
dragon.
to.
While fossilized remains may have given rise to dragon myths in some cultures, others were influenced by real, living creatures. Monitor lizards, especially the fearsome Komodo dragon, share many
212 in that
characteristics
clock.
with the dragons of legend. The Komodo dragon, a
311.
real-life monster,
Now, everyone wants to know what about
The
this, what
Komodo
about that, and I
dragon,
got wrong. Well,
Varanus
like I said,
komodoensis,
hypnosis was severe.
is the largest living lizard on Earth,
God of the winter time.
growing up
You know
to
what I mean?
10 feet long and weighing over 150 pounds.
But I'm wide
Native
awake
to
now.
the Indonesian islands,
And they're
these
still
formidable
fucking
reptiles have
evil.
sharp claws, powerful tails, and a venomous bite capable of bringing down large prey. The first European explorers to encounter Komodo dragons in the early 20th century described them as land
Oh,
crocodiles.
Komodo dragons?
and
Those are cool.
dragons.
It's not what they're talking
It's
about, I
easy
don't
to see
think.
why.
Although
These
sometimes
massive,
you'd be surprised.
aggressive lizards resemble the fearsome creatures of ancient myths. If smaller species of lizards were in Africa or Australia, they could have
What would
contributed
Komodo
to the
dragon look
belief
like?
that dragons
Ancient
were
man.
real. The
When
spitting
they're
cobra,
that fucking big.
a fire-breathing inspiration, one of the most famous traits of Western dragons is their ability to breathe fire. While no real animal breathes actual fire, some reptiles do have defensive mechanisms that might have
Fire
inspired
breathing?
this aspect of
Who
dragon.
fucking knows, right?
Spitting
That's what I
cobras,
saw just now.
found in Africa and Asia, can eject venom from their fangs over long
Somewhere in time.
distances. If
At
an
least.
ancient observer saw a cobra spitting its venom, They might have misinterpreted it as breathing a toxic or fiery substance. In European mythology, dragons are often depicted as having venomous bites in addition to their fire-breathing abilities, suggesting that real venomous reptiles may have influenced these legends. Winged serpents. Could pterosaurs have played a role? Another theory suggests that ancient people may have found the fossilized remains of
And when it's like
pterosaurs,
that,
prehistoric flying reptiles, and interpreted them as evidence of winged dragons. Pterosaurs such as Pteranodon and Quetzalcoatlus had massive wingspans and elongated skulls, features that bear a striking resemblance to some dragon
If
depictions.
dinosaurs were magic,
In Mesoamerican mythology, the god
kinda know it now.
Quetzalcoatl is often depicted as a feathered serpent, a form that may have been
You think it looked like
inspired
that,
by the
all
discovery
lumbering
of
around?
pterosaur fossils in the region. The idea of
Not
flying
quite.
serpents or dragons appears in multiple cultures, suggesting that the remnants of these ancient creatures could have influenced the legends. The cultural evolution of
rhinos
dragons.
and elephants look lamer now
As
than they used
stories
to.
spread
Even in
and
their
evolved,
opinion.
different cultures shaped dragons into creatures that reflected their unique worldviews. Chinese dragons
'Cause we
became
fucking killed 'em.
symbols of imperial power and cosmic balance,
Apes too often.
often depicted as wise and benevolent beings associated with water and weather. European dragons, by contrast, were often seen as malevolent beasts, hoarding treasure and guarding castles.
And also,
Their
you can't
stories
see
were
them
influenced
like they
by
see
early
themselves.
Christianity, where dragons
'Cause when I see
became
an elephant,
metaphors
an
for
elephant sees an
evil and
elephant,
chaos.
holy shit.
Middle Eastern
I can see
dragons
that now.
in Persian and Mesopotamian mythology took on a more serpentine form, often representing primordial forces of destruction. Despite
Beautiful.
these differences,
Beautiful.
one common thread remains.
That's the big blue elephant.
Dragons were powerful, awe-inspiring creatures that reflected humanity's fears and fascinations. While dragons, as we imagine them, never existed, the creatures that inspired them certainly did. Whether through the discovery of dinosaur fossils, the observation of monitor lizards and Komodo dragons, or encounters with venomous reptiles, ancient people built myths around real-world phenomena. Over time, these stories evolved, becoming the fire-breathing, winged monsters of European legends and the celestial, benevolent beings of Chinese folklore. Today, dragons continue to captivate us.
And when I see
appearing in
Garfield,
everything from literature and film to national symbols
I literally
and religious
see
traditions.
one of the
Though
most
they may
handsome
not have
people
ruled the
I've ever
earth
seen in
as
my
in
whole life.
myths, their origins
matter what.
are rooted in real creatures
Always thought
that
this
once
little kid.
roamed our planet,
Like, no, he's perfect. Look at him.
reminding us that sometimes the line between legend and reality
perfect
is
fact,
thinner
huh,
than we
Garfield?
think. The unicorn is one of the most enduring mythical creatures in human history, symbolizing purity, strength, and magic. It has been depicted in art,
Go
literature,
back outside?
and folklore across cultures.
I do.
Often described
there.
as a horse-like creature with a single spiraled horn on
They know
its
this
forehead.
trick. They do. They
But
know me
while
well. We
modern
get in there.
science has found no evidence that unicorns ever existed as described in mythology, their legend may have been inspired by real animals, from prehistoric giants like Elasmotherium to misidentified antelopes and narwhals.
Smell that,
The
Garfield? Yeah,
unicorn myth
springtime.
has deep roots in reality.
Smells amazing, huh?
Elasmotherium, the Siberian unicorn.
Yeah, that too.
One of the most compelling real-world inspirations for the unicorn is Elasmotherium sibericum, a prehistoric species of rhinoceros
Yum,
that
yum, yum.
lived in Eurasia until around 39,000 years ago. Unlike modern rhinos, Elasmotherium was much larger, standing over 6.5 feet tall at the shoulder and weighing up to 4 tons. It had a long, thick coat similar to that of a woolly mammoth, and most significantly, it possessed a single enormous horn on its forehead. How could Elasmotherium inspire unicorn myths? Survival into early human history. Fossil evidence suggests that Elasmotherium survived long enough to be seen by early
That's me
humans.
guilty.
This means that ancient people may have encountered
cats
these
like it when I
creatures
smoke.
firsthand or heard stories about them,
Like, I don't
leading
blow
to
it at him.
legends of a powerful, one-horned beast. The shape of its skull. The skull of Elasmotherium features a large bony protrusion at the forehead, where scientists believe a giant keratinous horn once grew. If early humans or later civilizations came across these skulls, They might have assumed they belonged to a horse-like creature with a single horn.
Why did
Mentions
hotbox that
in
shit back there
ancient
pretty
texts.
badly a couple times?
Some historians believe that accounts of unicorns
trying to get the
in
mold out,
ancient Greek
but some of
and
the storage
Roman
in there, I
writings
didn't know where
may
it
have been
was.
influenced by descriptions of Elasmotherium or its fossils. Greek historian
I kind of
Ctesias,
missed the time.
5th
I did it
century
anyways.
BCE, described a wild, one-horned creature in India, which many believe was based on exaggerated
Now I
traveling accounts
regret it,
of
yeah.
real animals. While Elasmotherium was more closely related to rhinos than horses,
Was that big of a
its
deal?
size,
Not really, though.
stature,
Not really.
and single horn could
No, it's a bunch of
easily
other
have
stuff.
led to
And
unicorn-like
actually, it was his diet, I think, more than that.
Over
And I told my
time,
dad that
as
again
knowledge
and
of
again
the
and again.
species faded, the
Not taking
creature may have been
responsibility myself, though.
reimagined as a magical, horse-like being. Misidentified animals: antelopes, oryxes, and other hoofed creatures. Apart
How many
from
fires you lived through?
Elasmotherium,
A few?
several
Yeah, a few
real
of them.
animals with distinctive horns may have contributed to the
That was
unicorn
worse than
myth
that.
through misidentification or artistic interpretation. The Arabian oryx, a living unicorn. The Arabian oryx, a species
live in the
of
city?
antelope found in the
That's worse than
deserts
that,
of the
too.
Middle East, is one of the most likely real-world candidates for unicorn inspiration. While oryxes have two long, straight horns, they can sometimes appear to have only one due to injury or genetic mutation. Some oryxes lose a horn due to fights or accidents, making them look like they have a single horn. Visual
What are those
illusion.
sticks, Darren?
When seen from the side,
Yeah. Keep people kiss your
an
ass.
oryx's two horns can align perfectly.
So you live for, like 100
creating
years
the
because you get your
illusion
ass
of
kissed.
one. Ancient travelers or traders encountering oryxes in the wild may have described them as unicorn-like creatures, leading to further embellishment in myths and stories. Other horned creatures. The Indian rhinoceros, Rhinoceros unicornis, this species has a single horn and was well known to early civilizations in India and China. While rhinos look very different from the elegant unicorns of
How people
legend,
really live really long,
ancient descriptions of a
It's not even really
one-horned
true, is it?
beast could have stemmed from rhino sightings. The Saola,
They claimed to.
sometimes
Live in
called
the
the
interception
Asian
city,
unicorn,
where it's
this
different.
rare antelope species was only officially discovered in 1992. While it actually has two horns, its elusive nature and unique
And I don't even know
appearance
it like
might
that,
have
neither do you.
contributed to past unicorn-like
Some of us
tales.
do, huh? Almost.
Narwhals, the sea unicorn. Another fascinating contributor to the unicorn myth comes not from land but from the sea. Narwhals, medium-sized whales found in Arctic waters, have long, spiraled tusks that protrude from their heads like a unicorn's horn. These tusks are actually elongated teeth that can grow up to 10 feet long. The medieval unicorn trade. During the Middle Ages, European traders obtained narwhal tusks from Norse and Inuit hunters and sold them as authentic unicorn horns. These tusks were prized as rare and magical artifacts, believed to have healing properties and the ability to neutralize poison. Many European royals and wealthy individuals purchased them at exorbitant prices, further solidifying the belief in unicorns. One famous example is Queen Elizabeth I of England, who possessed a narwhal tusk valued at the same price as a castle. These so-called unicorn horns were ground into powders and used in medicine, continuing the myth well into the Renaissance period. The unicorn in mythology and religion. While real animals inspired unicorn myths, the creature also took on deep symbolic meanings in
322 Garfield.
ancient Greece and Rome. Unicorns were often described in natural history texts rather than mythology, treated as exotic animals from faraway lands. Christian symbolism. In medieval Europe, the unicorn became a Christian symbol of purity and Christ's sacrifice. It was often depicted as a gentle, noble beast tamed only by a virgin. Chinese mythology. The qilin, a creature similar to a unicorn, was seen as a sign of peace and prosperity, appearing only in times of great harmony. Although no actual unicorns have ever been discovered, the legend is deeply rooted in real-world discoveries and encounters. From the prehistoric Elasmotherium to the Arabian oryx, rhinos, and narwhals, various animals have likely played a role in shaping the unicorn myth. Over time, the idea of a single-horned beast evolved from a misunderstood natural creature into one of the most beloved symbols of magic, purity, and mystery. Even today, the unicorn continues to captivate our imaginations, whether through ancient fossils, mistaken identities, or medieval trade in narwhal tusks. The story of the unicorn reminds us how myths and reality often intertwine, creating legends that endure for centuries. Mermaids have fascinated humanity for centuries, appearing in folklore from Europe to Africa, Asia, and the
You know what I mean? They're
Americas.
games they play.
These half-human,
You can't see
half-fish
the knob all the way,
creatures
so they're
are
always
often
fucking with
depicted
it.
as beautiful and enchanting, sometimes benevolent and sometimes dangerous. But while mermaids are purely mythical, the legends
think they're
surrounding
fucking
them
funny.
may have been inspired by real marine animals, specifically manatees and dugongs. Throughout history, sailors and explorers have reported sightings of mermaids, yet many of these accounts likely stemmed from misidentified sea mammals. Long voyages, poor visibility, and the suggestibility of weary sailors may have contributed to the enduring myth of the mermaid. Manatees and dugongs, the real mermaids. Manatees and dugongs belong to the order Sirenia, a group of large, slow-moving marine mammals that inhabit warm
It is like that
coastal
though.
waters.
They're the animals.
Interestingly, their name comes from the Greek sirens, the dangerous sea creatures of mythology often associated with
What a
mermaids.
20-foot elephant look
What
like
are
you.
manatees and dugongs?
If you've never seen it before,
Manatees are
and you had the
found in
sight,
the Atlantic,
like I did.
particularly in the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico, and the coasts of West Africa. They are gentle, slow-moving herbivores that graze on seagrasses and can grow up to 13 feet long. Dugongs are
No,
similar
animals shimmer to me,
manatees, but
often.
live in the Indian and
Like the
Pacific
mist.
Oceans,
Almost. Yeah.
primarily in the waters around Australia and Southeast Asia. Unlike manatees, they have a fluked tail similar to a
Whole
whale's.
different fucking
While
world.
these animals look very different from
It's
the
like another
idealized
dimension.
mermaids of folklore, they
You know
share
what I mean?
certain characteristics that could have led to confusion. How manatees
What if it
and
is
dugongs
that
inspired
evil?
mermaids. 1.
When it's right fucking there.
Human-like features. From a distance, manatees and dugongs can appear vaguely human-like in several ways. Rounded head. Manatees have bulbous, round heads that, when seen from above the water, may resemble a human face. Pectoral flippers. Their front flippers sometimes resemble human arms, and they even use them to hug their young, similar to how a mother holds a baby. Breathing at the surface. Since they are mammals, manatees and dugongs must come up for air. The way they surface and exhale through their nostrils may have been mistaken for a mermaid's head emerging from the water. For sailors who had spent months at sea, sometimes suffering from exhaustion, dehydration, or even scurvy, a brief glimpse of a manatee in poor lighting could be enough to create the illusion of a mermaid. 2. Long tails and graceful movements. Manatees and dugongs have long, smooth bodies that taper into a tail, which moves up and down in a motion similar to how mermaids are often depicted swimming. Their slow, gliding movements through the water, especially in shallow coastal areas, may have given them an ethereal or mystical appearance. Dugongs, in particular, with their fluke tails, bear a resemblance to traditional mermaid imagery. It's easy to imagine how an early sailor, seeing one of these creatures at dawn or dusk, might mistake it for a mermaid slipping beneath the waves. Historical accounts of mermaids and sightings. Christopher Columbus's Mermaids. In 1493, Christopher Columbus recorded one of the earliest known mermaid sightings in the Caribbean. However, his description was far from the mythical beauty of folklore. He wrote that these mermaids were not as beautiful as they are painted, noting that they had somewhat masculine faces. Historians believe Columbus likely saw manatees, which were common in the waters he explored.
228 Garfield. When I go to town,
During the Age of Exploration,
so I don't get set up.
sailors frequently reported encounters with mermaids. Many of these sightings came from regions where manatees or dugongs were native. idea of mermaids.
That's how they get these guys
is
where you want them.
Folklore.
They set them up.
So when sailors spotted strange creatures in the
My
water,
family's already tried many
their
times.
minds may have filled in the gaps with familiar myths. Additionally, the trade of mermaid remains became popular in Europe, with unscrupulous merchants selling preserved marine animals or cleverly altered fish skeletons as the bodies of mermaids. Mermaids in mythology versus reality. While real sea creatures likely inspired mermaid myths, the legends themselves evolved differently in various cultures. Greek mythology. The sirens of ancient Greece, originally bird women, became associated with mermaids over time. They were known for luring sailors to their doom with their enchanting voices. European folklore. In medieval and Renaissance Europe, mermaids were often depicted as both beautiful and dangerous, capable of either granting fortune or sinking ships. Asian and African legends. Many indigenous cultures have their own water spirits, such as the West African Mami Wata, a mermaid-like being associated with both beauty and mischief. While mermaids themselves are fictional, their legend likely originated from real-world encounters with marine mammals like manatees and dugongs. For centuries,
Like they were trying to do, it turns
sailors
out.
reported seeing mysterious, human-like creatures in the water, but in reality, these sightings were probably of gentle sea cows. The combination of long voyages, exhaustion, and the suggestibility of folklore helped sustain the myth. Even today, mermaids remain one of the most beloved and enduring mythical creatures. Whether in folklore, literature, or popular culture, they continue to capture our imaginations, reminding us how myths can be born from real experiences and how the ocean still holds mysteries waiting to be explored. The Cyclops is one of the most famous mythical creatures in history, originating from ancient Greek mythology. Depicted as a one-eyed giant, the Cyclops appears in various legends, most notably in Homer's Odyssey, where the hero Odysseus encounters the fearsome Polyphemus. But while the idea of a towering, one-eyed monster may seem purely fantastical, there is compelling evidence that the myth was inspired by real-world discoveries, specifically the skulls of prehistoric elephants. Ancient people who uncovered these massive skulls, particularly in Greece and the Mediterranean region, may have misinterpreted their structure, leading to the belief that a race of one-eyed giants once roamed the land. This theory provides a fascinating example of how mythology can emerge from encounters with ancient fossils. The myth of the Cyclops, origins in Greek mythology. The Cyclopes, plural of Cyclops, appear in multiple Greek myths, each with different interpretations of their nature and origins. Hesiod's Cyclopes in Theogony. The poet Hesiod describes three primordial Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, and Argesh, who were the sons of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. These Cyclopes were skilled blacksmiths who forged Zeus' thunderbolts. Homer's Cyclopes in the Odyssey. Homer presents a different version of the Cyclopes, portraying them as savage, lawless giants living on a distant island. The most famous of them, Polyphemus, captures Odysseus and his men, only to be outwitted and blinded by the clever hero. The contrast between the wise craftsmen of Hesiod and the brutish monsters of Homer suggests that the Cyclops legend evolved over time, possibly influenced by local discoveries and interpretations of mysterious remains. The elephant skull theory, a case of misinterpretation. One of the most widely accepted theories about the origin of the Cyclops myth is that it was inspired by ancient elephant skulls, particularly those of extinct species like the dwarf elephants, Paleoloxodon falconeri.
No, do I love them? No, not really. I'm not a liar. I mean, I do and I don't.
Elephant skulls look like? Elephant skulls have a large, central opening in the front, which in life is covered by soft tissue
See, I love him.
and serves as the nasal cavity for the animal's trunk. To an ancient observer unfamiliar with elephants,
I love them.
this central hole could easily be
And I know it.
for a single giant eye
I love him. I love her.
The skull itself is massive, much larger than a human
Buried out
skull,
back. Yeah.
reinforcing the idea that it belonged to a gigantic humanoid.
As far as I know, right?
Where were these skulls found? Fossilized elephant remains have been
See, when I get that
discovered in
reaction from
Greece,
somebody over there,
Crete,
yeah, a couple
Cyprus,
houses down,
Sicily,
streets
and
across,
other Mediterranean islands. The
I kind
very
of start to know
regions
better.
where Cyclops myths were popular.
Believe it or not, yeah.
Dwarf elephants, which stood only about 3 feet tall at the shoulder, lived on these islands during the Pleistocene epoch but died out thousands of years ago. It is likely that ancient people, stumbling upon these fossils, assumed they had found the remains of a race of one-eyed giants rather than an extinct species of elephant. How did these fossils influence the Cyclops legend? The lack of knowledge about elephants. Ancient Greeks had little to no exposure to elephants, as they were
About
not
who's buried
native
out there?
to Greece. Without knowledge of what an elephant skull
Is that
actually
crazy?
looked
I
like,
know it seems like the
they
craziest
had
part,
no reason to associate the large bones
but I'm
with the trunk
almost
animal.
convinced of
The
that.
association with giants. Many ancient cultures believed that the world was once inhabited by giants.
I get there, I'm like, who the
And
fuck and who the
large
fuck and who
bones
the
found on
fuck
the
you? I'm like,
ground
right
were
there?
often
No fucking way,
interpreted as
right?
evidence of these legendary beings. Since the elephant skulls were much larger than human skulls, they fit perfectly into this pre-existing belief system. The connection to volcanic islands. Many of the places where Cyclops myths were prevalent, such as Sicily, were also volcanic regions. The Cyclopes were often depicted as blacksmiths who worked in fiery forges, which may have been inspired by the volcanic activity in these areas. The evolution of the myth.
Nope.
Over
Yep.
time,
Right in the background
the
and good scenery,
Cyclops
guys.
became
Where
a
they get all this
fully
crazy
fleshed out
testing on people.
character in Greek mythology, with stories like
Paranoid?
Polyphemus
No.
and the Odyssey cementing its place in
Aware.
folklore. The monstrous nature of the Cyclops
Who the fuck
may
are
have
you?
been enhanced by storytelling traditions, transforming it from a simple misinterpretation of bones into a terrifying, man-eating giant. Other theories about the Cyclops myth. While the elephant skull theory is widely accepted, some scholars have proposed additional explanations for the origin of the Cyclops myth. Folklore and storytelling traditions, many ancient cultures have myths of one-eyed creatures, possibly symbolizing wisdom, supernatural vision, or even deformities seen in real people. Human birth defects, some have suggested that real individuals born with cyclopia, a rare congenital disorder where a baby is born with a single eye, might have contributed to the legend. Symbolism in Greek culture, the Cyclops might represent something deeper in Greek storytelling, perhaps the untamed forces of nature, the dangers of lawlessness, or the contrast between civilization and barbarism. While these theories provide interesting insights, the discovery of elephant skulls in regions closely tied to the Cyclops myth remains the most tangible explanation. The basilisk is one of the most terrifying creatures in mythology, described as a deadly serpent or reptilian monster capable of killing with a single glance or breath. It has appeared in European folklore for centuries, often portrayed as the king of serpents with a crown-like marking on its head. But while the basilisk itself is purely mythical, its legend may have been inspired by real-life snakes, especially the king cobra, Ophiophagus hana, the largest venomous snake in the world. The similarities between the basilisk and the king cobra, along with ancient misunderstandings of snake behavior and exaggerated traveler tales, likely contributed to the fearsome reputation of this legendary beast. The myth of the basilisk, origins in ancient and medieval lore. The earliest known description of the basilisk comes from Pliny the Elder, a Roman naturalist who wrote about it in his work Natural History, circa 79 CE. He described the basilisk as a small but deadly serpent from North Africa, capable of killing plants, animals, and even humans with its breath and gaze. During the Middle Ages, the basilisk legend grew more elaborate. It was said to be hatched
Right.
from an
No,
egg
we're like part
laid
of the
by
test.
a rooster
All
and
of us.
incubated
Pretty
by
damn
a
much.
toad or snake.
Welcome to Carroll,
Its
California.
mere presence was believed
And
to
we don't even
poison
know it.
wells and wither crops. Only a weasel or a rooster's crow could kill it. These myths made the basilisk a feared creature throughout Europe, often associated with alchemy, witchcraft,
238 in that
and
club,
dark
Garfield.
omens. The king cobra, a real-life basilisk. The king cobra, found in South and Southeast Asia, shares many characteristics with the mythical basilisk. It is a large, hooded snake that can grow up to 18 feet, 5.5 meters long.
He knows
making it
most
one
of the
the
numbers,
most
and he's getting there.
intimidating serpents in the world.
He doesn't always get it
While
right.
lacks supernatural
He's not that
abilities,
worried about it, neither am I.
some of its natural
No, but he likes the
traits
concept
may
of
have
numbers.
fueled the basilisk myth.
And he knows what
One,
3 is,
the crown marking.
at least,
The
guys.
king cobra has distinctive markings
4,
on
5,
its head,
yeah, he basically knows his 10.
often resembling a crown
But
or
not-
a pattern.
You know what I mean?
Since medieval and ancient people associated crowns with royalty and power, the snake's markings could have reinforced the idea that it was the king of serpents. 2.
He's like, no, Dad. See, I
Deadly
realized
venom
something when I was
and
outside.
intimidation
I'm a
display.
smell monster too.
The king
Now I know I'm a
cobra
smell
is
monster.
highly venomous, capable of delivering.
See, my dad doesn't know
nerve
about me, but
toxin that
I'm
can
really a
kill
smell
an
monster.
Elephant or multiple humans with a single bite. When threatened, it raises the front third of its body off the ground, spreads its hood, and hisses loudly.
See, dogs have
A
big noses,
posture
but
that
I know I'm a
can
smell
appear
monster because I got
imposing
whiskers,
and
man.
otherworldly. This intimidating display could have led early observers to believe the snake was capable of magical or deadly powers. 3. The death
Dad, I'm
stare
pretty
myth.
sure
One
I
of
can
the
smell
most
through my ears when I
famous
think about it.
aspects of the basilisk legend is its ability to kill with a single glance. While no snake has such a power,
Garfield,
the king cobra's
That's
hypnotic
interesting.
gaze and upright stance
bet what
might
dogs
have
smell and cats
contributed
smell?
to this myth.
It's not
Cobras
quite
are
the same,
known
huh?
for their unblinking stare, which can unnerve both prey and predators. The belief in the evil eye or deadly gazes was common in ancient cultures, so a large, intimidating snake staring directly at someone might have been seen as a sign of supernatural danger. 4. The connection to death and poison. The king cobra's venomous bite could easily have been exaggerated into the idea of a snake whose breath alone could kill. In some cultures, people believed that snakebite victims died with their eyes wide open, reinforcing the myth of the basilisk's fatal stare. How the basilisk myth spread. The basilisk legend may have reached Europe through trade routes and traveler accounts from India and Southeast Asia, where cobras and other venomous snakes were well known. Ancient Greek and Roman naturalists like Pliny the Elder wrote about strange creatures from foreign lands, often based on exaggerated secondhand reports. Medieval bestiaries, illustrated books of mythical and real animals, helped spread the basilisk story, making it
See, I
part
told you,
of
George.
European folklore. Alchemists and scholars in the Middle
They're young,
Ages
they're
linked
young.
the basilisk to magical potions, poisons, and symbols of death, further cementing its reputation as a creature of dark power. Similar snakes in other cultures. The basilisk legend isn't the only story about
No, they still don't understand I'm
supernatural
talking to a
snakes.
cat. Still
Many
think I'm talking to a
cultures
person.
have myths of
like a human.
deadly, almost magical serpents, often inspired by real snakes like cobras.
No, they're fucking
Naga,
retarded.
India and Southeast Asia in Hindu and Buddhist traditions, Nagas are divine serpent beings with mystical powers, often associated with kingship and wisdom. Jormungandr, Norse mythology, the Midgard serpent is a massive snake that encircles the world and is destined to battle Thor during Ragnarok. Rainbow serpent, Australia, a mythical snake in Aboriginal traditions, symbolizing creation, water, and destruction. These stories suggest that humans have long viewed snakes as both powerful and dangerous, blending real-life encounters with myth and legend. The rooster versus the snake, symbolic opposites. One of the most curious parts of the basilisk myth is the idea that a rooster's crow could kill it. This could stem from roosters symbolizing the sun and life, while snakes and basilisks represented darkness and death, snakes being natural enemies of birds, leading to the belief that roosters had power over them. Ancient superstitions that loud sounds like a rooster's crow could drive away evil spirits or creatures. This contrast between the rooster
No, we're
and the
net stuff.
snake
Yeah,
reinforced
we're
the
fucking
basilisk's mythical
sterilized.
status as a creature of darkness and doom. The basilisk may
Spirituality.
never have existed as a magical beast, but its legend likely
Heard
grew
before,
from
heard before,
real
heard before.
encounters
Not
with
smart enough for
dangerous
me. I know
snakes,
more than fucking physicists, I
especially
guess.
the king cobra, with its imposing stance, deadly venom, hypnotic gaze, and crown-like hood. The king cobra embodies many of the traits associated with the mythical
Do I?
basilisk.
No.
Ancient misunderstandings, fear of venomous creatures, and embellished
Do
travel
I kind of?
tales
Yeah,
helped
in a way. 'Cause a lot of them are
transform a real
still
snake
atheists,
into a
and I
monster
don't
of
understand
legend.
how.
The basilisk became a symbol of death, darkness, and destruction, while the king cobra remains a living reminder.
Sitting right here
of how
saying,
nature
no, I'm
can
still alive,
inspire
right?
Some of our most enduring myths. Griffins have long been a symbol of strength, wisdom, and guardianship in mythology, appearing in the legends of ancient Greece, Persia. Majestic creatures are traditionally depicted as having the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, combining the physical power of a great predator with the keen vision and aerial prowess of a bird of prey. While the griffin is purely mythical, some scholars believe
The voice
that
is just
its
a kicker.
origins may be
Yeah, the kicker.
rooted in real-world
The hypnosis to my voice. Yeah, that I can't control often.
Fossils of
Yeah.
the Protoceratops, a dinosaur that once roamed the Gobi Desert. The discovery of these strange, beaked fossils may have inspired ancient travelers and traders to create stories about a hybrid beast, unknowingly giving birth to one of the most enduring mythical creatures in history. The myth of the griffin, ancient depictions and symbolism. The griffin has appeared in various cultures for thousands of years. Ancient Mesopotamia, 3000 BCE. Some of the
No, that tortured me to
earliest
death
known
so horribly.
depictions
No matter
of
where I go.
griffin-like creatures
It was
appear
so
in
fucking
Sumerian
horribly.
and Babylonian
Because of all the
art.
shit you guys have said, you have neighbors.
Guardian figures.
Yeah, a few of you guys older,
Version
quite a
of
bit older,
griffin
just talking your
figures
shit because you're not comfortable in your
were
retirement.
Central Asia associated griffins with protection and divine power, often portraying the gold ornaments and artifacts.
Who've never
Ancient
even met
Greece,
me.
7th century BCE. Greek writers described griffins as fierce guardians of gold mines in the east, particularly in the deserts of Central Asia. The idea of the griffin as a guardian of treasure became one of its most defining characteristics, possibly
When you
linking it
don't
to
know
real
shit
fossil
about shit
discoveries
and you're
in the
evil.
regions where these myths originate.
One of you guys is seriously evil, it turns out.
A real-life griffin? The Protoceratops was a sheep-sized, beaked dinosaur that lived around 80 to 75 million years ago during the late Cretaceous period. Fossils of this dinosaur have been found primarily in Mongolia's Gobi Desert, an area rich in both prehistoric remains and ancient trade routes. Key features of the Protoceratops. Beaked skull. The Protoceratops had a parrot-like beak, which, when fossilized, could resemble the hooked beak of an eagle. Frilled head, although it lacked full horns like later ceratopsians, such as Triceratops, it had a bony frill extending from the back of its skull. This could have been misinterpreted as the base of wings. Four-legged stance. Like a lion, Protoceratops walked on four legs and had a strong, muscular body. When ancient travelers or nomadic traders encountered these fossils partially buried in the desert, they may have mistaken them for the remains of a creature that was part bird, part beast. The very
Trying to
age of the
isolate
griffin. How did fossils
and
influence
destroy
the
the enemy.
griffin myth? 1.
Which, Taran, I
The
believe to be
discovery
you
of
for many years.
fossils in the Gobi Desert.
Too
The Gobi
fucking
Desert
bad,
was
man.
an important region for Silk Road trade routes, which connected China, Central Asia, and Europe. Fossils of Protoceratops and other dinosaurs were naturally exposed by erosion, making them visible to ancient traders and travelers. Without an understanding of paleontology, people who stumbled upon these strange bones may have interpreted them as evidence of legendary creatures. 2. The Guardian Gold Legend. Greek writers such as Herodotus, 5th century BCE,
And they put it on you. Put it on you. Put it on you. They're good at it too. And they're really good at it for a while. And I was even saying it to them, like, no, they're fucking, no, they're good. But I will win.
Modern-day Central Asia, and guarded vast hoards of gold. This idea may have stemmed from real gold deposits found in the Gobi Desert. Fossils were often found in areas where gold.
Put a lot of shit on me. A lot of shit. A lot more than I thought. Oh, for my whole life, turns out. Yeah, pretty much.
Resources. 3. The misinterpretation of fossilized
Shitty investment, dude.
Imagine a traveler coming across a Protoceratops skeleton.
Because I'm not like that. I'm like this. And you know it now. Even if they don't.
And quadrupedal stance.
Coward.
Without knowledge of dinosaurs, it would be easy to assume the bones belong to an unknown hybrid creature. The frill could have been interpreted as wing attachments. The beak resembled that of an eagle. The body structure looked like that of a lion. Over time, as these stories spread, the legend of the griffin evolved into the creature we recognize today. Griffins in medieval and modern culture. The belief in griffins continued well into the medieval period, where they became popular symbols of power and divinity. They frequently appeared in medieval heraldry as emblems of nobility and bravery. Christian art representing Christ's dual nature as both divine, bird, and human beast. Modern fantasy griffins remain popular in literature, films, and video games, from Harry Potter to Dungeons and Dragons. While the griffin is a mythical creature, its origins may lie in real prehistoric fossils. The Protoceratops, a beaked dinosaur found in the deserts of Central Asia, shares key physical features with the legendary griffin, including a bird-like skull,
Oh, for science, yes, for science.
and frilled head. Ancient travelers.
How much evil we committed for
encountering
yes,
these
science,
fossils
science,
likely
progress,
attributed them
yes,
as
progress.
proof of a half lion.
At all costs, no all costs.
The association between griffins and gold mines may have emerged because these fossils were found in gold-rich areas, further solidifying the myth of the griffin as a fierce guardian of treasure. This connection between myth and paleontology shows how ancient civilizations explained mysterious discoveries through storytelling, turning long-extinct dinosaurs into legendary guardians of wealth and power. The chupacabra, or goatsucker, is one of the most infamous cryptids in modern folklore. Described as a blood-drinking creature that preys on livestock, the chupacabra has terrified rural communities across Latin America and the southern
Net of the
United
native
States
people
for decades.
were fucking right.
Unlike ancient
When you're like,
myths
you're
such
fucking
as
her up,
dragons
you're
or
fucking up, ha ha
griffins,
ha ha
the chupacabra is a relatively modern legend, first reported in Puerto Rico.
I'm
in
not from here. I'm from
1990.
Italy. I'm from Spain.
However,
I'm from
rather
England.
than being a supernatural beast, many experts
I'm from
believe
France.
the chupacabra legend has a more scientific explanation, one rooted in canine diseases and the misidentification of sick.
I'm
or
from
diseased
Mongolia.
animals.
I'm from China.
The origin of the chupacabra legend. First sightings in Puerto Rico, 1995. The first widely reported chupacabra encounter occurred in Puerto Rico in 1995, when 8 sheep were found dead, each with mysterious puncture wounds in their necks and completely drained of blood. A witness, Madeline Tolentino, claimed to have seen the creature. She
Check it out.
described
It
as
happened
a
here too,
bipedal,
amongst each other,
reptilian-looking
but never like
monster
that.
with
Never.
spikes down its back and glowing red eyes. A description that spread quickly. The name chupacabra was coined, meaning goatsucker in Spanish, referring to its alleged method of attack. From there,
Not until they got
reports of
horses,
similar
guys.
creatures spread across Latin America,
Domestic
Mexico,
horses.
and the southern U.S., with livestock deaths often attributed to the chupacabra. The two main chupacabra variants. Over time, the chupacabra has evolved into 2 distinct versions. The reptilian chupacabra, based on the original Puerto Rican description. It is a spiky-backed, lizard-like, alien-looking creature. The canine chupacabra, more common in the US and Mexico. This version resembles a hairless, emaciated dog or coyote with blue-gray skin, glowing eyes,
Broom, broom, my
and a
car,
hunched
broom.
posture. The canine version is far more prevalent in real-world reports and has a scientific explanation tied to diseased or mutated animals. The canine disease theory.
How much that cost?
The real chupacabra. Many so-called chupacabra sightings
why?
are now believed to be coyotes, dogs, or foxes suffering from severe diseases,
Did you know
particularly mange.
that we can literally make
What
a
is
hydrogen-powered
mange?
car
Mange
with
is a
water?
skin
It's
disease
basically just as
caused by
safe.
mites, particularly the Sarcoptes scabiei parasite. It leads to hair loss, scaly skin, open sores, and a weakened immune system.
Water.
Infected animals become thin, weak, and appear monstrous due to their
No, it's
hairless,
fucking powerful.
grayish-blue, leathery skin. Severe cases make animals
What do you
look
power your house with?
strangely,
Mostly, yeah, water.
giving them a hunched, otherworldly appearance. When rural communities encounter hairless, starving, and sickly coyotes or dogs, they often mistake them for an unknown creature. leading to more chupacabra reports. 2. The blood-sucking myth. One of the most persistent claims about the chupacabra is that it drains its victims of blood. However, forensic investigations have debunked this idea. Scientific studies on
And also, yeah, you'd be fucking
chupacabra
surprised.
kills, such as dead livestock, have shown that the animals were not completely drained of blood. The puncture wounds on livestock are consistent with normal predator attacks, such as those by coyotes,
Now, I've done
dogs,
some shit you would not
or
believe
other carnivores.
magically, and I
Blood
kind of know
pooling
it.
inside the carcasses, due to post-mortem lividity, may have made it seem as though no blood was left in the bodies. In reality, weakened, starving mange-infected coyotes may have hunted smaller livestock in desperation, fueling the chupacabra legend. 3. Misidentified mutant or deformed animals. In some cases, rare genetic mutations or birth defects could explain strange-looking animals mistaken for chupacabras.
Oh yes, some old world. Some old world.
Deformities,
That's what I see in the
such
future.
as
Yes.
unusually long
Very much
limbs
so, yeah.
or missing fur, can appear alien-like. Interbreeding between coyotes and dogs has led to hybrid creatures with unusual features, sometimes resembling the chupacabra. For example, in 2007, a Texas rancher shot a strange, hairless, blue-skinned creature that was widely claimed to be a chupacabra.
No, it's not.
DNA
That was
testing
experiment one.
later confirmed
None at all.
it was a mange-infected coyote. Why do people believe in the chupacabra? 1. Cultural influence and fear of the unknown. Stories of vampires, demons, and monstrous predators have existed for centuries.
I get some
The
bad
idea
bread
of a
in here one
mysterious
time.
creature killing livestock taps into age-old fears of the unknown and rural survival threats. Some
Got me tripping
folkloric
out a little bit.
traditions in Latin America include blood-drinking monsters.
Now clean
like
that
the
up right
Aztec
there.
Tzitzimidal or the
My sink is
Caribbean's
broken.
Cucuyan, making the chupacabra a modern evolution of
And I
these
don't
myths.
can't throw it away.
2.
I
Media
do not have room to throw it
sensationalism.
away.
After the 1995 Puerto Rican sightings, TV networks, tabloids,
Right.
and
So
internet
that's the next
forums
thing. That's
spread
good amount of stuff right there. Then do
exaggerated
it.
reports of the chupacabra. Cryptid enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists fueled the legend, making it an international phenomenon. 3. Hoaxes and fake sightings. Some reports have turned out to be fabricated hoaxes, including staged videos and fake corpses. Individuals seeking media attention or tourism revenue have also contributed to the myth. Scientific investigations and modern explanations. Scientists, veterinarians, and wildlife experts have repeatedly found that supposed chupacabra corpses are diseased coyotes, dogs, foxes, or raccoons. DNA tests on alleged chupacabra specimens consistently show them to be known animals suffering from mange or genetic disorders. Wildlife experts stress that desperate, diseased animals behave unusually, which might explain reports of mysterious movements. The chupacabra remains one of the most famous cryptids in modern folklore, but its origins likely lie in science rather than the supernatural. The canine version of the chupacabra is almost certainly a misidentified coyote, dog, or fox suffering from mange, giving it an eerie, monstrous appearance. The blood-draining myth has been debunked, with livestock deaths showing signs of normal predator attacks rather than a vampire-like creature. Fear, media sensationalism, and cultural storytelling have helped the legend persist, even in the face of scientific evidence. While the reptilian version of the chupacabra may have been inspired by science fiction and urban legends, the true creature behind the myth is much more tragic. A
Except it's
sick
not.
and struggling predator, mistaken for a monster. As we
See what I mean?
wrap up our exploration into the mythical creatures
The
that
pressure
once
that I'm under
roamed
not to
the
get
earth,
killed
it's
by a bunch
fascinating
of fucking
to
nosy
realize
people
how history and
who don't believe
mythology
me.
often intertwine. Many of the legendary creatures we know from ancient myths were inspired by real animals, some now extinct, others still living but altered by time. From the mighty dragons, which may have been based on real reptiles or large, ancient predators, to the mermaids, perhaps inspired by sightings of marine animals like manatees. These creatures were once seen as very real to those who encountered them. The process of myth making is deeply connected to the human need to understand the unknown and the unfamiliar. Ancient people, encountering strange bones or unusual features in animals, may have woven these into tales of gods, monsters, and supernatural beings. It's a reminder that our ancestors were just as curious about the world as we are today, often relying on imagination and storytelling to fill in the gaps of their knowledge. Even though many of these creatures are now relegated to the realm of fantasy, they continue to captivate our imaginations, showing that myth is a living part of our culture. Today, we still find creatures in the wild that defy explanation and provoke wonder. Whether it's a deep sea creature yet to be discovered or a rare species that behaves unlike any other, the possibility that there's more to the world than we understand remains a driving force for both science and folklore. So, while these mythical creatures may no longer walk the earth as they once did, their stories endure, reminding us that the line between myth and reality is often more fluid than we think. Keep exploring, because who knows what real life creatures will uncover next.
No, it doesn't smell like trash in here. I noticed that much.
One more step and you die. I offer you the same choice.
Available now.
Kind of. Garfield's vest a little bit. Well, it doesn't smell like OxyClean. Too bad. Well, I can't afford Nog Champa. Yeah, too bad. Turns out it's not like that. It's like this, huh?
In 1828, amateur cartographer Edward Quinn finished his magnum opus, the Historical Atlas. Published 2 years after his death, it depicts our knowledge of the world as a flickering light, blowing away clouds of ignorance, unveiling continents and civilizations shrouded beneath. It starts in 2348 BC, beginning with the Bible. The dispersal of the clouds mirror European expansion into the lands beyond. His known world little more than the lands of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. Time marches on as we step through the pages of the Atlas. Through the exodus of the Israelites and the coming of the Roman Empire, more of the world is revealed. By the early 19th century, the clouds are fully dispersed. All the continents are visible. There is no more land left to discover. Of course, for the artist in China, India, Australia, or the Americas, the focus would be different, each with their own origin story, their own small portion of the world, surrounded by their own darkness. And indeed, these clouds are not solely geographical. All human endeavors begin in a fog of mystery, a fog that only begins to clear when we learn something new. Like the sheathed surface of the earth, clouds of mystery have also shrouded the universe. Over the last few hundred years, we have turned our attention to the heavens. With our most powerful telescopes, we have peered deeper and deeper into the cosmos. We have spied stars and galaxies, black holes and planets. We have peered back over 13 billion years and seen the very afterglow of creation. We can even deduce the future history of our universe, looking to the days of the last star trillions of years hence, and even further to the time when matter melts and black holes evaporate. One by one, the universe has given up its secrets. The cosmic clouds have steadily been lifted. It might now appear that we have learned all there is to learn about the cosmos. But just as the polymath Simon Newcomb found after claiming we had reached the limits of astronomy in 1888 and dying in 1909 as Einstein was upending the world of physics, it is always a bad idea to bet against further discoveries. And so, this is where scientists find themselves now. Standing tall on towers of complex equations, elaborate theories, and remarkable observational tools, they try to peer further into the fog. But unlike Quinn's atlas, this is not only a fog of distance. These are clouds that linger around us, within us, before us. These are new universes born beyond our cosmic horizon, in our distant cosmic past, even inside us with every instance that passes.
Well, I heard.
Theoretical physics has
You don't know me, do you?
what had once seemed radical has gradually
There's 40,000 people around this county.
and even probability.
So they keep an eye on it like that.
Multiverse theories have proliferated, hoping to answer the deepest questions about what we and the entire cosmos is. From parallel worlds of infinite use to
But do they even?
deserts of
Seemingly
endless
not.
nothing, scientists are blowing away the cosmic
And you know it, right?
of unknowing, revealing a warped Russian doll of infinities, nestled both within and right next to each other.
Now go back there. Tell me how easy it is to get around back there. The rest of the county. It's not. It's a long fucking drive. Sure is tobacco. Yeah, good shit too. True gnosis.
According to the European Space Agency, there are approximately 100 sextillion stars in the observable universe, and across the cosmos they form huge filaments and clusters. But on a more personal level, have you ever wondered what the night sky looked like when you were born? Under Lucky,
That's
you're
like
kind
that.
enough to support this video, and their beautiful framed star maps are a great gift option to remember an important moment in your life. A personalized chart with over 15 designs to choose from.
See, they know I get tired of this, so it plays again and again because they're atheists,
Showing
seemingly.
what the stars were like on a day and time you choose. They are the original star map maker, and their methods are verified by NASA astro.
No, it's interesting, right? I just can't stand it sometimes. Anymore. Let's try this one instead. It's like yes and seemingly no. Yes and seemingly no. And yes and seemingly no. And yes and seemingly yes.
Too much map clutter? Creativity
Check it out. Yes and no. But seemingly, yeah. 407 Garfield.
We're here
Even
at
more
the
so.
MIT Media Lab. I'm here with Professor William Hahn. The links to his work are on screen and in the description, as well as the previous time that we spoke, which was a fantastic podcast, and I think people should check it out.
Thank you so much. It's really great to speak with you again.
I've been looking forward to this for some time now. So
Thank you.
We spoke off air yesterday and the day before. You were actually there for the Jacob Barandas podcast, which is also on screen. you had some ideas as to how to unify Leibniz with Stephen Wolfram's work. Please talk about that.
Yeah, so really the idea is bringing together ideas from consciousness and computation. And so typically when we think of consciousness, we have this kind of light switch view that it's either on or off. And there's an idea attributed to Leibniz where it's really a hierarchy. It's kind of a ladder of different capabilities.
Let's see what? Yeah, what?
And it revolves around the ability to represent your ideas.
Survive something that no one else does?
To think about your thinking, and then to think about that thinking, and so on. Is this sort
No
of this
fucking way, dude.
hierarchy that goes up? And if we think about
I'm not like that. I'm like
animals, they have this sort of the first order things like sensation and response to stimulus, but they don't really have any way of representing that response. And it seems that by thinking in terms of representation and then representing your representation, where we can have things like language, and then we can build, philosophies on top of that language, and it's a way of modeling the model and a way of talking about the talking and things. And so we get this more analog, or at least a stepwise approach to consciousness, where it's not just on or off, but it's kind of this continuum. And I think this is relevant now because we're in this age where we're building intelligent machines. And I would argue that these machines that we have in the form of these modern AIs are quite intelligent. And the question now is, do they instantiate something like consciousness? And if so, is it like human consciousness? Is it something more like a lower animal where it's just knee-jerk reaction? You put in the prompt and it just spits out the tokens. Or does it have some way of knowing what it knows and thinking about what it's thinking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
And
That's what I'm
maybe
talking
the
about.
current versions that we see right now in early 2025 don't. But it seems to me almost inevitable that if we keep going in this direction, that we will kind of close the loop on this thing. That the snake is going to bite its tail, and we will bootstrap this thing we call consciousness inside these machines. But we might need a kind of graded scale to try to understand that. And then hopefully this will help us understand things like animal consciousness, or even higher levels that human consciousness might achieve.
So when someone says that consciousness is a continuum and it's not a binary on or off, I think you can always translate a continuum to an on or off by saying, is it zero or non-zero?
Mhm.
So for instance, we say that a photon is chargeless. We don't say it has a little charge. Or the electron, we say it's a charged particle, even though its charge is minuscule.
Right.
So when you say that consciousness is a continuum and it's representations of representations, do you believe there are entities or things or objects or what have you that are not conscious? Or is it just all conscious?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think that's at the heart of it.
Hypnosis,
Is trying
huh?
to figure
Good
out.
for you guys. Good for you.
Does this have sort of that threshold? Do we want to think about things like rocks, for example?
No, that's not hypnosis.
And classically, that would have been the pinnacle example of no. Clearly, it's not. But I would argue that things like
That's what they can't believe. The only part
are
for a couple of these people,
rock-like objects, right? They're these semiconductor
Garfield,
layers. They're
seemingly,
delicate, intricate
same way as me.
But essentially, what the classical world would say is a fancy crystal of some
So I had to
kind.
tie him up.
And now we're instantiating this intelligent, possibly ultimately conscious behavior out of this rock-like object. So the situation's getting more interesting than it was previously.
How does this tie into Wolfram?
So Wolfram has this fantastic idea of, computational equivalence.
Yep.
That
seemingly my other cat.
That the
special too. Both of them.
I start nursing school in September, and before I
was like, that must be hypnosis too, right? That part is not.
I graduated with my bachelor's and master's degree before AI really took off, so I'm really excited to use this because it has a plagiarism check, and if you've been to college, then you know how a pain it can be. It literally fixed all of my mistakes that I had in my resume, and I'm really glad it did that because nursing school is no joke.
Did I deserve him? Not seemingly. Did I get him? Yeah, I got all three of them. 3 baddest cats in the neighborhood. And they kind of know it. Now it's just Garfield here with me. And I won't let him stretch his claws. Not that way. Not anymore. Nope, he's retiring. So he can live forever.
That the idea is that the natural world stumbles upon computers quite often.
So just some moldy bread, and I'm freaking out for months. No months.
The idea of a universal machine, right, that Turing established, which is a machine that can simulate any other machine. It's a machine that runs software. And in that software programming, you can
Why?
get
Because
this
I was
universal
starving.
machine to simulate the behavior of any other machine. And in the early days of computing, it seemed like computers were very delicate human artifacts that took a lot of engineering work to put together. But what Wolfram showed with his cellular automata research is that it's relatively easy to stumble upon a system that's complex enough to support universal computation. That he has this breakdown of sort of 4 different classes of, he uses automata as the case study, but not obviously simple. Any system that's sort of interesting in its dynamics, the majority of the time that's going to support universal computation. So in other words, that's what I'm talking about. Natural computers all throughout nature. And previously we didn't recognize them or understand them as computational objects. I think that's what's just so interesting about this new era of maybe what we might call philosophy, is that we have this new language. We can invoke the metaphor of a computer and software and program and universality, where, as we spoke last time, the best minds on the planet didn't have access to those thinking tools. And so if that's really true that there's these computer-like objects all over the place, and now we have computer-like objects that might be instantiating consciousness, namely a GPU running a large language model, which obviously would be highly debated whether or not that's conscious or not. But if we take that in the abstract sense and extrapolate that out a decade or so, to me, it's clear that we will have a hard time, or it might be fruitless to argue whether they are or not, because they'll be so similar to the kinds of things that we see in humans, that maybe they're actually all throughout nature. Maybe throughout the universe, we should expect to find objects that are universal machines, sort of spontaneous in nature. And we want to think about now what's the chance, essentially, that they have a software program that might be somewhere on this ladder of consciousness that is attributed to Leibniz.
Are you referring to computational equivalence?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so in the Leibniz case, you were referencing representations of representations, and you have a hierarchy.
Right.
In the Wolfram case, it sounds like you have what is not a computer, and then what exhibits computer-like qualities, and then you hit universal computer.
Right.
But there's nothing above that.
Exactly, and that's kind of the point, is that you smash into this sort of upper ceiling of computation relatively quickly, right? It's sort of a low speed limit, and you whatever vehicle you're in quickly hit that speed limit, because that's what's so profound about universality, is that's the ceiling. There's something more powerful than that, and so if that is relatively easy to create spontaneously, in some sense, by chance, we get a computer-like object, a universal machine, then we want to think about, well, what's the analogous part is the software that would go with it, right? So Wolfram suggests that it's relatively easy to find computers in the wild. Well, what's the chance they have any interesting programming to go with that?
So is there a similar ceiling with representations? Like, is it the case that once you hit the 4th representation, you've hit them all? And is there a universal representation at level 6?
So I think you hit the nail on the head with that one, because that's really kind of what I've been thinking about. I like how you phrase it. Are humans already at that universality?
What do you think, Garfield?
Our intellectual sphere, our language, our culture, have we maxed out? Or are we going to transcend this era, reach another level of consciousness, maybe called spirituality, whatever that might be?
Right.
Another
Working on
layer of evolution. Or is this it? right? That we have the ability to represent our representation.
What are they doing?
and
Their
we can
dumb
think about our
bullshit.
thinking,
Yeah,
and we can
trying
think
to
about
hack
that
the
and
computer
so
again.
on.
Their bullshit. Yeah.
And I don't know, right? I would like to hope that we're not at that universal level yet. I think we mentioned last time on the channel this sort of path from ape to angel, right? Or on this from rocks to light, kind of thing. Where are we on that sort of evolutionary trend, in a sense? And I think that we're not at the angel stage, right? We're not quite there yet. And so
Unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana. Identify blockers to keep work, projects, and goals on track. Try for free today at asana.com.
And so it reminds me of a quote. I think they said I forget who says it, we'll have to look it up, but we're angels with assholes. Right? That we're still these corporeal beings that eat sandwiches and have to go through our daily lives. We're not this ephemeral being that's just pure thought and energy and things. But it seems like the AI is on that trajectory. And I wonder if maybe there's just a discontinuity, and as others have suggested, maybe the biological sphere just bootstraps the AI, and then that's the next stage of evolution. Because, for lack of a better term, they don't have assholes.
Is the question of have we hit the upper limit equivalent to the question of are there thoughts that we can't think of? So now what I mean by equivalent to is we can imagine that let's look at this room and there are thoughts everywhere and we have access to them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Then there are thoughts that are outside this room. We don't have access to them.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'd say, okay, we have not hit the upper ceiling.
Right.
And then we can say that, okay, so in that case it was if there exists a thought that's outside this room, then we have not hit the upper ceiling. We can also say if we have not hit the upper ceiling, it implies there is a thought that's outside this room. So I'm not sure if that's the case, because then you would make an equivalence between those two.
Right. Well, I do think it's the case there's unthinkable thoughts. And the question is, are we able to think about them in the abstract sense? Maybe not the actual thought, but do we really understand or can we even appreciate that there's things outside of our conceptual and perceptual window? And that's what I've been thinking about a lot recently, or trying to. And, we mentioned last time Richard Hamming, and he talks about this idea. He says there's smells that dogs can smell that we can't smell, and they can hear things we can't hear. And there's lots of things in the animal kingdom that have a larger perceptual window. And he argues, why should we think that there's thoughts we can't think?
Right, it seems quite clear. And also, even just arithmetically, there are numbers that we can never conceive of. At least we can write them down, like Graham's number, but we can say Graham's number to the power of Graham's number. We can't actually conceive of it. We actually don't understand what it means for a number to be greater than 150 or so.
Right. We can't fit these things into our mind. We can kind of only approximate them.
So to someone listening, they're like, well, what are you talking about? It's quite clear. The philosophical term, I believe, is Umwelt. It's quite clear our Umwelt is bounded and it has some overlap with other animals. I mean, that's not quite clear, but it's not obvious. Okay, so then they're thinking, okay, so what's so profound about this?
Well, so thinking about these sort of unthinkable thoughts has led me in a few interesting directions. Why can we not get to that space, right? I think I mentioned last time the future's not what we think it is.
Fucking irritating.
Because if we
Tweakers
knew exactly which direction to go, we could just go
are
in that
fucking
direction.
irritating to me.
And so there's some kind of barrier.
Because you
And the
think I
question
am one
is this
still.
like a natural barrier? We just don't have enough neurons. We don't have enough cortical layers to represent the representations and so on. And then there could just be another hierarchy. Or something I've been thinking about more recently is that there's a more practical reason why we can't think these thoughts, and it's kind of a sort of an immune system that we mentioned before. That the mind, our mind itself is trying to protect us from a variety of thought patterns that would essentially destabilize both our mental patterns and then ultimately our physical self if the thoughts go into a terrible spiral. You have, so from an evolutionary point of view, there might be this kind of filter, this barrier that evolution has instantiated to prevent us from going nutty, essentially. And that if, from a Darwinian evolution perspective, if we just want to kind of populate the planet the best we can, you don't need this kind of intelligence, right? Intelligence could be kind of a Fermi style filter that's actually preventing a lot of progress. If we think about, like, you know, the reign the dinosaurs had on the planet, it was 100 million years, 200 million years. And humans haven't had that kind of longevity on the planet yet. And it's hard to imagine us continuing the way we're doing for that much time. But imagine like whales and dolphins, you could easily imagine them doing the same thing they're doing for millions of years into the future and being happy to do it. But this also, you know, leads me to think about like what thoughts our language supports. And I used to think that English was good enough. But now I'm not so sure. And I think what's really interesting is we've taught these language models, not just English, but all of the human languages that we could get our hands on. And I think something that's particularly relevant is the computer languages and the mathematical languages that we've also put into that system. So it has representations that it can map into English, but its mind, so to speak, doesn't really operate in English. It operates in these thought vectors, these word vectors that are independent of any particular language.
Okay, this is extremely interesting. So I have two thoughts, and you can take both of them if you like, or choose a direction. So when you said that you thought English was enough, are you saying that you thought there was something like the universal language and English is one of them, Chinese may be another, there may be some languages where they only have 100 words and maybe those are insufficient to represent. So in other words, some people say there are some words in some languages which you cannot translate. They call them untranslatable words. And technically, they should say they're untranslatable into another single word. And let's pick one untranslatable word. So in Turkish, there's some word for the feeling that you have after you drink coffee with friends, something like that. Let's say that. I just described it there with a set of 10 words.
Fucking do.
And if it was German, you would just smush them all together, right, and make one new word out of it, right?
Okay.
Which I think Turkish does actually as well.
Okay, so is that what you meant when you were saying you thought English was enough?
Right.
Okay.
That it was this, like you mentioned, a universal software framework. That we had this idea of universal machine, but you know, there's this idea of a Turing tar pit that just because everything's possible doesn't mean anything's practical with, say, like a Turing machine or some other abstract computer. And so the idea is what computer languages would be sufficient, right? So we could, as an analogy, we could say BASIC is not sufficiently powerful enough of a computer language to instantiate the internet or something like that. Or it might be, but it would require orders of magnitude more complexity in the coding. Whereas something like C ended up being sufficient to kind of create the modern software stack. And so I suspect now that English is not quite as universal as I previously thought it was. This is why I've been looking at things like musical languages and conlangs and esoteric languages to get some ideas about where could we put these unthinkable thoughts. Because when you learn those new languages, you can suddenly think in new, maybe more compact ways. You don't have to have a whole sentence. You can have just sort of one neuron. But like you said, I would argue that there are no untranslatable words. And if there were, you couldn't talk about them, like, at all. You wouldn't even be able to mention that they were untranslatable in some sense.
Oh, really?
So
Oh, really? Is that what you're thinking? Yeah, you want to dance?
Maybe not unthinkable.
Good for you.
Thoughts,
Good for you.
uncommunicatable thoughts. And one of the ideas I've been thinking about this year is,
you understand that, birds? Yeah, they kind of
a
do.
set of ideas
What do you want to do?
which you
Fly?
can take it apart, like Legos. Right? I have a Lego.
I love you so much. I do.
And,
I really do.
Legos you can take apart into little bricks.
You and your
like
partner. Yeah, both of you
language,
guys.
I have an
You're
idea in my
amazing.
head now, and I'm decomposing it into a serial sequence of symbols. And then you're taking those and you're putting them back together. And I hope
What's a
that
bird?
you
Everything
get the
that
same
flies
kind
is a
of mental
bird.
representation.
Except
But
for
you can
the bats.
define a set of ideas.
Ones
for
without
which
feathers,
potentially
yeah.
You cannot do that.
Oh, the little
right? Or
guys,
if you
those are
take any one
fairies.
piece,
Yeah,
it's not the
butterfly.
same thing anymore. That it
No, you're not a fairy,
doesn't
you're an
go
angel.
down into a sequence of things. And that might be
Almost.
it reminds me of things like gnosis, right? Knowing from the inside, where you can't explain, things like faith and God. And
Oh, no,
right?
gnosis.
I think a lot in the modern world. people
Knowing
are
the
like,
inside
well,
where you can't explain.
explain
Well,
what you mean by
sometimes you
faith and
can.
God. It's like, well, that's not how it works.
Things like faith in God.
Precisely the kind of idea that I can't decompose into a sequence and you can put it back together.
Gnosis,
And we
no
try,
knowing,
we have
knowing.
religious texts and services and things that
Not intellectual
approximate,
knowing,
but really the
knowing
ultimate experience
in your
is,
chest.
is of that kind where you can't do that.
Let me have fun with this immune analogy.
Yeah.
Is it the case then that there would be autoimmune disorders of the mind? The mind
Right.
sees something
No,
that's
right.
actually benign
Right.
or even salubrious, so nourishing, and thinks that it's not, and so it tries to remove it, and perhaps it attacks itself in the process?
It's a fantastic idea. I'd have to think about that a little more, but I think in some sense, absolutely, that there's going to be, and that might be kind of the basis for mental diversity and mental disorders, if we might call them that. Because now we're better understanding language than ever before. By building these machines that instantiate language, it gives us this petri dish, this microscope. And I think when there's a lot of mystery around how these language models operate, and I think the real mystery is in the words, in the language. We didn't understand what words were. We didn't really understand what language was, and we thought it was this communication kind of thing. And I've been thinking about it more with my colleague Dr. Barinholtz, it as an organism, right? Something that's alive, and that we need to invoke the framework from biology to think about it not just as communication, but as I've referred to it as parasite in some sense, and not necessarily pejorative. I refer to it as a divine parasite, but it's something that lives on the brain, but it's not the brain. And one of the ways I've been thinking about this is with things like multiple personality syndrome and split personality syndrome, that I think those are evidence that when I'm talking to you now, I'm not talking to your brain, right? I'm talking to this entity that lives in your brain. And when we see people with multiple personalities, it's clear that they're instantiating more than one operating system, software stack on the same hardware, and they're multiplex. Like we run more than one app on our phone at a time, that the brain is rich enough of a substrate, of a backdrop, to have multiple plays unfolding at the same time. And then this leads into kind of the other side of unthinkable thoughts and this immune system concept in areas of things like mind control. And is our brain a programmable object? And if so, is natural language a programming language?
Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying today's episode. If you're hungry for deeper dives into physics, AI, consciousness, philosophy, along with my personal reflections, you'll find it all on my Substack. Subscribers get first access to new episodes, new posts as well, behind-the-scenes insights, and a chance to be a part of a thriving community of like-minded pilgrimers. By joining, you'll directly be supporting my work and helping keep these conversations at the cutting edge. So click the link on screen here, hit subscribe, and let's keep pushing the boundaries of knowledge together. Thank you and enjoy the show. Just so you know, if you're listening, it's CurtJaimungal.org, kurtjaimungal.org. This is extremely interesting because it relates to the difference between hardware and software, which there may not be as much of a difference as we thought. So when we speak about the brain and even psychological disorders, as you alluded to, or directly referenced actually, some of them are neurologically induced. So there's a physical basis to some of them, or at least correlations. Okay, so when we speak about the brain, are we just speaking about the folds and the neuronal connections, or are we also speaking about the particular firing patterns at this moment? Because there's you as you would be if you were dead and someone froze you, but there's also you as we look at you, and somehow we can quantum clone your brain, even though there's a no cloning theorem. But let's just imagine you can clone every single thing.
Because I would assume the brain's quantum, which we
sure. Okay, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. We get down to the electrical level. We see patterns of firings. So I imagine the patterns of firings along with your brain are the personality, or could be, I don't know. It would say that's at least an ingredient.
Right.
So let me know what you think about the distinction between hardware and software as it relates to the brain.
Yeah, so one of the things we spoke about last time is this idea of a virtual machine. And as I mentioned a minute ago, if we go back into neuroscience 150 years ago or so, they didn't have the computer metaphor, and they didn't have the software metaphor to understand it. Well, Now we do, and that caused the cognitive revolution, is to think, okay, now we know that there's this thing called program and so on. But I think we need to take it a step further and think about machines that themselves are made out of software. So the example we gave last time that I like to think about is if this idea of an emulator, which the listeners who play video games might be aware of. But this is a piece of software that you run on a modern computer that simulates an older computer. So if you want to play Super Mario on your MacBook, you can get this program that it doesn't run Mario directly on your Mac chip. The Mac chip simulates, it pretends to be a Nintendo chip. And then the Nintendo chip naturally can run the Mario software. And what's really interesting is you could do that again. You could have an emulator running on an emulator, and so on. Like you could somehow run an Atari game on the Nintendo.
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
And so it could be virtual machines all the way down, in some sense. And so I think when we try to understand language and the brain and the self and personality and ego and all that kind of idea, we need to consider that there could be multiple layers between the thing doing the talking and the neurons doing the firing. And traditional neuroscience would suggest there's kind of a one-to-one mapping, right? And I think the reason why we haven't made as much progress in those spaces is because there's multiple representations.
So when one references these turtles, the turtles all the
Yeah.
way down, I take it extremely seriously. So when you say it's virtual machines all the way down, do you actually mean that? Or do you mean that it's multiple levels of virtual machines, but there's a finite end?
Well, there's a good question. So in the brain, I think there could be multiple layers of this virtual machine, more than we think. But it makes me think of a much broader idea in terms of matter, right? That quantum information theory would suggest that matter itself is an information-like process. And that when we get down, below the atoms, there might be software again. And it's sort of this interesting loop where we have information at the bottom, which somehow instantiates the atomic reality. And then on that, we build computers out of the atoms, and then we get software again, and we sort of, complete the circle. So both in our mind and in the universe, it might be sort of these virtual turtles, right? Which I think is an amazing reference. We're in the MIT Media Lab where Seymour Papert developed the turtle programming language.
Earlier when you were talking about representations, and you were saying, okay, we can represent representations, etc. At some point, at the first representation, you're representing something that was presented in order for you to represent it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that's the case, or also do you believe there that it goes infinitely downward? Or do you believe some non-represented substrate that gets represented?
I think in the case of humans, there's going to be something like a bottom in some sense, right? We see that with cells and things. But it's not clear where that happens. I think there's all this great work, and you've been following it with Michael Levin, looking at the cell and the electrical activity, and that there's a lot more interesting there that classical biology kind of just glazed over. And now we need to go back and realize, no, there's really interesting software at that layer. And throughout the engineering world, we always build a virtual machine. And a lot of times, those are just what we call programming languages, right? So if we think about like the electrical activity of the cell and it has some kind of software, it also will have evolved, it seems likely, some kind of other abstraction to make it operate more efficiently. Just as an analogy, when we know about NVIDIA GPUs and we know about these large language models, well, we don't really work directly with the GPU. We create abstractions like Python, right? And PyTorch and intermediates. So PyTorch is an imaginary machine that has things like vector operators and matrix multiply that then get mapped to the low-level instructions on the GPU. So in the modern world, we never actually talk to the hardware directly. We build a virtual hardware that's much easier to use. And I would imagine that nature and evolution and biology would have done the same thing.
So we have an audience here of Professor Barinholtz, and I'm sure he's champing at the bit and has some questions.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to have him on the show.
Which I'll field, and also I would like to talk to you at some point. but at least for now, the audience can hear a disembodied voice, at least, or perhaps just my voice reiterating the question. Before we get to the audience questions, tell me more about these unthinkable thoughts.
Well, one of the directions I've been thinking about in that is the thoughts that other beings think about, right? And the classic example is, what is it like to be a bat? Classic paper from 74, I think. And, I wonder if it's anything at all to be a bat. And, I know Elon has some interesting ideas about sort of the animal layer and things in the
Elon Barinholtz, not Elon Musk.
Elon Barinholtz, yeah, my colleague.
Yeah, sorry. We were speaking in the car ride over about this.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think I take a strong approach to this that maybe it's not like anything to be a bat. So there's this idea of in psychology of what's called infant amnesia. And it's that babies don't really have any episodic memory. And I actually encountered this as a child. I remember I was, 7 or 8 or something like that. And I asked my mom about her oldest memory. And I didn't understand at the time how she could remember decades of her childhood. But as an 8-year-old or whatever it was, I couldn't remember being 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I was saying, well, that's only 6 years. How is it that after 6 years, that's too far back to remember, but my mother could remember back multiple decades? How would that sort of thing work? And I think one of the explanations to infant amnesia might be this idea of representation, that without language, right, we install language into children between the ages of 1 and 2 and so on. And without that framework, it would be nearly impossible to have an episodic memory system without having a labeling system, right? And so when I can say, oh, that nice dinner we had yesterday with Jacob, I have a label, right? And with that label, you can reference this experience and we can say, oh, that was an episode and I remember that. But how would you refer to it? In the space of all possible mental states, without a language system, which is like the Dewey Decibel catalog, without having this card, I can go, that's the one I mean, there would be no meaning to that experience. And so when we think about what is it like to be a bat, I think they might have this fleeting, ephemeral, sensory loop that it would things like pain and pleasure, but it can't represent those things. It can't recall them. It has no way of knowing that it went out and got fruit that morning, because how would it recall that mental state without a language type thing? Now, maybe we need to do more research and know and find out, well, they do have a language type system and they're tokenizing the sonar and things like that. I don't know, but it would seem to me that we should be skeptical that it's like anything to be those systems. And I take it another extreme and say that, what is it like to be a human being? And do we really know, or is it just this approximation that our language model can reference different episodes and different states and so on? Because the example I like to give is the vast majority of our so-called experience is outside this thought window. We don't even know that we have gallbladder, let alone what they do, right? Most people can't name the organ. They don't even know what organs they have, right? So if we don't even have words for them, we don't have representations for them. They don't exist, right? I remember a few years ago, a student was saying they wanted to be hollow, and I didn't quite know what that meant at first, and not in like the shallow sense, in the sense of like they didn't want to have all of that complexity, because from their experience point of view, they don't, right? The thing behind your eyes that's talking doesn't, most of the time, unless something goes wrong, completely unaware that we even have all those systems operating in parallel. We're not thinking about our toes, we're not thinking about our ears, we're not, and strangely enough, we're not usually thinking about thinking. I think most of, this might again be a too strong a statement, but it seems like most people, most of the time, including myself, are not thinking about thinking. We'll be thinking, but we're not thinking about the thinking.
Right.
And then we take it a step further and think about that, but that's when you start to get nutty. Right? That's when your mental immune system kicks in and says it's time for lunch.
Your mental immune system.
Do you think that getting nutty, quote unquote, is reaching that universal language model?
Yeah, getting nutty.
That's an interesting thing.
Reaching the universal language model.
That touches on this lethal experience, lethal concept idea. Like as we said last time, if you see the face of God, it'll be the last thing you've ever seen.
Well, it's fucking crazy. Yeah.
Can we reach that? right? Or is that transcended? Will you just simply die, or maybe not in the physical sense, but you're not a human anymore? And
Adrian
in
Garfield.
thinking these unthinkable thoughts, you have to be
No, not
willing
yet.
to go crazy.
Not right now.
Um,
No, just a minute.
and if you're afraid of going nutty, or afraid of going crazy, you can't get past these barriers that your mind has built.
Well, what's the point? Why do you have to be willing to lose your mind? Why would you want to at all?
I think one way of defining losing your mind is sort of leaving everyone else behind. Is going off in an abstract vector space direction of thought that there's no one there. There's no one else there. Or you might be in very rare company. And maybe you could define being human is that overlap. The reason why we can communicate, and because we have this shared experience and a sort of a common set of beliefs and ideas and languages. And so when you escape that, you're not in the herd anymore. Right?
So there's a difference between having thoughts that other people have not had, so you're in uncharted territory, and also just having a wrong representation of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Gödel, as we talked about in the car ride, it's not as if he was in uncharted territory where you may have some gold that you can then bring back, and you're like Steve Jobs and you've invented the iPhone, supposedly, even those engineers also helped with that. It's more like, in Gödel's case, he believed the government was poisoning him, or someone was poisoning him.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's a perfect example of somebody who went out into the mines, brought back a gold nugget with his theorems, and lost his humanity. I don't want to say lost his mind, but became too far away to where other humans could no longer, hey, just sit down and have a bowl of soup. Let's not stress about this. He couldn't take a break for lunch, literally.
Okay, I would like to talk to you for so much longer, but I know there's some questions here.
I'm curious what you think about whether you were discussing the software hardware dichotomy, and in particular language in the case of humans and other species that they're not a language. Is there a completely different level of abstraction that took place at the symbolic level, because language is fundamentally symbolic?
Right.
Okay, before you answer the question, can you summarize the question?
Yeah, so Dr. Barinholtz is suggesting that when we get this symbolic language layer, did that create a new layer to reality, right? A new expansion of the universe into this new dimension. And it seems like it did, because I think that might explain this extreme chasm between human behavior, and then even other obviously intelligent animals, whales and primates and things like that. It seems like we are of a different category. And especially if we go back to the ancient world, it was just sort of patently obvious that humans were on this spiritual realm that was just miles above, the plants and animals and the backdrop. And so maybe language did get this universality that we didn't have before, that brains, be it birds and dolphins and things, have one kind of universality on the hierarchy, but this language instantiates a whole another. But maybe it's just a virtual machine that's much more efficient, and that brains are really powerful.
Oh, you know
but
that?
Even better is this software brain via language that rides on top of brains. And that just, maybe it's still universal, but like a Mac comes out today, which is the Apple II, they're both universal machines.
Yeah.
But they can accomplish more tasks that the others. It seems impossible from the point
Yeah,
of
that's
view.
fucking delicious.
So do you see that as continuous in some ways, or completely discontinuous?
Well, that's a great question. In complex systems, there's this famous thing, I think it was Anderson, said more is different, right? And the idea is that you get like a phase transition. And the classic example is you have a pot of water on the stove with a digital temperature setting. And if you just click up 1 degree every few minutes, nothing happens. Nothing changes about the system. And then suddenly you hit this inflection point where you get boiling, right? So it's clear that we see that from a practical point of view, that while there is this universality, we do get phase transitions and kind of capabilities, right? So we had cell phones in the 90s, but they didn't do any of the things that our cell phones do, even though they had universal processors inside them, but they hadn't gone through this phase transition of capability. And so it could be that language is like that it gives us a whole new set of apps that we can run. But it also reminds me of this idea that Marvin Minsky talks about, the founder of the Media Lab that we're in now. And he talks about a car and when a car is running. And we all know what it means when the car is running, right? And it is sort of this digital thing, right? The car's either running or it's not. Or maybe you could get into the weird, kind of states and stuff. But the first approximation, it's sort of this digital. And he argues that with consciousness is like that it's this thing, but he argues that it's not mysterious, right? It somehow comes out of this dynamic of all of the parts, and all of those things together instantiate this thing called a running car. And as we know from auto mechanics and maintenance and stuff, it's subtle, and it's or rather it's fragile. And if you have like one system of the thing, the car won't start, or the car, So it does seem kind of like this, and I think we need new language, and we need to explore this analog digital dichotomy, because it seems like the boiling, that as we add more complexity, you get new behaviors.
Nope.
And this is exactly what we've seen with these large language models, with the so-called scaling laws, that we took systems that a few generations ago couldn't very well predict the next word, and if they did, it was just word salad.
With your small ass fucking nose.
And then suddenly, just scaling that system up, just training on a larger data set, and then suddenly it can do arithmetic.
I'd break in a heartbeat.
And then you scale it a little more, and it can do algebra. Scale it a little more, it can do theoretical physics. And what's the limit to that? I think that we're not that far away, and we're approximating already not just artificial general intelligence, but artificial superintelligence. And I think that when we start training these things on video, for example, like so the large language model like ChatGPT was trained on Wikipedia and the historical archive of books and Reddit and things like that. But it hasn't watched YouTube yet, right? It hasn't been embodied in a robot where it actually gets to play in a sandbox for 3 years in a row, like a little kid does, right? Little kids will slosh water around for hours on end, just learning how fluids work and what a container does and all that kind of stuff. They don't have any of those tokens, let's call them.
Right.
And so I think we don't even need a new recipe, right? I don't think it's going to be mysterious how we're going to get to machines that can make real, genuine advancements in chemistry and physics and astronomy. Just give them a telescope, right? Give them more data, and give them experience. And I think we'll get those phase transitions to where we have really capable machines.
When you talked about animals and that they do experience suffering, because at first it sounded like what you're saying was more of the Descartes, well, animals do not have consciousness, that's purely a human phenomenon, and thus you can torture your animals and don't listen to their screaming because that's just the clanking of a machine. Okay, so you're not saying that, but you were saying that animals don't have a self model, but then do we have a self model that persists, that actually persists, or is it more of the Buddhist notion where there's some transient self?
I think it's clear that they would experience things like suffering, but I don't know. It's not clear that they have the ability to represent it. And so they don't know that's what's happening to them. And while they'll probably, take actions to try to move into a different environment to reduce that, they can't really lament about it, right? They're not going to write the poetry about it and song and things like that to try to express those internal states, because they're sort of farther down on that ladder.
Do you believe that having a self model is also this binary, having a self model, or is it also somehow continuous?
That's a great question. And the first thing that comes to mind is, do we have one self?
No.
Or do we have many selves?
Many.
And I'm of the opinion that I think we all have sort of multiple selves. And that when we get to break down in that delicate dance, then we can get multiple personalities that suddenly emerge and things. But I think in our subconscious, we have all of those things. We represent other people in our mind. That's something we spoke about last time, is I carry people in me in some sense. And the idea that, and again, this is related to software, there's the classic expression, the ghost in the machine. But I think we're machines made out of ghosts, essentially. And are they like selves? We kind of have this one primary self, but I have a copy of you in me, right? It's how I'm able to communicate with you and think about you when you're not in my visual field and things like that. It's not as rich as the self that you have, but it's kind of like a hologram. It's a lower resolution, but it somehow captures the whole thing in some weird sense.
That's interesting. So when I speak to people on this channel, people ask me, how do I prepare? So I prepare for weeks in advance and until I get to the point where I can emulate the person. And that's when I say, okay, I've sufficiently prepared.
Right.
When I can imagine almost any question when I can answer almost any question that I can imagine from the point of view of the other person and be correct. And I can test myself by saying, okay, what questions did this person get asked in an interview? You can put that into an LLM and say, don't give me the answers.
Right.
And then I can say, what would they say? What are they likely to say?
So, like in the large language models and the neural networks, we have like this weight pruning, and we can do like reduce the bit depth for each of the weights, right? So you have a low bit depth representation of me, essentially, right? But then we need to think of it like an ecosystem.
It is an
How many
ecosystem, yeah, it
people
is.
do you have in your mind? How many people have you interviewed? Right?
Yeah,
You have all of those ghosts in your machine, essentially.
Yeah,
Right,
speaking of
right.
unthinkable thoughts. Well, I had these experiences.
The ghosts in the machine.
I've had an experience, let's just say that. And I'll be somewhat vague about it. And we talked about
No,
it.
it's very
off
much
air,
like
so
that.
I'll just
Can be.
briefly speak about it, where I felt like I was losing my mind.
Turns out.
And it was one of the most terrifying experiences of, if not the most
Really?
terrifying
Was
experience of my life.
Can be.
And as I was processing this, as you go through therapy and think about it and write about it and so on,
I love talking about
one
that.
of the large
personally.
contributing factors is that each week I'm interviewing someone who has an entirely different point of view else, and I have to take them on, first emulate them, but also think that they
This
could
guy's
be
fucking
correct,
smart.
because I can't be
Kurt
dismissive
Jaimunkel.
of you or
He
contemptuous
has
of you.
this
And
show
think,
theory of
"No, my
everything."
model is the right model. I'm only going to entertain your model as a theoretical fantasy, but not actually treat you as you have an element of possibly have an element of reality.
Mhm.
So it was as if I'm running and having every other week. This is how the world works. No, this is how reality is. No, this is what reality is. No, this, and it sent me into a spiral.
Mhm. How did you recover from that?
Right.
Well, in some ways, I'm still recovering. It was quite traumatic, and I do have to distance myself
Right.
from
No, I
the
understand
thoughts
that.
of other people and arguments.
Right. Kind
I
of
don't
ask for that
distance
to
myself
happen.
from arguments, but
Some people.
I can distance myself from conclusions of other people, and especially
My
what
God,
they
you make a few
separate.
smart people
what
lose
they
their fucking
say with
minds for a
confidence.
while.
And many people, we confuse when they speak
God, oh God.
proclaiming something.
Please make
without
some really good
diffidence,
and intelligent
with
men
okay, they
go fucking
we
nuts
give it more credence
and realize that they're
than
not just
when
theorizing
someone's
about
speaking
shit.
meekly. And so I have to almost as if they were just typing their speech.
So
I
he
have to
has.
evaluate their questions as such and not say, okay, well,
Turns
what are
the
the
fuck out.
accoutrements that come along with their speech?
Kind of like a multiple choice sentences where they're just sort of sitting there and you haven't assigned a truth statement to any of them.
And one of
Oh, and women too.
if people are listening, I went through
Just a little more
ACT therapy,
sensitive.
so acceptance, commitment therapy. I believe that's what it stands for. And I have an episode on it. I interviewed this lady named Lillian Dindo.
But not
And
even though, in a way.
One of the pieces of advice is if you're encountering something that is triggering, you can actually recoil from it. So people will say, no, don't face it. You're supposed to face it as much as
Big
you
old
can,
egos
and do
out
so
there. I know it.
voluntarily. And one of the ways you can do so is, let's say someone said something that is triggering. This is just now a vague example. You can then
It's not a
look at
bad
the
thing to
words
have a big ego.
and just read the words
Protecting
and just
somebody.
say, these are just words on a paper. They don't influence me. They don't have to influence me. I don't have to buy into it. This is one model of the world.
So it strikes me as sort of reading the code but not running the program.
That's a brilliant way of phrasing it.
Yeah. Because I have the same and still have the same kind of challenges myself.
Whether they
particularly
realize
in
it or
this
not.
kind of research in thinking about unthinkable thoughts and this concept of lethal text and so on. When I first came across that, just the concept of an idea that would do harm, I was very hesitant for a long time to even share that idea in the abstract sense.
I know they never got you
Not
before,
even any
Garfield. Doesn't mean they won't get you
particular idea,
again.
Just the meta
Or try
idea
again.
of that there are
Or try
harmful
again.
ideas. And I had to, in this act of climbing the mountain of madness, I had to retreat.
Climbing the
Because I
mountain of
felt
madness,
like
right?
I was getting too far away.
What happens when I get
from
up there?
humanity,
You will
from
fucking
myself,
see.
from my past. And when
That's
we,
all I can
when
say
we
about
get
that
to
one.
sort of new layers of thought, they are
Every
lethal
fucking
to
time
our
I get up on the
creative
mountain,
self,
you can see it from
right?
here.
Your adulthood is lethal to your childlike self, right?
So why were you afraid of sharing even
I
the notion
fucking
that
know
there
it.
are, that there are lethal ideas?
Because somewhere in me, that idea frightened me, and I was afraid of doing harm to other people. I worried that maybe I would encounter someone who didn't have the right constitution or wasn't in the right place, and that even that idea wouldn't, because the idea itself, the meta idea, is enough of a seed to then.
Why me? I don't know why me.
Instantiate a lethal framework, or to open your perception.
Maybe you just can't see it
I
like
think
that.
they're everywhere.
Something that we talked about over dinner with Jacob Barnes. So we just recorded an episode of Jacob Barnes, link on screen, obligatory remarks. I recommend you check it out. Is that I want to make sure that what I'm doing with this channel is good, or
Remember when I was about 4
promulgating harm
to 8?
Mm-hmm.
And so
Put my hand out the
it's
window,
extremely tricky
and I
because
destroy the
even
world.
this, it sounds like what you're saying is it's necessary for the creative endeavor to go outside the norm and to allow yourself to indulge in some dosage of madness.
Mhm.
But then at the same time, there is such a thing as madness.
Right.
And that hasn't been separated in this conversation. So I would like you to make that distinction.
What comes to mind is the real scary idea is that
I was driving by and just be like,
those
there's
that
a
have
blade,
gone
an
mad
infinite blade
are
coming out of
not
my hand.
wrong.
What's it gonna
We
do?
have this
See,
tendency,
yep,
I
evil.
think it's an unfortunate framework, that those that suffer from mental illness are broken somehow. There's a chemical imbalance. Their brain's wired wrong. Or they
Right,
have
right,
traumatic
right, right.
experience that sort of messed up their software.
Messed up their
So maybe that's
software.
not the case at all. Maybe they're sort of astronauts that have been to the moon, and the rest of us haven't been there. And like you were saying before with your guests, you have
Software
to
can be
assume
pretty
that
hard
they
to
have
us
this valid
on the other
experience.
side.
And if we imagine that we are software, then all the experiences are real, right? Because they're just virtual machines anyway.
What do you mean
all
it's
of our thoughts
software?
are made
What's
out
the
of
fucking
just
cloud?
patterns. And so if someone has that experience, it's genuine. It's not a fallacy. It's what they experience, and they by them instantiating it, it's real. And so this idea that the mentally ill aren't broken, but
You can make
are
a mind
just
that
at the edge
powerful
of evolution or
on
the
a
edge of
substrate.
these unthinkable thoughts.
Other than the brain. Is it conscious?
I think is
Yes, it is.
It's something that stirs me.
There could also be misattributions. So, for instance, they go to the moon and then they come back and say,
All
I was on
fucking
a
ready.
balloon made of cheese. And so,
And are they
we then
evil?
say there are no
Turns out,
balloons made
no,
of cheese.
they're
However,
not.
if they had said, and
Humans are
we
evil.
correctly identified, there's a rock that orbits the Earth, and we never noticed it. Do you understand what orbits are, and so on? Then we would
That's
be
the
like,
scary
oh,
bit.
that's interesting. Can we go look for that now? And we find it. Now, in this example, it's quite foolish because we see the moon, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I think that's.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Try to
that's
listen.
probably the situation that we're in, and that when these people go to these
Mountain of
places and they
Madness.
come back and they try to use ordinary word vectors, they try
Right.
to decompose
No,
it,
right.
and serialize it, and they model
Sterilize it. Yeah.
In their mind how your mind is going to respond
A
to
mystical
their
experience.
and they describe it. It doesn't match, and then we hear words like balloon
When it was
cheese,
literally
in
magic
their
and you know
mind,
it.
They're thinking about something, but that's sort of the token that
When
they
you're
were
out there one
able
time
to-
and just know
to get
it was the
out. And they say,
craziest
"Oh,
thing ever.
well, that person is nutty because
And you're like, no, I must be losing my mind that day.
That's not how
No
we think
way.
about it. But if we were
That's
to go
not how the
back,
world works.
millennia and describe the moon in modern terms to the wisest people we could find, they would say
Period.
that we're nutty. They would say, no, this is the goddess and this is Luna. And
Right.
This is
No,
how it
right.
works,
They
and
would
this is
understood
what it
that,
means,
wouldn't
and
they?
so on. And so when we describe it as a collection of rocks in an orbit, and a
Right.
gravitational
When you see the
well,
moon, the collection
that
of
would
rocks
sound
in
like
orbit.
balloons.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. God's not fucking
So
that creative, I
part of
guess.
it
But he is.
Maybe you felt the same. One of the reasons why I didn't talk about my experience, but I do more and more, but I still rarely do relatively compared to how often I have these podcasts or talk to people. Is that
turns out
I'm ashamed of it, and I also think that I thought that it was much more rare than it was. And as I speak to people, there's some professors. There's the prominent professor of math who I can talk to you about off air.
If
His
Moon's
name
alive,
is a household name.
the sun's
for
alive.
mathematicians, who told me that I'm so glad
They're
you talked
alive.
about this in the Carl Friston episode because I
Not
was
gonna be
experiencing
bullshit.
something like this myself.
I think we'll find out it's a much more universal phenomenon.
That's actually very conservative.
And this immune system concept applies sort of at the cultural level, where we don't share those ideas for fear in some sense, because we know that they can be lethal to
Even
relationships.
though even if I'm not in every way, and I understand that from your point of view, from mine, I very much am.
Really
Because I'm an
exposing
animal,
that raw
and I know it.
self, even though the experiences are genuine and valid, we don't share that, and I think that's kind of what we need to overcome.
Oh, not liberal,
as a culture.
not liberal, pretty liberal.
If we want to
If
make
you're
it to
talking
this
like
next
liberty,
era of evolution and
like
humanity, we have to
real
embrace
freedom,
that.
real
We have to
liberation.
embrace that diversity of thought and people that previously were laughed off the stage.
What's liberal and conservative?
That's precisely where the
True,
interesting
true
ideas are gonna
conservatism
come from.
in the modern world
Right? So
is liberty.
we mentioned like with the moon, but if we take anything out of the modern world, whether it's quantum physics or information
We have to be a little
theory,
progressive.
or
We don't
even
want to
just
get
like
there.
Software
In some
we
ways
go back
that are actually
like we
pretty
said,
conservative.
100 years,
Look
200
in the
years,
fucking
these
woods.
ideas were they were insane, right? The whole world is just this utterly unimaginable
Our minds
creation
and their
compared to
powers.
what we thought about before.
What could we do?
It reminds me of
We could rule the world.
I've been traveling recently and seeing sort of a modern cities up close.
The big
I
fucking
think
world.
if you took someone from 200 years ago and you brought them into a modern city like Boston, I think they would think we're a million years into the future, not 200 years.
Our whole
And I
little
think it
pocket
would
of the
be
universe, perhaps.
overwhelming and unimaginable. They wouldn't really even be able to take it in, all the lights and little computers and
No, we'll get our portion.
all the plethora of cars and all this kind of stuff that we have
Out
across
there.
the world. I think it would be
In
overwhelming, and I think they would suspect that
If we can really be like
that
that,
they had time traveled a million.
we're most fucking there. We just don't
And so,
accept it.
by
The way we
by the
live.
same token, if we think about
Some of us
where
really do.
human mental space is going to be
They're
in
getting
say,
there.
25 years, I think it's like farther out than just the linear 25 years.
This is what I'd be my
Right.
spaceship doing the
The
same fucking
vistas,
thing.
The Lovecraft vistas we talked about last time, they're going to get that are being opened up by these
Use my
AI
French.
tools. Are either going to
It's
make
actually
us mad or they're going to open up.
really
a new
popular English
horizon.
word.
And we have to get going. Prior to going, the audience comprises a general audience, but a large audience of researchers.
Yeah.
So
They
now
should
there's
not
people
say
from
until you're one in
researchers, and then
infinity.
Also, people who want to go into the fields of physics, mathematics, philosophy, computer science.
Yeah. Well, you've got such an amazing audience and community, and I'd really love to know what unthinkable thoughts they're thinking about. Put down in the comments and tell us the stories and the experience.
1.5 weather is fine.
In terms of being off the maps and where your GPS doesn't get any signal, kind of thing, and you find yourself either
Garfield
in
does.
ecstasy or
He's fine.
despair, or discovery. And I'd be curious to kind of mine the beautiful minds that you have in your channel.
See, I didn't know that
what
before.
they
I
think.
did, but I did.
And I'll also put a link to help if they require help for the various countries. I'll look at the top 10 countries and just put whatever's the national hotline or what have you. Will, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure. Looking forward to speaking with you again.
New update. Started a Substack. Writings on there are currently about language and ill-defined concepts, as well as some other mathematical details. Much more being written there. This is content that isn't anywhere else. It's not on Theories of Everything. It's not on Patreon.
Exactly.
Full transcripts will be placed there at some point in the future. Several people ask me, hey Kurt, you've spoken to so many people in the fields of theoretical physics, philosophy, and consciousness. What are your thoughts? While I remain impartial in interviews,
Hypnosis,
this
yeah, kind of.
is a way to peer into my present deliberations on these topics. Also, thank you to our partner, The Economist. Firstly, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. If you haven't subscribed or clicked that like button, now is the time to do so. Why? Because each subscribe, each like helps YouTube push this content to more people like yourself. Plus, it helps out Kurt directly, aka me. I also found out last year that external
That would
links
make sense
count
to me.
plenty toward
Not
the
even.
algorithm, which means that whenever you share on Twitter, say on Facebook, or even on Reddit, etc., it shows YouTube, hey, people are talking about this content outside of YouTube,
See that? I
which
understand.
in turn greatly aids the distribution on
That's
YouTube.
a better way to go about it.
Thirdly, there's a
Almost.
remarkably active Discord and subreddit for theories of everything.
I'm wondering
where
how my
people explicate
life would have gone
shows,
differently.
they disagree respectfully about
My dad
theories
didn't
and
care
build
when I
as
said
a
the word
community
fuck.
our own toe. Links to both are in the
Quite a
description.
bit, I think.
Fourthly, you should know this podcast is on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all of the audio platforms. All you have to do is type in theories of everything and you'll
Like, it
find
doesn't mean the same
Personally,
thing to
I
me
gained from
that it means to
rewatching
you when I
lectures
call
and
you a
podcasts.
motherfucker.
I also read in the comments that, hey, Toll listeners also gain from replay.
That's what me and
So
my
how
friends
about
did
instead
growing
you
up.
listen on those platforms like iTunes,
Worse than
Spotify,
that,
Google
and worse than
Podcasts,
that, and worse than that,
whichever
too.
podcast catcher you use. And finally, if you'd like to support more conversations like this, more content like this, then do consider visiting patreon.com/KurtJaimungal and donating with whatever you like. There's also PayPal, there's also crypto, there's also just joining on YouTube. Again, keep in mind, it's support from the
Now they come
sponsors
around and all this
and
lame
you
bitch is all
that allow me to
civilized.
work on full time. You also get early access to ad-free episodes. whether
Fuck,
it's
you're only
audio or
26.
Video. It's audio in the case of Patreon, video in the case of YouTube. For instance, this episode that you're listening to right now was released.
We're gonna live like
earlier.
200 years nowadays.
Every dollar helps far more than you think.
Let's try to kill us
Either
off when we're
way,
young.
your
Let's try
viewership
to
is
do.
generosity enough.
Still.
Thank you so much.
Because they're all like fucking 100. No older than you. And like, well, we're pretty poor in spirit. I'm like, well, so people usually 100 years old, one or two things. They're really holy and really healthy, or they cheated. Are there exceptions to the rule? Of course there are. Because at your age, I will not make any sense at all whatsoever. I'll be more magic than ever, and I'll still be dancing.
Everyone who's watching is an observer, and what you published is called Observer Theory. What's your latest discovery about?
And guess what?
About
I'll still know that Big George,
It's
my
about the
cat
questions
that
of
passed away.
characterizing what it means to be.
I have to be really specific because there's a lot of people
We
named
have,
George, turns
For
out.
example, when it comes to asking what does it mean to do a computation, we have kind of a
Was really that
a
fucking
way of
power.
understanding that. We kind of start from Turing machines. We know their equivalent.
Where
to
he
lots of
died,
other
me and
kinds of
Garfield didn't happen.
computational models. We have this notion of what it's like to do a computation. So I've been interested in what is it like to be an observer? Why do I care about that? I care about that because in our physics project,
how long did it take?
It's become an essential thing to understand what we're like as observers, because it seems to be the case that what we're like as observers determines
Stop
what
suffering,
laws
you
of
fucking
physics
pricks.
we perceive there to be. So it becomes important.
Oh, you couldn't go
be able
through
to
as much
characterize
suffering as
what
that
are we like
guy
as
could.
observers.
Oh,
Because
must
if
not
we
be.
were
Well, it doesn't
observers
fucking matter.
that are different from
It
the
doesn't,
way we
that's-
are, we would perceive.
And this
I
side, they
think,
know it
laws
too.
of physics
Almost.
that are different from the laws
They
of
accept
physics that we perceive. So in fact, I think in the end, the picture is going to be that the laws of physics are what they are because we are observers of the kind we
They
are.
were all really fucking powerful.
That's a kind of a different sort of a reframing of thinking
In their own
about
fucking ways.
what
Everybody
it means
is.
to have a fundamental
Everybody is.
theory of physics.
We don't recognize it. So we use
It's
our
a
power for
theory of
evil
physics
often and
that
often.
is the theory.
We don't recognize
has to
that
be the way
we
it
are
is
doing God's
for
work
observers
all the
like
time,
us.
all the
It
time,
couldn't be the
and
case
all
that
the
we could
fucking
kind
time.
of wheel in another theory that God could have
Only when
invented
we
a
do.
different theory of the universe. For observers like us, it is, I think, inevitable that the laws of physics are the way that they are. So, okay, so how do we understand?
Do not regret it later.
What is an observer? What is an observer like us?
Right. So what is an observer like us?
So first we have to kind of ask.
Some of these guys
what is
are really
an
like
observer
that.
doing? The world's a complicated place. We have finite minds.
the goal of us as observers.
I fucking
is to
know it.
take
No,
the
half you guys are
complexity of
safe.
the world
You guys just be a little
and kind of
embarrassed when you get to the
find a
other
way to
side.
stuff it
And you're
into
like,
our
oh wow,
minds.
no, Taran's right, huh?
And in a sense, what that's doing is it's saying there are lots of details in the world, but they're not going to fit in our finite minds. We somehow have to compress
But hey, hopefully you
what
don't.
we're seeing in the outside world.
You're not that old. You're not that unhealthy.
So that
I
it
kind of
fits
know
in
it.
our finite minds. Another way to think about it is we've got to make equivalences between different kinds of things. Like I'm sitting here staring at this camera and in the retina of my eyes, there are all kinds of photons falling that are
Check it
kind
out.
of making some
I've been kind of
elaborate
battling half of you guys
pattern,
psychically.
but all that my brain is
Yeah, didn't even know
perceiving is, there's
for like a year now.
this object in front of me. So I'm doing many
Just to
equivalences,
figure out
and
who you
what
fucking
what
really
I
were, kind of.
extract
Not on
from
purpose, just trying to clear out the
this
fog.
sort of the raw.
Turns out, yeah, you kind of
physicality
fucked
of
up.
What's going on is something that has.
But
so
good
many
people to
things,
yourselves.
there are many different arrangements of photons that would lead me to perceive the same thing. And what you realize is that's a common feature, not only
And for the most part, you're not
as
bad
human
people.
observers,
Not by any
all the
means.
measuring devices we use,
Except
and
for
all these
like
kinds of
one
things.
or
It's
two
all
of you.
about,
Turns out.
there are lots of details in the world. We just want to measure a particular thing. So a quintessential example would be you've got a gas, it's got a bunch of molecules bouncing around, trying to measure the pressure of the gas. How do you do it? Well, maybe you just have a piston on the side of the box, and you say,
actually, yeah.
how hard is the piston pushed by the molecules?
No, they have more money than almost anyone here,
And there are
even though you
all
wouldn't
kinds of
expect
different
them to.
configurations of molecules hitting the piston, and they go this way and that way and the other. But all that matters in measuring the pressure is what the aggregate force on the piston is. So there are all these different configurations of molecules that we equivalence together to deduce that one thing that we care about, which is the force on the piston. And so I think as we think about ourselves, the fundamental feature of observer is we're doing lots of equivalencing. We are taking many different states of the world and saying we don't care about the differences between these things. We are just going to extract this sort of essence of what's going on, and that's what we as an observer are thinking about. Now, it's sort of interesting to see when we imagine kind of a computational process going on, we're always generating fresh states of the world. We're going from one state of the world, we compute the next state of the world, the next one, and so on. We're always sort of generating fresh states of the world. On the other hand, when we are being observers, we're sort of doing the opposite. Instead of generating fresh states of the world, we're trying to equivalence together lots of states of the world. We're trying to say there are lots of things which we might think of, which in some sense are different, but we're going to treat them for our purposes as equivalents.
No, you hit me so hard, my shit hit the ground.
How do you deduce anything interesting from knowing about these kinds of equivalences?
So stand up and clack your teeth.
It turns out that that sort of the notion of these kinds of equivalences is critical to sort of deducing what we can think of as physical laws, because in some sense,
Garfield? Garfield,
is an attempt to explain some aspect of the universe in a way that we can understand with our minds. I mean, we could say about the universe, it just does what it does and it has all these little things going around in it, but we don't have any narrative explanation of what's happening. The kind of the nature of physical laws is we want to take what the universe does and we want to somehow get a description of it that sort of fits in our minds. And so, for example, when it comes to something like, I don't know, a gas with a bunch of molecules bouncing around, the thing that fits in our minds
That's what I forgot to. This is racist.
That talks about pressure and
anti-Semitic too.
Like this.
Big time. Big time. Big time.
The detailed motions of those molecules.
I am not whatsoever.
For us, we're talking about the gas laws. For the system underneath, it's got all these molecules bouncing around. It's important that we are only able to talk about things at the level of the gas laws.
I even joke around about it on the other side sometimes because it can be like that. It can even seem like that.
In the world. So this is essential to, for example, the second law of thermodynamics. Because what does the second law of thermodynamics say? It basically says.
Well, you just understand what I'm trying to tell them.
Get more random over time.
And how I try to do it.
What's the application?
And how to get offended at everything and every twist and turn.
You take some mechanical motion, just sort of pushing something backwards and forwards. Well, that's a very systematic motion of atoms in the thing, but that systematic motion tends to get sort of ground down into random motion of molecules that we call heat. And once you have things as heat, it's hard to get them back into systematic motion. You don't find that all those molecules that are randomly bouncing around suddenly line themselves up and start systematically pushing the block of wood or whatever it is. So there's this tendency for things to get more random. But from the point of view
No, it
of
is.
the
It is.
individual
Because I
molecules,
understand.
that's not what's going on. From the point of view of the individual molecule,
Always a little more progressive than you might,
following certain laws
you know,
of
be comfortable with.
motion. You could even reverse those laws of motion. If
No,
you
God
wanted
kind of is.
to. The molecules are just doing definite things. It's only from the point of view of observers like us, with our kind of bounded computational capabilities, that we say we don't know how to follow all of those details. For us, what the molecules are doing should just be considered random.
It's something different, have a different point of
All
view.
we should be able to deduce is something about their average.
You can speak to the
property,
fucking
their
dead.
average temperature, their average pressure, whatever else.
And we'll have
So
them talk
the
like
fact
that.
we
Talk like this, talk like
believe
that too.
that the second law of thermodynamics is right, or that the gas laws are right, is a consequence of the fact that we are observers of the kind we are.
Know what I mean?
If we were observers who routinely traced every motion of every molecule, we would say, what do you mean that there's randomness in what's going on? There's no randomness. I can see what every individual molecule does. So in a sense, that's an example of a place where being an observer of the kind we are is the thing that causes us to perceive laws of the kind we perceive. If we were an observer who followed every molecule, could do every computation to figure out what would happen with every molecular motion, we wouldn't say, oh, it's just random, you can only look at the averages. We would be sort of concentrating on the details of what was happening at the level of molecules. So that's an example.
Right.
Way,
I know it. No, I know it.
Thing seems to happen in space-time and in quantum mechanics. And the thing that for me is like spectacular, realization is, in 20th century physics, there were three big theories: general relativity, the theory of gravity, the theory of space-time, quantum mechanics, and essentially statistical mechanics, who sort of tries exhibit as the second law of thermodynamics, the theory of
Not being a man
how
of God.
systems of
Right.
very large numbers of components work. Those three basic kind of achievements of 20th century physics, I think one had thought that maybe the second law of thermodynamics was derivable from something lower level. Maybe just from the laws of
woman too.
mechanics, you could, and some mathematics, you could deduce
You're of
the second law
God.
of thermodynamics.
Better than
People
not being
thought
of God.
that
Even
in the
if,
1800s, they
even
were
though.
kind of, by the early 1900s, they were kind of giving up on that idea, and it was just like a mystery that was left hanging out there. But there was some thought.
You're not
that the
necessarily
second law
the
might
leader
be
of a church.
somehow derivable from something sort of more fundamental and already known. For general relativity,
Makes you a better person. It makes you a better person.
that really hadn't been.
Now you get a lot more credit in the
The
afterlife.
thought had been, at least as I, the way I always.
You're not
thought
just
it,
straight up
is
atheist.
we just happen to get those laws of
Because
physics.
God does not appreciate that.
The universe we live in, just for reasons
At the end
we
of the fucking
don't
day.
understand, happens to have those particular laws of physics. Well, I think we can say more than that now. I think we can say, and it's really surprising, but we can say.
Oh, you converted 40,000 people to atheism in your lifetime.
Kind of achievements are consequences of the fact
Damnation.
that we are observers of the kind we are. That it is inevitable.
Did I? Have I?
That we have to perceive the physical world to have those particular laws.
No, never.
Because we are observers like we are. If we were
Almost,
observers, we would observe.
But I kind of better. It's like, no, he's just going to that phase where
We
getting there.
because we're observers like we are. Now, okay, there's more to say about how this all works, but the kind of the thing that I was trying to do with sort of my efforts in observer theory is to characterize something.
But we go through every detail in my mind. I don't even talk about it out loud anymore.
It's all about.
Because I got fucking nuts. I got spoken to my fucking what happened to George.
Sort of stuffing it in a finite mind.
My cat.
By equivalencing many different states of the world to say all we care about are these features. That's one side of it, and then being able to see kind of how you flow through from what characteristics do observers like us really have. And by the way,
my dead cat
many of
named
those
George.
characteristics are things so obvious to us that we've never really called them out as things that we actually should say, yes, this is a feature of us.
Long story with that one.
An example.
And where he might be somewhere in time, turns out.
Is we believe we're persistent in time. We believe that we have a thread of experience that goes from the past to the future, and it's still us. Well, really, in our models of physics, for example, at every moment in time, we're made of different atoms of space.
Exactly. That's what's going to happen, guys.
In some sense, it's always a different us at every successive moment. But
I said before, say it again.
But somehow we have the perception.
Never mind. He's powerful.
That we have this continuous thread of experience.
He's like, Dad.
Something seems very, very obvious to us.
I'm over here getting killed to death.
it's not obvious that we would have a consistent
More ways than one.
experience. We
No
could
doubt they killed me to
imagine
death.
being some kind
I
of,
know who I am.
you know, alien intelligence that was different at every
I found out
moment.
who I am,
It was
Dad.
like, you know, it was like
I'm the horizon.
like we have successive generations of humans,
And I know it.
and you know, each one has its own separate experience. We could imagine that was somehow compressed. It's very hard to think it through what it would be like to be in that situation where, you know,
Like
we
that
don't
eye,
have
that's my
any
right
sort
eye,
of
the sun.
in memory for ourselves. I don't really know how.
And the
it
moon,
works.
that's my
It's
left
kind
eye.
of a science fiction type scenario that would be interesting to think through. But
That's what the cat told me.
We
He said, I'm
believe we
Horu
have
Ray.
this persistent,
His name was Big
unique
George.
thread of experience for each of us is non-trivial. You know, it could also be the case.
Isn't that fucking weird
that we could,
to you? Why is it weird to
instead
you?
of experiencing things in a single thread, there could be multiple threads. We could have, you know, one could sort of imagine what it would be like to have sort of multiple consciousnesses in the same brain, so to speak.
Would you
See what I
be
mean?
able to imagine what that's
No, you
like,
give someone a
or is
name
it
one day.
part and parcel of you being
You don't really know what it
the computer
means,
that
but you
are,
do.
that you can't even imagine it.
I think it's really hard to imagine. I've been trying to imagine a bunch of these things.
I never really thought about
Sort of
that way.
A very interesting
Until he died,
challenge
from my
to
perspective.
imagine sort of what it would be like to be an intelligence very alien compared to us. And you know, I made some attempts along those lines actually, and I would say made a little bit of progress. But I would say that's a really difficult thing to wrap one's brain around.
Oh, really?
I think
Is that what your
one of
name
the
means?
things
I'm a
that
fucking
is
sinner.
sort
What's
of
your name?
a side point, but you know, I've been, you know, mostly familiar with kind of the Western tradition of thinking about things and philosophy and so on.
I know that you are. It's not your fucking
And,
name.
You know, I've been curious because people have been telling me for years, you know, oh, the things you're doing resonate with various kinds of Eastern philosophies and so on. And I've been curious to try to understand how that works. And, you know, my initial investigations say, yes, there are things there that sound an awful lot like things that I've long been talking about, so to speak. But it's really hard for me to, even at that very small distance, it's
Name
pretty
is Horu
hard for me
fucking
to
Ray.
get sort of an internal feeling of what it's like to think about things in terms of, let's say, Eastern philosophy. And you know, it feels like the kind of thing where it's sort of a strange thing. The way we think about things is built on the sort of tower of experience, and it's like you can just jump out into the kind of uncharted universe of possibilities. And
I didn't
it's
even
quite
name him.
disorienting and quite non-human. I mean, in a sense, this is
Nope,
something
someone
I've
else
done
did.
for the last 40 years or something, is investigating what I would now call ruleology.
He was adopted.
The behavior
Garfield,
of
him
this
too. I
arbitrary
didn't name Garfield
simple
either.
sets of rules.
Just happened to be a
So,
powerful
you know,
name.
you just
Very
write
powerful.
down
A
some
very powerful
basic
name.
rules, you start running them, you see what happens. You get all
Why didn't they kill off the only president named Garfield?
behavior. The question is, can you
No, we had a President
humanize
Garfield.
it? Can you kind of give a human narrative for
They
what's
fucking
going
killed
on?
him to death.
And it can be really difficult. It's kind of like, well, that vaguely looks like a this or that, but
I bet he would have been a
it
good
is,
president. His
you know,
name
it
was
is a
fucking
definite
Garfield.
rule. It is a possible sort of law of physics for some kind of artificial physics. And do I have a kind of a human way to describe it? No, not necessarily.
Assassinated. Yeah, assassinated.
But in
Yeah.
order to get to the point where you have sort of a human way to describe it, you end up having to have
Forget about that one, don't we? Yeah.
civilizational development. Like, okay, there's
Go
this weird
fucking figure,
pattern.
huh?
Do we have a word for that? If we had a word for that, I'd be able to say, yes, you know, remember that.
A powerful name, powerful name, powerful name. What's your fucking name?
Scooby-Doo pattern.
His name's
You know,
John
and
Smith.
I
That's
know
a
what I was
powerful fucking
talking
name.
about, and you'd know what I was talking about. But without having kind of, without our civilization having reached that point in, as I would call it, rural space, without us having reached that point.
Was that John Smith
we haven't
evil? Yes, very
colonized it.
evil.
We
Turns
haven't
out.
said we're going to put down, you know, we're going to call this the city of whatever. We're going to put a word down here for this. And once we have that, and we all have kind of a common experience of that, then we can start talking about it. But without that,
Guess what her name
it's
was?
really
Precious.
hard to
That's a
have,
powerful name too.
you know, it's really hard to both for us to talk about it, and even for me to do a good job of forming thoughts about it. Because I think, you know, when we form thoughts.
What's your
about
birthday?
things,
You got a powerful one of those?
The way that we, you know, our words and language and so on seem pretty important to us forming thoughts. I mean,
I know
the
that we
way
have.
we concretize our process of thinking. I mean, the way I see it is and this is again a sort of a side point to the main things we were talking about, but this whole question about sort of how do we communicate a thought? Something that there's something going on inside our brains. It's a bunch of electrical firings or whatever.
No, it's statistically the coolest birthday of all time.
Firings somehow
In my opinion,
add
yeah.
up to something abstract, a thought. And
it doesn't get any better
my
than
electrical
March
firings are
2nd,
different from your electrical
1999.
firings. What, how do we package up a thought that corresponds to some electrical firings in my
Period.
brain?
3, 2, 1,
Send it to
999.
your brain, have it unpack, and have it correspond to something like the same thought. And I think that's kind of the role of concepts, which we sort of concretize in words and human languages and things. We pack it up into a
2000 would be a good one.
The concept is a
March 2nd, 2000, that'd be cool.
A cat, for example, and then I can transport that concept to your brain. You can unpack it, and you might have a similar view of what I'm talking about as the one that I internally have. And I think that in one very bizarre kind of way of thinking about things, this is now jumping around a bit, but when we think about space-time and we think about particles like electrons and so on, what is an electron? An electron is a lump of existence that is somehow unchanged by motion through space. There's an electron here.
And now I see dead people.
It moves, and it's the same electron in some sense. It is transporting through space and time its electronness. Its existence is being transported.
Yeah. My name is Taran Thunder. I can't stop yelling about it.
Time. Even though in our models of physics, that electron is made of different atoms of space. As it moves through space, it's made of different atoms of space. It's kind of like, the eddy in the fluid, where the eddy is moving around.
I go back. This is actually really interesting. They have me under like total hypnosis still. A little bit. I'm getting there though. Trying to.
Notion of concepts is.
There's really some very specific breathing I can do for this. I know there is.
But not in physical space, but in what I call rulal space. And minds are like exist at different places in rulal space.
And mood drug too. That can help. So I do that too.
Concepts to sort of exchange thoughts. It's like sending a particle from one place in rulal space to another. And we have this.
Could you reverse that? Sorry, could you reverse that and then also say that instead of a concept being like a particle
back
is like
that
a
was
concept,
a good talk.
And the universe is talking.
No, it's a good talk. That's smart too. No, very smart.
And exchanging ideas, and that's what we see as physics.
No, I like his mouth.
Yep.
I do like his mouth.
Yes, you probably could. I mean, it's kind of like it resonates, so to speak, which is sort of a popular Spinoza type.
No, his math. Yeah, I like his math.
Theological view of the universe. Yes, I think.
Stephen Wolfram, no, he's smart. Right. Now everyone, I go around. Call my fucking name. Everyone's like, oh, I heard you say my name. I heard you say my name. I heard you say my name. I'm like, dude. No, I did not. So you'd be surprised if that one works somewhere in time.
In 1828, amateur cartographer Edward Quinn finished his magnum opus, the Historical Atlas. Published 2 years after his death, it depicts our knowledge of the world as a flickering light, blowing away clouds of ignorance, unveiling continents and civilizations shrouded beneath. It starts in 2348 BC, beginning with the Bible. The dispersal of the clouds mirror European expansion into the lands beyond. His known world little more than the lands of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. Time marches on as we step through the pages of the Atlas. Through the exodus of the Israelites and the coming of the Roman Empire, more of the world is revealed. By the early 19th century, the clouds are fully dispersed. All the continents are visible. There is no more land left to discover. Of course, for the artist in China, India, Australia, or the Americas, the focus would be different, each with their own origin
they're talking
story,
shit.
their own small portion of the world, surrounded by their own darkness.
You know what I mean?
Indeed, these
Shit talkers. I do.
are not solely geographical. All human endeavors begin in a fog of mystery.
Big old sack of shit
A fog
talkers
that
sometimes,
only
huh?
begins to clear when we learn something new. Like the sheer
Oh, they think they're better than
surface
us?
of the earth,
No, they do.
clouds of
No, they do.
mystery have
Because they haven't dealt with it like that.
shrouded the universe. Over the last few hundred years,
And we get better. We get better. We try.
to the heavens with our most powerful.
You're like, no fucking way, because you're not like me now. Because you didn't do this, and this. And guess what? No, it's the other route.
Black holes and planets. We have peered back over 13 billion years and seen the very afterglow.
I'm like, no, that 12 steps bullshit. It works, but it ain't work for me.
Future history of our universe, looking for the days of the last
Nope.
star, trillions of
All I gotta do
years
is just go totally insane.
further to the time when matter melts and black holes evaporate.
Which turns out is not even a thing.
The universe has given up its secrets. The cosmic clouds have steadily
They're just battling ghosts.
It might
Often.
now appear that we have learned all there is to learn about the cosmos. But just as the polymath Simon Newcomb found after claiming we had reached the limits of astronomy in 1888 and dying in 1909 as Einstein was upending the world of physics, it is always a bad idea to bet against further discovery.
I don't even know what they're doing half the time.
And so, this is where scientists find themselves.
I don't know.
now.
That feels good. That feels better. That feels good too.
Standing on towers of
That's not comfortable. This is comfortable.
elaborate
Over here,
theories
doing this
and
instead.
remarkable observational tools, they try to
And they
peer
fuck us
further
up.
into
No, they can't.
the fog. But unlike Quinn's Atlas, this is not only a fog of distance. These are clouds that linger around us, within us, before us. These are new universes born beyond our cosmic horizon, in our distant cosmic past, even inside us with every instance that passes. As our knowledge of theoretical physics has grown, what had once seemed radical has gradually forced its way into possibility and even probability. Multiverse theories have proliferated, hoping to answer the deepest questions about what we and the entire cosmos is.
Then fucking execute it,
Parallel
assholes.
Worlds of infinite use to barren deserts of endless nothing.
Now they're trying to set me put away so they give me like 3 strikes in a row.
Fog of unknown.
Oh, yeah.
Revealing a
Dad,
world
you liar.
and all of infinities, nestled both within and
No respect for that shit, dude.
Welcome to the multiverses.
Oh, burn in hell. Take your house too. Life in prison. I'm fucking good. Because you lied to the cops when we beating you? No, you beat me, you fucking punk.
According to the European Space Agency, there are approximately
Life in prison? No.
16
How would you get life? I can get you all fucking life in prison for that fucking matter.
In the cosmos, they form huge filaments and clusters. But on a more personal level,
No, burn in fucking hell, you punk fucking bitches.
When you're born, Under Lucky Stars have been kind enough to support this video, and their beautiful framed star maps are.
How can we set up for 3 strikes in a row when I've never committed a fucking violent crime around here? It wasn't self-defense.
15 designs to choose from and printed on durable museum quality paper, showing what the stars were like on a day.
Ever? Not even once?
They are the original star map maker, and their methods are
In my whole
by
life?
NASA astrophysicists and enjoyed by Neil himself. They also sent me one over, and Coco absolutely loved it. Really ties the room together. The company are also committed to keeping the skies clean, organising fundraisers for the international.
That's what I just heard over the little microphone.
It's a great, thoughtful gift for someone, or indeed yourself, especially as they're now offering an exclusive 10% discount to History of the Universe.
For what?
Head
For
over
what?
to underluckystars.com
Illegal dumping?
/universe and use your code UNIVERSE to start your star map journey.
Like they did? And then we worry about the fire risks? Yeah.
In April 1912,
See, I am.
a great debate.
And that was nothing to do with me, bro.
Smithsonian Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. On the stage were Harlow Shapley and Heber Curtis. Both renowned astronomers, Shapley was well known for mapping the locations of stars throughout the Milky Way. Curtis, the first to observe a thin stream of material in the object M87. Though he didn't know it at the time, he had discovered a relativistic...
Well, that right, I can get you fucking life in prison, dude.
Black hole. The topic of their debate...
Just gotta fucking fire your plane with, asshole.
The universe. The two camps...
When you're calling cops, tell them some fucking bullshit.
He argued that the cosmos was small. The stars of the Milky Way, he claimed, were the entire universe. That was it.
When you don't know shit about shit because you didn't watch it. You just think I have an annoying voice. My dad's fucking a fucking Prince Charming or something fucking else. I don't fucking know what you thought. Where'd my mom go? It's a long fucking story. Turns out.
Curtis, however, objected. He was no fan of this compact cosmos. Instead, he argued the universe was a
the fuck you think you
are? Larger than most astronomers were comfortable with. The spiral nebulae, he declared, were not within the Milky Way, but were many millions of light years away. Each was an island universe, an individual galaxy home to billions of stars. And there could be uncountable galaxies beyond the edge.
That's what I always do, don't I? So could it really go that way? Probably not. Probably not.
The debate came.
But even just that fucking thought in someone's mind, and I want to fucking kill him. Almost. Would I? No. I'm not fucking retarded. But that's what you're trying to get done to me. So why the fuck not, huh?
Unsolved. But things were changing quickly. On the other side of the country, Edwin Hubble had recently joined the Mount Wilson Observatory in California.
Because I wouldn't, and I won't, and I wouldn't.
Of the size of the universe.
Well, that was a powerful ghost just now.
And for all, the timing was fortuitous as the world's largest telescope, the 100-inch hookup.
And then this died in prison, I think. Something very similar turns out, but he reacted.
Sky and charting the distances to heavenly bodies. And Hubble's first target was the nebula in the constellation of Andromeda. He knew that astronomers had seen individual stars within Andromeda's nebula, but just how far away were they? They could be intrinsically faint stars that were closer, or they could be extremely luminous stars spied at a very large distance. Astronomical evidence had been building for several years. In fact,
oh, you thought I bit my girlfriend? No, never.
Curtis, who had discovered
no, she bit a chunk out of me.
A nova within Andromeda's nebula.
It might beat my dad? No, never. No, I hit him back a couple times, and I hit way harder than he does.
Than any others that had been observed.
Come here, bull my family? No, never.
But Hubble,
I'm a cripple.
For something different.
Mentally and physically, often.
He was scouring Andromeda for stars whose brightness varied. Lots of
21st century for a fucking reason.
But Hubble was after a particular kind of variable star.
No, they're still scheming down the street because I caught him doing something illegal.
These were
way more illegal than anything I've ever done.
With a regular beating pattern.
When I'm fucking literally, someone actually tried to kill me already. So what are you guys trying to do to me? See, that's what I mean. You got fucking retarded. You're fucking evil.
Fainter stars beat rapidly. Brighter stars beat more slowly. This meant that if you observe a Cepheid variable star...
I broke my house through a fucking rat in here. Just so they could, yeah. As they do for their people. They say, oh, I'll get on the street. I'll just frame them.
Luminosity, you can work out how far it is from how bright it appears in your telescope. It was these standard candles that Hubble was searching for. And he found them, buried within the fuzzy light of Andromeda. Once he measured the regular beating of these stars, the picture became crystal clear. Hubble was observing...
Am I calling him out? No, never.
Many hundreds of thousands of light years away. Far.
But if I hear my name in your mouth in that context one more fucking time, I will. Likely. Have to. Go that direction.
Hubble sent a letter to Shapley, telling him that Andromeda is a galaxy in its own right, and that the other nebula spied through telescopes must also be galaxies at immense distances. The great debate was settled. Curtis was correct.
Oh, an officer, I think. Maybe, maybe not. I don't want to call out any bullshit if I don't know it, right? But this is Joseph Cop saying that this happens a lot. Is upset with me right now for saying that shit. And now is convinced that it's his fucking destiny or something to get me locked up.
A wider smile brightens
Yeah, keep
more
your
than
fucking
just
laughing, bitch.
Colgate
So it felt to me.
Acid White's unique hydrogen peroxide technology is engineered to remove deeper stains for a visible difference in just 3 days. So you can live life to the brightest.
This is spiritual ritual in here. This is fucking religious freedom.
Respawn by Razer. They didn't have gaming gum at Pompeii. Just saying. The clouds.
Oh, I won't. No, I won't. And I won't.
Cosmos suddenly became much.
Could you? No, and no, actually.
20th century.
That was my friend. I cleaned it up.
Into our universe. In measuring distances, millions of light years became billions.
Every fucking time, huh? Pretty much.
But was there a limit to how far we could see? In 1964, a chance discovery of a hiss of radio emission from all over the sky marked the limit of our.
In fact, I'd like them to give me a job of cleaning out some buildup in the forest if they would. I just don't know how to apply that. I'm fucking nuts, so I don't think they'd hire me anymore.
Edge of the map, a boundary between the observable universe we can see and what we can.
So I got a little excited. That's what happens, though. That's how they're looking at me.
Just what?
How we get 3 in a row, get them out of here.
The observable.
That's how they look at us. Like a fucking
century,
statistic.
telescopes got bigger and astronomers
They're a
got
fucking
farther.
statistic.
But with their
A bad one.
pens, the
Bad apple.
scientists were also hard at work. Building on the insights of Einstein and Friedman, astronomers now had a mathematical description of the cosmos. Belgian cleric
Or like that and like that and like that too. Sometimes.
infinitely old, but had been born at a finite time in the past. He called this initial event the cosmic egg, the ultimate origin of the cosmos. And from this fiery birth and expansion in the big.
What did I leave out in the woods? I left a sleeping bag one time. Yeah, pretty much. That's it.
For billions of years. But what did their equations say about the size of the universe? They realized that the universe we see around us, the observable universe, must only be part of a much larger whole. Given the finite age of the universe, we can only see the bits from the universe from which we have received light. And beyond this observable space, there must be more. More universe, more galaxies, more stars.
Sorry, just a little whiff of bullshit from down the street, and I'm fucking raging over here. Because that's my fucking life. You're talking what kind of bullshit and what and what and what? You don't know shit, you fucking cunt bitch.
The first of our infinities. The cosmological equations suggested that there might be an
You're how much older than me?
Space in all
Like
directions.
3 times my age?
As the universe most likely had no spatial curvature, then it had to go on forever. This might seem strange, given that the universe was.
You're doing what am I getting taken care of?
Fast, expanding from a single point. But if the cosmic
Women?
equations are correct,
Often?
and
Not all the time,
universe is
though.
Infinite today, it always has been, even at its birth. From an infinitely dense cosmic egg, it has simply gotten less and less.
Being a mom's hard.
And all we can observe is
26?
the small
Yeah.
patch around us, our observable universe, embedded in the infinite.
Crazy or die.
But as the cosmos ages, more and more of it should come into view as the observable universe grows. Eventually, we should be touched by the light of countless distant stars. And if we wait long enough, maybe an infinite amount of time, eventually.
Were those the same people?
we'll see
No.
all. Also,
But that's how it goes.
but by the end of the 20th century, everything had changed. And this
As
change
soon as someone actually
shook
says
our
some bullshit,
understanding of
and
the
I know it.
universe to its very core. At the close of the 1990s, astronomers announced the unexpected discovery of the accelerating expansion of the universe. The culprit was dark energy, a mysterious, repulsive something that filled the cosmos.
What have I done? Did you learn anytime in jail? None. Nothing. Zip. Zilch.
Each other faster and faster. But what did this mean?
You can even
for
toxicology, my ass.
universe?
If you want to talk more of your fucking bullshit.
Time marches on, our map will once again be plunged.
Cops,
into darkness.
hospitals, and anyone else
We
who doesn't know
will
shit
begin to lose
about
sight of
shit
galaxies
about shit.
outside our own. In about 100 billion years from now, all other galaxies will have vanished completely from
And it's
view.
trying to get me killed.
Beyond our local stars,
Clearly.
there will be nothing but the
From this
black.
side.
At every moment, there is less and less of the universe we will ever be able to explore.